The morning light was chill and austere, carrying a trace of desolation, yet it could not suppress the surging tide of people at the foot of the mountain. Today was the Onsenadicade selection of Immortal Fate, the ascension path, by which the common masses might overturn their destinies. Yet this path was by no means open to all. Only those who bore a token of Immortal Fate were qualified to set foot upon the ascension path. On the rugged and precipitous ascension path, a silent human dragon wound its way upward. Fang Che was among them, his coarse hemp clothes long since soaked through with sweat clinging to his thin and youthful body. With every step upward, a dull ache spread through his limbs while a searing pain burned in his chest. Yet his expression remained calm. After lingering on a sickbed for over a dozen years in his previous life, this bout of suffering was but a touch of wind and frost. Pressed against his chest, rising and falling slightly with his steps, was a dark-colored token. It was the relic left behind by the old beggar who had taken him in. At the old man's final moments, there had been no dullness in his eyes. Instead, they blazed with a fire that shook Fang Che's soul across 2 lifetimes. It was an unwillingness so intense, it was almost tangible. Child, the old man's breath had been as weak as gossamer, yet every word struck squarely upon Fang Che's heart. Your grandpa guarded this thing for 60 years. I have touched it, held it close, worshipped it, but it does not shine, it simply will not shine. After a fit of violent coughing, the flame in the old man's eyes burned all the brighter. Fixing Fang Che with an unblinking stare, he rasped, they all say those with fate shall obtain it. Is my fate merely to guard this thing and watch it never shine for an entire lifetime? I am not willing. Take it, go in my stead, make it shine once, just once, so that below the ground I too may finally close my eyes. Later, by a twist of fortune, Fang Che finally came to understand that this token was precisely a token of immortal fate. To obtain such a token was to obtain a chance to be admitted into an immortal sect. Tokens of immortal fate were elusive and nearly impossible to seek. One might chance upon them in ancient caves and ruins, or receive them from cultivators met on their travels. It was even said that these tokens would choose their own masters, guiding those with whom they shared a hidden affinity. Fang Che lifted his head to gaze at the towering peak that pierced the clouds wreathed in coils of violet chi, his eyes complex. In his past life, while bedridden, he had pored day and night over the texts of Lao and Zhuang. The carefree realms they described were the only heavens his spirit could wander. That primal longing for transcendence and immortality had long since been etched into the depths of his soul. He had once believed it nothing more than a fantasy with which to console himself in hardship. Now the immortal mountain stood directly before him. An indescribable quiver stirred quietly from the depths of his heart. The selection of Shangqing sect had always been harsh and merciless. The ascension path was but the first gate, and also the simplest one. It was this spotless white jade plaza before him and the hundreds of spirit-testing steels at its center that formed the true chasm dividing mortal from immortal. The immortal path was distant and obscure. Only one's spiritual roots could determine whether one stayed or left. Those without spiritual roots were destined to remain mortal for life. Those with spiritual roots might seize a sliver of heavenly opportunity with a hope of transcending the mundane to knock upon the gates of immortality. 100 cultivators clad in moon-white Taoist robes stood in strict formation before the steels, their expressions indifferent. The middle-aged cultivator at their head had a severe countenance. As his gaze swept across the crowd, a suffocating pressure surged forth like a tide. Step forward in order and place your hand upon the base of the steely, he said in a cold, unyielding voice nearly devoid of emotion. Those without spiritual roots, your fate with the immortal path has ended. Your memory shall be erased, and you shall be sent back down the mountain. A clear bell tone rang out, echoing through the clouds. Spirit testing begins. Fang Che queued before the 10th steel. The stone monument towering before him was ancient and imposing, its material impossible to discern. Ahead of him, a farm boy stretched out a trembling hand to press upon the base of the steel. The bottom of the stone faintly lit up, then slowly emitted 4 dim halos of light that struggled upward barely half a foot. For spiritual roots, inferior grade. Assigned as a menial servant. Wait to the left, the supervising cultivator said expressionlessly. Yet to the boy, it was like hearing celestial music. His legs gave out as he collapsed to the ground, then he burst into tears of wild joy, clutching his token of immortal fate in a death grip. Father, mother, your son can become an immortal. No one below mocked him. Instead, faces were filled with open envy. Next, the cultivator shook his head without expression. For inferior spiritual roots were nothing more than the lowest of ants in the cultivation world, with little hope of glimpsing the great Tao. A richly dressed youth stepped forward, drew a deep breath, and pressed his palm down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. The spirit-testing steel remained motionless, as though it were nothing more than an utterly ordinary stone. The youth's face turned deathly pale, his body swaying. He lifted his head in a daze to stare at the steely, as though trying to confirm whether this was an illusion. Then suddenly he pressed both hands against it, using all his strength, his knuckles widening. The spirit-testing steel remained utterly unresponsive. "No spiritual roots," the supervising cultivator said coolly. Before the youth could react further, an enforcement disciple at the side stepped forward, raised his fingers, and lightly tapped the youth's brow. The youth's gaze instantly turned vacant as he was led away to one side, where many other equally bewildered boys and girls already stood. They would return to the mortal world and live out ordinary lives. Fang Che watched quietly, his right hand gently clenching. It was as if he saw the old beggar decades earlier likewise standing before his steadily, having his memories erased in despair, then stumbling back in a stupor to that ruined temple. Between immortal and mortal lay an unbridgeable divide. The heavenly Tao was without sentiment. The presence or absence of spiritual roots, the height or lowness of one's talent. Such differences were as vast as cloud and mud. What one did not have, one simply did not have. What one could not do, one simply could not do. Above the clouds, 9 transcendent figures lowered their gazes to watch from on high. An elder clad in a purple-striped lightning robe let out a cold snort, thunder faintly rumbling in his voice. This selection of immortal fate, like sifting sand for gravel, leaves not 1 in 10. It is nothing but a waste of effort. These basebone mortals are hardly fit for any great use. Spiritual roots were elusive and difficult to discern, yet they faintly followed the lines of blood. The truly outstanding seedlings of immortality had long since been chosen from among the great cultivation clans. At his side, Qing Shao Jinren, robed in green and carrying a sword on his back, shook his head slightly. "Senior brother Zile, your words should not go so far. The token of immortal fate possesses its own profundity. Those it selects are not necessarily chosen solely for their innate talent." The white-haired elder at the center let his gaze sweep over the anxious young faces below and said slowly, "The heavenly Tao is capricious. There may yet be overlooked gems. As the foremost sect of East Continent, our Shangqing sect must make room for such variations of the heavenly Tao and grant all beings a slender thread of fate." Zile Jinren said no more, but the indifference in his eyes did not lessen in the slightest. Among the crowd, Fang Che seemed to sense something. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward the lofty, ethereal palaces almost hidden within the clouds. It was as though a gaze had pierced the boundless sea of clouds to fall upon him. Yet in the next instant, that feeling vanished without a trace. Was it an illusion? Fang Che's brows furrowed. Above the clouds, Yunlan Jinren, dressed in plain white Taoist robes with a serene countenance, suddenly let out a soft exclamation, her gaze sharpening as she looked toward a certain spot below. This minute movement drew the other 8 to glance her way. "Junior sister Yunlan, have you perhaps discovered something?" the elder in dark robes asked in a gentle tone. Yunlan Jinren did not answer. She merely lifted her slender hand and pointed lightly in Fang Che's direction. The scene suddenly drew closer, and the face of the youth below, still bearing traces of childishness, yet filled with puzzlement, was clearly reflected before them. "This child's spirit is markedly different from that of ordinary people. He can actually sense our presence," Qing Shao Jinren said, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Zile Jinren sneered at that. "Sense us? A mere mortal youth who is yet to draw in qi and whose spirit remains untempered. How could he possibly perceive our existence? Most likely it was coincidence or the illusion born of a restless heart." On the far right, the elder in dark robes slowly stroked his beard. The murkiness in his eyes receded slightly as he said, "Junior sister Yunlan has always been meticulous and keenly perceptive. Since she has pointed him out in particular, it is unlikely to be a baseless whim." At his words, the eyes of the other Jinren flickered subtly. The morning breeze gradually died away. The sun was already high, and it was now noon. The line still inched forward, stretching so far that its end could not be seen. Although testing one's spiritual root took no more than a few breaths, the sheer number of people made the progress painfully slow. "No spiritual root." Yuan's icy voice rang out yet again. He stood beside the stone, steely, expressionless, watching the dejected crowd. The immortal fate selection had always been cruel. He had witnessed such scenes far too many times. Perhaps he had once felt something, but now only indifference remained. To him, this was nothing more than another routine duty. In front of Fang Che, only one youth remained, his face smooth and fair as fine jade. The young man drew in a deep breath, straightened his robes, and walked forward, his steps slightly tense. The spirit-testing steel was silent for a brief moment. Then a streak of verdant light suddenly flared to life like the first sprout breaking through the soil in early spring, brimming with vitality. The green light climbed segment by segment, surpassing the regions representing inferior and low grade, yet its momentum did not abate as it surged straight toward the top of the steel. "This is..." For the first time, a ripple of emotion crossed Yuan's previously placid face. Near the summit, the green radiance gradually condensed. Within the flowing halo, faint phantoms of grass and trees flashed into existence and vanished. A single spiritual root would attribute its radiance, pure, brimming with life. This can be deemed upper grade. Ouyuan's voice suddenly rose, carrying an irrepressible delight. An uproar swept across the entire square. Countless envious gazes converged on that youth. Even if they did not understand what an upper-grade single spiritual root signified, the sudden change in the supervising cultivator's expression alone told them it was something extraordinary. Congratulations, junior brother. With such aptitude, you may well hope to become a personal disciple. Lin Jie from the same peak suppressed the sourness in his heart and cupped his hands in formal congratulation. An upper-grade single spiritual root meant that so long as he did not die prematurely, foundation establishment was virtually assured. A golden core could be anticipated, and he might even hope to glimpse the Tao of the nascent soul. How was it that such an immortal seed had not appeared in his own row? Ouyuan's expression grew far more gentle as he inclined his head to the youth. Junior brother, wait to the side for now. The sect will make arrangements for you later. To have discovered such an immortal seed on this trip, the contribution points awaiting him upon return to the sect would surely be substantial. High above the clouds, Xianming Jinren, seated in the center, gently stroked his long beard as a faint ripple stirred in his eyes. Born of the mortal world, yet possessing such a pure wood spiritual root. Even among the scions of great clans, this would be first-rate. Ha ha, senior brother Zilei. Qingxiao Jinren's lips curved slightly as he looked towards Zilei Jinren. And what do you say now? Nothing remarkable. Zilei Jinren snorted through his nose, yet his gaze could not help lingering on the youth for an extra heartbeat. Qingxiao Jinren merely shook his head with a soft laugh and said no more. An upper-grade heavenly spiritual root was enough to rank as an upper-class immortal seed within the Shangqing sect. One must know that immortal seeds were strictly categorized. Foremost was first class, followed by upper, then middle, and lower, with inferior at the very bottom. Only those who possessed an upper-grade heavenly spiritual root or a supreme-grade earthly spiritual root could enter the ranks of the upper class. As for the types of spiritual roots, a single spiritual root was called a heavenly spiritual root. 2 spiritual roots were termed an earthly spiritual root. 3 formed a true spiritual root. 4 were a mixed spiritual root, while 5 were often regarded as a false spiritual root. Spiritual roots themselves were further divided into 5 grades: inferior, low, middle, upper, and supreme. Across all the living beings under heaven, those without any spiritual root made up roughly half. Inferior seeds about 20%, a lower class seeds 1/10, middle class seeds only half that, a upper class seeds less than half of that again. As for a first-class immortal seed, it was something rarely seen, even among billions. In the Shangqing sect's immortal fate selection held once every 10 years, the last time an upper-class immortal seed had appeared was already several centuries ago. Next, having secured an upper-class immortal seed, Ouyuan was naturally in high spirits, and his gaze toward Fang Che unconsciously softened. Fang Che slowly exhaled, then walked toward the spirit-testing steel under the eyes of the crowd. Ouyuan smoothed the smile from his face and gave Fang Che a slight nod. Fang Che raised his hand, pressing his palm against the cold surface of the steel. For the first instant, the spirit-testing steel remained utterly unresponsive. Soft sighs were already rising within the crowd. Just as Ouyuan was about to announce the result, 5 extremely faint halos of light suddenly flared to life at the base of the steel. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. 5 colors mingled together, dim and indistinct, entangled with one another. Ouyuan's brows knit slightly. For all 5 colors to appear at once, could this be the most chaotic and worthless of them all, the 5-fold spiritual root that was nearly no different from having none at all? Such an aptitude was even worse than an inferior 4-fold spiritual root. On the path of cultivation, it would be nearly impossible to advance, almost a dead end. Just as this thought formed, a sudden change occurred. Those 5 faint halos seemed to be pulled by some invisible force and abruptly separated. The 5-colored radiance purified and swelled in an instant, each hue sharply distinct, yet somehow forming a seamless whole. No longer confined to the bottom, they surged up along the steel's arcane patterns side by side, racing upward at a speed that far surpassed that of the previous youth with the heavenly spiritual root. Thighs, what is this? Ouyuan could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes rounded, his face written with utter disbelief and shock. In all the immortal fate gatherings of the past, when had such a sight ever been seen? To possess the full 5 elements was already rare, but for all 5 to be so pure, rising in unison, this was unheard of. Under countless near-frozen gazes, the 5 dazzling pillars of light finally stabilized together at the very top of the steel. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The radiance of the 5 elements intertwined and reflected one another, shrouding the entire spirit-testing steel and the surrounding area in a hazy yet majestic resplendent halo. The square fell into utter silence. 5 elemental spiritual roots complete. Ouyuan's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse like a mutter in a dream. All of them upper grade. How is this possible? A five-fold spiritual root was usually branded a crippled root for its chaotic difficulty, dismissed as waste. Yet if all five shared the same grade, it was no longer chaos, but perfection, signifying that the primordial essences of the five elements under heaven and earth had reached a subtle equilibrium. This was a true five-element spiritual root. An upper-grade five-element spiritual root was a rarity among rarities in the world. Its potential was immense, its future Tao path broad beyond measure, no longer comparable to an ordinary upper-grade heavenly spiritual root. High above the clouds, the several Jinren who had sat as steady as mountains almost simultaneously trembled, the spiritual energy around them leaking out uncontrollably in faint ripples. Xianming Jinren's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze in midair. A piercing brilliance shot from his eyes as though he wished to pierce the clouds and see through the youth entirely. Qingxiao Jinren's lazy smile vanished without a trace, leaving only shock and doubt. Even Zilei Jinren, who had been so stubbornly dismissive, sprang to his feet and fixed a deathly stare on the five-colored spirit testing steel below. After a long moment, he finally forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "This child must enter my tutelage. Junior brother Zilei, be not so hasty." The elder in dark robes beside him spoke in a mild tone. "This child's spiritual roots are extraordinary, and his spiritual sense also appears uncommon. Perhaps he is fated to follow me. Why should the two senior brothers be so anxious?" Yunlan Jinren lightly gathered her cloud-like sleeves, the corners of her lips curving as she spoke in an exceedingly soft tone. "If I recall correctly, it was this little fellow that caught my eye first. And what of noticing him first? Junior sister, do not forget that in the cultivation world, fate and karmic ties are what truly matter." The gazes of the Jinren silently crossed in midair. The clouds subtly congealed while an invisible, chilling spiritual pressure began to surge and flow high above in the 10th Sanshang sky. Yuan regained his senses, cleared his throat lightly, and said with a kind expression, "Junior brother, please wait by my side for a moment. The upper-grade five-elements spiritual root is far rarer than an ordinary upper-grade heavenly spiritual root. Once this matter returns to the sect, it will surely cause a stir. It's happening this time. I will truly strike it rich." Lin Jie beside him was dumbfounded, his mouth agape for a long time before closing it, his gaze towards Yuan filled with envy. First there was an upper-grade heavenly spiritual root, and now another upper-grade five-element spiritual root. This luck is simply too good. Fang Che followed the instructions and walked to Yuan's side, countless envious gazes falling upon him. Above the clouds, after a brief silence, Master Xianming spoke in a deep voice. "Junior brothers, while the immortal seedlings are excellent, they are ultimately unpolished jade. It is still too early to argue over ownership at this moment. Everything will depend on the disciple selection ceremony. We'll see their own choices and the fates of each. Disciples who can participate in the ceremony are all outstanding individuals who have emerged from tens of thousands of immortal seedlings. Their talents need not be mentioned. By convention, this disciple selection ceremony should have concluded several days ago, but due to the Unshakable Immortal Fate Conference, it has been postponed until now." Master Xianming paused slightly, his gaze falling upon the two particularly striking figures below, and continued slowly. "Moreover, while the upper-grade five-elements spiritual root is indeed rare, it also signifies that the path ahead is fraught with dangers far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Balancing the five elements is no easy task. A slight misstep could result in conflicting spiritual roots and the collapse of one's foundation. Whether they will be a prodigy or a fleeting moment of brilliance remains uncertain." As this statement was made, several masters' expressions turned serious, and they nodded slightly, their fervor somewhat cooling. The path of immortality is treacherous. Talent may be the key to open the door, but it is not a pass. Throughout history, many brilliant talents have fallen midway, while those of average talent have later surpassed them. This is precisely why the Qingyun sect wishes to provide opportunities to ordinary disciples. Anyone who can obtain an immortal fate token signifies that they possess exceptional qualities, and as long as they have a spiritual root, the Qingyun sect is willing to accept them. Better to mistakenly accept than to miss out. With such accumulation, the immortal fate selection has produced quite a few good seedlings. What the senior brother said makes sense. Let's wait until the disciple selection ceremony concludes to discuss further. The previously silent Master Chingu spoke softly. In the square, the testing continued, but the earlier scene had already captivated the attention of the vast majority. Subsequent disciples approached in order. Occasionally a spiritual light would shine, but most were inferior mixed spiritual roots, and there were even many false spiritual roots failing to stir any excitement. People's gazes inevitably drifted towards the two figures standing aside. Fang Che could clearly feel those gazes: curiosity, inquiry, envy, and even a trace of barely perceptible jealousy. He observed with his eyes, but focused his heart, standing still while silently reciting passages from Zhuangzi. In his past life, Fang Che had been bedridden for a long time, his emotions tangled, finding peace only in the carefree realm of Zhuangzi. The words long integrated into his very being seemed etched in his heart. In the North Sea, there is a fish. The heavenly spiritual root youth beside him slightly tilted his head and said softly, "My name is Su Ling." Fang Che. Fang Che nodded in return, saying little. Su Ling also seemed to be a person of few words. Seeing Fang Che's indifferent reaction, he turned back. As time slowly passed, and the sun gradually set in the west, the tens of thousands of disciples in the square finally completed the testing. Besides Fang Che and Su Ling, a girl with an exceptional earth spiritual root also emerged, along with 3 with medium-grade heavenly spiritual roots and 7 with upper-grade earth spiritual roots. The host of the conference, Golden Core Master Huang Dong, stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell. The Immortal Fate Conference is now complete. You all possess spiritual roots, which means you are destined for the path of immortality. From today onward, you are all disciples of the Qingyan sect. I hope you all abide by the sect rules, diligently cultivate, and do not waste the blessings you have received. After speaking, his gaze fell upon the 3 at the front. You 3, please follow me. With a wave of Huang Dong's sleeve, a flash of light appeared, and the 3 transformed into a streak of radiant light, heading straight towards the towering main peak hidden in the clouds. Below in the square, tens of thousands of newly appointed miscellaneous disciples and outer sect disciples looked up to watch. Their expressions varied. What they saw and heard today would undoubtedly become an indelible memory for the rest of their lives. The welcome Immortal Pavilion is quietly nestled in a secluded valley on the side of the main peak, with spiritual mists swirling around the eaves, appearing as if they were soaring, exuding an air of untainted tranquility. Huang Dong retracted his escape light, leading the 3 into the courtyard in front of the pavilion, and then turned to them with a calm gaze. This place is the welcome Immortal Pavilion, specifically for candidate disciples to temporarily reside. Tomorrow is the disciple selection ceremony. You must remain calm and wait here without causing any trouble. After speaking, his figure swayed slightly and disappeared from sight. Many gazes quietly came from behind the windows and corridors, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. After briefly bidding farewell to Su Ling and Lu Qing, Fang Che entered the temporarily assigned room. The interior was simply and elegantly furnished with a wooden couch, square table, and meditation cushion, all spotless. On the couch lay a neatly folded set of moon-white robes with flowing cloud patterns, and beside it was a bowl of steaming clear water. On the square table rested a jade slip with a smooth luster and a small jade bottle, the bottle inscribed with the words "Pill of Hunger Suppression." Fang Che removed his coarse cloth garments, submerged himself in the water, and a warm sensation instantly enveloped his shoulders and neck. The tension and dust accumulated over the past days seemed to wash away, and he unconsciously let out a long sigh. After cleansing the dust, he dried himself off and changed into the moon-white robe. The flowing cloud patterns on the robe seemed to move gently with his subtle breathing. The fabric, cool and soft against his newly clad skin, gently enveloped his still slender form at the age of 9, making him appear remarkably neat and exuding a hint of ethereal elegance. It was as if a young pine had been placed in suitable clouds and mist. Although not fully grown, its grace was already evident. Fang Che slightly lowered his head, his fingertips brushing over the delicate cloud patterns on the sleeve, a distant, yet clear recognition gradually seeping into his heart along with the faint spiritual energy from the robe. From now on, the path ahead would be the vast immortal journey with no turning back. He stood still for a moment, his gaze falling upon the jade bottle containing the pill of hunger suppression. Unscrewing the cap, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside the bottle were several pill-sized orbs the size of longan with a warm jade-like color. This was the pill of hunger suppression, commonly used by disciples of the Immortal sect to replace meals and cleanse the mundane filth. Fang Che took out one and placed it in his mouth. The pill melted upon contact, a warm current spreading through his limbs and bones, instantly dispelling the fatigue and hunger accumulated over the past few days. The methods of the Immortals are truly marvelous. After reflecting for a moment, Fang Che picked up the jade slip lying quietly beside him, pressed it against his forehead, and a cool breath seeped in from his brow, quickly transforming into a clear stream of consciousness that flowed gently into his heart. The Qingyan sect was established 57 million years ago, inheriting the path of seeking the profound and the true corresponding with the subtle. It is renowned for its clarity of mind and inclusiveness of all things. The sect is divided into 3 halls and 9 peaks. The 3 halls are the core of the sect. The Affairs Hall oversees internal and external affairs, task assignments, and resource allocation. The Transmission Hall manages the transmission of techniques, answering cultivation queries, and holding regular lectures. The Discipline Hall maintains the sect's laws and monitors the behavior of disciples. The 9 peaks are where cultivation and inheritance occur, with the main peak, Taiching Peak, serving as the central hub of the sect, where the sect leader and elders engage in quiet cultivation. The other 8 peaks each have their strengths, such as Xianshui Peak, excelling in water, Balian Peak, specializing in pill crafting, and Tianyan Peak, adept in talisman formations, among others. Newly admitted disciples after the ceremony will be selected by each peak based on their qualifications, temperament, and performance in assessments. The sect's rules only outline 3 fundamental principles, with all others deriving from them. No harming fellow disciples. Life and death duels must apply for a discussion platform. No treason or collusion with enemies. No using skills to harm the mundane. Violators will be punished according to the severity of the offense, with lighter offenses leading to the forfeiture of cultivation and heavier ones resulting in severe punishment. At the end of the Jade Slip is a message: the path of immortality is long. Let your heart be the rudder. Cultivate both inner and outer. Do not forget your origins. Reflect the Tao with your heart and prove the truth with your actions. The message within the Jade Slip flowed through his heart like a stream, and when the figure of 57 million years emerged, Fang Che's breath momentarily halted. In his past life, he had only known a civilization history of merely a few thousand years. Yet this number before him easily shattered Fang Che's understanding. The path of cultivation he was stepping into had existed long before he could imagine, and it would continue into a future beyond his comprehension. Shanqing Sect. Immortal Gate. The words Immortal Gate suddenly held a weight in Fang Che's heart that was palpably overwhelming. The room was silent, the spiritual mist swirling outside as usual. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the couch, relying on an instinctive feeling. The Jade Slip did not record any cultivation techniques, but its tranquil and harmonious aura felt like a clear spring lingering in his heart and subtly guiding him in the simplest breathing techniques. With each breath, the subtle spiritual energy swirling around within Fang Che's light blue robe resonated gently with the omnipresent spiritual mist surrounding him. This sitting lasted an indeterminate amount of time. Suddenly, a clear and distant bell rang, piercing through the fog and reverberating through the valley. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright, showing no signs of fatigue. Though he had sat up all night without sleep, he felt no weariness. Instead, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. Almost simultaneously with the fading echoes of the bell, sounds came from outside the door. Light and hurried footsteps, the rustling of clothing, and suppressed, yet excited conversations combined to create a wave of commotion. Fang Che brushed away non-existent creases on his robe and pushed the door open. In the corridor, several other youths dressed in light blue robes like him were emerging one after another. Fang Che's gaze shifted slightly, and he spotted Su Ling and Lu Qing, who had come with him yesterday. Their eyes briefly met in the air, and they nodded in acknowledgement, then instinctively turned to look in the same direction. Above the main peak, countless clouds were gradually parted by an invisible force, and colorful rainbow bridges twisted out from the depths of the sea of clouds spanning the sky and connecting the various peaks. A distant and clear cry of a crane came from the heavens as several cranes with wings like clouds led the flowing light patrolling the skies. The time has come. New disciples follow the rainbow bridge to the Taiching pool. A gentle and warm voice seemed to ripple through the hearts of everyone present. The waiting disciple in charge stepped forward first, firmly stepping onto the seemingly illusory, yet solid rainbow bridge. Like pebbles thrown into a still lake, ripples spread out and figures in light blue robes followed one after another. Fang Che stepped into the crowd, his figure quickly blending in. As he stepped on the rainbow bridge, it had a steady and substantial feel underfoot. With each step, faint light ripples spread out, merging into the colorful brilliance flowing through the bridge. The clouds surged on both sides, with occasional streams of light rising from deep within. The rainbow bridge extended forward seemingly without end, ultimately converging towards a more vast place within the sea of clouds. When the last section of the rainbow bridge disappeared beneath his feet, Fang Che's vision suddenly opened up. Before him lay a vast platform almost suspended in the firmament, its edges shrouded in swirling clouds and mist, with a clear yet unfathomably deep pool of water lying quietly at its center. This was the Taiching pool. Several elders from the law enforcement hall with profound auras were already waiting by the pool's edge. They wore dark robes, their expressions solemn, their eyes like lightning watching every new disciple who arrived. The water of the Taiching pool is no ordinary water. It is the convergence of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, a manifestation of the sect's fortune. An elder with a face like ancient jade and a long beard spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. You are entering the Immortal Gate for the first time, your spiritual roots just awakening, and your earthly hearts not yet faded. Today here is not for cultivation, but to cleanse the dust. However, he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over nearly 100 disciples in the field. His gaze was not oppressive, yet it involuntarily caused everyone to hold their breath and focus. The pool water also connects to the ethereal realms, reflecting one's true self. Anyone who unlawfully occupies another's body through extraordinary means, step back now and you may preserve your life. If you harbor any hopes of deception, once your spirit collides with the pool water, you will instantly turn to ashes. Your true spirit will not remain. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around the pool suddenly grew tense, and many disciples' expressions changed unpredictably. Fang Che's heart also tightened. He was not a soul's nature reborn, but rather a reincarnation. He had only recently regained his memories from his past life, and was uncertain what kind of anomalies would present themselves before such a mystical Taiching pool. A thread of hesitation arose from the depths of his heart, but was forcefully suppressed. In his past life, he had been bedridden, merely surviving. Now in this new life, he had the chance to tread the path of immortality. Despite the countless difficulties ahead, he was determined to give it a try. Fang Che quietly took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his heart, and directed his gaze towards the tranquil and unfathomable waters of the Taiching pool. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a pale-faced youth to his right front whose breath was quickening and whose eyes were flickering uncertainly. The elder with the long beard seemed to sense something and fixed his gaze on the youth, but did not rush him, quietly waiting. The youth suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse. I wish to withdraw. As soon as he spoke, several gazes turned towards him in unison. The elder with the long beard looked at him deeply, slowly nodding. Fine, step aside. The youth appeared as if granted a reprieve, stumbling back to the edge of the platform, lowering his head, deeply afraid to make eye contact with anyone. As if opening a floodgate, another slightly plump disciple stood up, his face pale. I also wish to withdraw. Me too, a weak female voice chimed in, her eyes filled with struggle and fear. In a matter of moments, 7 people had stepped forward, voluntarily giving up. Fang Che quietly watched this scene. He knew that among these 7 there might genuinely be someone who had usurped a body, but it was also possible that some were simply weak-willed, retreating in the face of difficulty. The elder with the long beard waited until no one else stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the remaining crowd, his voice still calm. Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? The scene fell silent. In that case, the elder waved his sleeve, stepped forward in order, and sit quietly on the lotus platform. The new disciples, upon hearing this, stepped into the pool in sequence. As Fang Che stepped into the pool water, a refreshing sensation rose from the soles of his feet, quickly spreading through his entire body. The pool water showed no unusual movement, and after a few breaths, the coolness gradually transformed into a warm spiritual energy, silently seeping through his skin and nourishing his meridians. Fang Che closed his eyes and focused, recalling the tranquil and harmonious aura from the jade slip last night. As he breathed, it subtly guided him towards the spiritual energy contained within the Taiching pool. The people in the pool gradually entered a better state, a faint green light emanating from their bodies, reflecting and mingling with the waters of the Taiching pool. However, after only half a stick of incense, an anomaly suddenly erupted. About 10 yards away from Fang Che, a seemingly ordinary male disciple found the water around him suddenly boiling, churning with bubbles as dark as ink. No! The disciple let out a shriek from his throat, his face twisted, color draining as he struggled to rise. Yet the lotus platform beneath him blazed with clear light, transforming into an invisible shackle that firmly locked his feet in place. In the next moment, the clear pool water burst forth with brilliant light, and that disciple, along with his light blue robe, disintegrated silently, like smoke, leaving not a trace behind. All of this occurred in just a few breaths. Some disciples gasped in shock, their faces turning pale, while others looked on with fervent reverence, whispering, "The majesty of the Shangqing sect truly does not allow a trace of filth to enter." The Shangqing sect, a giant of the Immortal Gate with a legacy of 57 million years, could not tolerate anyone of unknown origin occupying a body. The awe-inspiring might of the Immortals was fully displayed. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the spot where the disciple had disappeared. His expression seemed calm, but only he knew that in that fleeting moment his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the almost transparent ripples surrounding him continued to resonate harmoniously with the pool water, showing no signs of being affected. After this incident, the pool returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, the clear brilliance of the pool gradually faded, the warm glow resurfacing, and the elder's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The ceremony is complete. Exit the pool. Everyone followed the instruction, rising from the pool feeling clear-headed and light, their perception of the spiritual energy in the world significantly sharpened. More importantly, through the reflection of the pool water, an intangible recognition was imprinted in their hearts, making them truly feel the sense of being disciples of the Shangqing sect. The rainbow bridge appeared again, leading the disciples. Fang Che looked back. The Taiching pool had once again vanished into the vast mist, leaving only a hazy shadow. He turned back, his light blue robe fluttering in the flowing light. Fang Che gazed towards the distant towering immortal palaces, his expression calm and resolute. The path ahead was long, and this was just the beginning. At the end of the rainbow bridge, the sea of clouds surged, and the silhouette of a majestic hall slowly emerged from the vast mist. The three characters, Xianxing Hall, hung high above, silent and serene. Fang Che looked up. The entire hall appeared to be carved from ancient blue stone, devoid of intricate patterns, only the natural marks etched by time and the essence of Tao, exuding a sense of antiquity and solemnity. An overwhelming and desolate aura pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The crowd followed the long-bearded elder onto the jade platform where light flowed. The long-bearded elder stopped before the hall's entrance and solemnly said, "The inner hall is the core of our sect. The master and the peak leaders have been waiting for some time. Upon entering the hall, you must observe in silence and refrain from speaking unless asked." The heavy doors of the hall opened silently, releasing a refreshing aura mixed with a faint scent of sandalwood. "Enter." Fang Che stepped into the hall, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. In stark contrast to the ancient exterior, the interior space was extraordinarily lofty and vast, as if it formed its own realm. Dozens of giant pillars rose towards the heavens, seemingly scattered randomly, yet subtly resonating with some profound rhythm. The columns were entwined with intricate patterns that resembled dragons and clouds shimmering gently. Fang Che gazed for a moment, feeling dizzy, and quickly lowered his gaze to maintain his composure. Deep within the hall, several imposing figures could be seen faintly. Despite the distance, their presence emanated an aura akin to towering mountains and deep seas. On the high platform, 10 figures occupied their respective positions, each possessing a distinct demeanor, yet all profoundly inscrutable. The central figure wore a simple green Taoist robe with snow-white hair and a serene complexion, his eyes seeming to contain an endless sea of stars. Indeed, he was Dao Hong, the master of the Qingyun sect. As he sat quietly, an invisible essence of Tao flowed around him, as if he was one with the great hall, the sea of clouds, and the very heavens. The crowd approached the platform, bowing respectfully, none daring to move. The long-bearded elder stepped into the hall and respectfully saluted Dao Hong and the peak leaders on either side, saying, "Reporting to the master and the peak leaders, the 81 newly promoted direct disciples have arrived at the hall." "Good." A calm and resonant voice clearly reached everyone's ears. With just a single word, all the disciples' agitated spiritual energy, due to the pressure, was instantly pacified. To the left of Dao Hong sat an elder with a youthful face and gray hair, holding a jade whisk. He smiled and spoke, his voice not loud, but echoing throughout the hall. "I am the peak leader of Tianyan Peak, with the Tao named Zhenxian. Since you have entered this hall, you are now disciples of the Qingyun sect." He lightly waved his whisk, and before everyone's eyes 9 ethereal images of different celestial mountains appeared. "These are the foundations of our Qingyun sect, the 9 peaks, standing together, each inheriting a lineage of Tao." Zhenxian pointed at the ethereal images one by one, speaking slowly. "Taiching Peak, the center of Tao, holds authority, thus is the main peak. Ruijin Peak, forging the essence of gold, masters the metal laws. A Qingmu Peak, commanding the wood element, nurtures life, excels in wood laws. Xianxia Peak, controlling true water, understands gentleness, excels in water laws. Funjing Peak, mastering fire, refines true flames, excels in fire laws. Hutu Peak, bearing the essence of earth, solidifies the foundation, excels in earth laws. Balian Peak, merging all crafts, supervises creation, excels in alchemy and artifact refining. Xianling Peak, nurturing spirits and beasts, excels in the path of cultivation and harmony." Finally, Zhenxian pointed to a mountain shrouded in mist, seemingly real, yet illusory. Tianyan Peak, interpreting the heavenly mystery, discerning fate, and mastering the art of talisman and formation. Zhenxian withdrew his whisk, and the images of the 9 peaks gradually dissipated. His gaze swept across the nearly 100 youthful, yet expectant faces below, and he said slowly, "The path of the 9 peaks holds no distinction of high or low, only whether it resonates with your heart. Today I have summoned you here regarding your paths, which also concerns the inheritance of each peak." With Zhenxian's words, the hall fell into silence. In the center of the high platform, Dao Heng's gaze was warm as it slowly swept over everyone, ultimately resting on one person in the front. It was a young man with an elegant demeanor, standing tall like a pine tree, his presence calm and composed. Even under the previous pressure, the young man's expression showed no signs of disturbance. Among the newly admitted disciples, his talent, foundation, and background could be considered the best. "Yin Yao, Dao Hong began, your foundation is flawless and your talent is exceptional. Would you like to enter Taiching Peak and cultivate with me?" Yin Yao stepped forward, bowed deeply, and spoke gracefully. "I am Yin Yao, fortunate to receive the master's favor, and I shall obey your command." His tone was respectful, yet contained an air of calm assurance. "Congratulations, senior brother, on finding an exceptional disciple." Several peak leaders congratulated Dao Hong. "Good." Dao Hung nodded slightly. I shall only take Yun Yao this time. If the other peak leaders wish to recruit disciples, you may choose at your discretion. The crowd's gazes converged on Yun Yao, filled with admiration, reverence, and self-awareness. The position of the master's direct disciple was already decided, and the paths of the remaining disciples would lie among the other 8 peaks. To the right of Dao Hung, a slightly plump man with a hearty appearance couldn't contain himself any longer. He chuckled and clasped his hands, saying, "Since my senior brother has found a good disciple, I shall not hold back." His eyes sparkled as he directly looked down at the crowd, saying, "Zhu Lu Qing, you 2 little ones, why aren't you stepping forward to pay your respects to your master? Hold on, senior brother of Huda Peak." Before he finished speaking, from another side, a female cultivator dressed in a flowing green robe with a gentle yet vibrant aura gracefully rose. The master of Xianling Peak's eyes sparkled as she focused on a somewhat reserved girl among the disciples who emanated a faint natural aura. Her voice was gentle, yet her tone was firm. Lu Qing possesses dual spirit roots of earth and wood with a natural affinity. This girl should enter my Xianling Peak to study the path of nurturing so as not to waste this rare talent. If she enters your Hutu Peak, she might be buried and not appreciated for her remarkable spirit. The leader of Hutu Peak frowned his hearty face, showing a hint of urgency. "Junior sister, you are mistaken. Although Lu Qing has dual spirit roots, she possesses an earth spirit body, making her an excellent candidate to inherit our Hutu lineage. This time my senior brother will only choose 2. The words of the Hutu Peak leader contained a hint of concession. The Xianling Peak master smiled slightly, but conceded, "Not an inch. The number of disciples my senior brother selects is indeed his own matter. However, Lu Qing's talent aligns with my path, and junior sister does not wish to miss out on this valuable material." She paused slightly, turning her gaze towards the somewhat flustered girl below, her tone becoming even gentler. "Lu Qing, when choosing a path, listen to your heart. My Xianling Peak spends every day amidst divine plants and rare beasts. While it may seem tedious, the life and death of every plant and creature are the most vivid manifestations of the great Tao. The pleasure and accomplishments found therein cannot be compared to mere closed-door cultivation. Junior sister of Xianling." The Hutu Peak leader's voice involuntarily rose, tinged with a mix of helplessness and frustration. "What you are saying makes it seem as though my Hutu Peak is filled with those who are closed-minded and unyielding. The earth bears all and nurtures all beings. Er Peak's Tao lineage also encompasses all living things, but it places greater emphasis on a stable foundation. Lu Qing, do not heed your uncle's exaggeration. The trifling tasks of tending to flowers and caring for beast gardens cannot compare to understanding the origins of the earth and aligning with the majestic Tao of mountains and rivers." He emphasized the tasks of tending to flowers and caring for beast gardens, making the words particularly clear in the silent hall. The Xianling Peak master's gentle expression suddenly stiffened, and the natural aura that had previously enveloped her transformed in an instant. "Does my senior brother imply that our Xianling Peak's Tao lineage is shallow?" The Hutu Peak leader's expression froze slightly, and his plump figure subtly retreated. Cough, I misspoke, junior sister, please do not take offense." He coughed a couple of times, quickly shifting his gaze to the girl below and speaking more rapidly. "In that case, Lu Qing, will you enter my Huda Peak or Xianling Peak? You decide." The pressure suddenly fell entirely on Lu Qing's shoulders. The girl took a deep breath, her gaze lingering briefly between the 2 peak leaders, and then she stepped forward without hesitation, deeply bowing towards the Xianling Peak master. "I am Lu Qing, willing to enter Xianling Peak to study the path of nurturing nature." The aura around the Xianling Peak master dissipated instantly, and a slight smile curved her lips as she gently nodded at Lu Qing, saying, "Good, come stand over here." The Hutu Peak leader watched Lu Qing stand beside the Xianling Peak master, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately just shook his head, slightly discontent as he touched his nose. He then bellowed towards the crowd below, Zhu, you silly boy, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come forward to pay your respects to your master." Under everyone's gaze, the boy named Zhu shrank his neck, scratching his head innocently, and obediently stood before the Hutu Peak leader, bowing deeply. On the high platform, Dao Hung observed everything calmly, his expression remaining warm and steady. The other peak leaders also bore varied expressions, their gazes already beginning to shift towards other outstanding disciples. Outside the hall on the white jade plaza, the elders of each peak stood seemingly at ease, yet their gazes subtly flicked towards the tightly closed azure hall door. Most of the people had already settled on their preferred disciples, waiting for the peak masters inside the hall to make their selections first. "I wonder if the little girl I have my eye on will be chosen by the master of the Burning Silence Peak." A female elder from the 100 Refinements Peak spoke softly to her companion, a trace of worry flashing between her brows. "The peak master's standards are exceedingly high. Whoever he chooses will surely be a rare gem. Sister, do not worry." Her companion reassured her gently. Meanwhile, on one side of the crowd, several extraordinary elders appeared calm, yet their divine senses had already enveloped the direction of the hall door. My fellow brothers. The Xianming Jinren gently stroked his beard, his voice resonating in the minds of the others. Could it be that you are all interested in that little one with top-tier 5 elements spiritual roots? Did not my brother say the path of the 5 elements spiritual roots is fraught with difficulties? Why do you have the interest to come here today? The Qingxiao Jinren, standing tall and radiating a sharp aura like a drawn sword, responded with a teasing tone. Could it be that my brother has taken a liking to that little one? Hearing this, the Xianming Jinren coughed twice and transmitted cough. Precisely because the path is so arduous and not suitable for ordinary guidance, I fear that you brothers may lack the insight to grasp the key points, thus misplacing fine materials and exquisite gems. His words were subtle, yet the several Jinren present were all highly accomplished, their minds clear, and they silently looked down on him. While you brothers are waiting here, the Qingxiao Jinren smiled, yet his tone slightly shifted. Are you not worried that the little one has already caught the attention of a certain peak master inside the hall? The previously silent Zilei Jinren snorted coldly, his voice rumbling like muffled thunder through the minds of the others. Though top-tier 5 elements spiritual roots are rare, their pros and cons are glaringly obvious. Moreover, the hall is filled with this generation's talents, and there are several with exceptional spiritual roots among them. He stands out little among them. Standing quietly aside, the Yunlan Jinren, dressed in white, her robes fluttering gently in the wind, slightly raised her brow and cast a casual glance at Xianming and Zilei, smiling lightly. Since both brothers are determined to have him, why not make a bet? Zilei Jinren's eyes flickered with lightning, his voice like distant thunder. What are the terms of the bet? Let's wager on who can take this child as a disciple. If none of us succeed, it will be a draw, and the bet will be off. If one side succeeds, the others must each present a Taiching pill. The Taiching pill, a secret recipe of the Shangqing sect, is refined using various thousand-year-old spiritual herbs combined with secret methods. It helps nascent soul Jinren purify their mana and condense their spiritual powers enough to save decades of hard training, and exceptionally precious. Even for those of their status, it was a rare treasure. The Xianming Jinren stopped stroking his beard, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Sister, are you so certain? Do you have a plan already? I merely set up a game for some fun, the Yunlan Jinren replied casually, then turned to the side. Qingxiao brother and Gu Qin brother, do you wish to join the bet? I will not join this excitement. The Qingxiao Jinren waved his hand, fully aware that his sister, though appearing ethereal and elegant, was quite meticulous in her thoughts. At this moment she was setting up a game. He wondered what trap she had hidden. Moreover, he had no interest in Fang Che. The Qinggu Jinren shook his head in refusal. He too had no interest in the 5 elements spiritual roots. The Yunlan Jinren nodded and turned back to Xianming and Zilei, softly asking, have you two brothers made a decision? If you're not interested, I won't force you, sister. The Xianming Jinren and Zilei Jinren exchanged glances, both sensing that there might be something unusual, yet the temptation of the Taiching pill was indeed significant, and they both had confidence. Let's gamble then. Zilei Jinren's voice was like deep thunder. I shall accompany you in this. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Xianming Jinren nodded in agreement. In the moment they agreed to the bet, they did not notice that within the sleeve of the Yunlan Jinren, her slender fingers lightly traced a motion like a drawing, and an invisible talisman quietly took shape. The talisman silently penetrated the space and floated into the Xianxing Hall. Inside the hall, Fang Che stood quietly in the back row, observing with calm focus. Since entering the hall, the gazes of the peak masters had mostly fallen on those with exceptional spiritual roots or on the youths with special physiques. Though his 5 element spiritual roots had caused a stir, their pros and cons were evident, and he clearly did not capture their attention. Those with 5 element spiritual roots, if they could succeed in their cultivation, would have their elements circulating within them, forming a natural cycle, and were certainly not ordinary. However, their cultivation progress had always lagged far behind their peers, and the resources consumed were several times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary cultivators. Achieving success in cultivation was no easy feat. Historically, those with fully developed 5 element spiritual roots were fewer than 1 in 1,000. On the high platform, the master of the Xian Shui Peak sat like a statue carved from white jade, her moon-white robes radiating a gentle light, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her beauty so remarkable that it made others feel ashamed, instilling no sense of disrespect. She preferred tranquility and had not taken a disciple for thousands of years. The noise within the hall seemed to have nothing to do with her. Suddenly, the master of the Xian Shui Peak's long lashes trembled almost imperceptibly, and a familiar transmission reached her ears, the tone imbued with affection and childlike innocence. Sister, you are the best. There's a little one named Fang Che in the hall possessing top-tier 5 elements spiritual roots, and his temperament is extremely compatible with mine. Good sister, could you take him in for me? I'm begging you, as long as you nod your head for the next 100 years, no, for the next 1,000 years. I will personally brew your favorite Jian calming dew tea every day, and I will never go back on my word. Please do not let him be taken by others. A barely perceptible smile curled at the lips of the Xian Shui peak master, her cold and ethereal demeanor softening momentarily. In front of her sister, the Yunlan Jinren, who was always aloof and refined, would only act so unrestrained. However, Yunlan had always had high standards and had not taken in any direct disciple for many years. It was unexpected that she would go so far as to use secret methods to transmit into the hall. The master of the Xian Shui peak's gaze did not waver, yet her divine sense, like formless water, silently swept over the disciples below, quickly locking onto a slender youth standing slightly behind. The young man's face still bore a hint of youthfulness, yet his expression was calm, his eyes clear and warm, standing straight, like a pine tree, his aura extremely restrained. His temperament is calm and composed, and his spiritual resonance is naturally present. No wonder my sister favors him, the master of the Xian Shui peak thought to herself. Just then the master of the Burning Silence peak had chosen an exceptional boy with fire spiritual roots, and the master of the Sharp Gold peak had also selected an exceptional girl with gold spiritual roots. The master of the Tianyan peak cast his gaze several times towards Fang Che's direction, as if sensing something, momentarily pondering, undecided. Just as he was about to speak, the master of the Xian Shui peak, who had remained silent and was nearly regarded as background by everyone, suddenly raised her eyes. Her gaze, cold and clear, fell upon the back of the platform, her voice crisp and chilly, not loud, yet instantly drowning out all the subtle sounds in the hall, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Fang Che, who was immersed in his own thoughts, analyzing the characteristics of each peak, was momentarily taken aback by the call, slightly surprised. He quickly gathered his thoughts, stepped forward, bowed, and replied steadily, "Disciple is here. Are you willing to join my Xian Shui peak for cultivation?" The master of the Xian Shui peak asked in a flat tone, exuding an air of purity. Fang Che's heart jolted as he suddenly looked up, not expecting that this most ethereal master would want to take him as a disciple. Scenes of introductions regarding the Xian Shui peak flashed quickly through his mind. The highest virtue is like water, which benefits all things without contention. Water is the softest yet the hardest, it can descend, yet also embrace, nourishing all, cleansing the filthy, adapting to shapes and situations, yet pervading without a gap. He possessed 5 elements spiritual roots, needing balance and inclusiveness, accommodating all rivers. The Xian Shui peak might be the most suitable for him. Moreover, he had no choice. The peak master had personally spoken, how could he refuse? In a brief moment, Fang Che's thoughts spun rapidly. Disciple is willing. Fang Che took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. The master of the Xian Shui peak slightly nodded, not saying more. A beam of clear light shot out, gently enveloping Fang Che and bringing him to her side. This act signified that his allegiance was now determined. The hall fell silent for a moment. The master of the thick earth peak stroked his chin, contemplative, while the other peak masters, and even the Dao Heng Jinren, cast a few more glances at Fang Che, all pondering silently. The master of the Xian Shui peak held a high status, as pure and serene as the moon. This boy, possessing only top-tier 5 elements spiritual roots, what was so special about him that he could attract her to make an exception to take him as a disciple? Outside the hall, the Yunlan Jinren received a response, and her eyes shone with deeper joy. The palace doors slowly opened, and the moonlight poured in like a tide, washing over the jade steps. As Fang Che stepped out half a step behind the master of Xian Shui peak, he could clearly feel several gazes gathering from outside the hall. His expression was calm as he followed the serene figure ahead into the moonlight. The master of Xian Shui peak did not pause, heading northward, while Fang Che trailed behind, distancing himself from the subtle discussions that arose behind him. Zile Jinren glared at Yunlan Jinren, lightning flickering around him, and his breath grew heavier. At this point, he realized that he had been outsmarted by this seemingly harmless junior sister from beginning to end. Xiaming Jinren also shook his head with a wry smile. She truly has a clever mind. I appreciate your kindness. Yunlan Jinren met the ardent gazes of her 2 senior brothers, her eyes curving into a smile as she revealed a hint of tiger teeth. Their figures disappeared into a corridor by the water, where the sound of the stream outside was particularly clear in the quiet night. I need to clarify a few things with you, as we were rushed in the hall earlier. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Fang Che raised his head to see the master of Xian Shui peak had stopped and turned around. She stood by the corridor beside a shallow creek winding along the mountainside. The moonlight fractured into countless silver scales on the water's surface and scattered its soft brilliance on her moon-white robe. In that moment, she did not seem to be standing by the water's edge, but rather like a moonlit shadow formed from the water. I am not your master. Today I choose you as a disciple on behalf of my junior sister Yunlan. She is indeed the master you should worship. The master of Xian Shui peak paused, her eyes under the moonlight clear and deep reflecting Fang Che's slightly stunned face. The sound of the stream flowed softly as the moonlight glided. Are you disappointed? Fang Che understood in his heart. The master of Xianshui Peak appearing as cold as the moon suddenly chose to accept him as a disciple, and it turned out that this was the reason. He calmed his mind and bowed deeply, saying solemnly, "The master and my true master wish to plan for me in this manner, which shows their importance. I can only feel grateful and not disappointed." The master of Xianshui Peak remained silent for a moment, her cold gaze shifting to the gurgling stream outside the corridor, her voice carrying a barely noticeable hint of warmth. "This item is for you." She gently raised her elegant hand, and a delicate ice-blue jade vial floated before Fang Che, the vial being transparent, with swirling cold mist. Upon its appearance, the water's spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to become more vibrant. "This is the Xianshui Essence Pill, made with the 1,000-year water spirit from the depths of the extreme northern Xian ice, supplemented with dozens of auxiliary herbs refined through the cold springs of the earth. This pill can help you stabilize the rotation of the 5 elements and reduce the risk of energy conflicts." Before her voice faded, she transformed into a wisp of clear light, merging into the moonlit stream as if she had never existed. "Thank you, master, for the pill." Fang Che respectfully bowed to the emptiness. He did not expect that this master as cold as the moonlight would consider him so carefully and prepare such a fitting and precious pill. As for changing masters, Fang Che did not mind. Not to mention that he had only just met the master of Xianshui Peak. The master he had yet to meet must also be someone extraordinary to have garnered such attention and assistance from the cold master. Little 13. A gentle call came from behind. Fang Che turned to see a graceful female cultivator standing outside the corridor, her demeanor elegant. Fang Che's heart stirred slightly. This must be his yet-to-meet master, Yunlan Jinren. Yunlan Zenren's eyes curved into crescents in stark contrast to the serene moon-like figure of the master of Xianshui Peak. She pretended to count on her fingers, saying, "You are my 13th disciple, so I'll call you Little 13 from now on." "Little 13, she called again, her voice like a gentle spring striking a stone filled with mirth. "Come here, let master take a look at you." Fang Che stepped forward as instructed, respectfully bowing. "Disciple Fang Che pays respects to master." "Oh, no need for excessive formalities." Yunlan Jinren waved her hand, dismissively stepping closer with an even deeper smile in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Your foundation is solid and your temperament is calm. More importantly," she paused, a hint of tiger teeth appearing at the corner of her lips, "you are quite handsome, indeed worthy of being the delightful bun I chose at first sight." Master's praise is unwarranted. Fang Che lowered his gaze, yet felt that this new master's temperament seemed to contrast sharply with her elegant and ethereal appearance, revealing a rather unexpected disparity. "This is no unwarranted praise," Yunlan Jinren said with a light smile. Then she waved her slender hand, and a flying sword emitting a faint cyan glow hovered beside her. She lightly stepped onto it and beckoned to Fang Che. "Do you know, in order to get you, master has put in quite an effort." Fang Che paused, slightly looking at her in confusion. Yunlan Jinren smiled even more happily, saying, "Thanks to you, master has won 2 Tai Ching pills from your 2 senior brothers." As she spoke, she flipped her hand, and a pill the size of a longan radiating a faint glow and fragrance appeared in her palm, then unceremoniously stuffed it into Fang Che's hand. "Here, this one is for you. The gift for becoming your disciple can wait. Consider this a small meeting gift." After speaking, the flying sword beneath her let out a clear sound, suddenly transforming into a streak of azure light breaking through the clouds and sliding into the vast night sky. Fang Che stood behind Yunlan Jinren, the night wind howling as it made his robe flutter. Experiencing such height for the first time, riding the wind, the novelty and excitement of being off the ground caused Fang Che to unconsciously slow his breathing. "Hold steady, Little 13. Yunlan Zenren's voice filled with laughter came from ahead. "If you're scared, it's also fine to hold on to master." Fang Che pressed his lips together, steadied himself, and kept his hands respectfully at his sides, his voice muffled in the wind. "Disciple is not afraid." "Really?" Yunlan Jinren suddenly laughed lightly, and without warning the flying sword dipped slightly before gracefully leaping upward like a fish tracing a slightly steep arc. The momentary sensation of weightlessness caused Fang Che's body to sway, but he quickly steadied himself. Quite stable. Yunlan Jinren seemed to find it amusing, and the flying sword began to fly less steadily, occasionally tilting and speeding up to dive slightly. She quietly turned her gaze to observe Fang Che's every move. Seeing Fang Che diligently maintaining his balance, his little face, tense lips pressed into a line though slightly awkward, he showed no signs of abnormality. Yunlan Zenren's eyes sparkled with mischief as she deliberately commanded the flying sword to soar, suddenly charging straight into a thick sea of clouds. Instantly, everything around turned white, and the cold moisture struck Fang Che's face instantly, wetting his hair and robes. "Master." Fang Che finally couldn't help but speak, his voice somewhat intermittent in the wind. Do we have to fly like this? Isn't flying like this fun? The flying sword continued to weave through the clouds while Yunlan Jinren stood firmly. She leaned closer, her eyes filled with cunning mischief. Look at these clouds. Don't they resemble cotton candy from the mortal realm? Do you want to touch them? As she spoke, she actually reached out and scooped a handful of cool, damp cloud mist, gently brushing it across Fang Che's cheek. The icy, moist sensation pressed against his skin caused Fang Che to instinctively blink, watching the mischievous smile on Yunlan Zenrin's stunning face. A new understanding of her arose in his heart, and the barriers and reservations he felt began to gradually fade. This master truly had a childlike innocence and a lively temperament. Fang Che felt somewhat helpless and muttered, "Master, I am 9 years old. This you're not a child." Yunlan Jinren, hearing this, arched her eyes into crescent moons, deliberately elongating her tone. "Ah, so it turns out our little 13 is already 9 years old." She straightened up, nodding seriously. "I thought you were already 90, otherwise why would you be so mature?" Fang Che was momentarily speechless, silently shifting his gaze to the rolling sea of clouds beneath them. "Could I tell you that with 2 souls combined, I am nearly 30 years old. In terms of age, I could probably be considered your..." He unconsciously glanced at Yunlan Zenrin's profile, which looked extraordinarily exquisite and ethereal under the moonlight. All right, Fang Che silently retracted his previous comparisons. In this realm of cultivation, those with profound cultivation have long lifespans. As a nascent soul cultivator, Yunlan Jinren's true age likely far exceeds several hundred years. In his past life, she could easily have been his ancestor. The night breeze brushed against the collar, carrying the dampness and coolness of the clouds. The flying sword sliced through the last wisp of thin mist, gradually revealing the outline of Xianshui Peak, which was not a steep and solitary perilous peak, but rather embraced by several mountain ridges. At the summit of the main peak, instead of the snowy white landscape that Fang Che was accustomed to in his past life, there lay a vast sea of bamboo. As the night breeze passed, the dark green waves surged in layers, the rustling sound resembling a gentle rain, echoing with the constant babbling of water between the peaks. As Fang Che was gazing, the voice of real person Yunlan came from a head deep within that bamboo. "See lies the future place of quiet cultivation for Xiao Shisan." The flying sword descended slowly, and the two walked along the stream with moonlight spilling over the mountain path and bamboo shadows dancing on either side. Fang Che's gaze fell upon the damp moss on the stone steps, droplets of water hanging from the eaves, and in the distance the mountain stream shimmered under the moonlight, enveloped in a misty haze. The presence of water was everywhere, yet it was not turbulent, silently nurturing each bamboo leaf and every stone. Even the breeze that brushed his face carried a refreshing coolness. Xianshui Peak is perpetually shrouded in mist, thus the spiritual energy carries a hint of moisture, which is beneficial for nourishing the soul and calming the mind. Real person Yunlan moved gracefully, her voice blending with the surrounding water sounds. As they walked deeper into the bamboo forest, a tranquil little courtyard appeared before them, with a simple wooden plaque hanging at the gate, inscribed with the words Ting, Zhu, Xian, the brush strokes slender and flowing like bamboo branches drooping. Real person Yunlan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, a smile in her eyes. "We have arrived. This is Xiao Shisan's residence. Does it meet your approval?" Fang Che looked up and saw 3 silent rooms standing quietly amidst the bamboo shadows, and a clear spring in the courtyard reflecting the moonlight with ripples shimmering. "It's serene and pleasant. I am very pleased." She led Fang Che into the courtyard and pointed to the clear spring, saying, "This spring connects to a branch of the spiritual vein. Within the peak, the water is pure and rich in spiritual energy, which greatly benefits cultivation." Real person Yunlan took out a green jade token. "Xiao Shisan, this is your identity token." She lightly pointed at it, and Fang Che suddenly felt a cool sensation at his brow as a faint breath of his soul was subtly drawn out, landing into the jade. Before he could react, he saw a point of bluish light igniting within the jade token. The rhythm of that light's flickering gradually resonated with his heartbeat. A strange feeling arose, as if the jade token had become an extension of his body. "I have already lit the soul lamp for you. This lamp is guided by the breath of your soul and will also illuminate within the peak." Real person Yunlan gently placed the jade token in Fang Che's palm. Her fingertip casually brushed over his wrist, bringing a slight cool touch. "If you encounter danger, the light will flicker and all the teachers within the peak will sense it. With this token, you can freely enter and exit Ting, Zhu, Xian, and control the restrictions here. From now on, this courtyard will belong solely to you." At this point, real person Yunlan suddenly leaned forward, the moonlight illuminating her eyes with a playful smile. "Xiao Shisan just arrived at this vast Ting, Zhu, Xian, living alone. Do you not feel lonely? Would you like to stay tonight?" She lowered her voice intentionally and paused to tell you some interesting stories about Xianshui Peak. For instance, the great snake that has slept for 3,000 years in the cold pond at the back mountain, or the white figure that appears deep in the bamboo sea every full moon. The master's kindness is appreciated, do I understand? Fang Che took a half step back, respectfully bowed, and spoke calmly. However, I have just entered the mountain today and wish to familiarize myself with my residents first. Real person Yunlan looked at his serious expression, suddenly bursting into laughter. All right, I didn't expect you to be so bold, Xiao Shi-san. Very well, I will let you be tonight. As she turned to leave the courtyard, her pure white figure almost disappearing into the swirling bamboo shadows, she turned back with a light laugh. However, those stories I just mentioned are not made up to trick you. If you ever feel scared at night, you can come to find me anytime. After saying this, real person Yunlan's figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, merging into the boundless bamboo waves. Fang Che stood alone in the courtyard after a long time. He gently exhaled, looking down at the warm jade token in his hand, then gazing in the direction where real person Yunlan had disappeared, smiling helplessly. The sound of the bamboo was like water flowing throughout the night. Before dawn, Fang Che had already risen. As he pushed the door open, the morning breeze was crisp, bringing with it the lingering moisture from the night. He took a deep breath. The air of Xianshui Peak was exceptionally refreshing, as if it could cleanse his lungs. At dawn, he tidied up the courtyard. He found a long broom made of bamboo branches in the corner of the quiet room, light and resilient in hand, untouched by dust, though he did not know how many years this old object had been there. The sound of the broom brushing against the stone slabs echoed clearly in the tranquil morning. Fang Che swept meticulously from beneath the eaves to the spring, even brushing away the scattered bamboo leaves that had fallen into the cracks of the stones from the previous night. After tidying up the courtyard, he walked to the spring, cupping a handful of crystal-clear spring water. The water felt icy to the touch, rich in spiritual energy, and just a sip made Fang Che feel his mind clear. As he was savoring this, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching slowly on the bamboo-lined path outside the courtyard. Fang Che paused, standing up to look. Amidst the bamboo shadows, a tall figure gradually approached. The newcomer was dressed in a simple blue Taoist robe, with a jade token similar to his hanging at his waist, though its luster was more subtle and reserved. He appeared to be in his 20s, with clear brows and eyes, a calm demeanor. As he walked, his robes brushed past the blades of grass, without disturbing a single leaf, clearly not lacking in cultivation. He stopped a few steps away from the courtyard gate, his gentle gaze falling upon Fang Che. Are you Fang Che, junior brother? His voice was clear, neither too high nor too low. I am Shun Qingyan, the third disciple of Master Yunlan. Fang Che returned the greetings, third senior brother. Shun Qingyan smiled and nodded, raising his hand in a gesture of support. Junior brother need not be so formal. Since you are new here, I wonder if you are accustomed to it. Though Ting Zhu Xian seems secluded, the spiritual energy here is pure and suited for quiet cultivation. His tone was sincere, and Fang Che could sense the genuine concern behind his words, feeling a warmth in his heart. In response, senior brother, this place is very good. However, Fang Che pondered for a moment and voiced a question that had been swirling in his mind all night. Last night, master brought me here, but did not mention anything about the cultivation methods. I wonder if the method for drawing qi and foundation establishment requires me to seek it from the scriptures pavilion, or if master has other arrangements. Last night, real person Yunlan did not impart any cultivation methods to him, leaving him somewhat confused. He felt it should be placed within the house, but after searching he found nothing. Shun Qingyan smiled knowingly at his words. Junior brother, your eagerness to learn and inquire is commendable. Since you asked, I'll briefly explain it to you. Our cultivators have a long path ahead, yet a towering building rises from the ground. The first three realms are the foundation, divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, and golden core. The qi refinement stage marks the beginning of questioning the path, divided into 9 layers. This realm emphasizes sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing qi into the body, circulating through the meridians, transforming external spiritual energy into one's own magical power, like streams flowing into the dantian. Once the qi refinement is perfected and the qi sea is filled, one can attempt foundation establishment. Foundation establishment is to establish the foundation of the Tao, requiring one to condense and compress the spiritual energy within the body into liquid true essence, sinking it into the dantian to construct the Tao platform. At this point, Shun Qingyan paused slightly, speaking candidly. I am also in this realm, not to hide anything from you, junior brother. He then turned solemn, gazing at the sky with a hint of seriousness, and said slowly, once foundation establishment is complete, one can aspire to the path of golden core. The golden core is the essence of one's life and cultivation. Those who step into this realm can live for 500 years. He continued, only upon entering the golden core realm can one truly embark on the path of seeking longevity and glimpse the principles of heaven and earth. Shun Qingyan looked at Fang Che, his gaze gentle. As for the entry methods you inquired about, the sect has already considered this thoroughly. New disciples, due to their youth and initial emergence of spiritual roots, are like uncarved jade waiting to be polished. Therefore, the sect has set rules before reaching the later stage of Qi refining. All must attend evening classes. From today onwards, every evening at the hour of you must go to Taiching Palace to practice together with other new disciples. During the evening classes, a transmission master will teach the Shangqing Qi drawing method and the essentials of cultivation, also nurturing the temperament and discerning the path. Only through this can disciples avoid falling short of their master's name and disgrace the sect's prestige. I see now Fang Che understood his doubts dissipating, and he bowed again, saying, "Thank you for clarifying, senior brother." Shun Qingjian's few words offered Fang Che a glimpse into the tip of the iceberg of this magnificent immortal sect. Their philosophy of cultivating disciples emphasizes both internal and external training, with a clear atmosphere and deep considerations in training their disciples, which was truly admirable. In this light, it was not surprising that such an immortal sect could last for nearly 6 million years. "It's just part of my duties." Shun Qingyan waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, noticing the stone steps were clean and unblemished, clearly already swept. His gaze slowly returned to Fang Che. The boy before him was merely 9 years old, yet he already displayed a tall and upright demeanor with brows and eyes like paintings. His dark hair, simply tied up with a plain bamboo hairpin, while a few strands of hair gently brushed against his jade-like cheeks in the breeze. Dressed in moon-white Taoist robes, he appeared even slimmer, like bamboo, standing quietly by the spring. Though still young, he exuded an ethereal grace. Though his figure was not yet complete, his demeanor was already strikingly refined. This child was diligent and disciplined, with innate spiritual beauty and a good temperament. Possessing a top-grade 5-element spiritual root and extraordinary talent, it was no wonder that the master, who had not accepted a disciple for a long time, would take him under his wing and personally arrange for him to stay at Tingzhuxian. Shun Qingyan felt a sense of fondness rise within him, his eyes reflecting increasing admiration as he warmly praised, "Junior brother, you are diligent and disciplined, spiritually gifted, and your temperament is commendable. Great things await you on the path." Fang Che felt his ears warm at such straightforward and sincere praise. He slightly inclined his body and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. As a junior who has just entered the sect, I can only work diligently and not disappoint master's high expectations or this opportunity for immortality." Shun Qingjian's eyes sparkled with deeper amusement. This young man possessed excellent talent and character, yet he was neither arrogant nor impatient, which was truly rare. "It should be so." He nodded and then took out an item from his sleeve, which was a palm-sized plain white jade slip. "This is a simplified map of Xianshui Peak and some important locations in the sect. Since you are new here, it will save you a lot of trouble. You only need to probe it with a trace of weak spiritual energy to view it. Once you learn the air conduction technique tonight, you will be able to use it. Thank you, senior brother." Fang Che received it with both hands, feeling a slight chill and a weighty presence. Although Tingzhu Pavilion is simple, all the daily necessities are prepared in the cabinets inside, all brand new and dust-free, so you may use them freely. If you have any shortages in the future, or if there are any unclear points in your cultivation, you can come to find me at the secluded residence on the east side of Linhai. After giving his instructions, Shun Qingyan noticed that Fang Che had put away the jade slip. He looked up at the sky and said warmly, "Although cultivators do not place much importance on material desires, spiritual plants and meals greatly benefit the body and enhance spiritual energy. While the pill of abstinence can satisfy hunger, it is ultimately just a temporary solution. The spiritual energy it contains is minimal, only enough to sustain life, but it is of no benefit in nourishing the meridians or solidifying the foundation. In our cultivation, we emphasize dining on ethereal mists and drinking, taking in the spiritual materials of heaven and earth to nourish ourselves. Especially since you have not yet begun to guide your qi, you must use this to solidify your foundation and must not seek convenience at the cost of the essence. The timing is just right today, and let me take you to the dining hall to familiarize yourself with the path, so it will be easier for you to go on your own in the future. Thank you for leading the way, senior brother." Fang Che readily agreed. "Follow me." Shun Qingyan smiled slightly and turned to lead the way. The two of them left Tingzhu Pavilion one after another, but did not take the main path down the mountain. Instead, they veered towards a narrower stone path on the other side of the bamboo forest. The path was hidden among the bamboo, exceptionally quiet, with streams branching along the way, the sound of water gurgling in harmony with the rustling of the bamboo. This is a shortcut to the dining hall of Xianshui Peak. Although it is a bit rugged, the scenery is beautiful and it is less disturbed by people. Shun Qingyan walked leisurely and spoke as he walked. The dining hall offers dishes from all peaks with ingredients sourced from various peak spirit fields or medicinal farms managed and cooked by disciples assigned to this task. Our Xianshui Peak, being abundant in water spirits, produces specialties such as ethereal bamboo shoots, Bichuan rice, and silver fish from the cold pool, which are rich in spiritual energy and quite popular. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the bamboo forest ahead grew sparse, the terrain slightly sloped, revealing a wide, gentle hill. On the slope, a few ancient and spacious wooden halls were built against the mountain, though not as towering as Xinshui Hall. They were still serene and elegant, with bundles of dried spiritual herbs hanging from the eaves, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. At this moment, it was mealtime, and many disciples dressed in plain white robes were coming and going. The atmosphere was calm and not noisy. Shen Qingyan and Fang Che stepped into the dining hall. Although their movements were not loud, they still attracted quite a few gazes. Shen Qingyan, being a direct disciple of Elder Yunlan, had noteworthy cultivation and demeanor among the younger generation, earning considerable prestige within Xinshui Peak and the sect. At this moment, seeing a somewhat unfamiliar young boy following him, and that the boy's robe was also of the direct disciple style, everyone immediately understood that this must be the new disciple of Elder Yunlan. A few nearby inner disciples stood up to greet him, saying, "Senior Brother Shin." After the greeting, their gaze naturally fell upon Fang Che, and an older disciple hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Brother Shin, may I ask who this junior brother is?" "This is Fang Che, the new disciple taken in by my master Shen Qingyan," said, clearly confirming everyone's speculations. The disciple quickly cupped his hands toward Fang Che, his attitude serious. "So it's Senior Brother Fang. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of Elder Yunlan. We will be cultivating together at Xinshui Peak from now on, and I hope you will guide me in the future." Hearing the term senior brother caused Fang Che to feel slightly taken aback. He was only 9 years old, and this disciple appeared much older than him, yet he was showing him respect and addressing him as senior brother. This was completely different from the scenes he had read in online novels during his previous life, where newcomers were often ridiculed and bullied. Seeing this, Shen Qingyan's lips curled slightly as he whispered, "Since you have entered Master's fold, you are naturally considered a senior brother among the fellow disciples at Xinshui Peak. This is customary, so you will get used to it in time." The disciple kindly took the initiative to explain, "Senior brother is new here and may not be used to it yet. We cultivators live long lives, often retreating for decades at a time. Among fellow disciples, we refer to each other based on the order of entry and master-apprentice relationships. Senior brother, you are from the lineage of Elder Yunlan and are thus deserving of this title." Fang Che understood upon hearing this. Indeed, this place was no ordinary world. Cultivators had long lifespans, so it was impossible to measure seniority with mundane perspectives. Fang Che straightened his expression. Though his demeanor seemed slightly awkward due to his youth, he spoke calmly and clearly, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. I have just entered the sect and am still somewhat ignorant of the rules and etiquette. If I act inappropriately in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me." Another quick-witted disciple responded with a smile, "Enlightenment is too much to ask for. Senior brother, if you have any uncertainties while walking in the peak, feel free to ask us." After the greetings subsided, Shen Qingyan timely spoke up, "Junior brother Fang has just arrived today and still needs to familiarize himself with the environment, so I won't delay your meal any longer." The disciples understood and dispersed, but as they returned to their seats, they couldn't help but steal glances at the new direct disciple. This senior brother Fang is young, yet his demeanor is steady. After all, he is from Elder Yunlan's lineage. He seems quite reasonable. Perhaps we can approach him for advice later. The hall was spacious and bright, with dozens of wooden tables arranged. Along one side, there was a long wooden counter behind which smoke rose as several disciples were busy. Upon seeing Shen Qingyan leading Fang Che over, a disciple who seemed to be in charge of this place's affairs brightened up, his attitude respectful yet familiar. "Senior brother Shen, you're here. This must be senior brother Fang, the new disciple of Elder Yunlan." He said this while bowing to Fang Che, his eyes full of curiosity. Shen Qingyan nodded, and then said to Fang Che, "The spiritual meals regularly prepared here are all provided by the sect, and you do not need to spend contribution points or spirit stones. However, if you wish to eat some rarer spiritual meals that are particularly beneficial for specific cultivation levels, you will need to exchange contribution points earned from tasks or spirit stones separately." Fang Che selected a few dishes that piqued his interest and sat down with Shen Qingyan in a quiet corner. He first tried a bite of the stir-fried bamboo shoots and found it crunchy and sweet, with a faint herbal freshness spreading in his mouth. The taste was somewhat similar to bamboo shoots he had eaten in his previous life, yet completely different, exceptionally clean and refreshing. What a wonderful flavor. Fang Che couldn't help but softly praise it, then tried the silver fish. A gentle coolness slid down his throat and warm sensations spread in his chest and abdomen. "I wonder how those even rarer spiritual meals are different." "The difference, huh?" Shen Qingyan pondered for a moment, as if weighing his words. "Those spiritual meals either use ingredients that are older spirit herbs or contain purer spiritual power from beast meat. When prepared, they are often cooked with special methods to lock in or even enhance the spiritual energy therein. The effects of consuming one meal might be equivalent to several days of hard cultivation." He then slightly changed his tone, speaking gently, "Yet seriously, it's not that I am stingy, junior brother, but since you have not yet guided your chi into your body and your meridians have not been tempered by spiritual energy, the spiritual power in such meals would not be nourishing for you. Rather, it would be like a flood, overwhelming and dangerous. For instance, this soup uses ordinary silver fish that have not yet developed spiritual awareness and have only absorbed the moisture of the cold pool. Its spiritual energy is gentle and thin, suitable for your nourishment. However, if it were to be replaced with the Xianlin silver fish that lives deep in the cold pool, which possesses a certain icy spiritual nature, the ice spiritual energy contained in its flesh, if you were to consume it now, would not only be undigestible, but could also harm your foundation due to the cold energy invading your meridians." Fang Che understood upon hearing this and nodded, saying, "I will remember your teachings, senior brother." The two then fell silent, and the dining hall gradually emptied, leaving only a few disciples still savoring their meals or speaking softly. On the way back, the two did not take the secluded path they came by, but rather walked along another frequently traveled stone path. Occasionally, they encountered other disciples nodding to each other and greeting, the atmosphere harmonious. "By the way, Shen Qingyan said slowly, turning to Fang Che, at the 7th watch of the day, a disciple from the duty hall will come to Tingzhu Pavilion to take you for evening lessons. After returning, you should calm your mind and rest a bit in preparation for the evening." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and took out an item from the blue storage pouch hanging from his waist. It was a jade pendant about half the size of a palm, deep green and nearly black. This item is not a precious artifact, but wearing it can calm the spirit and eliminate distractions. It might spare you some troubles. He looked at Fang Che, his gaze calm. "Consider it a gift from your senior brother to welcome you. Please accept it." "Thank you, senior brother." Fang Che was slightly taken aback, but then a warm current surged in his heart. He did not decline reaching out to accept the jade pendant, feeling its warmth and the soothing coolness that calmed his mind. Seeing him accept the jade pendant, Shen Qingyan's smile deepened, becoming even more gentle. "Let's leave it at that for today. Go back and rest well. I will come to find you to talk another day." He then lightly waved his sleeve and turned to step into the bamboo sea. "Goodbye, senior brother." Back at Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che sat down at the desk, taking out the plain, white jade slip from his bosom and examining it in his palm. Senior brother mentioned that this item needs to be activated with spiritual energy. Although he currently had none, he could still feel the cool, tranquil texture beneath his fingertips, containing hidden mysteries. After looking at it for a while, he carefully put the jade slip away and took out the deep green jade pendant gifted by senior brother. Upon holding the pendant, that warm, soothing coolness seeped into his skin. The deep green base seemed to have flowing water patterns, and the cloud-like markings at its center appeared to shift slowly under his gaze, as if alive. At the 7th quarter of the Shen hour, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from outside the window, as if wings were brushing against the bamboo treetops. Fang Che raised his gaze and saw an elegant white silhouette quietly standing on the bluestone in the courtyard, a snow-white crane with a red crown. The crane slightly opened its long beak, and a woman's voice rang in his ear. "By the decree of the elder in charge, I am here to guide the newly admitted disciple Fang Che to the Taiqing Palace. Please follow me." Fang Che felt a shiver in his heart, but did not show any surprise on his face. He stood up, straightened his robes, and bowed to the crane, saying, "Thank you, senior, for leading the way." In his previous life, whenever he read about accounts of riding cranes through the void or the azure phoenix guiding the way, Fang Che was always captivated, never expecting to experience it himself today. Just as his emotions surged, the crane's long beak darted like lightning, precisely gripping the collar at the back of Fang Che's neck. In the next moment, he felt the world spin. Before Fang Che could gather his wits, he was lifted into the air, his feet leaving the ground, swaying unsteadily, suspended amidst the sea of clouds. The crane spread its wings and flew gracefully, as if it were carrying not a living person, but a piece of dried fish. "As senior," Fang Che stammered, glancing down to see the bamboo forest rapidly shrinking, the howling wind rushing into his mouth. "This is faster." The crane's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of leisure. Fang Che shut his mouth, forcing himself to calm down, and could only relax his body as the crane carried him through the clouds. But soon astonishment was replaced by another emotion. Fang Che's view opened up like never before. Mountains sprawled beneath him, like sleeping beasts. The wind whistled past his ears. Although his posture was not particularly graceful, a sense of exhilaration from riding the wind and traversing the void welled up within him. Just as he was adapting to this unique mode of transportation, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye to the side front. Several cranes were gracefully flying by, their movements as fluid as flowing clouds. On each crane's back sat a young man dressed in moon-white robes. Judging by their age, they appeared to be new disciples who entered the sect around the same time as him. One of the cranes flying closer bore a tall and upright youth on its back. His face looked somewhat familiar. It was Su Ling, who had passed the selection with him. Su Ling seemed to notice the commotion here, first blinking in confusion, and when he saw Fang Che being held by the back of his collar, his limbs hanging down naturally, his expression flashed with astonishment. Then he abruptly turned his head away, his mouth twitching suspiciously as if eager to draw a line between them. Fang Che. He could even vaguely hear the suppressed laughter of two young girls on another crane. Just at that moment, another line of cranes flew towards them, seemingly from the law enforcement hall, arranged in an orderly manner, their wings forming a seamless line. Each crane's back held a disciple, all sitting upright with solemn expressions. As they passed by this bizarre scene in perfect unison, the originally straight-ahead gazes turned in unison towards Fang Che. Fang Che's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling like a fish caught on a fishing rod. "Senior," he couldn't help but speak again, his voice somewhat lost in the wind. "Isn't there another way for us to travel?" The crane fell silent for a moment, replying in a calm tone, "This method is the most efficient and secure." Where was the security? Where was the efficiency? He was at a loss for words, glancing at the increasingly close and imposing Taiching Palace, as well as the growing number of figures on the square, deciding to give up any struggle. Fang Che could only comfort himself in his heart that this experience was indeed unique. Just as he was trying to mentally prepare himself, the crane dove lightly, heading towards the white jade square in front of the Taiching Palace. As the speed slowed and the height dropped sharply, the crane steadied its feet, then released Fang Che from its beak. Fang Che's feet hit the ground, stumbling slightly before he steadied himself. He didn't even have time to fix his disheveled appearance and instinctively looked up, gazing ahead. In front of the majestic Taiching Palace stood several dignified-looking figures, clearly elders, with many young disciples following behind them. At this moment, all eyes seemed to fall upon him, as if they were tangible, and the air grew still, almost frozen. Fang Che let out a slight breath, suppressing his embarrassment, and did his best to restore his calm demeanor. He bowed deeply to the figures on the steps. New disciple Fang Che sent here on a mission. His voice was steady, as if nothing had happened. Yet the slightly reddened ears ultimately betrayed a hint of unease. The silence on the white jade square lasted only a moment. The foremost elder in a purple robe, his face clear and dignified, paused briefly as his gaze landed on Fang Che, then swept over the crane beside him that was nonchalantly preening its feathers, a faint smile flickering in his eyes before vanishing. Silence. The purple-robed elder spoke, his voice clearly resonating throughout the square. The new disciple has arrived. Each hall will take their respective leads. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged cultivator in a dark robe with a stern expression stepped forward, holding a jade scroll he had somehow acquired, and announced loudly, "Those whose names I call will follow me to the Lingyun Hall of Taiching Palace, where the elder will impart the essentials of the entry scriptures, laying the foundation for the Tao." The names were called, and those mentioned were all young disciples in plain white robes embroidered with cloud patterns, all new inner disciples. Soon there were only about 100 remaining in the square, including Fang Che, all disciples who had participated in the recruitment ceremony that day at the Zwanking Hall. A young female cultivator dressed in moon-white flowing robes, her demeanor gentle as Jade stepped forward. She did not hold a scroll, lightly scanning the remaining new disciples before slightly nodding her head, her voice soft yet clear. "The rest of you follow me to the Yuling Hall of Taiching Palace." However, just as Fang Che and the others were preparing to follow the female cultivator, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The crane that had just completed its delivery task and was leisurely preening its feathers suddenly moved again. With pinpoint accuracy, it extended its long beak and once again gripped the collar at the back of Fang Che's neck. Fang Che looked baffled as he once again found himself suspended in midair. The moon-white robed female cultivator who was preparing to lead the way paused in her steps, somewhat surprised as she turned back. The purple-robed elder raised an eyebrow slightly, almost imperceptibly. All the core disciples were stunned, their gazes converging on the crane and the boy it held in its beak. Even the inner disciples who had already reached the edge of the square couldn't help but turned back, staring in shock. The crane seemed oblivious to all of this, adjusting the angle of its beak as it looked at the moon-white robed female cultivator, its crisp voice ringing out once more. "I am tasked with guiding him and will take him to the Yuling Hall." Its tone was as if it were stating something perfectly reasonable. The moon-white robed female cultivator quickly regained her gentle demeanor, a hint of understanding flickering in her eyes. She smiled slightly, saying, "So it's you, the one guided by the white feather. In that case, that's fine." She didn't ask further, turning gracefully to walk ahead. "Everyone follow me. Baiyu, you follow along." The crane Baiyu nodded lightly, and indeed carried Fang Che gracefully striding behind the female cultivator. Thus, within the long path leading from the Taiching Palace to the Yuling Hall, a rare scene unfolded, a celestial figure-like female cultivator leading the way, nearly 100 exceptional young men and women following closely behind, while alongside them a magnificent crane carried a helpless-looking boy moving leisurely along. A group of people arrived in front of a grand hall. This hall, though not as majestic as the main hall of the previous plaza, exuded an ancient and tranquil aura seemingly constructed of gentle spirit jade, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Under the eaves, faint spiritual light hung down, revealing 3 ancient characters inscribed above the doorway. The Hall of Spiritual Essence. The white-feathered crane finally released its beak here. Fang Che bowed respectfully to the crane, his tone complex. Thank you for guiding me here, senior. Regardless, this elder crane indeed brought him to this place, although the manner was somewhat peculiar. The white crane accepted his bow with calmness, slightly nodding its long neck. It was my duty. Then it flapped its wings, transforming into a beam of white light, vanishing into the clouds. Enter the hall. The female cultivator in a moon-white robe stood beside the entrance, her words concise and gentle, imbued with a calming power that soothed the mind. Inside the Hall of Spiritual Essence, the scene inherited the ancient tranquility of the outside, yet it felt even more vast and profound. The floor, paved with green jade, was as smooth as a mirror, and the high pavilion could accommodate hundreds of people with ease. The female cultivator who led them stepped gracefully to a slightly elevated jade platform in front of the main hall. From today onwards, you shall be disciples of the Hall of Spiritual Essence. The female cultivator spoke softly. I am Ling Jing, the one in charge of the Hall of Spiritual Essence, and I am also responsible for teaching the methods of Qi cultivation. The Hall of Spiritual Essence gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making it an excellent place for newcomers to sense and draw in Qi. On the green jade floor, green light emerged, transforming into hundreds of lustrous jade cushions, each adorned with flowing patterns, subtly resonating with the abundant spiritual energy in the hall. Today I will first teach you the Supreme Clarity Qi induction technique. Ling Jing's voice resonated again. Choose a cushion and sit in silence, focusing your mind and listening attentively. The crowd dared not be negligent. Each hurriedly found the nearest cushion and sat cross-legged. As soon as Fang Che sat down, a gentle stabilizing force rose from his tailbone, flowing directly through his spiritual platform, making all distracting thoughts dissipate, and his mind involuntarily settled into tranquility. Seeing that everyone was seated, Ling Jing gently raised her hand, and a soft, warm light blossomed from her fingertips. She made graceful gestures in midair, and ancient, mysterious golden inscriptions appeared, connecting in a complete formula. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, the golden characters transformed into hundreds of streams of light, accurately entering each disciple's forehead. Fang Che felt a cool sensation at his forehead, as if a clear spring was pouring in, followed by a complete and clear text of the cultivation method being directly imprinted deep within his sea of consciousness, forever unforgettable. In the beginning there was the Tao, and Qi transformed the primordial chaos. The pure represents heaven, while the turbid represents earth. The essence of the cultivation method followed, detailing the specific methods of practice, the pathways of the circulatory system, the guidance techniques for different elemental spiritual energies, and numerous visualizations for calming and focusing the mind, all exceedingly thorough. This was far from a simple mantra. It was a complete system of cultivation. The Supreme Clarity Qi induction technique is the foundation upon which our sect builds the Tao. Ling Jing's voice was steady and clear, reaching every ear. The beginning of Qi cultivation lies in sensing and drawing. Sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, draw it into your body, guiding it through your meridians and storing it in your dantian. Her words seemed to carry a rhythm, causing the previously calm spiritual energy in the hall to begin to surge. At this moment, do not overthink. Close your eyes, focus your mind, slow your breathing, and calm your spirit to carefully experience the flow of spiritual energy around you. Fang Che followed her instructions, closing his eyes and dispelling distracting thoughts. Once he was completely still, the world around him suddenly became clear. The spiritual energy in the hall seemed to come alive, transforming into countless colorful, shimmering little spirits. They chased each other, frolicking and playing, weaving together into a vibrant sea of spiritual energy. Try to use your mind as a guide, coordinating your breathing and resonate with the spiritual energy. Fang Che focused his mind and cautiously tried to slow and deepen his breathing, his thoughts gently extending outwards, as if with each breath he was dancing in harmony with those spiritual energy spirits. Gradually he sank into a wondrous rhythm. Some of the spiritual energies closer to him seemed to sense this harmonious frequency, slowing down their playful interactions, and tentatively began to approach him one by one. A strand of golden sharp Qi danced at his fingertips, a wisp of verdant vitality coiled around his wrist, and a hint of refreshing water essence brushed against his cheek. They probed and touched as if drawn by a gentle melody. Just as success was within reach, Fang Che felt a surge of joy, and a stray thought flickered. The gathered spiritual energy around him scattered like startled birds, and the connection was suddenly severed. Fang Che's mind jolted, and he immediately recalled the warning in his sea of consciousness about not letting his heart scatter and keeping his intent centered once again, focusing his thoughts and returning to tranquility. Do not be anxious, do not mix your thoughts. Spiritual energy is not lifeless, it has its own nature. Forcing it will cause it to scatter, while following its nature will bring it together. Ling Jing's voice sounded at that moment as if she could see through the conditions of all the disciples. The spiritual energy gathered again. Fang Che maintained his spiritual platform, remaining calm and composed, following the essence of the formula, gently guiding with his spiritual intent. This process was far more difficult than for others. The formula in his sea of consciousness indicated that possessing 5 elemental spiritual roots required him to simultaneously accept and balance 5 different types of spiritual energy, with his mind needing to be as balanced as a scale without the slightest bias. Sweat trickled down from his brow as Fang Che focused intently, his thoughts delicate as threads, cautiously guiding 5 strands of distinctly different spiritual energy along the paths indicated by the formula. This required extreme concentration and control. Any disturbance would lead to complete failure. Time silently passed in focus. Fang Che's forehead was now covered in fine beads of sweat, yet his breath grew longer and more stable. Around him, disciples began to emit a faint glow, their breaths becoming refined as they opened their eyes with joy. Fang Che remained oblivious to the changes around him. All of his mind was immersed in that delicate balance and guidance. The 5 strands of spiritual energy, like 5 threads of varying temperaments, slowly traversed through different meridians under his utmost patience, overcoming their natural attractions and repulsions and steadily converging towards his dantian. Finally, after countless subtle adjustments and patient persistence, the 5 strands of spiritual energy nearly arrived at the dantian simultaneously. A slight tremor occurred at the dantian, and then a gentle warm flow surged forth, revealing a faint yet stable vortex with 5 colors of light swirling within. Qi cultivation at the first level accomplished. The warmth instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, washing away fatigue. Fang Che felt his senses sharpen, and his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became much clearer. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air with a fleeting glint of spiritual light in his gaze. At this moment, within the grand hall, most of the cushions were empty, and the disciples who had successfully drawn in Qi stood quietly to the side, some showing joy, others lost in contemplation. Only a few remained with their eyes closed, and Fang Che was almost the last to complete the Qi induction. Ling Jing's gaze fell upon Fang Che, lingering for a moment. She naturally understood the special difficulty of drawing in Qi with 5 elemental roots. Although he took the longest time, the aura around him was dense and solid, with the newly generated energy being harmonious and upright, devoid of any obstruction or conflict. A trace of barely noticeable approval flickered in her eyes. Today, having succeeded in drawing in Qi, it marks your entry into the sect. You must cultivate diligently in the future and not become complacent. Having successfully drawn in Qi today, the formula is now inscribed in your sea of consciousness, and you can refer to it for cultivation at any time in the future. This is the beginning of your Tao foundation. Moving forward, you must continue to practice without interruption and not become complacent. Ling Jing's gaze swept across all the disciples, her voice ringing clear. All present had exceptional aptitudes and talents, and under such guidance in this spirit-rich land, it was only natural for them to succeed in drawing in Qi. You have just entered the sect, yet the sect is vast and boundless, making it quite inconvenient to travel back and forth from here. As her words fell, she gracefully waved her sleeve towards the outside of the hall. A clear crane cry resonated from deep within the clouds, growing nearer, initially a few calls, then merging into a continuous chorus akin to heavenly music. Hundreds of graceful cranes, wings outstretched, flew above the hall of spiritual essence, circling several times before folding their wings and descending onto the broad bluestone platform in front of the hall. Each crane appeared quite extraordinary, with a long and elegant neck, a crimson crown, and bright, intelligent eyes, as if they understood human emotions. These are the spirit cranes nurtured by our sect, sensitive and knowledgeable of the paths. Choose 1 crane each, but remember, the white cranes are spiritual beings. If there is no destined connection, do not force it. The young one's eyes suddenly brightened at the sound. Outside the hall, hundreds of spirit cranes stood like a painting, their feathers white as snow, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Despite their exceptional talents, their young ages rendered them still unsettled in temperament. Each of them struggled to contain their excitement, their footsteps already hopping as they surged towards the hall. Fang Che trailed behind the crowd, appearing calm, yet his fingertips had already begun to warm slightly. He quietly took a breath, suppressing the thrill within. In the square, the flock of cranes stood peacefully, and nearly all gazes converged on the front of the group. There stood a solitary white crane, not the tallest among them, yet its feathers were as pristine as freshly fallen snow, exuding an otherworldly elegance, distinctly standing out among the graceful spirit cranes. That ethereal and aloof demeanor instantly ignited a burning light in the youth's eyes, who wouldn't yearn to ride such an extraordinary spirit crane. A figure clad in snow white emerged from the crowd. Yun Yao walked gracefully, his robes brushing against the immaculate jade steps, striding directly towards the crane, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of accustomed nobility. "You should follow me." Upon these words, a hush fell over the surroundings. Yun Yao was the most gifted disciple this time, coming from a prominent family, and during the spiritual assessment, he had evoked a celestial melody already regarded as a prodigy of the immortal path. From childhood to now, few of his desires had gone unfulfilled. At this thought, a faint smile of certainty unconsciously appeared on Yun Yao's lips. The aloof white crane turned its head slowly upon hearing its glass-like eyes silently reflected Yun Yao's figure, perhaps not even truly looking, merely the gaze passing by. It then casually turned its head back, leisurely preening its downy feathers as if it had not heard. Yun Yao's body stiffened as if pinned in place by that silent indifference, a flush creeping up visibly on his ears. A few suppressed gasps escaped from the crowd. "Look quickly. I'm glad I didn't rashly step forward. How embarrassing." As whispers fluttered among the crowd, another change occurred. A plump white crane that had been dozing suddenly opened its eyes. It let out a cheerful call and flapped its wings, charging towards Yun Yao. Caught off guard in his embarrassment, Yun Yao felt a furry head gently bump against his arm. Startled, he looked down to meet the plump crane's round, glistening eyes. "Wait, you." Yun Yao attempted to maintain his composure, flailing to fend off the heavy head, his voice taut. Meanwhile, the aloof white crane had already turned, elegantly presenting its tail feathers, thoroughly isolating itself from behind. The other white cranes seemed to have reached a silent understanding, flocking towards the youths, chirping melodiously, laughter mingling, creating a harmonious scene. Fang Che stood quietly to the side, his gaze sweeping over the aloof white crane, a glimmer of appreciation passing through his eyes, yet that was all. He understood that this crane had a solitary nature, unwilling to be subservient to others. Every being has its own destiny, and to force it would only lead to a lower outcome. Just as he pondered, a white crane walked directly in front of him. This crane's plumage resembled the clear light of the moon, its eyes warm and clear, standing quietly, emanating a sense of peace and stability. It inclined its long neck towards Fang Che, letting out a soft, gentle coo. Fang Che's heart stirred, meeting the warm gaze, his lips curving slightly as he raised his hand to gently stroke the crane's smooth and soft feathers, murmuring, "From now on, please guide me." The white crane responded with an even clearer call, affectionately nuzzling his palm. The bond was established, and the atmosphere in the square grew even warmer. Some spirited young men stood proudly, with their agile spirit cranes shining together, while graceful young women leaned gently against elegant white cranes, smiling sweetly. The youths, having newly acquired their spirit companions, were fresh and exuberant, chatting in small groups, laughter intertwining with the crane calls. Only Yun Yao was firmly encircled by the plump crane that had chosen him, never leaving his side. The refined and noble demeanor he once possessed was now shattered and unrecognizable. The plump crane seemed entirely unaware of his embarrassment, gazing up at him with its joyful black bean-like eyes, occasionally pecking at the cloud patterns on his sleeve, looking rather clumsy. The serene master cleared his throat, suppressing a smile at the corner of his mouth, and said solemnly, "The white crane possesses spirit and chooses its master. Such fate cannot be forced." Yun Yao, bearing the unexpected burden of the crane-shaped scarf on his shoulder, listened to the muffled laughter around him, feeling a wave of frustration clenching in his chest, unable to expel or swallow it down. The plump crane seemed to sense the intense fluctuation of his emotions, let out another sound, tilting its head to gaze at him, with its pure, joyful black bean eyes gently pecking at the fabric of his shoulder. Yun Yao sighed long and resignedly, finally raising his hand somewhat awkwardly to gently pat the warm, plump crane on its head. Yun Yao had never been in such a predicament before. But, so what? His grandfather once said that only those who cannot achieve can be called the pride of heaven. Yun Yao steadied his thoughts, slowly exhaling the frustration that had lodged in his chest. He then adjusted his slightly disheveled robe, his chin instinctively lifting again, that innate nobility quietly returning to his brows and eyes. Beauty in appearance is merely superficial. Yun Yao spoke, his voice returning to its usual clarity, even carrying a hint of deliberate nonchalance, as if the earlier embarrassment was nothing of consequence. "Since you have chosen me, it is fate." This statement floated lightly, seeming both like a soliloquy and as if meant for the pricked ears nearby. The path of Yun Yao would not be tarnished by the choice of a crane. Since this plump crane had decided on him, he would show everyone that even a seemingly clumsy crane by his side would be extraordinary. He wanted everyone to understand what true, unparalleled talent was. A glimmer of barely perceptible approval crossed the serene master's eyes as he nodded slightly. No wonder Yun family had meticulously nurtured this prodigy. His character was even more resilient than expected. Her warm gaze swept across the youths who were establishing rapport with the white cranes, and she spoke gently. That's all for today. Each of you should return and settle down. Starting tomorrow, come to the Yuling Hall daily at the hour of the rooster to study, and do not be late. Disciples will diligently follow the master's teachings. Upon hearing this, the youths responded in unison, their voices gently resonating across the square. Fang Che walked to a quiet spot where his white crane was preening its feathers, and upon seeing him approach, it ceased its actions and gazed at him quietly, still warm. We are heading back, Fang Che said softly, raising his hand to stroke the crane's neck. The spirit crane let out a low coo in reply, bending its long legs, adopting a gentle demeanor. The white crane spread its wings, and Fang Che felt a gentle yet steady lifting force, and then they took off from the ground. The lights of the Yuling Hall and the figures of his companions gradually diminished, turning into dots of faint light, finally merging into the vast twilight and rising mist of the mountains. In the lofty sky, the white crane spread its wings wide. The air flowing beneath them produced a clear sound of slicing through the void. The night wind suddenly turned fierce and pure, carrying the unique crispness of the mountaintop, rushing towards him and sweeping back his loose hair. They soared higher and higher, traversing the thin clouds. The stars that usually hung in the sky aloof and cold now seemed so close within reach. The clear moonlight poured down unobstructed, draping him and the white crane in a layer of flowing silver brilliance. The fierce wind filled his robe, the fabric rustling. At this moment, Fang Che felt as if he too had sprouted wings, becoming a free part of this vast world, riding the long wind, wandering through the void, leisurely traversing the heavens and earth. This had once been a dream deeply hidden in Fang Che's heart, now impossibly real beneath him. The wind was cold, stinging his face slightly, but within his chest surged a fiery, vibrant energy, almost bursting forth. That yearning for the vast world and supreme freedom inherent to youth could no longer be suppressed in this tranquil night sky, at this moment accompanied solely by the wind and the moon. A long howl erupted, carrying a sense of breaking free from constraints, a passionate release of desires resonating through the heavens. Call. The white crane beneath him seemed to resonate with his thoughts, sensing the tumultuous emotions within him, and also let out a high, resounding call. The white crane's wings beat stronger and more powerfully, carrying the impassioned youth towards the deeper night sky. When Fang Che returned to the listening bamboo pavilion, the night over the Xianshui peak was as dark as ink. The white crane delivered him to the courtyard, but did not enter the room with him. Instead, it elegantly strolled beside the moonlit spiritual spring for a moment, drank a few sips of the pure spring water, and then folded its wings to rest under a cluster of Shanfei bamboo. Fang Che watched quietly for a while, still feeling a sense of novelty in his heart. Suddenly, he recalled something. What should this white crane eat? During the evening lesson, Master Lingjing only mentioned that the spiritual crane was a mount that could sense the way, but did not mention how to feed it. Surely it would not only dine on wind and dew. It seems he must remember to ask Senior Brother San about this tomorrow. Fang Che noted this in his mind and turned to walk lightly into the quiet room. He did not rush to practice, but first sat down at the desk, taking advantage of the moonlight streaming in through the window to retrieve the plain, white jade slip gifted by Shen Qingyan. Recalling the Qi induction method taught by Master Lingjing during the evening lesson, Fang Che carefully drew out a thread of weak spiritual power from the nascent five-colored vortex in his dantian and slowly infused it into the jade slip. At first it felt somewhat awkward, like a child wielding a brush, trembling and unable to control it. Fang Che held his breath and focused, adjusting carefully. Finally, the spiritual power successfully penetrated. His sea of consciousness trembled slightly, not with discomfort, but with a sudden clarity of understanding. A vivid multidimensional scene of light and shadow unfolded gradually before his eyes as his thoughts stirred. Fang Che first saw the listening bamboo pavilion. He was in like a small point of light amidst the dark green sea of bamboo nestled against the mountainside and beside the spiritual spring. A winding path extended from the small courtyard, marking the shortcut and main route he had taken to the dining hall today, with other significant locations within the peak also clearly indicated. His mind followed the light representing the path, revealing the full view of Xianshui Peak gradually. The vast bamboo sea, the undulating mountains, the distribution of waterfalls and springs, the grandeur of the main hall Xianshui Dian. This was the place where he now resided, and as Fang Che gazed at the mountain landscape constructed by this light and shadow, a strange sense of belonging and exploration arose simultaneously. As his thoughts moved again, his vision expanded. Xianshui Peak quickly shrank in the image, becoming one of the 9 peaks that surrounded the most magnificent light and shadow in the center. In the center was the master peak of the Shangqing sect, Taiqing Peak, magnificent and varied with palatial structures stacked one upon another, spiritual light soaring into the sky. Even merely sketched in light and shadow, one could sense its tremendous fortune and supreme majesty as the core of the sect. The other 8 peaks surrounded it like stars encircling the moon, each with its own color and light. Between the 9 peaks, there were shimmering rainbow bridges connecting them and billowing seas of clouds filling the gaps, collectively forming a miniature landscape of vast celestial grandeur. Further away, the image became blurry, only indicating names such as Wanzhong Cave, Heaven Trial Secret Realm, and Sect Boundary Steely, along with darker shadows representing dangerous areas evidently not ordinary. Fang Che gradually withdrew his mind. The light and shadow of the jade slip faded in his sea of consciousness. Holding the slightly warm jade slip, he remained silent for a long time. Although he had previously known the sect was vast, that understanding had been abstract. At this moment, through this small jade slip, the nearly 60 million years of heritage, the layout of the 9 peaks, standing tall, and the immense system of countless disciples cultivating and living within it presented itself to him for the first time in an almost bird's-eye view. The room was quiet, with only the long sounds of nature from outside the window. After calming his emotions, Fang Che carefully put away the jade slip and sat cross-legged in front of the mat. He did not immediately circulate his qi, but first closed his eyes, meticulously reviewing the complete route of the Shangqing qi induction method in his mind, and comparing it with the various subtle points Master Ling Jing had mentioned. This time, when he actively immersed himself in the state of cultivation, the sensation was remarkably different from his initial attempt in the Yuling Hall. The 5 elemental spiritual energies in the Yuling Hall were balanced, but here the water and wood spiritual energies were particularly rich and pure. The spiritual spring before his eyes served as a small hub, continuously inhaling and exhaling pure water spiritual energy, while the surrounding bamboo forest emitted a gentle and continuous life force of wood spiritual energy. Almost with a thought, the pure water and wood spiritual energies flowed in joyfully, threading along the corresponding meridians into his dantian, where they were quickly absorbed and transformed by the respective parts of the 5-colored vortex. At the same time, he divided most of his consciousness, introducing the relatively thin metal earth and fire spiritual energies present here. Although these 3 types of spiritual energies were scarce, they required more mental guidance and harmonization during introduction to avoid being scattered by the dominant water and wood spiritual energies. Fang Che diligently maintained the balance, using the nascent 5-colored vortex as a grinding wheel, ensuring that as the 5 elemental spiritual energies entered his dantian, they consistently adhered to the way of mutual generation and restraint. Though water and wood were abundant, they would not overwhelm, while gold, fire, and earth, though minimal, were indispensable, each staying in its place and performing its role. Soon Fang Che began to sense a difference. The operational trajectory of the Shangqing qi induction method seemed to resonate with the 5-colored vortex within his body in a mysterious way. His absorption of the 5 types of elemental spiritual energies was notably smoother than during the initial attempt in the evening lesson, feeling less sluggish. Although he still needed to divide his attention among 5 tasks, his efficiency seemed to have subtly improved. Gradually, he entered a deep state of meditation where he forgot both himself and the external world. No longer was he awkwardly absorbing spiritual energy, but it felt as if he had become part of the cycle of spiritual energy in the listening bamboo pavilion. Each breath resonated with the sound of the bamboo and harmonized with the flow of the spring. The 5-colored vortex in Fang Che's dantian, though slow, grew solidly and steadily, and the trajectory of its rotation became increasingly smooth and harmonious. As the night deepened and the moon passed its zenith, Fang Che was enveloped in a faint, almost invisible 5-colored halo that blended with the moonlight pouring in through the window. His breath was long and distant, and his heartbeat seemed to merge with the natural rhythm of the courtyard. After an unknown period, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with a fleeting flash of 5-colored light. There was no noticeable breakthrough in his realm, but he could clearly feel that the vortex in his dantian had solidified by about half a measure since the end of the evening lesson, and the circulation of spiritual power had become much smoother, with a noticeably finer perception and control over the surrounding 5 elemental spiritual energies. According to the records of the Shangqing qi induction method, those with excellent spiritual roots possess pure endowments, and their efficiency in sensing and absorbing corresponding elemental spiritual energies is extremely high, often progressing rapidly in the early stages of qi cultivation. From the initial induction of qi into the body to the completion of qi cultivation, it usually takes a decade or more for the fast, and 20 years or more for the slow, truly the pride of heaven. For those with 5 elemental spiritual roots, while the total amount of absorbed spiritual energy may not be less, the need to divide attention among 5 tasks makes harmonization difficult, resulting in often slow progress. The qi cultivation period is divided into 9 levels, and each breakthrough requires an accumulation of spiritual energy and tempering of the mind that far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. From the induction of qi into the body to stabilizing the first level of qi cultivation requires many years, and reaching the mid-stage often takes several years. To break through to the later stage, or even completion, one must not expect to succeed without 30 or 40 years of effort. Moreover, there are numerous obstacles along the way, and it is easy to become stuck in cultivation due to the imbalance of the 5 elements, with many remaining trapped in the Qi cultivation stage for their entire lives. Fang Che carefully savored the solidly increasing spiritual power within his dantian, and a hint of surprise arose in his heart. The results of this night's cultivation seemed better than he had anticipated. He had already prepared himself for extremely slow progress, but at this moment the speed at which the vortex solidified during introspection did not seem as despairingly slow as rumored. Though he could not compare with the geniuses possessing single or dual spiritual roots when compared to the ordinary 5 elemental spiritual root cultivators described in the text, his progress this night was not only not slow, but could even be considered remarkable. Is it because the Shangqing Qi induction method is particularly suited to him? Or is it that his 5 elemental spiritual roots are of a higher grade than usual? Thoughts surged only to be quelled one by Fang Che. After just one night, the sample was too small to be conclusive. Just as he was calming his mind and preparing to rise, the sound of steady footsteps came from the bamboo path outside the courtyard. Fang Che's heart stirred slightly as he rose and straightened his slightly wrinkled Taoist robe, walking to the door. Almost simultaneously, a gentle knocking sound came from outside the courtyard, accompanied by Shun Qingjian's clear voice. "Junior brother, are you up? Please come in, senior brother." Fang Che opened the courtyard door. In the dim morning light, Shun Qingyan stood in a moon-white Taoist robe amidst the bamboo shadows, exuding a warm and serene aura. A habitual gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, ready to exchange pleasantries, but the moment his gaze fell on Fang Che, that smile slightly stiffened, and a trace of undeniable astonishment flickered in his eyes. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Shun Qingjian's spiritual perception was exceptionally sharp. Yesterday, upon their first meeting, this junior brother had yet to draw Qi into his body. Yet now, merely after one night, not only had he stepped into the first layer of Qi cultivation, but his aura had also calmed significantly. The fluctuations of the nascent spiritual energy within him were evidently rich and substantial, not at all resembling someone who had just entered the first layer. How is it possible? Shun Qingyan was well aware of the arduous nature of cultivating with a 5-element spiritual root. Such cultivators, after drawing Qi into their bodies, often required years of hard work to stabilize that faint swirling energy before truly stepping into the first layer of Qi cultivation. The slow progress was typically measured in years, and he had already mentally prepared for the struggles this exceptionally gifted junior brother would face during his initial cultivation, even coming up with numerous words of comfort and encouragement. However, the scene before him completely overturned his expectations. In just one night, such a clear increase in spiritual power was something that an ordinary 5-element spiritual root cultivator could not achieve. Even among superior single-element roots, such remarkable progress in one night was not guaranteed in a Kirich cave. He carefully sensed again, confirming it was not an illusion, and then slowly spoke, his tone filled with surprise and admiration. "Little 13, your progress in cultivation last night is truly unexpected." Fang Che listened, understanding that his transformation had not escaped this skilled senior brother's notice. He replied calmly, "I felt a smoother flow while cultivating here last night, perhaps due to the favorable environment. I did not expect such progress." A favorable environment is also a form of opportunity. Shun Qingyan stepped into the courtyard, placing the items in his hands on the stone table, his tone filled with satisfaction. "It seems this Ting Zhu Xian has indeed been destined for you. However, on the path of cultivation, moderation is key. While initial progress is encouraging, one must also be cautious and solidify the foundation. Junior brother will heed senior brother's teachings." Fang Che respectfully replied. Shun Qingyan nodded, no longer dwelling on the speed of progress, and shifted the conversation to his purpose for coming today. He pointed to the deep green cloth bag on the stone table. "This is a low-grade storage bag. You can use it by dropping blood to recognize its owner. It contains a space of 3 feet square, sufficient for your usual expenses in the first year of entry. Inside the bag are 100 superior spirit stones, which are the monthly allowance for personally instructed disciples. There are also 10 bottles, each of gathering Qi pills, restoring Qi pills, and bypass pill. In addition, there is a jade slip containing the regulations of the sect and a brief chronicle of Dongzhou." Finally, Shun Qingjian's gaze landed on the exquisitely crafted jade box, placed separately, his demeanor becoming serious as he opened the lid. 10 golden round and spiritually potent pills came into view. These are Huang Ji Dan, refined with hundreds of years of Huang Jing as the main ingredient. The medicinal properties are balanced and gentle, most suitable for disciples in the early stages of Qi cultivation to solidify their roots and replenish their essence. You may only take 1 per month, and be sure to dissolve it gradually. Do not be greedy or rush, remember that. Fang Che committed each word to memory, his gaze sweeping over these resources, feeling grateful for the thoroughness of the sect and his senior brother, while also understanding the expectations and rules contained within. Thank you, senior brother. I will certainly make good use of these resources and live up to expectations. Shen Qingyan nodded, and then, as if recalling something, turned his gaze toward the white crane by the spring, his tone softening. By the way, did you consider how to care for the spirit crane you received yesterday? Fang Che had just been wondering about this and immediately replied, Indeed, I would appreciate your guidance, senior brother. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly. The spirit cranes of the sect are intelligent and not ordinary birds. They usually find food for themselves among the waters and forests of various peaks, preferring fresh fish, shrimp, crabs, water plants, and specific spirit fruits and tender shoots that contain spiritual energy. The outer area of the cold pond in the back mountain and the downstream of the spiritual stream are common places for them. Generally, there is no need for disciples to feed them specially. Fang Chi's worries dissipated. I see. After Shen Qingyan had thoroughly explained the storage bag and various resources, he did not leave immediately. He waved his sleeve to cover the jade box on the stone table, looking gently at Fang Che. Now that the resources have been delivered, as per custom after the new disciple is settled, a lucky day should be chosen to pay respects to the master and fellow disciples. The master happens to be at the peak today, and the senior brothers and sisters have expressed curiosity and concern about your entry, so why not go with me to pay your respects? Would that be all right? Fang Che felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. Paying respects to Master Yunlan was only proper, and getting to know the senior brothers and sisters earlier would greatly benefit him in his future cultivation and life on Xianshui Peak. He nodded immediately. I will follow your arrangements, senior brother. I am willing to go. Then let's go. Shen Qingyan smiled slightly and led the way, stepping out of Ting Zhuxian. As they walked, Shen Qingyan casually mentioned, By the way, little 13, do you remember the immortal crane that brought you to Taiching Palace yesterday? Fang Che immediately recalled the unique experience of being carried by the crane through the entire Taiching Palace square, his ears turning slightly red as he nodded. I certainly remember, Senior White Feather. The method of transport was quite memorable. Shen Qingyan's eyes flashed with a knowing smile as he spoke gently. Senior White Feather is not an ordinary guiding crane raised by the service hall. It is a spirit pet under the master, having accompanied the master since childhood. Its intelligence is quite high and its cultivation is remarkable. Even an ordinary golden core cultivator may not be its opponent. Fang Che paused, slightly astonished, and raised his gaze. Senior White Feather is actually the master's spirit pet. Indeed. Shen Qingyan nodded, glancing at Fang Che with a hint of a smile. The master's temperament, well, is rather carefree and whimsical. Sometimes when the mood strikes, the disciples under her might also be drawn into some harmless fun. White Feather has long been by her side, influenced by her, and particularly enjoys engaging in some of her little antics. With this, Fang Che understood perfectly. Thinking of the mischievous smile that might appear on Master Yunlin's ethereal face and the seemingly calm, yet joyful gaze of White Feather, Fang Che felt both helpless and somewhat amused. His master indeed had a unique style. I see. Fang Che shook his head and chuckled. Thank you for informing me, senior brother. Shen Qingyan noticed that he seemed unperturbed and rather open-minded and spoke warmly. Although it may appear that the master is merely playing around, there is indeed deeper meaning behind it. White Feather personally guiding you while seemingly particular is also an invisible declaration and protection, letting everyone in the sect know you are a direct disciple of Yunlan and under the master's attention. Fang Che pondered for a moment and nodded. Aside from her whimsical nature, it seemed that this master was quite kind to her disciples. As they conversed, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard surrounded by ancient green pines. The layout of the courtyard appeared simple, yet it blended harmoniously with the surrounding mountains and waters. The door was partially ajar, and a plaque above it read Xian Yunju in flowing, elegant script, quite different from the slender bamboo of Ting Zhuxian, yet possessing a hint of the carefree spirit of Master Yunlan. Before Shen Qingyan could knock, a clear, smiling female voice came from within the courtyard. Is it Qingyan, bringing little 13? Coming quickly. It was indeed the voice of Master Yunlan. Shen Qingyan pushed the courtyard door open, stepping aside to let Fang Che enter first. Junior brother, please. Fang Che straightened his robe, took a deep breath, and stepped into Xian Yunju. The scene in the courtyard opened up, brightly contrasting with the delicate tranquility of the Tingzhu Pavilion. This place felt even more spacious and natural. Beneath a giant ancient pine stood a stone table and stone benches with a babbling stream winding nearby, and in the distance patches of spiritual herb fields thrived with life. At this moment, several people had gathered around the stone table. In the main seat, the Taoist Master Yunlan still wore a simple and elegant robe, resting her chin on her hand, gazing over with a smile that held mischief and curiosity, as if anticipating Fang Chi's reaction. Beside her stood 5 other cultivators of varying demeanor, among them a tall young man in fitted clothing exuding an aura of straightforwardness who stood with crossed arms glaring intently at Fang Che. A female cultivator in a water-blue long dress with a gentle and serene demeanor held a jade scroll and nodded with a smile. Another young man, handsome, yet somewhat aloof, seemingly emanating a hint of sword energy, merely cast a fleeting glance. A young man dressed simply with a few specks of dirt and medicinal stains on his cuffs wore a focused expression as if pondering a particular alchemical formula. There was also the youngest among them, a girl of about 15 or 16, with lively eyes full of curiosity, who was tiptoeing to get a better view. Fang Che stepped forward a few paces, and under the gaze of everyone first bowed respectfully to Taoist Master Yunlan, saying, "Disciple Fang Che, paying respects to the master." He then turned towards the other 5 bowing as he said, "Fang Che greets all my senior brothers and sisters." Taoist Master Yunlan waved her hand casually, her tone relaxed. "Rise, we're all family here, no need for excessive formality." Her gaze shifted slightly, a smile in her eyes as she asked, "Little 13, was the arrival by you smooth yesterday? Wasn't it frightening?" Fang Che stood up straight, his eyes clear as he replied calmly. Replying to the Master Senior by yes, guidance was swift and steady. Oh, I was able to get a glimpse of the sect's atmosphere, filled with shock and gratitude in my heart. However, he paused, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Senior by yes method of guiding was rather unique, something I did not anticipate. Now I understand that the senior is actually a spiritual pet of the master, and only now do I realize it was a special entrance gift arranged by the master for me. I have learned a lesson. Buffed. The gentle and serene female cultivator in the water-blue dress was the first to chuckle. The tall young man with crossed arms laughed heartily. "Haha, little junior brother is quite amusing." The most lively girl had already jumped in, saying, "Little junior brother, am your 12th senior sister Lin Wan. I heard yesterday that Uncle Bai you went to fetch the new disciple. Ooh, I didn't expect it to be you. Quickly tell us, what was it like being carried over the Taiching Palace Square? Wasn't it particularly eye-catching?" Taoist Master Yunlan, having been exposed by Fang Che, was not embarrassed, but instead smiled brightly, showing a small tiger tooth. "It seems our little 13 not only has a solid foundation, but also a quick wit." "That's right, it was I who sent by you. Firstly, to let it recognize people. Secondly, to test our little 13's courage and composure. The performance was acceptable, no crying or panic, you've passed the test." She then waved her hand and began to introduce Fang Che one by one. "This is your 3rd senior brother Shen Qingyan, whom you have already met. He is at the late foundation establishment stage, thorough in handling matters and assists with many of the sect's administrative tasks." Shen Qingyan smiled and nodded. "This is your 4th senior brother Zhao Gang, a body cultivator, straightforward in nature. You can seek his help for physical training in the future." The tall young man Zhao Gang grinned widely, his voice booming. "Hello, little junior brother. This is your 5th senior sister Su Qingro, skilled in formations and talismans with the most gentle and patient disposition." The female cultivator in the water-blue dress, Su Qingro, smiled warmly. "Your 6th senior brother Lung Qianfeng, a sword cultivator." The aloof young man merely nodded slightly as a greeting. 7th senior brother Zhou Mo, an alchemist. He spends his days either refining pills or pondering formulas. Though he can be a bit slow to respond, he is a genuinely good person. Hearing this, Zhou Mo, with medicinal stains on his cuffs, smiled a bit sheepishly. "Your 1st senior sister and 2nd senior brother are currently away on a journey, so we won't mention them for now. Your 8th senior sister and 9th senior brother are serving outside. Your 10th senior brother fell in battle 2 years ago." At this point, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Taoist Master Yunlan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "This is your 12th senior sister Lin, one of the most spirited among us. She entered the sect 4 years earlier than you and is currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement." Lin Wan immediately raised her hand, saying, "Little junior brother, let's play together in the future." "Finally, there's you little 13 Fang Che." Taoist Master Yunlan's gaze returned to Fang Che, her smile warm. "Now that you have joined my sect, you are part of the Xianyan residence. The rules of the sect, I believe Qingyan has already told you about them in general. For me, there is only one rule: respect your master, and the Tao, be friendly with fellow disciples and practice diligently, without interruption. Ye do not stray from your Tao heart. As for other matters, the path of cultivation has its own fated methods. I will not impose too many restrictions on you. If you have any doubts, you can come to me or consult your senior brothers and sisters. Yes, disciple will follow the master's teachings closely and will remember them in my heart." Fang Che once again bowed solemnly. He could sense that although Taoist Master Yunlan was playful and loved to joke, the sincerity that surfaced when she mentioned the sect's rules and fallen disciples, along with the expectations and warmth in her words at this moment, were not feigned. She was a master who appeared loose, yet held warmth and rules within. Once introductions were complete, Taoist Master Yunlan lightly cleared her throat, her eyes filled with laughter, saying, All right, now that you've met according to our Xianyun residence's customs, when a new disciple joins, the senior brothers and sisters must express their goodwill. As her words fell, several senior brothers and sisters stepped forward with smiles. The fourth senior brother, Zhao Gang, spoke first, extending his large hand, cradling an ancient bronze vial. Little junior brother, this is bone-tempering ointment, a fundamental medicinal ointment for body cultivators before foundation establishment. At the beginning of your practice, using this ointment to rub on your main acupoints can help the circulation of spiritual energy and strengthen your physique. His voice was loud and filled with concern. The dosage must be cautious. A soybean-sized amount is sufficient each time. Using too much may overwhelm your body. Fifth senior sister Su Qingru stepped forward gracefully, raising her hand, a set of elegant stationery floating softly before Fang Che. In addition to a finely crafted talisman brush, there was an inkstone faintly glowing with spiritual energy and a stack of uniformly textured talisman paper, as well as a light blue jade slip. She spoke gently. This set of bamboo stationery may not be expensive, but it was what I used when I first learned talismans. That is quite handy. The jade slip contains my insights on the basic talisman illustrations, which may be useful for you to study. Sixth senior brother Lung Qianfeng remained succinct, simply pointing with his finger. A sharp, yet restrained silver sword energy swiftly entered the deep blue jade pendant hanging at Fang Che's waist. The cloud-like pattern on the jade pendant faintly glowed before returning to its original state. This is a sword energy talisman, Lung Qianfeng said flatly. It can withstand a full-strength strike from a foundation establishment cultivator and can be used 3 times. Having said this, he stepped back without further words. Seventh senior brother Zhou seemed to have just come back to his senses, hurriedly rummaging through his sleeves for a moment, pulling out 2 identical jade vials labeled with trial stickers, his face showing a hint of embarrassment and anticipation. Little junior brother, these are the improved Yuan cultivation pills I've been working on recently. Their medicinal properties are about 30% milder than those on the market, and the effects of nourishing spiritual power should be slightly better. It might be about the same, and the other vial is the genuine Yuan cultivation pill. If you intend to take them, you may want to try the improved version first. If you feel any discomfort, be sure to find me. His tone was serious, yet his eyes sparkled with the light of a researcher. Beside him, Lin Wan could no longer contain her excitement, bouncing over and handing Fang Che a pouch embroidered with crooked cloud patterns, whispering with squinted eyes, "Little junior brother, this is my exclusive collection. You take your time to look at it, but don't let the master find out, okay?" Her smile was bright, filled with the unique mischievousness and warmth of a young girl. Lastly, Taoist Master Yunlan lightly flicked her sleeve, a warm flow of light falling into Fang Che's hand, transforming into a token that was neither gold nor jade, warm to the touch. The front of the token was entwined with cloud patterns, while the back was engraved with the ancient character for Yun. "This is the Xianyun order," Taoist Master Yunlan said, her tone becoming more serious yet gentle. "With this order, you may freely enter and exit Xianyun residence without being hindered by outer restrictions. The token itself has calming and mind-purifying effects, as well as a slight gathering of spiritual energy. It is also a symbol of my lineage. The path of cultivation is long. May this order accompany you. I hope you never forget the original intention of joining today, and remember that this place will always be your home." "Thank you, Master." As Fang Che held the token, feeling the warmth and expectations it conveyed, a surge of warmth flowed through his heart, and he deeply bowed. Taoist Master Yunlan waved her hand, restoring her lazy smile. "All right, the gifts have been given, and you have met everyone. Little 13 has just arrived and worked hard to cultivate last night. You must be tired. Qingyan, take him back to rest well. The rest of you go about your business. No need to linger around here." Everyone smiled in response and began to disperse. Lin Wan, before leaving, couldn't help but sneak a wink at Fang Che, mouthing, "Let's play together another day." Fang Che felt a warmth in his heart as he turned to follow Shun Qingyan's footsteps. The bamboo forest's gentle breeze remained, and he seemed to truly begin to feel a sense of belonging here at Xianshui Peak within the Yunlan lineage. Since parting from the Idle Cloud residence, the sun has already begun to set in the west. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the quiet room, taking out the storage bag gifted by his senior brother Shin Qingyan. With a slight thought, his spiritual power slowly probed in, revealing a space of about 3 feet in size where items were neatly arranged. Fang Che did not look at the pills or jade slips. His gaze first fell upon the neatly stacked spirit stones, which radiated a gentle glow. The spirit stones were of a pale milky white color, their texture crystal clear and warm, as if there were wisps of cloud-like brilliance slowly flowing within. The purity and richness of the spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the worldly spiritual energy. "Is this a high-grade spirit stone?" Fang Che's heart trembled slightly. Although Shin Qingyan spoke casually, he was not entirely unaware. In the many novels Fang Che had read in his past life, it was common for protagonists to struggle for just a few low-grade spirit stones, while high-grade spirit stones often appeared only in the latter parts of the story as advanced resources. At this moment, such high-grade resources were laid out before Fang Che, allowing him to use them at will. Fang Che carefully took out a piece. The spirit stone felt cool to the touch, and a massive and pure spiritual energy surged into his meridians like a river in flood. He quickly focused his mind and operated the Fang Che guiding technique to channel this sudden influx of pure spiritual energy. With this guidance, the difference was immediately apparent. Usually when Fang Che absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he often needed to run his techniques to slowly draw it into his chi si. Yet at this moment, the spiritual energy from the high-grade spirit stone was pure and refined, requiring minimal refinement. It flowed smoothly along the technique's route, with an efficiency more than 10 times faster. After merely operating for a small cycle, the faint vortex of energy in his chi si visibly solidified. No wonder. Fang Che stopped his technique, opened his eyes, and looked at the glowing spirit stone in his hand, feeling a myriad of emotions. No wonder the competition for resources is an eternal theme in the cultivation world, with such spirit stones assisting the difference between relying solely on oneself, and this is like heaven and earth. Just as I have entered the door, I can cultivate with such resources. This starting line is something countless loose cultivators and even ordinary inner disciples cannot imagine. Fang Che let out a gentle sigh, suppressing the waves in his heart. He understood that these resources were hard-earned and should be diligently cultivated and used. Just as he prepared to continue cultivating with the spirit stone for a while, a clear cry of a crane came from outside the window. It was the white crane reminding him that it was time for evening class. Fang Che immediately gathered his energy and put the slightly depleted high-grade spirit stone back into the storage bag. As he got up and opened the door, the humid air scented with bamboo leaves rushed into the quiet room, invigorating Fang Che. In the courtyard, the white crane had quietly taken its stand by the spiritual spring. Upon seeing him come out, it elegantly bent its neck and let out a soft call. "Thank you." Fang Che walked into the courtyard, gently stroking the crane's neck before mounting it. Once he steadied himself, the white crane spread its wings, let out a clear cry, and soared gracefully towards the direction of the Lingyun Palace. As they approached Taiching Peak, the number of cranes in the air increased, most carrying youths of similar ages, their garments fluttering, harmonizing with the crane calls, forming a vivid scene. Occasionally, acquaintances greeted each other, laughter scattered like raindrops in the clouds. This scene made Fang Che truly feel that he had become a part of this vast immortal sect. On the bluestone platform in front of the Lingyun Palace, many spirit cranes had already landed, and disciples entered the palace in pairs. Fang Che guided the white crane to land lightly, but just as he steadied himself, he heard a crisp call. "Junior brother, over here." Looking up, he saw his 12th senior sister Lin Wan, standing not far from the palace door, waving at him on tiptoe. Fang Che quickly walked over. "Senior sister." Lin Wan's eyes curved into crescent moons, then she wrinkled her nose, putting on a look of deep grievance, and complained in a low voice. "You know, I am already at the 6th level of chi refining, yet I still have to be dragged here for a basic evening class every day. The exotic flowers and rare herbs discussed in class make my head spin," she said, shaking her head exaggeratedly. "If it weren't for the deacon calling names, I wouldn't come. You junior brother are fortunate, just starting to learn, everything feels fresh." Fang Che couldn't help but smile at her words. His senior sister's personality was indeed lively and bright. However, it was no wonder. She was only 14 or 15 years old, still a naive and carefree child in his past life. After finishing her complaints, Lin Wan's gaze fell upon the quietly standing white spirit crane behind him, and she blinked curiously. "Junior brother, your crane is really handsome. What is its name?" Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had not yet named the white crane. He turned to look at it. It stood quietly in place, its long neck and snowy feathers shimmering in the twilight. Lin Wan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Its feathers shine like the clear light under the moon, and its temperament is calm. How about calling it Mingyue? Mingyue. Fang Che repeated the name, finding it fitting, and nodded with a smile. "Very good, thank you for the name, senior sister." "You're welcome." Lin Wan smiled proudly, then suddenly remembered something and patted her forehead. "Oh no, I got so caught up in talking that I need to hurry to the Bowen's Hall. If I'm late, Elder Lu, who teaches, is much stricter than Uncle Lingjing," she said, waving her hand at Fang Che as she turned to run, her petite figure resembling a nimble butterfly quickly blending into the crowd. Fang Che smiled as he watched her leave, then turned to step into the Lingyun Palace. The scene inside the palace was no different from yesterday. The jade floor was laid with green tiles, the spiritual energy wafted, and hundreds of glossy meditation mats were neatly arranged, most already occupied. The real person Lingjing had not yet arrived, and a low murmur of conversation filled the hall, as new disciples excitedly exchanged their experiences of entering cultivation. Fang Che found a meditation mat in the corner and sat down, feeling the familiar stabilizing force beneath him, helping him to calm his mind as he quietly awaited the evening class to begin. As the time approached, the bell chimed softly. Real person Lingjing quietly appeared on the jade platform, still dressed in her plain robe. Without unnecessary words, she went straight to the point. Yesterday we discussed chi guiding, and today we will talk about weapons. The path of cultivation involves internal refining of the golden core and external wielding of weapons. In the realm of chi refining, where spiritual power is just beginning to awaken, one must be cautious in choosing weapons. The first priority is the resonance of intent, followed by the harmony of spiritual power. The disciples below perked up, clearly very interested in this topic. Fang Che also listened intently. This was a field he had not yet deeply contemplated. There are many types of objects in the world. Today we will briefly discuss a few common choices. Real person Lingjing's fingertips sparkled with spiritual light, conjuring various illusory weapons. The first she pointed to was a shimmering, illusory long sword. Let's first talk about swords. Real person Lingjing's voice was calm, her gaze sweeping over many suddenly brightened eyes below. The sword is the king of all weapons, ethereal and transcendent. Many people yearn for it. Out of 10 novice cultivators, 9 probably want to choose the sword, thinking that holding a 3-foot green blade gives them the demeanor of a sword immortal. She paused slightly, a hint of barely perceptible disdain in her tone. However, most are merely enamored by its name and appearance, having only a hollow understanding. This statement hit many disciples with glazed eyes like a wake-up call, calming them a bit. Fang Che's gaze remained fixed on the sword shadow, as Lingjing's words did not waver his resolve. Riding the wind with the sword, banishing demons across the world. Since he entered the immortal gate in this life, holding a 3-foot green blade and pursuing the supreme sword path was almost a natural choice. Seeing the reactions below, real person Lingjing said no more and continued, besides the sword there are also the knife's might and ferocity and the spear's agility and long-range attacks. She then successively displayed the illusory forms of other weapons and briefly described their characteristics. For long-range weapons like bows, crossbows, flying needles, and flying daggers, one must move the heart with intent, emphasizing precision and requiring strong divine sense support. With her words, a small light shield and a winding spiritual thread appeared one after the other. The evening class concluded with the final reminders from the esteemed Master Lingjing. The disciples in the hall gradually rose, many of them still deep in thought, clearly still resonating with the earlier discussion on weapon selection. Some gazes were resolute, indicating decisions had been made, others frowned in contemplation, while more engaged in hushed exchanges with familiar companions as they walked towards the hall's exit. Fang Che also rose with the crowd, preparing to leave, but his gaze paused slightly as it swept near the hall's entrance. There Lin Wan was leaning against a stone pillar on the inner side of the door, quite conspicuous under the illumination of the spiritual light within the hall, waving at Fang Che. Fang Che was surprised. Hadn't this senior sister mentioned she was going to class? He continued, moving naturally with the flow of people towards the entrance. As he approached, Lin Wan glided to his side like a nimble fish, lowering her voice with a hint of pride. So, little junior brother, was the evening class about weapon selection? How come you are here, senior sister? Fang Che glanced behind her and saw no one else. Hee Lin Wan chuckled mischievously. I timed my visit to the Hall of Knowledge perfectly. After the steward called the roll, I slipped out through the back door. With so many disciples in the Hall of Knowledge, my absence doesn't matter. She waved her hand dismissively, then eagerly leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. By the way, little junior brother, have you decided what weapon you want to use in the future? It's best to settle on a direction early so you can establish a foundation sooner. A sword, Fang Che replied without hesitation. Lin Wan showed little surprise at his answer, instead revealing a look of as expected. She rested her chin on one hand, looking Fang Che up and down, nodding. That's right. Among those who practice cultivation, 7 or 8 out of 10 initially wish to choose a sword. It's elegant and carefree, as all the stories say. But being a sword cultivator is quite arduous and requires high aptitude. However, she circled around Fang Che, smiling. Little junior brother, you seem so cool and exceptional looking, just like a sword immortal from the tales. But the path of a sword cultivator appears glamorous on the surface, but only the practitioner knows the hardships. Fang Che sensed the concern and reminder in her seemingly carefree words and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Senior sister will take you to explore the Hall of Weapons now. Now. Fang Che looked at the deepening night outside and was surprised in his understanding such important halls should be closed after nightfall. Yes, right now. Lin Wan nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Seeing Fang Che's puzzled expression, she explained, for us cultivators meditating and practicing chi, understanding the Tao, there's no distinction between day and night. Some people may have sudden inspiration at midnight wanting to refine tools, while others might attain understanding at dawn and urgently need to obtain spiritual items. Such occurrences are common. She pointed to several brightly lit places deep within Taiching Peak. Do you see? The alchemy rooms, the hall of weapons, the symbol pavilion. These important places always have stewards on duty. Fang Che realized it was his habitual thinking. In this world of cultivation, the concept of time was indeed different from the mundane world. Then I will trouble you, senior sister. Good, let's go now. Lin Wan became even more excited upon hearing this and led Fang Che out of the Lingling Hall. Outside, the moonlight was like water casting a clear glow on the bluestone platform. Lin Wan's vividly colored spirit crane, lively and spirited, was quietly waiting beside the bright moon. Mounting the crane, Lin Wan guided the way ahead, and the two spirit cranes gracefully soared into the night of Taiching Peak. The night breeze was gentle, carrying the distinct crispness of the mountains. As they approached the area where the Hall of Weapons was located, Fang Che could already sense a rich aura of sharpness in the air. Soon a grand and imposing architectural complex appeared before Fang Che's eyes. The two spirit cranes landed on the wide plaza in front of the hall. At this moment, the plaza was sparsely populated with only a few disciples coming and going, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Stepping into the Hall of Weapons, a wave of heat rushed towards them. The interior space was vast and high, with the floor made of a certain dark stone material that reflected one's image. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in a gray steward robe sat behind a wooden desk near the entrance, engrossed in a scroll. Upon noticing someone enter, he merely raised his eyes slightly before lowering them again, clearly accustomed to this. This way, the sword area is on the left. Lin Wan led Fang Che left with apparent familiarity. Most of the items here were low-grade standard weapons produced by the sect primarily for disciples in the Qi refinement stage to adapt. Although the designs were relatively uniform, a closer look revealed different materials and craftsmanship. Some sword blades were long and narrow, shimmering with a bluish hue, and faintly resonated with a sound like the wind, seemingly imbued with wind attribute spiritual materials. Some had thick spines, deep yellow in color, giving a sense of stability. Others were entirely silvery white, with a cold gleam along the edge, exuding a sharp aura. There were also swords bearing natural wood grain patterns, brimming with vitality. Lin Wan approached a row of sword racks, casually picked up a long sword that was entirely light blue and whose blades seemed to flow like water. Infusing a bit of spiritual energy, the blade immediately emitted a clear humming sound, and the surrounding air felt more humid. This is the flowing wave sword, suitable for water spiritual roots. The spiritual energy conduction is smooth. While it may lack sharpness, it offers plenty of versatility. This one, she pointed to another sword with a crimson blade that emitted faint heat, is the flame feather sword. It has fire attributes and strong offensive capabilities, but it quickly consumes spiritual energy, so one must be careful in handling it. Since you have made up your mind, little junior brother, why not try them all to see how they feel? Lin Wan placed the flowing wave sword back and encouraged, don't underestimate just a first-grade weapon. The differences in feel can be quite significant. The reaction after infusing spiritual energy, the balance of the sword's weight, all need to be carefully felt. Fang Che nodded, walking slowly along the sword rack, his gaze sweeping over the various long swords. There were so many long swords of different designs that he felt almost dazzled. Finally, his steps halted before a rather plain long sword. This sword was about 3 feet long, with a dull black blade that lacked dazzling brilliance, but under the light of the moonstone it shimmered with a subtle dark luster. Its shape followed the most basic ancient sword design, with simple and smooth lines. The hilt was wrapped in worn black leather. At first glance it seemed inconspicuous, even somewhat aged. However, Fang Che felt a peculiar sense of compatibility with it. He reached out and grasped the hilt. The touch was slightly cool, the weight just right, perfectly balanced in his hand. Fang Che made a simple swing and found it remarkably smooth, with no sense of clumsiness. He tried to slowly channel a strand of weak spiritual energy into it. The sword trembled lightly, as if a faint light flickered briefly. The entire sword remained ancient and dull, but the feeling in his hand became even more effortless. Lin Wan leaned in to look at an inconspicuous mark at the end of the hilt, and said, "This is the Xian Yuan sword, a standard sword forged from a mixture of Yuan magnetic black iron and several basic 5-element spiritual ores. This sword seeks balance. It has no outstanding attributes, but it also has no weaknesses. Many people disdain it for being too ordinary and lacking in power, so hardly anyone uses it. However, if you find it comfortable, little junior brother, then it's the one for you. This sword is steady and suits your temperament, and it requires a broad range of spiritual energy attributes, perhaps making it just right for you." Fang Che repeatedly felt the smooth and stable flow of spiritual energy within the sword, and he already had a decision in his heart. This is the one. He gently returned the Xian Yuan sword to its sheath, and the spare standard sheath beside. It was also dark black, utterly unremarkable. "All right, Lin Wan saw he had made his choice and said no more, leading him back to the steward's station at the entrance. The middle-aged steward verified Fang Che's identity jade token, confirming he was a direct disciple entitled to exchange privileges. He noted it in the records, marked off the Xian Yuan sword's number, and waved his hand to signal they could take it. The process was so simple that it surprised Fang Che. The first floor of the Hall of Weapons follows this rule. If you see something you like and your identity checks out, you can take it after registering. Lin Wan explained, then her eyes shifted. Now that you have a sword, it won't do to have just the sword without knowing how to use it. Come on, senior sister will take you to another place. Where to go? Fang Che asked, holding the newly acquired Xian Yuan sword, puzzled. Lin Wan led him outside while explaining, after the personal disciples select their magical weapons, they can receive a corresponding basic cultivation technique for free. For sword cultivators, that naturally means the basic sword technique. Although they are all basic items, there are still several categories to choose from. We need to pick one that suits us. The two of them rode a crane again, this time flying towards a secluded pavilion surrounded by pines and cypresses on the southern slope of Taiching Peak. Compared to the heaviness of the weapon hall, this building appeared more serene and ancient, with a lingering scent of books and the passage of time between its flying eaves and bracketed beams. At the entrance of the side hall, there was also a steward on duty. Lin Wan signaled Fang Che to step forward, explain their purpose, and present his identity jade token. After verifying its authenticity, the steward handed Fang Che a small blue token. This token allows you to enter and select for 3 hours. Inside the hall, the jade slips are all under restriction. Once you select, touch the required jade slip with this token to obtain the technique. Do not be greedy, you can only choose one. Fang Che took the token, thanked her, and stepped into the side hall with Lin Wan. The scene inside caused Fang Che to pause slightly. It was not the neatly arranged jade racks he had imagined, but rather a vast sea of luminous glow that seemed endless. Countless jade slips did not simply float. They seemed to possess life, gently rising and falling in a mysterious rhythm, maintaining just the right distance from each other. This way, Lin Wan, already accustomed to it, guided Fang Che towards one side of the sea of light. In the air, there several large, ancient inscriptions formed from spiritual energy appeared, serving as area markers. They walked towards the area marked for long swords. As soon as they stepped into this area, the surrounding glow rippled slightly, as if it had a spirit, automatically parting a bit. Looking around, Fang Che could see dense clusters of jade slips numbering well over 10,000. They floated in the air like stars, each representing a basic sword technique available for selection. A rough glance suggested there were probably tens of thousands. So many. Fang Che, despite being somewhat prepared, couldn't help but whisper. Otherwise, how could it be called an unbroken inheritance? Lin Wan replied with a hint of pride. This is just the most basic and general selection. The truly profound ones are hidden in the deeper secret pavilions, but for us right now, this is enough to choose from. Lin Wan extended her finger and gently pointed to the closest light blue jade slip. Before her fingertip actually touched it, the jade slip trembled slightly, and a few lines of clear and concise spiritual energy text immediately appeared above it. Sword technique, name Qingfeng, sword technique. Attribute, inclination, windwood. Core essence, the sword moves lightly like the wind without a fixed form, resembling willows swaying in the breeze, emphasizing the combination of body technique and sword speed with seamless transitions between moves. Cultivation threshold, first layer of chi refinement. Those with a good foundation in body technique can easily get started. Remarks, easy to enter but difficult to master. When practiced to a high level, the sword strikes like the wind song and movements are as graceful as a drifting willow. The information was clear at a glance, yet directly addressed the key points. Fang Che imitated Lin Wan, touching several nearby jade slips, and immediately concise information emerged. Sword technique, name Hutu, sword technique. Attribute, inclination, earth. Core essence, the sword's momentum is heavy and imposing like a mountain, stabilizing all around. It focuses on accumulating power and defensive counterattacks, requiring a solid infusion of spiritual energy. Cultivation threshold, second layer of chi refinement. A certain level of physical foundation is required. Remarks, steady progress, solid foundation, adept at defense with explosive power emerging after accumulation. Sword technique, name Luyan, Fun Guang sword. Attribute, inclination, fire. Core essence, the sword strikes like flames, dividing light into shadows. It emphasizes instant explosions with sharp and rapid strikes. Cultivation threshold, third layer of chi refinement, a precise control of spiritual energy is required. Remarks, significant power but also great consumption. Those who are restless and impatient may easily be countered by their own fiery temperament. Fang Che strolled through this luminous galaxy filled with sword techniques, with countless pieces of information about sword techniques surging in like tides and then receding. Thousands of basic sword techniques almost covered all common attribute inclinations, combat styles, and cultivation philosophies. They formed rigorous cultivation systems that were awe-inspiring. This is the true essence of an ancient sect forged through countless years of accumulation. Even at the most basic level, it exceeds imagination. Fang Che calmed his mind, no longer eager to perceive all the sword techniques, but began to filter them according to his own situation. As a novice in the sword path, he should not pursue flashy sword techniques for quick success, but instead lay a solid foundation in the sword path. Gradually, Fang Che noticed a category of sword techniques that were relatively scarce, and their information appeared quite simple. Most of them did not emphasize spiritual energy attributes, and their core essence often revolved around nurturing, sensing, and coordinating. He paused in front of one particularly subdued jade slip. As his thoughts stirred, the information appeared. Sword technique, name Yangjian technique. Attribute, inclination none. Core essence, the sword moves with simplicity, and progress is like spring rain nourishing all things. Compatible spiritual root, no special requirements, but those who are impatient or overly ambitious should refrain. Cultivation threshold requires only the first layer of chi refinement, emphasizing patience and focus. Remarks, this technique may seem clumsy, but it is meant to refine the sword heart and solidify the foundation of the sword path. However, due to its slow effectiveness, few inquire about it. Senior sister, Fang Che pointed to the gray-white jade slip. What do you think of this technique? Lin Wan leaned in to take a look, her brow slightly raised. I know this sword technique. It is indeed very basic, and you could even say a bit clumsy. It does not teach sword moves, but mainly focuses on helping you establish a connection with the sword. In the early stages, it may appear to progress very slowly, and its power is not obvious. Many senior brothers who chose it said that practicing it is like an old farmer tending to crops. You cannot rush it. She paused, looking at Fang Che. Junior brother, are you sure you want to choose this? It will be much duller than other sword techniques. Fang Che, however, felt that her description resonated more with him. He nodded and said, since I will accompany the sword starting from nurturing and understanding, it seems quite good. He no longer hesitated, raised the blue token, and according to the steward's instructions, gently pressed it against the gray-white jade slip of the Yangjian technique. The gray-white jade slip glimmered slightly, and then a stream of detailed information flowed steadily through the token into the depths of Fang Che's sea of consciousness. At the same time, the blue token's light faded, turning into an ordinary blue stone piece. Outside the hall, Lin Wan stretched her slender waist, appearing particularly striking in the moonlight. All right, the sword has been selected, and the sword technique has been obtained, so this excursion from class can be considered a complete success. She turned her head, winked at Fang Che, her face filled with a smile. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Fang Che sincerely bowed to Lin Wan while holding the Xian Yuan sword. If it weren't for this lively and warm-hearted senior sister leading the way tonight, he might not have been able to retrieve the sword and technique so smoothly. We are fellow disciples, no need to be so polite. Lin Wan waved her hand generously, then suddenly remembered something and cautioned. Although I haven't practiced the Yangjian technique, I've heard others mention it. The initial stage is the most testing. You mustn't lose heart in the first few days if you feel no progress. Also, if during cultivation you feel too much mental fatigue, or if the flow of spiritual energy becomes sluggish, stop immediately. Do not force yourself. She spoke very seriously. Junior brother, I will remember. Fang Che nodded in agreement. That's enough for today. Oh, I must hurry back to the bow and hall to avoid being discovered. Lin Wan said this as she called for her spirited crane, nimbly mounting it. Let's go, junior brother. Come to Jingwu Pavilion for tea another day. She waved her hand, and the crane flapped its wings, soon turning into an agile shadow. After watching her leave, Fang Che took to the crane and returned to Xianshui Peak. Upon returning to the Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che did not immediately enter the meditation chamber. He stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars and moon in the night sky, then looked down at the ancient Xian Yuan sword in his embrace. Before this night, his understanding of sword cultivation was largely derived from his past lives' longings and the depictions in books. At this moment, with a real sword in hand and a concrete technique in mind, he truly felt the weight of it all. Fang Che slowly drew the Xian Yuan sword. Under the moonlight, the dark blade exuded a subdued black sheen, lacking any sharpness that might intimidate. Instead, it appeared tranquil and ancient. He recalled the initial verses of the sword nourishing technique, holding the sword in his right hand, while extending his left fingers gently and slowly brushing over the cold spine of the sword. At the same time, Fang Che held his breath and focused his mind, gradually releasing a wisp of spiritual energy, as fine as a thread from his fingertips, attempting to sense the minuscule spirit within the sword. At first, there was no special sensation. The sword remained just a sword, cold and lifeless. Yet Fang Che remained calm and unhurried, fully calming his mind, discarding all distractions, focusing solely on the subtle touch of the spiritual energy at his fingertips against the sword. Gradually, as his focus deepened to a certain degree, he seemed to sense something different. His right hand holding the sword appeared to establish a subtle connection with the sword's hilt. It was no longer just a simple grip, but rather a profound sense of fittingness that was hard to articulate. Fang Che felt a stir in his heart, realizing that this was the initial effect of sensing the sword, as described in the sword nourishing technique. He did not deepen his spiritual energy, nor pursued a more intense sensation, but maintained this extremely subtle and peaceful contact, allowing his mind and the sword to engage in a silent exchange in the tranquil bamboo courtyard under the moonlight. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Fang Che felt a slight weariness in his mind and decisively ceased the flow of spiritual energy, withdrawing his fingers from the sword. The faint sensation faded as well, and the Xian Yuan sword returned to its original ancient appearance. He felt no disappointment, instead a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. The essence of the sword-nourishing technique perhaps lay in this repetitive, painstaking effort akin to water wearing through stone. Fang Che slowly sheathed the Xian Yuan sword. Rather than resting, he went to sit cross-legged on the mat, took out a high-grade spirit stone, and began to circulate the Taijing Qi introduction technique, absorbing spiritual energy to continue his slow, yet solid accumulation of power. From then on, the days in the Tingzhu Pavilion settled into a rhythmic and fulfilling routine. At dawn, Fang Che often completed a night of spiritual energy accumulation, standing in the courtyard facing the rising sun or the misty morning fog with his sword. He did not practice any intricate techniques, but simply repeated the most basic movements as described in the sword-nourishing technique. Thrusts, points, flicks, sweeps, and draws. Each movement executed slowly and with utmost focus. In harmony with the rhythm of his breathing and the subtle flow of spiritual energy, he did not deliberately pursue power or speed, but instead sought precision in his movements and clarity in his perception of every tremor of the sword and each thread of spiritual energy transmitted. In the afternoon, he would practice swordsmanship under the bright moon in a more expansive natural setting, feeling the forces of wind, water, bamboo rustling, and the shape of mountains, attempting to merge the sword sense cultivated in the meditation chamber with the external atmosphere. Sometimes Fang Che would simply stand by the pawn, sword in hand, and eyes closed, allowing the mountain breeze and moisture to brush over the sword, emptying his mind and entering a state of mental clarity. Around the hour of yu, he would timely ride his crane to the Lingling Hall for the evening lesson. The teachings from the Tranquil Master gradually expanded from the selection of tools to more specific techniques for utilizing spiritual energy, the principles of basic spells, and commonly encountered barriers and mental adjustment methods in cultivation. Fang Che always listened intently, often feeling a sense of enlightenment. After the evening class, he sometimes exchanged a few words with his fellow disciples, but more often he would return to the Tingzhu Pavilion alone, quietly digesting what he had learned. In the deep night, it was the unwavering practice of qi cultivation. The Tingzhu Pavilion was rich in water and with spiritual energy. He circulated the Taijing Qi introduction technique, using the five-colored vortex as a pivot, evenly absorbing and gradually strengthening the spiritual energy in his dantian. Although the process remained slow, Fang Che could clearly feel the vortex within his body solidifying day by day. Occasionally, he would take out a high-grade spirit stone to assist his training, and the pure and abundant spiritual energy surged in significantly, improving his efficiency. Yet Fang Che remembered the Tranquil Master's advice not to rely solely on external objects, maintaining the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth as his primary focus, with spirit stones as a supplement, progressing steadily. Thus, with sword practice, evening classes, and cultivation forming a continuous cycle, time slipped away quietly in concentration. The feel of the Xian Yuan sword in his hand grew increasingly smooth, as if an extension of his own arm. The vortex in his dantian steadily grew. Although he was still a distance from breaking through to the second layer of qi cultivation, the firmness of his foundation was evident even to Fang Che himself. His perception and mastery of the five elements of spiritual energy became increasingly delicate and intricate through the dual refinement of the Taijing Qi introduction technique and the sword-nourishing technique. The bamboo leaves of the Tingzhu Pavilion turned yellow and green repeatedly, while the clouds and mist in the mountains gathered and dispersed. In this tranquil and rhythmic cultivation pace, Fang Che was like a stone tossed into a deep pond, initially creating faint ripples, yet gradually sinking deeper into his own destined path. Time flowed like a stream, quietly passing by. In the blink of an eye, Fang Che had been in the sect for half a year. Outside the Tingzhu Pavilion, the Xiangfei bamboo had undergone a cycle of withering and flourishing, and the newly sprouted tender leaves unfurled in the spring breeze, showcasing a brighter shade of green. The spiritual spring continued to flow, reflecting the sky and clouds, also mirroring the tranquil figure of the youth who day by day remained as calm as an ancient pond. In this half-year, the differences in the cultivation of the newly initiated disciples gradually became apparent. Among his peers, the exceptionally gifted individuals such as Yuan Yao and Lu Qing had already broken through to the second layer of Qi cultivation 2 months ago, their presence noticeably stronger and their execution of basic spells had become much more agile. Other direct disciples under such stimulation also began to break through. Even among the inner disciples, several with decent talent successfully crossed that threshold. Within the Qingyun sect, although competition was not deliberately encouraged, the youthful nature inevitably led to comparisons. The more refined fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the breakthrough disciples, along with the self-assured expressions occasionally revealed in conversations, were unmistakable. In places like the Artifact Hall, Alchemy Room, and Task Pavilion, the more active figures of these newly initiated second-layer Qi cultivation disciples began to appear. Yet Fang Che still remained at the first layer of Qi cultivation. His aura was calm and steady, and compared to half a year ago when he first introduced Qi into his body, the five-colored vortex in his dantian had undoubtedly expanded several circles, with significant improvements in both the total amount and purity of his spiritual energy. However, that seemingly thin layer marked the barrier of a minor boundary elevation which had yet to yield. His daily cultivation remained regular, practicing swordsmanship at the break of dawn, sensing the sword among the mountains in the afternoon, attending evening classes without fail at dusk, and unwaveringly cultivating Qi in the deep night. His progress inevitably sparked some discussions among those who paid attention to him. That senior brother Fang seemed to receive a lot of attention when he first entered the sect, especially being a direct disciple of Master Yunlan. Yet after half a year, he still lingers at the first layer of Qi cultivation. I heard he has a 5-element spiritual root, albeit of high quality, yet as the texts say, cultivation is arduous and it's hard to achieve success. Seeing him every day, either attending evening classes or practicing sword alone, he does seem quite patient. But what does patience matter? In the path of the Tao, one slow step leads to more slow steps. If the Qi cultivation period is this difficult, who knows what will come next? These murmurs occasionally drifted into Fang Che's ears, or were read from some peculiar gazes during encounters. Fang Che simply remained indifferent, greeting and responding as usual, showing no signs of impatience or embarrassment. This afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship in the bamboo grove behind the Tingzhu Pavilion as per usual. The movements were still slow, each action plain and unadorned. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand produced a gentle and steady sound as it cut through the air. As he became immersed in practice, a subtle thought stirred within him. Without executing any sword techniques, he simply relied on the sword sense cultivated over the past half-year, his wrist naturally pivoting as the sword tip slanted upward slightly. No spiritual energy surged forth, no sword intent swept wide. Yet at the point where his sword tip pointed, a barely perceptible sword Qi seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, momentarily condensing before quietly dissipating. Fang Che stood with his sword, looking down at the ancient Xian Yuan sword in his hand, his eyes reflecting contemplation. The half-year practice of the sword-nourishing technique had nurtured not just the sword, but also subtly enhanced his mastery over it. This was perhaps the unique quality of the sword-nourishing technique. During the evening class, the tranquil master taught today about the subtle control and recovery of spiritual energy. Her gaze lingered on Fang Che for a moment, her voice as calm as ever. The path of cultivation is like drinking water, one knows the cold and warmth. Some wield their swords swiftly, advancing like a bamboo through the forest, while others flow steadily, like a brook, their foundations as solid as rock. Fast has its splendor, slow has its depth. In the Qi cultivation period, especially in the early stages, solidifying every bit of spiritual energy and clarifying each aspect of control is far more crucial than blindly pursuing realms. If the heart is unsettled, then the Qi is erratic. Erratic Qi leads to a shallow foundation. I urge you all to avoid arrogance and impatience, each following your own path. Fang Che quietly listened on the mat, his heart clear and serene. He understood that his path was different from others, and the accumulation he required far exceeded the ordinary. Others' discussions and their progress were merely external matters. He simply needed to lower his head, focus on the path beneath his feet, feel the breath of the sword in his hand, and guide the rotation of the vortex within. In the night, Fang Che rode his crane back, the bright moon carrying him over familiar mountains and waters. Upon returning to the Tingzhu Pavilion, he first caressed the sword in the courtyard for a moment, feeling the increasingly clear feedback of the sword's spirit, then stepped into the meditation chamber and sat cross-legged. Holding a high-grade spirit stone in his hand, pure spiritual energy surged into his meridians in fine threads. The opportunity for a breakthrough had yet to arrive, but Fang Che could sense that the barrier was not as solid as iron. Outside, the sounds of insects fluctuated and the shadows of bamboo swayed under the moonlight. Another peaceful night of cultivation. The following morning the mist around Tingzhu Pavilion had yet to dissipate, and dewdrops hung crystal-like on the tips of the bamboo leaves. Fang Che had just finished his morning sword training, holding the Xian Yuan sword, quietly feeling the increasingly clear rhythmic pulse of the sword after being nourished by spiritual energy. A familiar sound of footsteps echoed outside the courtyard, accompanied by the warm voice of Shen Qingyan, junior brother. Today he was dressed in a blue robe, a gentle smile lingering at the corner of his mouth as he stepped into the courtyard. This is your cultivation resource for the month. After placing the spirit stones and pills on the table, Shen Qingyan's gaze fell on Fang Che. Just as he intended to exchange pleasantries, as usual his smile momentarily faltered. Junior brother was still lingering at the first layer of qi refinement. Shen Qingyan understood in his heart, and a faint sense of regret arose. He had long known the difficulties of cultivating the 5-element spiritual roots, but seeing his junior brother's diligent efforts over the past 6 months, yet still making slow progress, was disheartening. Junior brother, Shen Qingyan's tone softened further. Perseverance is crucial in cultivation. I observe that your aura is steady and your spiritual energy pure. You have not wasted this past half year. The path of the 5 elements spiritual roots is inherently unique. Do not be swayed by the progress of others. He paused, looking earnestly at Fang Che, and said, the master often says that the path is long, and each has their own fate. Your temperament is serene, a rare quality for a seeker of the Tao. Just maintain your original intent, and proceed steadily, and you will eventually see the moon through the clouds. Fang Che felt warmth in his heart, and smiled, saying, thank you for your concern, senior brother. Cultivation is like drinking water. Only I know whether it is cold or warm. I am not anxious. Shen Qingyan observed his expression closely, seeing that there was no pretense, and admiration appeared in his eyes. Such calm insight in a youth just beginning the path, and yet making slow progress, is indeed rare. It is good that you think this way. He nodded with a smile, refraining from further comforting words, and instead took out 2 jade slips. This one detailed explanation of low-level talismans continued, was entrusted to me by 5th junior sister. If you are interested, you may refer to it at your leisure. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. The other one is Common Monsters and Their Habits Illustrated Guide. Although it may not be useful right now, knowing some common knowledge will be beneficial in the future. Finally, he took out a jade box. Neatly arranged inside were 12 green elixirs. These are the Qingmu pill, newly refined by 7th junior brother. Although it is a first-tier pill, its properties are gentle and can nourish the meridians. He specifically instructed that if you experience any subtle sensations after taking it, whether good or bad, you must inform him. Thank you to 3rd senior brother, and please also convey my gratitude to senior brother and senior sister. Among fellow disciples there is no need for formality. Shen Qingyan waved his hand, seeing that all matters had been addressed. He prepared to take his leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Fang Che again, and said softly, junior brother, just go at your own pace. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to come find me, or consult the master. Yes, senior brother. After sending Shen Qingyan off, Tingzhu Pavilion returned to tranquility. Fang Che neatly put away the resources, his gaze lingering on the box of Qingmu pills for a moment before ultimately placing them alongside the Huangji pill in his storage bag. He was well aware that pills were merely aids. The true foundation of the Tao must be built by oneself, grain by grain. Thus, throughout his cultivation, he had never taken a single pill. After organizing the spirit stones and pills, he unusually did not continue his training. Perhaps it was the sincere concern from Shen Qingyan that stirred his emotions, or perhaps it was the tranquil life over the past 6 months that allowed certain feelings buried deep within him to find a crack. Fang Che suddenly wished to go to a broader and quieter place. As his thoughts stirred, the bright moon gracefully emerged from the bamboo grove. He took flight on his crane, not heading towards the familiar valley behind the mountain for sword practice, but rather toward the depths of Xianshui Peak, to a secluded lake he had stumbled upon. There, rarely visited by people, the lake waters were clear and cold year-round, reflecting the light of the mountains and shadows of clouds, utterly serene. Soon the bright moon folded its wings, quietly landing on a large stone covered in moss. Fang Che sat quietly by the lake, gazing at the deep and calm surface. After 9 years of reincarnation, he had almost thought he had fully adapted, and the past memories had dissipated like smoke. Yet at this moment, an unexpected pang of longing suddenly pierced through his defenses. The memories were not of warm family moments, but rather the unending scent of disinfectant in a hospital room, the pale ceiling he could only stare at from a bed, and the frail body that lacked the strength to even turn over. But what he remembered most deeply was not the pain of illness itself, but rather his mother's hands, rough from years of labor, yet eternally warm, and his father's hair, turning gray, and his slightly stooped back. They guarded him day after day, struggling desperately in despair, having exhausted all they could, yet still unable to change his fate. Ultimately, he could not hold on, leaving this world amidst their weary sleeping vigil. What remained was their unhealable pain and emptiness. A profound and unspoken loneliness and sorrow like the cool water of the lake silently surged into his heart. Fang Che tightened his lips, unconsciously plucking a tender leaf and bringing it to his lips. Without technique, it formed no melody, but merely a fragmented sob-like sound of bamboo, which drifted softly away with the breeze. The sound of the bamboo leaves wept and lamented, intertwining with the gentle sound of the water and the rustling of the wind, adding a touch of desolation. Just as he was immersed in this unknown sorrow, a clear and cold female voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. The sorrowful sound seeps into the bone, and worldly thoughts entangle the heart. How can one cultivate with such emotions? Fang Che was startled, turning around to see the bamboo leaf in his hand fall gracefully to the ground. It seemed as though the air had solidified, rippling with a faint light, like moonlight. A figure quietly emerged as if she had always been there. She was a woman clad in a robe resembling flowing silver moonlight, her hair cascading like a waterfall loosely held up by a translucent ice jade hairpin. Her figure was tall and slender, her waist delicate, and the robe outlined a striking silhouette. The woman stood there quietly, yet it seemed she absorbed all the colors of her surroundings, becoming the sole focus by the lakeside, cold and transcendent, unlike a being of the mortal realm. Realizing Han Yue, the master of Xian Shui Peak, favored tranquility, residing year-round in the ice moon cave rarely seen. Yet her beauty is known as the first in the 9 provinces. Fang Che immediately recalled the remarks he had seen in a jade slip while learning about the elders of the Qingqing sect not long ago. Disciple Fang Che pays respects to the Peak Master. His heart trembled, and he stood to bow. Longing is a common feeling, and regret is not a sin. The master of Xian Shui Peak spoke, her voice still clear, yet strangely imbued with a calming power for Fang Che. However, to indulge in it, allowing it to gnaw at your Tao heart, is to destroy your own future. The path of the 5 elements' spiritual roots is fraught with challenges. One must have a heart as steadfast as iron rather than being overly sentimental, lost in the past. Naturally, the master of Xian Shui Peak remembered Fang Che. On that day, Yunlan had sent a message asking her to take him as a disciple, which was merely a casual remark, yet she knew that at that time the master of Tianyan Peak had also taken notice of this boy. Had it not been for her words, perhaps he would have already become a disciple of the master of Tianyan Peak. She had never liked to meddle in causes and effects, yet taking a disciple on behalf of Yunlan ultimately bound this youth to her teaching. Thus she chose to offer guidance this time. Disciple will remember the Peak Master's teachings, Fang Che responded with his head bowed. The master of Xian Shui Peak spoke no further, giving him one last glance, her gaze still calm and undisturbed. Her figure then flickered like a reflection in water, transforming into shimmering silver light that silently dissipated in the blink of an eye. Fang Che bent down to pick up the bamboo leaf that had fallen to the ground, gazing at it for a moment, then gently tossed it into the lake. He then turned and departed. Upon returning to Tingzhu Pavilion, dusk had quietly descended, the last ray of daylight painting the bamboo tips with a golden edge before vanishing into the vastness. Today happened to be a day off from classes. The sect allowed 2 evenings within a week to be free from evening lessons, enabling disciples to organize their thoughts or attend to personal matters somewhat reminiscent of the school schedules in his past life. Everything in the courtyard remained unchanged. The spiritual spring bubbled gently, and the shadows of the bamboo danced, as if the unspoken waves of emotion that had surged in the afternoon had never occurred. Yet Fang Che knew that some things had altered. Not vanished, but rather placed in a deeper, quieter realm, like a bamboo leaf sinking to the heart of a lake. He did not immediately begin his evening cultivation. Instead, he first approached the spiritual spring, cupping a handful of crisp water to wash his face. The icy sensation penetrated his skin, completely dispelling the remnants of confusion, and his eyes returned to clarity and tranquility. Fang Che took out the Xian Yuan sword, and within the deepening night he resumed his daily sword nurturing practice, his fingertips gliding over the blade's spine, exuding a faint spiritual energy as his mind sank within. Strangely, perhaps due to the complete release of emotions during the day, his focus became unprecedentedly pure and concentrated. Distractions receded like the tide, leaving only the cool sensation of his fingertips touching the sword's body, and the faint yet resilient response from within the sword as the spiritual energy flowed. After finishing his sword practice, Fang Che rested the Xian Yuan sword across his knees, not sheathing it, but instead sitting quietly on the stone bench in the courtyard for a moment. Looking up, the night sky was clear, the galaxy gradually revealed itself, and all sorts of love, regret, pain, and longing from both past and present flowed slowly before his eyes. These emotions no longer stirred up tidal waves, but existed like the stars and moon, eternal and distant. In the days that followed, Fang Che's daily routine appeared no different from usual. He practiced sword nurturing in the morning, engaged in quiet meditation in the afternoon, or rode his crane to sit by the lake. He no longer played the bamboo leaves, but simply observed the mountains and waters, allowing his heart to become ever more serene in the vastness of nature. Evening classes continued, and he practiced qi late into the night. Yet if someone were to observe closely, they might notice that this personal disciple who remained at the first layer of qi cultivation exuded an increasingly tranquil aura. This was not the stagnant aura of dusk, but rather a grounded and substantial sense like the water of a deep pool, calm on the surface, yet silently accumulating beneath. Fang Che still heard various discussions, both clear and murky, and the expressions of pity or confusion in others' eyes had not diminished. However, he continued with his usual demeanor, greeting others with calmness and composure, his clear gaze reflecting not a trace of external disturbances. When Xin Qingyan came to deliver the monthly offering again, he keenly sensed this subtle change within Fang Che. It was not an elevation in realm, but rather a deepening and sublimation of his mental state. He felt surprised, yet gratified, swallowing back some comforting words he had initially prepared, and instead engaged in casual conversation, his eyes reflecting increasing admiration. Even the most vivacious Lin Wan, during one of her visits to Tingzhu Pavilion, chattered on about recent happenings in the sect, before suddenly blinking and staring at Fang Che for a while, curiously exclaiming, "Junior brother, why do I feel like you seem a bit different?" Fang Che merely smiled, offering her a cup of green bamboo tea brewed with the spiritual spring water. It was an ordinary deep night. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, holding a high-grade spirit stone in his palm, practicing the Shangqing Qi drawing technique. The spiritual energy flowed like a stream, repeatedly cleansing and nourishing his meridians, ultimately converging into a vortex, gradually expanding. He had repeated this process countless times. When the spiritual energy circulated to a certain cycle, and Fang Chi's mind submerged into the deepest tranquility, he suddenly heard an extremely faint yet exceptionally clear sound. It was not a sound by his ear, but rather from deep within his dantian, where the five-colored vortex spun steadily. At that moment, it seemed to reach a critical point of fullness and harmony, emitting a soft sound. An invisible barrier quietly shattered. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no violent outburst of spiritual energy, only a sense of transparency that flowed through his limbs in an instant. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, as if a faint light had flickered and vanished within the room. He extended his finger, his mind stirring slightly, and a wisp of faintly shimmering five-colored spiritual energy appeared at his fingertip, far more refined and agile than before. Second layer of Qi cultivation. After exactly 7 months of initiation, Fang Che crossed this threshold in an almost mundane manner. He looked at the Xian Yuan sword quietly standing against the wall, feeling a sudden impulse within him, rising to his feet, gripping the sword, and without injecting much spiritual energy, simply waved it with intent. A strand of sword energy, several times clearer and more condensed than before, shot out, leaving a pale, yet distinct white mark on the wall of the meditation room. Though the sword energy dispersed after just a foot, this was already a qualitative leap. Fang Che sheathed the sword, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. Outside the window, the sky was already hinting at the faint glow of dawn, heralding a new day. He pushed open the door of the meditation room. The morning breeze brushed past, and the bamboo leaves rustled, as if whispering congratulations. Fang Che stood in the courtyard facing the eastern sky, where the dawn was about to burst forth, taking a deep breath of air mingled with the sweetness of bamboo leaves and morning dew. As the morning light intensified, Fang Che collected his thoughts and commenced the new day's cultivation as usual. Yet today's practice was imbued with a fresh understanding due to his breakthrough in realm. He was significantly more aware of the harmony and transformation of different attributes of spiritual energy entering his body, and he operated it with a newfound smoothness and ease. The speed of the five-colored vortex's rotation seemed to be faster than when he was at the first layer of Qi cultivation, and the efficiency of absorbing and refining spiritual energy had slightly improved. Elevation of realm truly is the foundation of everything. Fang Che pondered. Many vague and obscure aspects of his past cultivation, which could only be explored through intuition, suddenly became clear, and the various theories learned in evening classes now had a more tangible understanding. In the afternoon, Fang Che did not go out to practice swordplay, but stayed in Tingzhu Pavilion. After the breakthrough, he needed time to solidify his realm, deeply comprehend the differences between the second layer of Qi cultivation and the previous one, and plan his future cultivation focus. The foremost task was, of course, the accumulation and refinement of spiritual energy. After breaking through to the second layer of Qi cultivation, the capacity of his dantian expanded and his meridians widened, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy for reinforcement. With a considerable amount of high-grade spirit stones remaining, it seemed he could also consider using medicinal pills. The environment of Tingzhu Pavilion was excellent, and he needed to formulate a more efficient cultivation plan. Next was the continued practice of the sword nurturing technique. After the breakthrough, the efficiency and perception of sword nurturing were different from before, and perhaps he could attempt to engage with deeper content within the sword techniques, such as the preliminary usage of Qi to control the sword or more subtle resonances with the sword. Lastly, he might consider practicing some low-level spells. During the first layer of Qi cultivation, Fang Che had contemplated studying spells. However, at that time, the total amount of spiritual energy was too sparse. Even the simplest fireball technique would nearly deplete more than half of his spiritual energy with just one casting. Moreover, the effects were weak and unstable, even posing the risk of backlash on his meridians, causing him to set aside the path of spellcasting for the time being. Now, having entered the second layer of Qi cultivation, both the total amount and recovery speed of his spiritual energy had significantly improved, and he could control it with greater finesse. Fang Che finally possessed the preliminary conditions for studying and casting basic spells. Fang Che methodically pondered, clarifying the trajectory of his upcoming cultivation step by step. The steadiness of his mental state allowed him, even after the breakthrough, to remain free from any impatience or recklessness, instead placing more emphasis on consolidating his foundation and taking the next step steadily. Before the hour of Fang Che rode his crane to the Yuling Hall. When Fang Che arrived at the Lingling Hall, he found the atmosphere today to be quite different from usual. The disciples inside were not seated peacefully on their cushions, but were gathered in small groups near the entrance, whispering among themselves, most of them wearing expressions of confusion and curiosity. Fang Che called Sun Huan, a familiar fellow disciple from the same generation, as he approached, and whispered, "Today's evening class is not in the hall, but has been moved to the Quiet Mind Lake on the back mountain. It seems there will be an assessment of some sort." Quiet Mind Lake. An assessment? Fang Che felt a stir in his heart and nodded. Quiet Mind Lake is situated in a secluded valley on the back mountain. It is not large, with crystal-clear waters revealing the bottom, surrounded by ancient towering trees, creating a tranquil environment, a favored spot for disciples who enjoy meditation. However, when Fang Che followed the crowd to the lakeside, he discovered that the place was quite lively. In the open space by the lake, in addition to their own generation of direct disciples, there were over 100 unfamiliar young cultivators. These individuals were dressed in the attire of direct disciples, their auras noticeably more refined and profound than theirs. They were scattered in small groups a little farther away, watching with an air of amusement and scrutiny. "Look, the new rookies have arrived. Today will be quite a spectacle. Oh, I remember how we were put through the ringer by Master Lingjing back in the day." She'll lower your voice. "But honestly, I've been looking forward to this for days. It's much more interesting than cultivation." The murmurs reached the new disciples' ears distinctly, even though they were not amplified intentionally. Many of them couldn't help but tense up, their faces showing signs of anxiety. Fang Che calmly scanned the crowd and recognized a few familiar faces, having crossed paths with them on various occasions. Suddenly, his gaze paused on a lively figure. It was Lin Wan. She stood among several senior sisters, her eyes sparkling with interest in the scene before her. When she noticed Fang Che's gaze, she playfully winked at him and smiled mischievously. Master Lingjing seemed oblivious to the spectators behind her. With a graceful flick of her hand, dozens of bamboo fishing rods appeared out of thin air, gently falling in front of everyone. This lake is called Quiet Mind. It is home to the silverline lingfish, which is known for its agility and sensitivity to spiritual energy. It will flee at the slightest disturbance. You will need to use this specially crafted spiritual thread as your line, and your own spiritual energy as bait and hook to fish for the lingfish. You have 3 hours. Whoever catches the most lingfish will receive a bottle of pure spirit pill as a reward. Upon hearing this, the new disciples exchanged glances, while the onlooking older disciples showed a hint of nostalgia. Just as expected. A green-clad disciple watching with crossed arms chuckled, "Back in my day, I toiled for an entire afternoon and only managed to catch 3. My spiritual energy nearly got drained by them. This is far more challenging than simply casting spells. The output must be stable, the change is subtle, and you must continuously sense the slightest movements beneath the water. It truly tests one's genuine skill. The game is on. I bet the first one to fall into the water will be that big guy. He looks like a roughneck. I'm betting on that little junior sister. A look at her face, it's gone pale, haha." Many of the new disciples appeared troubled. They had only recently broken through to the second level of Qi refinement, and were still in the phase of increasing their spiritual energy, but lacking control, making it difficult to maintain stable output, let alone precise manipulation. Not to mention that the lingfish sounded particularly troublesome. Master Lingjing waved her hand lightly, and the bamboo rods flew into their hands. "Find your spots and begin." The disciples had no choice but to brace themselves, hurriedly seeking the best fishing spots by the lake and starting to experiment in a fluster. Fang Che chose a slightly secluded spot by the lakeside, sitting cross-legged under the shade of a tree. He picked up the silver thread before him, feeling its softness and flexibility, clearly not an ordinary item. Fang Che understood that this seemed like fishing, but in reality, it was a comprehensive evaluation of one's heart chi and strength. The spiritual hook required them to continuously input spiritual energy to maintain it, while the enduring spiritual thread served as a bridge to convey spiritual energy and sense the lingfish. Any fluctuation in spiritual energy would be magnified through it startling the target. He calmed his mind and did not rush to throw the thread into the water, but closed his eyes for a moment to adjust his breathing. Haha, look at that one in the east. The spiritual energy line is shaking like a sieve. Tisk that one in the west isn't shaking at all, but its spiritual energy is chaotic and impure. It will probably be mostly dissipated before it even hits the water, leaving barely enough residue to feed the fish. Who is that one in the middle? Their spiritual energy is solid, but their technique is too crude, stabbing straight down as if they're trying to spear the fish. The comments from the older disciples rang out unabashedly. While they were not shouting, the teasing tone caused many of the new disciples to blush and become even more awkward, with failures occurring one after another. Just as most of the new disciples were still struggling with the elusive and hard-to-catch silverline lingfish, a sudden cheer erupted from the eastern lakeside. Haha, I've got one. The voice belonged to Zhu, who had joined the Huda Peak during the disciple recruitment ceremony. He was robust and had a more outgoing personality. At this moment, his face was flushed, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he held tightly to the vigorously trembling bamboo rod. The tip, bending the silver thread taut, and a lively silver shadow was struggling vigorously underwater, splashing water everywhere. Zhu Shixiang is impressive. Several nearby disciples who were familiar with him cast envious glances. To be the first to achieve results in front of everyone was undoubtedly a matter of great pride. Zhu felt proud, as well, working harder to steady the bamboo rod, preparing to pull the lingfish out of the water. However, just when success seemed within reach, a wave of low laughter spread among the older disciples, tinged with a hint of mischief. Hooked. Hey, finally someone has caught something. Look at how happy he is. Get ready for the show. Zhu was fully focused, not distracted at all. He carefully operated his spiritual energy, trying to guide the lingfish to the shore. Just as the lingfish was pulled to within 3 feet of the shore, its silver body visibly shimmering in the clear lake water, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly ordinary-sized silverline lingfish suddenly unleashed a force far beyond what its size should possess, surging back along the spiritual thread. Zhu was caught off guard, feeling an irresistible force pulling at the bamboo rod in his hand. He exclaimed in surprise and instinctively tightened his stance, his spiritual energy surging explosively around him. Splash! A loud sound of falling into the water erupted. Under everyone's gaze, he was actually pulled off the ground by the lingfish and fell directly into the lake. Zhu's shout was drowned out by the water, leaving only a series of bubbling sounds and chaotic splashes. The bamboo fishing rod slipped from his grasp, landing on the nearby surface of the lake, while the mischievous silverline lingfish had already vanished into the depths of the lake with a flash of silver. There was a moment of silence by the lakeside. Then in the area where the older disciples had gathered, a burst of unabashed, joyous laughter erupted. This junior brother's diving style has quite a bit of my flavor from back in the day. Every year has this day, and every year has this morning. Many new disciples were dumbfounded, watching Zhu floundering in the lake, then glancing at the older disciples who were laughing heartily, their emotions becoming extremely complicated. They finally understood why these people were here. They were here to watch the spectacle. Master Lingjing's gaze shifted slightly, and a soft azure energy silently emerged from her sleeve, enveloping Zhu's clothes, gently lifting him from the water and bringing him back to the shore. Her expression remained calm as she softly said, "The lingfish is not an ordinary catch. It has an acute sense of perception. The fluctuations in spiritual energy must remain consistent. Any slight rise or fall will lead to its resistance, causing all efforts to be in vain." Fang Che was contemplating the key points in Master Lingjing's words when he suddenly heard a light sigh beside him. Turning to look, it was Sun Huan from the 100 Refinements Peak. Sun Huan was handsome and possessed a highly coveted top-tier golden spiritual root, which should have made him one of the standout disciples of this generation. However, in cultivation, apart from the spiritual root, comprehension and temperament also matter. Sun Huan always fell slightly short in his understanding of techniques and application of spiritual energy, making him one of the less successful in their cohort. Looking at his fishing rod that remained motionless, Sun Huan's face showed little agitation. Instead, there was a kind of resigned calmness. He turned slightly, whispering just loud enough for two to hear, "This fish is indeed not something we can easily reel in." After saying this, Sun Huan's gaze swept over to Fang Che's fishing rod lying aside, and he quietly felt relieved. Fortunately, he had Fang Che accompanying him. The shock and laughter caused by the sudden fall of the Zhu pillar gradually subsided, yet the atmosphere by the lakeside quietly changed. The new disciples, once confused and clumsy, now truly settled down, carefully experiencing the subtle perceptions spoken of by Master Lingjing. They gathered all unnecessary spiritual energy, focusing their minds more closely on the thin silver thread. At that moment, nearly everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a certain spot by the lakeside. There, a figure in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns, Yun Yao, sat quietly like a pine. Unlike the tense or focused expressions of the other disciples, his elegant and handsome face wore a calm demeanor, and the green bamboo fishing rod in his hand was as steady as a rock, the silver thread dangling in the water, barely revealing any trace of spiritual energy. Everyone only saw Yun Yao's wrist gently tremble as a spirit fish leapt from the water, landing accurately in the jade basin, the motion fluid and graceful. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. The shimmering spirit fish were almost consistently pulled from the water and landed in the basket, the entire process seeming as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Hiss! Such speed, such precise control of spiritual power. Look at that spiritual energy, condensed like substance without a hint of impurities. No wonder he is the Kirin child of the Yun family. The murmurs of the previous disciples arose again, but this time they were filled with amazement, admiration, and a subtle hint of respect. Even the few who had laughed the loudest earlier now concealed their expressions, seriously observing every move of Yun Yao. The new disciples were even more mesmerized, filled with envy and admiration. Senior brother Yun Yao, truly on 1,000 years talent in cultivation. Fang Che, sitting under the shade of a tree, also noticed the commotion, glancing at Yun Yao's nearly perfect rhythm of spiritual energy, secretly praising him in his heart. This level of talent and control was indeed astonishing. However, Yun Yao himself, at the center of attention, seemed oblivious to the external gasps and praises. His handsome face remained indifferent, the corners of his lips slightly pursed, almost imperceptibly forming a delicate arc. Yet within Yun Yao's heart, it was far from calm. He had shown brilliance since childhood, his family holding high hopes for him. After entering the sect, he was even more in the spotlight, accustomed to being the focus and leading his peers. He even somewhat enjoyed the feeling of astonishing everyone in silence. There was no need for deliberate flamboyance. By simply excelling in his endeavors, praise and attention would naturally follow, which fit his vision of a strong person far better than any loud boastfulness. Yun Yao's manipulation of spiritual power became increasingly composed and artistic, the frequency of catching spirit fish seemingly quickening, as if silently responding to all the admiration. The lake wind brushed past, stirring the strands of hair before his forehead and the white fabric of his robe. Under the ancient trees and shimmering lake light, he resembled a celestial being fishing in a painting, causing many young female disciples to be momentarily entranced. Master Lingjing's gaze also fell upon Yun Yao multiple times, clearly revealing his appreciation. Among the previous disciples, a round-faced senior sister standing next to Lin Wan couldn't help but gently nudge Lin Wan with her elbow, whispering in awe. Junior sister Lin, quickly look at junior brother Yun Yao. My heavens, did you see how decisively he lifted the rod? How beautiful! This is a true prodigy. It seems he is undoubtedly the leader among this year's new disciples. Lin Wan, who was crossing her arms, had her gaze wandering across the lake. Upon hearing this, she curled her lips and instinctively glanced towards Yun Yao, then quickly redirected her gaze back to the almost motionless figure in moon white under the distant shade. Humph! She snorted lightly through her nose, her voice not loud, but just enough for the round-faced senior sister to hear. The spiritual power is indeed condensed, and the movements are quite flashy, looking almost like a painting. Lin Wan paused, dismissively saying, but don't you think it's too deliberate? Every ounce of strength seems meticulously calculated, each movement brimming with an ethereal aura, as if afraid others won't see how impressive he is. Fishing is just fishing, but why put on such a show for whom? Isn't it exhausting? The round-faced senior sister was taken aback, surprised by Lin Wan's reaction, and curiously asked, deliberate? Isn't that a sign that junior brother Yun has achieved a level of control where he can act freely? How many disciples wish for such deliberation but cannot attain it? You're only seeing the surface. Lin Wan tilted her chin towards Fang Che's direction. Look at my little junior brother, do you see him? Over there beneath the tree. The round-faced senior sister looked in the direction she pointed, only to see Fang Che still maintaining his original posture, so quiet he seemed to blend into the shade. Hey, isn't that Fang Che whom you often talk about? Why is he sitting there completely motionless, eyes closed? It's been almost an hour. She sensed carefully and added in surprise. Oh, his aura seems more solid than in the past few days. Could he have broken through to the second level of chi refining? Lin Wan was originally watching Yun Yao with great interest, occasionally glancing at Fang Che's steady fishing method, secretly appraising her junior brother's remarkable demeanor. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, she abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Che. Indeed, Fang Che was as Li Yun described, sitting cross-legged under the shade the green bamboo, fishing rod, casually resting on his knee, the silver thread dangling in the shallow water by the shore, gently swaying with the ripples. His eyelids drooped, breathing evenly and deeply, his chest slightly rising and falling. His posture resembled someone napping, sharply contrasting with the other disciples who were fully focused and busy. Lin Wan's previous smugness and amused expression instantly froze, followed by a surge of anger. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and her bright eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. This Fang Che, whom she often praised in front of others, turned out to be performing a display of napping at such a crucial moment. This was not hiding his talent, it was clearly slacking off. Lin Wan was so furious that her teeth were clenched and her fists tightened, wishing she could rush over and grab Fang Che by the ear and give him a good beating. Beside her, Li Yun noticed her changing expressions and thought she felt embarrassed after being called out, quickly reassuring her. Junior sister Lin, don't be too angry. A junior brother Fang might have been cultivating too hard earlier, suddenly relaxing now and accidentally falling asleep. After all, he just broke through, and it's natural to feel tired. Even as she said this, she lacked confidence. I caught one too. I caught one too. Sun Huan, not far from Fang Che, was so excited that his face turned red. He didn't even bother to wipe his face as he carefully took the wriggling spirit fish off the hook, cradling it like a treasure. This was the first fish he had caught since the assessment began. Although it was small, it held great significance, implying he might not be the last one. Sun Huan rushed over to Fang Che, flaunting the spirit fish. Junior brother Fang, I caught. But halfway through he abruptly stopped, stunned. Is junior brother Fang really asleep? He blinked and leaned in a bit closer, tentatively calling out softly, Junior brother Fang. Confirming his suspicion, the astonishment on Sun Huan's face slowly transformed into deep sympathy. Sigh. He sighed heavily in his heart. Junior brother Fang must have had a tough time. What a poor yet hard-working junior brother, just about to embarrass himself in the assessment. Sun Huan looked at Fang Che's sleeping face, his eyes filled with immense affection. Junior brother Fang, you are truly my good junior brother. You picked the perfect time to sleep. Thinking this, Sun Huan quietly tiptoed to sit cross-legged behind Fang Che, carefully adjusting his not-so-deep spiritual energy to create a more comfortable environment for Fang Che. Sun Huan was so focused in his efforts that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Anyone unaware would think he was performing some profound technique. Meanwhile, at the center of this little farce within Fang Che's consciousness, a subtle ripple of spiritual energy gently spread across the vast surface of his mind lake. Time quietly slipped away amidst the stable and efficient harvesting of Yun Yao as the disciples cautiously caught fish under the diligent watch of Sun Huan. During the day, the serene heart-calm lake reflected the myriad stars, and a crescent moon, the water's surface shimmering like scattered silver, adding an air of mystery and coolness. As the assessment deadline approached, the atmosphere by the heart-calm lake became somewhat delicate. Most people were either happy or worried as they counted their gains, with sighs and laughter rising and falling. Initially, no one noticed that corner where Fang Che sat quietly like a stone, almost merging with the shadows by the lakeside. It wasn't until a disciple who was counting his spiritual fish casually glanced up and uttered a sound of surprise. Junior brother Fang. Is he perhaps asleep? Nearby, several disciples turned to look, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Look at his fish basket, it's completely empty. It's quite normal for junior brother Fang to give up. After all, he is only at the first layer of chi refinement with limited spiritual energy. While their discussions were soft, they echoed clearly in the quiet lakeside, drawing more and more gazes. Not far away among the observing past disciples, a few gazes focused on Fang Che, initially just a casual glance, but soon their expressions became slightly more serious. Sleeping during the assessment. This junior brother is quite carefree. It doesn't look like he is asleep, rather it seems he is in a meditative state, but one shouldn't be meditating during the assessment, right? It seems his bucket is still empty. He hasn't caught a single fish. Not just empty, look at his fishing rod. The silver thread barely feels any spiritual power, as if it has snapped. This must be giving up, right? Doesn't Elder Lingjing care? Whispers spread among the past disciples who, being more experienced, almost unanimously concluded that Fang Che had given up. Such things were not surprising, but this blatant abandonment was rather rare. Lin Wan felt her cheeks flush as she listened to the murmurs around her, anxious and angry, wishing she could rush over and shake Fang Che awake. Elder Lingjing's gaze had passed over Fang Che several times. Initially, she harbored a hint of doubt, which gradually shifted to scrutiny, finally, even carrying a trace of imperceptible expectation. She did not speak to interrupt, but simply watched quietly. Unknown to everyone, a tranquil storm was brewing in Fang Che's sea of consciousness. Previously, Elder Lingjing had mentioned that human thoughts disturb the fish, and since they cannot be forced, why not transform them? During the past 6 months of practicing the sword cultivation technique, Fang Che had merged his mind with the Xianyuan sword, daily experiencing the gradual awakening of that subtle spiritual essence in nurturing. Wasn't this another form of transformation? Not by force, but by intent and feeling, by guiding the heart. A thought flickered like a spark across his mind. The vague description of the unity of body, mind, sword, and spirit in the sword cultivation technique became clear at this moment. An ancient and mysterious text quietly surfaced in his heart. Once Zhuangzhou dreamed he was a butterfly flitting about, embodying his aspirations. Yet he did not know it was Zhou. Suddenly awakening, it was as if he had turned into a butterfly. Did Zhou dream of being a butterfly, or did the butterfly dream of being Zhou? Zhuangzhou and the butterfly both forgetting themselves, the boundary dissolving. Then why could Fang Che, sitting quietly by the lake, not be one with the lively silver-lined spirit fish in the water? With a single thought clarified, all thoughts became tranquil. Fang Che completely let go of his mental defenses, no longer trying to sense the spirit fish in the lake, nor distinguishing himself from the spirit fish. As his thoughts rippled lightly, he seemed no longer to be a cultivator fishing by the shore, but transformed into a pure stream in the lake, a blade of aquatic grass, and eventually became a silver-lined spirit fish swimming through the ages. Did he not know if his dream was the spirit fish? Was the dream of the spirit fish his? In this seamless unity, where he forgot himself, his consciousness gently brushed over the lake water, no longer seeking, merely calling, merely resonating. Everyone only saw Fang Che still with his eyes closed, unmoving. The once tranquil lake surface reflecting the stars and moon suddenly rippled with a shallow wave without warning. Following that, an astonishing scene unfolded that left all onlookers speechless. A silver-lined spirit fish with a faint golden stripe and inner spiritual light quietly swam out from the dark depths of the aquatic plants. It swam straight towards the water below Fang Che, its fine scales shimmering in the moonlight, its head slightly turning, as if listening, confirming something. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, the spirit fish elegantly flicked its tail fin, gracefully leaping out of the water. The moonlight cast a layer of clarity upon its shiny body, and with a splash it accurately landed in the fish basket that had been empty all along. Everyone. This leap seemed to press an invisible switch. The second fish, the third fish. More and more silver-lined spirit fish gathered from all directions. They varied in size, some bright, some dim. Each fish that swam to the waters before Fang Che stopped briefly. Then in an orderly fashion, one by one, they leapt out of the water, tracing similar arcs as they dove into that fish basket. Splash, splash, splash. The sounds were not loud, yet they struck at everyone's heartstrings. There was no fierce struggle, no shining spiritual light, not even a compulsion to communicate. Only the fish school voluntarily and calmly returned to the basket. The bizarre scene flowed with an indescribable harmony. The entire lakeside fell into dead silence. All disciples, new and old alike, were left stunned, as if caught in a spell. Some did not notice their fishing rods slipping into the water, while others unconsciously leaned forward, as if trying to see whether this was an illusion. Lin Wan's eyes widened, her small hand covering her mouth, her gaze darting between Fang Che's tranquil profile and the continuously filling fish basket, her mind a blank. At the moment when the astonishing appearance of the fish school occurred, Yun Yao, who had been comfortably seated on the fishing platform, enjoying the astonished gazes of everyone, also sensed the strange shift in the atmosphere. He had just completed another exquisite lift of his rod, a high-quality, silver-lined spirit fish, responding to his call, waiting for the usual awestruck gazes. However, the expected atmosphere did not appear. This left him slightly displeased, but he maintained perfect control, his wrist flicking as yet another spirit fish accurately landed in the basket. Yin Yao thought this was just a temporary distraction. Yet the strange silence and the increasing gasps made it impossible for him to ignore it any longer. Following the gaze of the majority, he looked towards that forgotten corner of the lakeside, his expression tinged with annoyance and condescension. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Those silver-lined spirit fish, like pilgrims, one after another, calmly and voluntarily leapt out of the water, precisely diving into the fish basket beside Fang Che. The fishing rod in Yun Yao's hand, which had been as steady as a rock, trembled imperceptibly. How is this possible? He watched in disbelief as the number of spirit fish in Fang Che's bucket in the blink of an eye surpassed his own hard-earned catch from half a day's labor, and it continued to increase. The composed demeanor of those spirit fish as they leapt into the wooden bucket seemed to silently mock every meticulously calculated and perfectly designed lift of his rod. Fang Che, a name Yun Yao had occasionally heard, laughed it off, never taking it to heart. Yun Yao shifted his gaze back to the lake before him, but his mind could no longer immerse itself as it had before. Interesting. Yun Yao coldly uttered 3 words. Fang Che, you have successfully captured my attention. The assessment concluded in an eerie atmosphere, and the spectacle of fish gathering voluntarily overturned the understanding of all disciples. Real Master Lingjing did not evaluate each one individually, Her gaze slowly swept over the fish baskets in front of the disciples by the lakeside, pausing for a moment on Fang Che's nearly overflowing basket, and she gently spoke. Today it ends here. Leave Fang Che behind. The rest of the disciples disperse. There were no rankings announced, no comments on gains or losses, not even a mention of the sensational gathering of fish. She simply concluded the assessment and left Fang Che alone. The disciples exchanged glances filled with confusion, yet no one dared to speak further. They could only silently pack up their belongings and leave one by one. Many could not help but steal glances at Fang Che, their expressions complex. Yun Yao's gaze lingered on the full basket of fish for a moment, her lips pressed together almost imperceptibly before she turned and left her back, appearing even more solitary than before. Lin Wan was the last to leave. She turned her head and winked at Fang Che, her lips curving into a bright arc before she too left with the crowd. In an instant, the bustling lakeside was left with only Fang Che and the quietly standing real master Lingjing, who seemed to merge with the night. The lake reflected the stars and moon, silent and still. The moonlight fell upon real master Lingjing's elegant Dao robe, making her appear even more gentle and tranquil as she looked at Fang Che, her gaze filled with a mentor's concern for a junior. Fang Che, real master Lingjing slowly began, her voice soothing. What you did today was not merely due to the skill of your techniques, but rather your heart aligning with nature, invoking a resonance with the spiritual fish. This method aligns with the Tao, far surpassing ordinary control techniques, demonstrating your pure heart and extraordinary comprehension. Her tone shifted slightly, yet remained gentle. Before you entered the sect, you were assessed to have high-quality, 5-element spiritual roots. Your innate talent is excellent, but having all 5 elements means your cultivation path will be slower than ordinary. Real Master Lingjing's gaze turned to the basket of spiritual fish, and she continued softly. This silver-lined spiritual fish, born of the waters of the spirit pivot, absorbs the essence of water spirits and a trace of innate vitality. Its flesh is excellent for nourishing the meridians and refining spiritual power for Qi refinement stage cultivators. After a pause, her voice grew even softer. Today, by chance, you attracted the gathering of the fish, which is quite a bounty. If you can make good use of it, it will greatly benefit your current realm. This is your opportunity and also your fortune. Real Master Lingjing elaborated on the benefits of the spiritual fish clearly. Fang Che stood quietly listening, fully aware of the stagnation in his cultivation due to his 5-element spiritual roots, and he understood the value represented by this basket of spiritual fish. If he could refine them all, perhaps he could quickly stabilize his footing at the second layer of Qi refinement, or even take a significant step towards the third layer, greatly alleviating the pressure of his slow progress. However, when Fang Che's gaze fell upon the quiet, gliding beings in the basket, what came to his mind was the wondrous state of unrestrained unity he felt when resonating with their spiritual essence. The spiritual fish came to him with a natural trust and familiarity. Refining them to increase his spiritual power felt like cooking and eating a friend who had come to meet him. The moment this thought arose, Fang Che sensed a blockage in his mind, his Tao heart becoming dusted. Thank you, Real Master, for your guidance and clarification, Fang Che replied steadily. I understand what you said. This indeed greatly benefits my cultivation. He paused, his gaze clear. However, I believe that on the path of cultivation, one must value their true heart. The fish came to me due to a moment of clarity in my heart and their resonance. This is an opportunity and also a gift. If I were to refine them solely to pursue advancement in cultivation, although I would gain spiritual power, I fear my Tao heart would become clouded, betraying the trust of the spiritual fish. Lacking spiritual power can be compensated by diligent cultivation, but once the Tao heart is clouded, it may be difficult to cleanse. After speaking, Fang Che ceased to say more, picking up the heavy basket of fish and turning towards the lakeside. The moonlight elongated his silhouette, casting it onto the shimmering water's surface as he crouched down, gently immersing the basket's opening into the icy lake water. Fang Che's movements were unhurried and focused. The silvery glow surged in the basket as the spiritual fish seemed to sense something gracefully gliding out with the flow of water. They did not rush to escape, but instead swirled leisurely around Fang Che for a moment after entering the water. The silver scales shimmered under the moonlight, the slender tendrils gently brushing against his fingertips, bringing a cool and soft sensation as if conveying a sense of farewell. Then they elegantly flicked their tails and turned, carrying a faint glimmer of starlight, silently merging into the water, disappearing into the darkness that nourished them. Real Master Lingjing had been watching quietly. When she saw Fang Che calmly choose to release them after listening to her speak of the benefits of the spiritual fish, a clear flash of surprise crossed her usually gentle eyes. She could naturally see Fang Che's slow progress in cultivation, and precisely because of this, she had deliberately elucidated the benefits to him. Yet she did not expect that this young man, fully aware of the immense benefits and needing such resources himself, would decisively give them up. Such a decision was rare in her long years of cultivation and teaching. It seemed she began to understand why Yunlan held this child in such high regard. That seemingly carefree and unruly fellow Yunlan indeed had a unique perspective. When Fang Che finished releasing the fish and turned back, real Master Lingjing had returned to her usual gentle demeanor. She lightly waved her hand, and 2 points of spiritual light flew out from her sleeve, gracefully landing before Fang Che. One was a small green bottle entwined with natural leaf vein patterns, while the other was a white jade bottle, translucent and warm with a hint of spiritual energy flowing within. This Qinglin bottle can condense a drop of Imu Qinglin each day, providing slight nourishment to the soul, which may assist you in your daily cultivation. Real Master Lingjing's gaze turned to the white jade bottle, and she spoke gently. This is the purifying spirit pill. The one who catches the most spiritual fish can receive this pill. Although you did not count, what you obtained far exceeds that of other disciples, so this pill rightfully belongs to you. The purifying spirit pill has the effect of purifying spiritual power and stabilizing the foundation, making it particularly suitable for your 5-element spiritual root body. Real Master Lingjing looked at Fang Che, her eyes filled with encouragement. What you did today demonstrates your true heart. The path of cultivation is long and opportunities vary. This item is given to you, and I hope you will hold on to your heart and proceed steadily. Thank you, Real Master, for your generous gift and instruction. I will certainly remember it, work diligently, and live up to your expectations. Fang Che bowed deeply, his words earnest. Real Master Lingjing nodded with a smile, her figure gradually fading into the moonlight and mist, as if merging into the gentle night, leaving only a trace of herbal energy lingering for a moment before dispersing with the wind. Fang Che stood alone by the lake, holding the azure jade bottle, feeling the tranquil vitality emanating from within. He took one last look at the now profoundly calm Jingxin Lake, and then glanced at the empty basket at his feet. Having given up a basket of precious resources that could accelerate his cultivation, Fang Che felt not a shred of regret, only a tranquility that came from the clarity of his Tao and a clearer perception of the path ahead. As the night breeze brushed by, creating tiny ripples on the lake's surface, just as he was about to turn and leave a deliberately suppressed rustling sound suddenly came from behind a lush, ancient pine by the lakeside. Then Lin Wan's head popped out, her face wearing a mischievous smile. Finally, you're leaving, she said, brushing off the grass from her clothes as she bounced in front of Fang Che. Little junior brother, what did Real Master Lingjing tell you? Now that's great. With these spiritual fish, your cultivation will improve a lot. Huh? Lin Wan's gaze fell on the fish basket at Fang Che's feet, and her smile instantly froze. She blinked, then blinked again, seemingly unable to believe what she saw, and leaned down to peek into the basket. Where are the fish? She suddenly raised her head, staring at Fang Che with wide eyes, her fingers trembling. Did Real Master Lingjing take back all those silver-lined spiritual fish? She isn't that kind of person, right? I released them, Fang Che replied calmly. Released? Released them? Lin Wan's voice suddenly changed pitch, her almond eyes going wide as she pointed at Jingxin Lake, her fingers trembling slightly. You mean you put all those spiritual fish back into the lake? Upon receiving Fang Che's confirming gaze, it was as if Lin Wan had been struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving her standing there in shock. After a long while, she suddenly inhaled sharply, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Fang Che's nose, her face filled with a pained expression of a wasteful disaster. Fang Che, have you damaged your brain while cultivating? She stomped her foot in frustration, her words tumbling out quickly like beans. Those are silver-lined spiritual fish. The silver-lined spiritual fish of Jingxin Lake. Do you know how rare they are? For us Qi refinement stage cultivators, they're like walking elixirs. Just one could replace months of hard cultivation. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, her cheeks flushing. I'm already at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, if I had even a basket of them. No, even just 3 or 5 ID makes significant progress. You just entered the 2nd layer and need these rare resources to establish a solid foundation and make up for the slow cultivation of your 5-element spiritual roots, yet you let them all go. Lin Wan circled around Fang Che as if trying to see if something was missing from the back of his head, and suddenly exclaimed, I know. It must be that Real Master Lingjing didn't tell you of the miraculous uses of the spiritual fish. Fang Che let her vent her dissatisfaction and surprise. After Lin Wan finished speaking in one breath, her chest rising and falling as she stared at him, he slowly smiled bitterly and said, Senior Sister Real Master has detailed the benefits of the spiritual fish to me. Knowing that you still release them. Lin Wan glared at him. Fang Che's gaze turned towards the deep lake, his voice low but clear and firm. They did not come to me through force techniques. They came in response to my call. If I were to refine them merely for the sake of increasing my spiritual power, it would go against my true heart. On the path of cultivation, spiritual power can be accumulated, but if the true heart is lost, it may be hard to find again. Lin Wan opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to retort, but looking at Fang Che's calm eyes and his unwavering expression, all the words she had built up suddenly lodged in her throat. Having grown up in the sect endowed with excellent talent and favored by her master Lin, one had a smooth path in cultivation and had seen many sect members calculating and fighting over resources. She had also encountered those who feigned nobility while calculating deeper schemes, but she had never seen someone like Fang Che. Knowing it was a huge benefit and being in urgent need, yet still unhesitatingly giving it up for what sounded like a somewhat abstract true heart, was simply inconceivable to her, bordering on foolishness. Yet within this foolishness there was an obstinacy that she found difficult to understand, yet felt somewhat shocked by. She stared at Fang Che for a while before her shoulders slumped in defeat as she muttered, forget it, I can't argue with you. Anyway, the fish are yours, you can release them as you wish." Yet the pained expression on her face clearly indicated that she hadn't fully come to terms with it. Lin Weiner shook her head, casting one last glance at the bottomless Jingxin Lake, as if she could still see the shimmering silver lights swimming within. A pained expression crossed her face, and then she tugged at Fang Che's sleeve, saying, "Let's go back. If I keep looking, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from jumping in to catch them." Fang Che allowed her to pull him along, while Lin Weiner continued to lament the fate of the fish. Fang Che mostly just listened, occasionally responding with a word. The next morning, the Tingzhu Pavilion was still shrouded in a veil of morning mist and the crisp sound of birdsong. Fang Che had just finished his morning sword cultivation practice when a cheerful cough echoed from outside the courtyard. "Little 13, you're up quite early." Fang Che looked up to see Master Yunlan leaning against the bamboo by the courtyard gate, dressed in her usual elegant Taoist robe, propping her chin on her hand and gazing at him with a gentle smile. However, beneath her usual mischievous smile today, there seemed to be something intriguing hidden away. "Disciple pays respects to master." Fang Che quickly bowed. "No need for that." Master Yunlan waved her hand, lightly stepping into the courtyard and naturally sitting on the stone bench, patting the spot next to her. "Come sit. I've heard that an extraordinary person has emerged from Xianshui, Peak, someone so indifferent to fame and fortune that even the silver-thread spiritual fish of Jingxin Lake do not catch their eye. They simply release them, quite generous indeed." She elongated her tone, her voice laced with teasing. Fang Che felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, saying, "Disciple does not dare claim the name of indifference, but what?" Master Yunlan interjected, her voice rising slightly. "My foolish disciple, the path of cultivation is a contest against heaven, earth, and others, but most importantly, it is a contest against oneself. It is about seizing that fleeting opportunity. When the opportunity comes to you, you return it willingly and speak of it being against your conscience." She sighed, her expression shifting from irritation to profound helplessness and regret as she looked at Fang Che, earnestly advising him, "Little 13, I know that you have a good heart, that you are neither greedy nor impatient, and that is a virtue. But cultivation cannot rely solely on a good disposition. Resources, tangible resources that can genuinely advance your cultivation, can sometimes be more effective than 100 years of solitary practice. Your 5-element spiritual route is inherently difficult, starting off slower than others. You need these rare treasures to make up for your deficiencies, yet you." She shook her head, her gaze reminiscent of Lin Weiner's expression when she looked at the empty fish basket yesterday. Fang Che remained silent for a moment, waiting for Master Yunlan's emotions to settle before slowly saying, "Master's teachings, disciple will remember. The importance of resources, disciple dare not forget. However, yesterday those spiritual fish indeed came to me because of my tranquil state of mind, resonating faintly with me. If I were to refine them merely for the sake of increasing spiritual power, I fear I would lose that state of mind. In my humble opinion, when it comes to long-term cultivation, the gains and losses should not be measured solely by the fluctuations of immediate spiritual power." Master Yunlan listened, her frown undiminished, but her gaze became a bit more serious. She stared at Fang Che for a long while before exhaling heavily and leaning back against the stone bench. Very well, very well." She waved her hand, her gaze fixed on Fang Che's face, now containing more curiosity. "Tell me specifically, what was the trick behind those fish coming to you?" Fang Che thought for a moment, and then clearly and concisely recounted the changes in his state of mind yesterday, the subtle connection with the spiritual fish, the insights from Lingjing Master, the inner choices he made, and the process of releasing them without exaggeration or concealment. Master Yunlan listened quietly, remaining silent for a long while, as the only sound in the courtyard was the gentle trickle of the spiritual spring. "Little 13, do you know that what you did yesterday, while it seemed to yield a benefit, actually placed you on the edge of a precipice?" After a long time, she finally spoke slowly, her tone unusually solemn. Fang Che's heart tightened. "Please enlighten me, master." "To completely let go of your mind, to disperse all your thoughts, and to become one with all things. This is what ancient practitioners called sitting and forgetting, transforming into objects. It is an extremely high realm, but also a path fraught with peril." Master Yunlan's eyes sparkled as if she could see through one's heart. External evils, inner demons, and even the fragmented malevolent thoughts wandering between heaven and earth can take advantage of such a void to invade. The consequences can be light, leading to damage to your divine sense and severing your path, or severe, resulting in the scattering of your soul and spirit, leaving you as nothing but an empty shell governed by instinct. You might even be possessed by those entities. Taiching Peak is protected by a grand formation, and the spiritual fish are inherently gentle, which is why you were fortunate enough to benefit and retreat unscathed. In the future, do not attempt such things lightly in the outside world. Fang Che solemnly replied, "Disciple will remember Master's warnings." He had only felt that state was naturally profound and uplifting yesterday, never considering the depth of the abyss behind it. "Are you scared now?" Master Yunlan observed his expression and suddenly smiled, her tone softening. "It's good that you know fear, but this luck is also a part of strength, especially your inexplicable ability to evoke the resonance of the spiritual fish. Sit up straight and listen carefully. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Through this experience, you have inadvertently glimpsed a path that may suit you better, one that does not cling to control but seeks resonance. This is different from the usual path, more dangerous, yet closer to certain fundamental principles. Continue practicing the sword cultivation method as usual. This method, though it may seem clumsy, is immensely useful for stabilizing your state of mind and honing subtle perceptions, providing a foundation that will prevent you from being easily backlashed by such states in the future." At this point, Master Yunlan suddenly reached out and ruffled Fang Che's hair, disheveling his neatly arranged hairstyle, and returned to her usual playful demeanor. "All right, stop looking so serious. This is a good thing, a very good thing. It proves that my judgment is keen and I've found a treasure. However, this path is extremely perilous. Ordinary disciples cultivate spiritual power and practice techniques step by step. Even if they encounter bottlenecks, there are often clear paths to follow. But you, on the other hand, have stepped into the murky waters of sitting and forgetting." Master Yunlan paused, seeing Fang Che's clear eyes, without any fear, only focused on listening earnestly. She fell silent for a moment, then reached into her robes and produced a token about the size of half a palm, warm and smooth like white jade. The token had an ancient design inscribed with an elegant character for cloud on the front, while the back was adorned with swirling cloud patterns faintly glowing with spiritual light. "This is one of my identity jade tokens, usually of little use except for one thing." She gently placed the jade token on the stone table and pushed it toward Fang Che. "With this token, you can freely enter the Xianjing Hall. Go choose a suitable method to nourish your soul and stabilize your spiritual awareness. With this method as a foundation, your path of sitting and forgetting can be walked a little more securely so that a gentle breeze does not scatter your soul. Master this token is too precious, disciple." Fang Che was momentarily at a loss for words. "Precious?" Master Yunlan raised an eyebrow, returning to her teasing expression. "Can anything be more precious than my disciple's life and path? Take it. Remember, this is for securing your life, not for seeking some earth-shattering secret transmission. You need to carefully discern and choose a method that resonates best with your current cultivation and disposition. If you find it difficult to understand or decide, you can sit quietly and sense it. Sometimes the methods for nurturing the soul rely more on fate." Fang Che took a deep breath, no longer refusing, and respectfully accepted the jade token with both hands. "Disciple will be cautious and not betray Master's high hopes." Master Yunlan finally revealed a smile, standing up and saying, "That's more like it. Go now, time is of the essence." As her voice faded, her figure dissipated like light smoke, leaving only the white jade token radiating warmth and tranquility in Fang Che's palm. At a quarter past the hour of Chun, the stone square in front of the Xianjing Hall had begun to gather some crowds. The lingering mist shrouded the ancient, towering 90-yeared hall, giving it an ethereal quality. The Xianjing Hall is the core of the Taoist teachings passed down from Xianshui Peak. Although Fang Che's time as an apprentice has been short, he has already heard of its name. This hall is divided into 9 levels, not arbitrarily, but in accordance with the significance of the 9 realms of cultivation, corresponding to the hierarchy and profundity of the collected texts. The higher the level, the more precious and profound the techniques, secret records, and insights from the sages contained within. It not only requires a vast amount of contributions from the sect, but also imposes almost stringent requirements on the cultivator's realm and Tao heart. Fang Che walked slowly along the mountain path, the moon-white robe of a direct disciple radiating a faint glow in the morning mist, the cloud patterns on his sleeves appearing and disappearing with each step. He was slender and tall, with the morning light outlining the clean and clear profile of a young man. Most striking were his eyes, bright as a clear spring, reflecting the hall in the mist, and the distant verdant mountains possessing a tranquility that belied his age. As Fang Che stepped onto the stone square, the previously scattered conversations fell silent for a moment, and many curious gazes fell upon him. Who was that? A new direct senior brother. A female disciple in an intersect blue robe widened her eyes slightly and whispered to her companion. It should be the face looks unfamiliar. The companion scrutinized him closely, her voice tinged with unhidden surprise. He looks quite handsome, but he appears very young. His cultivation level seems low too, only at the second layer of Chi refinement. Another female disciple chimed in, her gaze lingering for a moment on Fang Che's refined profile, before hurriedly looking away, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Several younger intersect female disciples gathered together, exchanging glances, their low laughter tinged with the unique shyness and curiosity of young girls. Some stole glances, others pretended to adjust their robes, yet their peripheral vision still lingered on that moon-white figure. The reactions of the intersect male disciples were far more complex, filled with envy, curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of dissatisfaction. Only at the second layer of Chi refinement. I heard that Elder Yunlan took in a new direct disciple half a year ago with 5 elements spiritual roots. Could it be him? Can someone with 5 elements roots really become a direct disciple? This conversation was spoken in hushed tones, but it could not conceal the bitterness and disbelief within. Most of these intersect disciples had been in the sect for several years, diligently cultivating and accumulating contributions, hoping that one day they would gain the favor of an elder, even if it was just as a named disciple. Yet here was this young man with cultivation barely at the second layer of Chi refinement, already dressed in the attire signifying his status as a direct disciple. How could that not stir complex emotions? Among the crowd, a few figures also clad in moon-white robes, but whose auras were evidently much deeper, cast glances that carried more weight. A young man bearing a long sword, and with a cold demeanor, glanced at Fang Che. Sensing the shallow wave of spiritual energy, he curled his lips into a cold arc before shifting his gaze away. Not far away, a gentle-looking female disciple in a similar moon-white robe flashed a hint of surprise in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. A burly man beside her let out a snort, and though he didn't speak, his attitude was unmistakable. Second layer of Chi refinement. Elder Yunlan has become more inscrutable this time, the sword-bearing youth muttered with a semblance of a smile. I heard that during the assessment at the Tranquil Heart Lake yesterday, this disciple Fang displayed quite extraordinary abilities. The direct female disciple softly added, her gaze still fixed on Fang Che. Extraordinary. It's merely a few clever tricks, nothing more, the stout disciple replied coldly. As cultivators, we must ultimately rely on cultivation strength to speak. How far can one go relying on some superficial tricks? These words reached Fang Che's ears without missing a beat. He did not pause his steps, but walked straight into the Xianjing Hall. He had no intention of arguing. Solidifying his foundation and understanding the path ahead was far more crucial than caring about others' opinions or debates. At this moment, Fang Che's only thought was to head to the section of the Xianjing Hall to find what he currently needed. In the hall, an elder in charge sat behind a blackwood long table. Several assisting disciples stood on either side, and at this moment 3 or 4 disciples were already seated, all appearing to be intersect disciples. Fang Che's entrance immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. The waiting intersect disciples instinctively looked up, and when they recognized the moon-white robe and unique cloud water patterns on him, they were momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of shock, hastily rising to their feet and awkwardly bowing, their eyes filled with awe and uncontainable curiosity. Fang Che nodded slightly in return and walked straight to the long table. The elder in charge did not look up, still focused on the jade slip in his hand, and spoke softly. Identity jade badge. Which section do you wish to go to? Disciple wishes to go to the section to seek a method to stabilize the spirit. Fang Che replied. A section. The elder paused and looked at Fang Che, his gaze lingering briefly on his youthful face and direct disciple attire. Do you have a master's order or a peak master's decree? The methods in the section are not accessible to those without direct disciple status. Even within the same level, the Xianjing Hall is further divided into 5 areas based on the rarity of the texts and the fields they cover. The section contains texts that ordinary disciples cannot access freely. Contributions or permission from the peak are needed. Having prepared for this, Fang Che took out the white jade token given by the real person Yunlan from his sleeve and gently placed it beside the identity jade badge. The 2 assistant disciples standing beside the long table had their pupils shrink, their faces instantly filled with astonishment, their gazes fixed on the seemingly plain white jade token. The several intersect disciples waiting nearby, though not recognizing the specific significance of this token, could tell from the assistants' reactions that it was extraordinary. Even the elder in charge, who had been calm, tightened his fingers slightly around the jade slip at that moment. He set down the jade slip, reached out to pick up the Xian Shui. Yunling examined it carefully, even inputting a trace of very subtle spiritual energy for sensing. After a moment, he slowly set the token down, and his gaze toward Fang Che had changed entirely, now carrying a hint of scrutiny. Xian Shui Yunling. The elder's voice remained steady, but his speech slowed. This token is not to be lightly granted except to those who have made significant contributions to the peak or those highly trusted by the peak master and core elders. The holder of this token has privileges almost equal to the elders in many key areas of Xianshui Peak. That Yunlan's sister actually gave this token to you. He did not continue, but the weight of his unfinished words was understood by all present. This was not merely a matter of regard, it was an unimaginable trust and bestowal. What merit could a second-layer Qi refinement novice disciple possess? Fang Che could feel the complex gazes behind him filled with disbelief and intense emotional fluctuations. In fact, even Fang Che himself was quite surprised. He had initially thought this token was merely a convenience granted by his master, perhaps to reduce some contributions or to open certain areas. But he did not expect that this white jade token would wield such power, granting privileges almost equal to those of an elder. Fang Che quickly steadied his mind, maintaining an expression of calm, yet his heart felt even more touched by this generous gift and trust from real person Yunlan. The elder remained silent for a few moments before finally pushing back the token along with the identity jade badge. The inheritance of methods is based on fate. To force it is futile, greed leads to peril. I hope you will use this token wisely and not disappoint Yunlan's expectations. Disciple will remember the elder's teachings and will certainly treat it with caution and reverence, Fang Che said, accepting the token and jade badge with both hands, solemnly storing them away. The elder nodded slightly, no longer speaking. A nearby assisting disciple promptly stepped forward to open a grand green-tongued door leading deeper inside, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Xianshui Yunling. That is a token that allows free access to most of the inheritances in the section. It is said that even many veteran direct senior brothers may not possess it. I heard he just recently broke through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Elder Yunlan actually values him so highly. The several direct disciples exchanged glances, their eyes filled not only with shock, but also with an indescribable complexity, even a hint of suppressed jealousy. As direct disciples, they sometimes receive similar privileges from their master, but such a high-ranking token would never be easily bestowed, especially not to a novice disciple. Deep within the first level of the mystic scripture hall, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Fang Che traversed the S-shaped area lined with common texts such as the basic Qi refinement technique, an initial understanding of the 5 elements, before passing through a formations-like curtain that required identity verification, revealing a vastly different scene before him. In stark contrast to the somewhat crowded shelves of the S-shaped area, this place was spacious and tranquil. 7 tall sandalwood racks stood arranged in a fan shape, each divided into dozens of uniformly sized jade compartments within which lay jade slips of various colors. Hanging below the jade slips were small tags made of the same material, clearly inscribing the names of the technique's cultivation taboos and the required contribution points. There were just over 1,000 slips visible, but each one represented a precious inheritance during the Qi refinement stage. At this moment, 7 or 8 disciples were already in the S-shaped area, scattered before the sandalwood rack, some focused on reading the labels, others holding a jade slip with closed eyes to sense it, or whispering to their companions, the atmosphere serious and concentrated. Most of these disciples wore intersect blue robes, yet their auras were notably heavy, with the weakest spiritual power fluctuations exceeding the 6th level of Qi refinement, generally at the 7th or 8th level. The techniques in the S-shaped area involved refining spiritual power, nurturing the soul, barrier-breaking secrets, and even some powerful unique spells, with a high cultivation threshold requiring at least the 6th level of Qi refinement. Thus, when Fang Che entered the S-shaped area with only the 2nd level of Qi refinement, it instantly drew many gazes. A newly promoted direct disciple. 2nd level of Qi refinement. How did he get in? Shoo, quiet down, perhaps some elder made an exception. The voices were hushed, yet the surprised skepticism and a hint of barely noticeable envy still quietly lingered in the air. Fang Che appeared oblivious to it all, calmly sweeping his gaze across the entire hall until it quickly locked onto the 2 rows of sandalwood racks on the left, marked with the names of Soul Foundation and Initial Exploration of Spiritual Sense. This was precisely the area he aimed for. He walked straight over his steps, steady, unaffected by the surrounding gazes. In front of those 2 rows of racks stood 3 direct disciples, all clad in moon-white robes. One was a tall, thin man with a slightly pale complexion and a furrowed brow, hesitatingly holding a deep blue jade slip marked Ice Heart Soul Suppressing Technique. Another was a beautiful female cultivator, carefully sensing a jade slip named Clear Radiance, nurturing the spirit, displaying a satisfied expression, clearly pleased with it. The third was a short, plump disciple, scratching his head and indecisively comparing 2 jade slips. Fang Che's arrival brought a momentary stillness to this small corner. The tall, thin man and the short, plump disciple instinctively glanced at him, their expressions turning somewhat strange upon sensing his cultivation level. The female cultivator also paused her, sensing her gaze falling on Fang Che, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes before she slightly nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her task. Fang Che nodded in return, then entirely focused on the wooden rack before him. His gaze swiftly skimmed over the labels beneath each jade slip. Soul Ignition Secret Art activates the potential of the soul through a special method, doubling spiritual sense temporarily, but resulting in soul weakness afterwards. Long-term cultivation harms the foundation, requiring 30,000 contribution points to exchange for this art. 7 Emotions Heart Refinement Technique harnesses the power of the 7 emotions to temper the soul, gaining some resistance against inner demons. This technique is easily susceptible to emotional backlash, and those with weak will should be cautious, requiring 30,000 contribution points to exchange. Starry Vision Diagram Imprint Version visualizes the stars of the heavens to strengthen the soul and expand the sea of consciousness. Practicing this method requires a certain affinity with the stars or a strong imagination, costing 50,000 contribution points. Each of these techniques sounded remarkably effective, yet the phrases indicating harm to the foundation and emotional backlash made Fang Che's heart shiver slightly. He was keenly aware of his limited cultivation and newly formed meridians. The most dangerous methods were those that promised quick success. Fang Che examined them closely, seeking not these seemingly effective yet risky or costly secrets. What he needed was a method that could genuinely solidify the foundation of his soul, gentle and harmless, suitable for long-term practice. According to common understanding in the cultivation world, a cultivator must reach the foundation establishment stage, where the dantian transforms into a sea and the purple mansion opens for the ethereal spiritual power to coalesce into a divine sense that can leave the body to explore and interfere with reality. However, the Qingyun sect, with its long-standing heritage and unfathomable depth, indeed recorded some special techniques that allow early access to this path, even during the Qi refinement stage. These methods do not directly condense divine sense, but use various mysterious approaches, be it nurturing visualization or stimulation, to enable Qi refinement disciples to initially introspect their own bodies and faintly perceive external objects, laying a solid foundation for future divine sense condensation. These techniques are among the most precious inheritances of the A-shaped area. Because of this, they either come at a great cost or have stringent requirements. Fang Che's gaze swept over the astonishing descriptions of the jade slips, ultimately stopping at a rather inconspicuous position on the lowest layer of the rack. There lay a grayish-white jade slip that appeared quite old, the characters on the label somewhat blurred, yet the content was clear. Spirit Nurturing and Soul Cultivation Record uses one's own spiritual power to slowly nurture the soul, with no side effects or noticeable effects. Slow progress, requiring 100,000 contribution points for this method. No side effects. Fang Che's eyes brightened slightly. This was it. Without hesitation, he reached out to take the grayish-white jade slip. Wait a moment, junior brother. The short, plump disciple who had been scratching his head in hesitation couldn't help but speak up. He pointed at the grayish-white jade slip before Fang Che, lowering his voice and speaking earnestly. Heed my advice, this item is not to be touched. Fang Che's hand paused, turning to look at him, a puzzled expression on his face. The plump disciple, seeing Fang Che was still young and his cultivation shallow, seemed to fear he might go astray, and thus explained this technique is somewhat famous in our shaped area. Almost no one would choose it. As for the reasons, the first is the exorbitant cost. The plump disciple extended his chubby finger. 100,000 contribution points. Do you understand how significant that amount is? Even we direct disciples would need several years to accumulate it. If exchanged for this, other resources would be out of the question. Secondly, the cultivation time is excessively long. He raised a second finger. Slow progress is no exaggeration. I heard that an elder brother, not believing in this, exchanged it and devoted 30 years to hard practice, but his soul barely grew. For us, such a length of time could have long since seen us break through foundation establishment or even advance to golden core. By then, divine sense would naturally emerge, and there would be no need to cultivate this method. Thirdly, the effects are not apparent. The plump disciple shook his head, a hint of helpless laughter escaping. This method is as gentle as water. Practicing it neither helps you break through nor protects your mind. The immense cost yields only minimal returns. Fang Che listened quietly, his doubts dissipating. It became clear why the Spirit Nurturing and Soul Cultivation Record was left in such an inconspicuous corner, neglected by all. The sky-high price of 100,000 contribution points was enough to filter out the vast majority of disciples, while the lengthy, seemingly endless cultivation cycle would dissuade those eager for quick success. And the final near non-existent effect completely extinguished the hopes of those considering a rash attempt. This truly was a method that no one would choose. Seeing him silent, the plump disciple thought he had taken his advice to heart, and enthusiastically pointed to another jade slip glowing softly green beside him, saying, "Junior brother, why not consider this spirit turtle heart guarding technique? While it may not match those secret techniques in efficacy, its effects are practical. Fang Che followed his guidance to look at the spirit turtle heart guarding technique, which indeed appeared more stable and reliable. However, his gaze ultimately returned to the grayish-white jade slip. Everything the plump disciple said made sense. The reasons for the neglect of this technique were thoroughly realistic, yet it aligned perfectly with Fang Che's needs. His low cultivation level made him most wary of methods promising quick success laden with hidden dangers. He required absolute safety devoid of any side effects. These 7 words weighed heavily for him. But could its efficacy really be so minimal? The sages of Xianshui Peak had priced this method at 100,000 points to be included here. Was it merely for show? Thoughts surged in Fang Che's mind, fraught with great risks and uncertain prospects, yet that faint attraction stemming from intuition lingered stubbornly. Thank you, senior brother, for your detailed guidance. Fang Che raised his head, his expression now clear and resolute. I am already well aware of the drawbacks of this technique. The plump disciple sighed in relief, smiling. That's good to hear. Choosing a technique is a significant matter. You must not. His words abruptly halted, for he saw that Fang Che had already turned around, and without hesitation reached out to take the grayish-white jade slip of the spirit nurturing and soul cultivation record. The words of the chubby disciple came to an abrupt halt, his eyes wide with disbelief as he watched Fang Che unhesitatingly take down the gray-white jade slip. He mouthed a few words, sighed, shook his head, and turned back to continue worrying over the 2 jade slips that troubled him. Fang Che held the gray-white jade slip and walked straight towards the verification station at the entrance of the S-shaped area where the elder in charge was seated. Sensing someone approaching, the old man slowly opened his eyes, scanning the jade slip in Fang Che's hand before resting his gaze on his youthful face. Spirit nourishing record. The elder's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. The exchange requires 100,000 contributions or special permissions. Fang Che said nothing but placed the Xianshui Yun token on the table. As soon as the token appeared, a fleeting glimmer passed through the elder's calm eyes as he picked up the Yun token and examined it carefully. The Xianshui Yun token of Yunlan. The elder began slowly, his tone still flat. Are you sure you want to exchange for the spirit nourishing record? Yes, the disciple wishes to practice this technique. Fang Che's voice was clear and steady. The elder nodded, no longer asking questions, and took out a blank jade slip, flicking his finger to insert a trace of spiritual light, almost imperceptibly. Read and then destroy it. Do not pass it on privately, the elder said, pushing the copied jade slip and the Xianshui Yun token back with indifference. Thank you, elder. Fang Che took the jade slip and the Yun token, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Outside the hall, the morning mist had dissipated and sunlight bathed the bluestone square. He did not linger, heading straight back along the mountain path to Tingzhuxian. In the quiet room, Fang Che sat cross-legged on the mat, pressing the newly acquired jade slip to his forehead. A torrent of information flowed into his mind like a gentle stream. This spirit-nourishing record was indeed ordinary and unremarkable, its principles simplistic to the point of being rudimentary. It required the practitioner to slowly nurture their spirit with their own spiritual power, eschewing all external stimuli and shortcuts with a complex and intricate route that held no profound mysteries. Upon reading through it, Fang Che felt that the spirit-nourishing record resembled a manual for maintaining health, with the only difference being its focus on the ethereal spirit. It demanded the practitioner to control their own spiritual power to an astonishingly delicate degree. It did not pursue an increase in total spiritual perception or explosive power, but focused solely on nurturing. Fang Che finished reading word by word and let out a gentle sigh. Indeed, for someone like him, who had been a perennial unlucky individual, finding shortcuts was merely a fantasy. However, he was not disappointed, for this technique seemed custom-tailored for him. The idea of nurturing one's spirit with one's own body without seeking external help resonated with the state of mind he had experienced by the tranquil lake, where he felt harmony with nature rather than control. Without hesitation, Fang Che adjusted his breathing as described in the technique and cautiously drew a wisp of spiritual energy from his dantian, attempting to operate it according to the intricate and detailed route of the spirit-nourishing record for the first time. He attempted to separate a wisp of spirit to the faintest degree, gently cradling that wisp of spiritual power, allowing it to no longer fully merge into the surging main current of spiritual energy, but trying to guide it towards the void where the spirit resides. The cultivation process was more difficult than Fang Che had imagined. The slightest fluctuation in his spirit caused that wisp of spiritual energy to dissipate without a trace. If he exerted too much force, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, making it hard to maintain. Failing again and again, the spiritual energy that had originally flowed smoothly within him became slightly stagnant due to this clumsy attempt. Occasionally, he felt as if he had touched upon an indescribable boundary, but instead of the comfort of nourishment, it brought a sense of futile emptiness, as if throwing a stone into a deep pool, creating not a single ripple. Fang Che remained calm and collected his heart like still water. This process itself was a form of cultivation, an extreme test of patience, temperament, and the delicate manipulation of spiritual power. He cast aside all distractions, completely immersed in the fine control of his own spiritual power, attempting again and again. In the quiet room, only the faint, prolonged sound of a young man's breathing could be heard. Sweat gradually beaded on his forehead, not from the consumption of spiritual power, but from the mental fatigue brought on by this continuous delicate control and focus. Finally, after an unknown number of failures, that slender wisp of spiritual energy trembled as it followed the predetermined route, completing a cycle of the smallest unit. At the moment the cycle was completed, Fang Che's spirit jolted slightly. An exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sensation surfaced in his mind, as if a corner long covered in dust within him had been gently brushed by a ray of sunlight. That feeling was too subtle, fleeting, and if Fang Che had not been completely immersed in it, he might have thought it was an illusion. Not knowing how long had passed, Fang Che felt a wave of fatigue rise from the depths of his consciousness. He knew he had reached his limit for the day, so he slowly withdrew from his cultivation and opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sun's shadow had gradually slanted and the sky was darkening. Half a day's arduous cultivation had not brought about a substantial transformation. The increase in spiritual power was negligible, and he felt no growth in his spirit, only a lingering sense of fatigue deep within his mind. The spirit-nourishing record held no special qualities. It was neither powerful nor quick nor mysterious. It was simply a method that required significant cost and lengthy time to achieve a slight, gentle, nourishing effect, much like the persistent drip of water wearing away stone. The sense of mental fatigue surged in waves, a natural reaction after intense concentration. Fang Che did not force himself to hold on. He slowly stood up and stretched his limbs, which had become slightly stiff from sitting for too long. Pushing open the door to the quiet room, a cool breeze carrying the rustling sound of bamboo leaves washed over him, clearing his muddled mind. Fang Che let out a gentle sigh, gathering a thin wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertips and lightly flicking it. Moments later, a clear and prolonged crane call echoed from the clouds. A white crane with pristine wings and a long neck gracefully broke through the twilight, descending gracefully, stirring up a gentle current of air. Fang Che stroked the soft neck feathers of Mingyue mounted onto its back, and as Mingyue spread its wings, they soared lightly into the sky, carrying him towards Taiching Peak. The evening breeze brushed against his face, and below him were lush forests, rushing waterfalls, and the scattered residences and quiet rooms of the disciples. Along the way, Fang Che could clearly feel the gazes directed towards him from all sides. Whether those riding cranes traveling in the same direction or those approaching from opposite directions, the disciples would involuntarily pause their gaze on him when they encountered or brushed by. Low whispers floated on the wind intermittently. "Look, that's Fang Che. Was the phenomenon by the tranquil lake yesterday really caused by him? I heard even several senior brothers in Foundation establishment stage have heard about it." The extraordinary event of the fish flocking to the tranquil lake had spread throughout the Qingzong after a day's fermentation, and even some Foundation establishment senior brothers were aware of it. The name Fang Che, along with the image of the fish leaping into the lake, had already become a hot topic among the lower-ranking disciples recently. Fang Che's expression remained calm as he looked straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the intertwining gazes and whispers. He gently patted Mingyu's neck, and the white crane let out a clear call before flapping its wings and disappearing into the increasingly dense twilight. Inside the spirit-gathering hall, the atmosphere felt unusual. On the podium sat not the usual gentle and serene Master Lingjing, but a strange young man. He wore an old dark green Taoist robe with dark stains on the cuffs that were hard to identify. His hair was loosely tied with a dried vine, and several unruly strands hung beside his pale cheeks. The young man's brows were tightly furrowed, one hand propping his forehead, while the fingers of the other hand tapped rapidly and unconsciously on the jade slip in front of him, producing a faint yet urgent pattering sound. Many disciples were already seated below, the buzzing discussions louder than usual. "Where is Master Lingjing? Who is this person? His aura feels quite obscure. He looks not very approachable." Fang Che found a corner and sat down, also gazing at the young man on the podium. The other party exuded a distinct low pressure. His tightly knitted brows and the action of tapping on the jade slip revealed a sense of frustration, as if he had been forcibly pulled away from something important. As the hour arrived, the heavy sound of the hall doors closing brought a moment of silence within. The young man on the podium finally stopped tapping the jade slip, but did not fully raise his head. He merely lifted his eyelids and glanced around with bloodshot eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, whispers were immediately silenced. "Today we will discuss the myriad arts of cultivation." His voice was dry and hoarse, spoken rapidly, filled with palpable impatience. Upon mentioning the myriad arts of cultivation, the hall first fell silent, then erupted into barely containable murmurs. Many disciples displayed open disappointment, even disdain on their faces. The myriad arts of cultivation refer to techniques such as alchemy, artifact refining, talisman making, formations, and spiritual planting, and encompass a wide variety of methods. To those who have just entered the immortal gate earnestly pursuing longevity and power, only those whose cultivation is difficult to advance, or those who feel hopeless about the Tao would delve into these sidetracks. With this time, it would be better to discuss how to break through the third layer of Qi refinement or impart some practical offensive spells. The young man clearly sensed these emotions, a nearly mocking smile curved at the corner of his mouth, and his impatience grew stronger. Think it's useless. A waste of time. His speech sped up like a barrage of ice shards. Fine, if you think that just by breathing in spiritual energy, you can become an immortal, then you can leave now and don't obstruct my view here, so I can return to my proper business earlier. No one moved, but the atmosphere became even more rigid. I can't be bothered to waste time on what you think is profound skill. Let me tell you the most practical truth. What does cultivation rely on? The young man asked and answered himself, his voice firm. It is resources, it is spirit stones, it is elixirs, it is magical treasures, it is blessed lands and caves. With enough resources, even a wild dog by the roadside can become an immortal. His words were sharp, ruthlessly tearing away the veil of ignorance from many lower-tier disciples' fantasies. Without spirit stones, how will you buy Qi gathering pills? Without contribution points, what right do you have to enter caves with denser spiritual energy? Without materials, what good is your knowledge of artifact refining? Are you waiting for pie to fall from the sky, or hoping the sect will support you for a lifetime? What are the myriad arts of cultivation? They are skills. They are the most reliable ways for you to steadily earn spirit stones and resources aside from laboriously completing sect tasks and adventuring into secret realms. The young man's finger heavily tapped on the jade slip. Alchemy masters, one furnace produces pills worth double. Artifact refiners, when treasures are formed, many seek to purchase. Talisman makers, talismans circulate, and that's spirit stones. Even if you are just proficient in spiritual planting, producing high-grade spiritual herbs can also earn you substantial cultivation resources. Think you are exceptionally talented and can surpass those who have elixirs to help them and magical treasures by pure diligence. Dream on. The higher your cultivation, the more resources you need. Without the ability to earn resources, you'll be stuck at a bottleneck for life, watching others easily break through with elixirs, challenge higher tiers with magical treasures, and then die old in a shabby hut at the foot of the mountain. His words were too direct, even somewhat harsh, causing many disciples to flush with embarrassment, but unable to refute. Alchemy, fire control, and medicine identification are foundational, more importantly knowing which elixirs are the rarest and most profitable. Artifact refining, understanding material prices, can sometimes be more important than mastering forging techniques. Talisman making, which talismans are in demand, which paper is the most cost-effective, is all knowledge. The young man spoke extremely quickly, stripping away the romantic notions of cultivation, addressing how to use skills to survive, profit, and accumulate cultivation capital. Fang Che sat in the corner listening to this entirely different, even somewhat crude discourse, yet he felt no rejection. Instead, he appeared thoughtful. At this moment, a clear yet obviously defiant voice sounded from the front. I believe Master's words are somewhat biased. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a beautiful young girl standing up, her posture upright, an aura of unyielding pride in her brow. This young girl was known to Fang Che, named Ningqing, possessing an exceptional golden spiritual root. She had been accepted under the wing of the peak master of Ruijin during the disciple recruitment ceremony. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Ningqing slightly raised her chin and spoke clearly. As cultivators, we prioritize innate talent and disposition, and then seek opportunities and methods. Resources are indeed important, but if we only focus on external matters, obsessing over the gains and losses of spirit stones, wouldn't that be falling to a lower level, obscuring our hearts toward the Tao? Master Lingjing once said, a pure Tao heart, courage, and diligence are the true paths to transcending the heavens. I believe it is better to dedicate all our energy to refining ourselves and elevating our cultivation realm than to waste our spirit and time researching these profit-seeking techniques. Those with exceptional talent naturally gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and opportunities will follow. Why should we worry about such mundane matters? Ningqing's words resonated deeply. Many disciples nodded, subtly feeling she voiced part of their unspoken thoughts. Indeed, shouldn't cultivation be a more transcendent and purer affair? On the podium, Qingya slowly raised his head, the impatient mockery on his face fading, replaced by a curious scrutiny. He scrutinized Ningqing from head to toe, his gaze slightly pausing upon noticing her remarkable spiritual root quality. Oh, exceptional talent. The young man spoke leisurely, his voice still hoarse, but now carrying a peculiar cadence. An exceptional golden spiritual root is indeed rare. It sounds like you have great confidence in your talent, believing that just by refining yourself, resources and opportunities will come knocking on your door. Ningqing felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, but still straightened her back. I dare not be arrogant. I just firmly believe that diligent cultivation will pave the way. Firm belief. The young man suddenly chuckled lightly, but there was no warmth in that laughter. Then let me ask you, since your talent is so remarkable, why do you disdain resources so much, believing you can attract the heavenly spiritual energy and opportunities solely on your own? He paused, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing Ningqing's eyes as he questioned one word at a time. Then why did you join the Shangqing sect? What? Ningqing was taken aback, not understanding how this question related to what she had just said. What benefits does the Shangqing sect offer? Before she could think more deeply, the young man's words came rushing down like firecrackers. Is this spirit-gathering hall more spacious than others? Is the cushion here softer? Or is the air here more fragrant? You join the Shangqing sect not for its deeper inheritance techniques, guidance from senior mentors, the vast collection of scriptures in the library for your reference, or the rich spiritual energy of its mountain gate for cultivation. What are these? The young man suddenly slammed his palm on the table in front of him, producing a loud thud that startled everyone. These are the resources you so disdain. They are the extensive system of the Shangqing sect, providing you with far more cultivation capital than a loose cultivator. Let me ask you, if the Shangqing sect had none of these, and was just a small sect, would you still choose to join? Ningqing's face turned pale, her lips moved, wanting to refute, but unable to speak. Do you think alchemy and talisman making are trivial matters? The young man pressed on. Without the research of these trivial matters by predecessors throughout the ages, where would the elixirs to save you when you are injured or poisoned come from? When you fight others, where do talismans and magical treasures for protection come from? Do you think you can rely solely on your pure golden spiritual root to endure? Do you think understanding material prices and recognizing the cost-effectiveness of talisman papers is unimportant? The young man sneered. When you go out to train in the future, if someone tricks you with inferior materials pretending to be a 1,000-year spiritual herb and wipes out your savings, or if you buy shoddy talismans that fail at a crucial moment and cost you your life, then you'll realize that this trivial knowledge can sometimes be more important than 3 years of hard cultivation. Ningqing trembled all over, her eyes instantly turning red. She had been exceptional since childhood, receiving much attention and care. Never had she been so brutally dissected and so mercilessly criticized. Every question from him felt like a cold knife, shredding her romantic notions of cultivation built on her superior talent into pieces. She suddenly realized that her once proud talent seemed far from omnipotent in the face of the cold reality painted by this master. A mix of grievance, embarrassment, and confusion about her shattered beliefs intertwined, causing Ningqing to uncontrollably shed tears that rolled down her cheeks. The hall fell into a dead silence where even a pin drop could be heard. Only the faint sound of Ningqing's suppressed, yet leaking sobs echoed clearly in the vast hall. All the disciples, including Fang Che, felt a chill rising from the depths of their hearts. This master had a truly sharp tongue. The young man looked indifferently at the weeping Ningqing, his face devoid of emotion, and he withdrew his gaze, becoming impatient once more. Having said this, take care of yourselves. With a flash, his figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated. Even before the blue smoke completely vanished, the oppressive sense of facing cold reality lingered in the spirit-gathering hall. Ningqing's sobs reverberated softly. Many disciples appeared pale, their expressions vacant, clearly still immersed in the impact of those harsh words. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere that felt almost stagnant, suddenly the air ahead rippled like soft waves. A woman dressed in a light moon-white Taoist robe, her hair lightly pinned up, with a gentle and serene demeanor, quietly stepped out from the ripples. It was Master Lingjing who was supposed to give the lecture today. Her appearance was silent and unnoticed, yet it was like a refreshing breeze blowing into a stuffy room, instantly attracting the attention of all the disciples and somewhat dispelling the suffocating gloom. Master Lingjing's gaze softly swept across the entire hall, briefly lingering on the weeping Ningqing, a trace of gentle pity flashing in her eyes, then quickly returning to calm. Qingya's temperament is impatient, and his words may have been too direct. Master Lingjing's voice was clear and pleasant, like a babbling brook, soothing the heavy hearts of everyone. She did not step onto the podium, but stood aside, her demeanor relaxed and natural, starkly contrasting with Qingya's aggressive stance earlier. Ningqing, Master Lingjing called softly. Ningqing shivered, raising her tear-stained face, her expression filled with helplessness. Master Lingjing did not offer words of comfort. She merely looked at her with a peaceful gaze. Do you feel wrong believing that Qingya's words negate your talent and efforts? Ningqing bit her lip and nodded, tears streaming down her face. He did not negate them. Master Lingjing gently shook her head. On the contrary, he spoke so fiercely precisely because he saw your talent. Within the sect, disciples of your caliber have always been highly anticipated, but throughout history, there have been many talented individuals who faltered midway. What Qingya said earlier, though unpalatable, was entirely true. She paused, her gaze shifting to all the disciples, slowly saying, Qingya specializes in alchemy, has long dealt with various heavenly materials and treasures, and has often ventured into perilous areas to seek spiritual herbs, witnessing many loose cultivators and lower-tier practitioners struggle for even a bit of resources, even risking their lives to fight for it. What he has seen and felt is the most real and cold aspect of the cultivation world. He is showing you this side, not to discourage your hearts toward the Tao, but to help you understand sooner. The path of cultivation requires more than just talent and passion. It is a long and arduous journey. Master Lingjing smiled slightly, her smile like the first bloom of moonlight. Talent is like a seed, resources are like the rain, dew, sunlight, and soil, while the heart toward the Tao is the fundamental reason this seedling can take root deeply, withstand storms, and ultimately reach the heavens. Today's lesson may not meet your expectations, but I hope you can each reflect on it. Ningqing sat there in a daze, her tear stains still fresh, but the confusion and grievance in her eyes were gradually replaced by contemplation. Other disciples also showed varying expressions, many appearing thoughtful. In the corner, Fang Che quietly listened. His experiences from 2 lives allowed him to understand this discourse far more deeply than those around him who still bore youthful innocence. Whether in his past life when he lay bedridden or in this life when he begged in the first half, he had long understood a simple truth: ideals need the soil of reality. Empty talk cannot fill the stomach, and sentiments cannot serve as food. Qingya's stark remarks directly linking cultivation with resources might have been a thunderclap in the ears of those young men and women who cherished romantic dreams of immortality. But for Fang Che, it merely validated a realization deeply rooted in his heart: no matter which world one is in, to climb upward, one must possess the ability to secure one's existence and acquire the capital for development. He even felt that Qingya's words could have been more thorough. The competition for resources is often more insidious and bloody than described. Perhaps for these newcomers to the Immortal Gate, a subtle impact was already enough. Seeing the emotions of the crowd gradually stabilize, Master Lingjing nodded slightly, saying, Let's stop here for today. After returning, you can reflect on the words of Qingya and what I have said and ponder them carefully. At the beginning of cultivation, recognizing the path ahead a little earlier is not a bad thing. With that, she gradually faded away, leaving no trace. Only the disciples remained there, breathing slowly, returning to calm. The disciples gradually exited the great hall, and Fang Che followed the flow of people. Outside, the starlight mingled with the moonlight, while the night breeze carried the unique crispness of the mountains. Just as he was about to find a secluded spot to summon the spirit crane, a familiar voice brimming with excitement called out, Junior brother. Following the sound, he saw Lin Wan standing under a flourishing wisteria tree at the edge of the square, waving energetically at him. A small bird, its feathers as brilliant as the evening glow, and with long, delicate tail feathers, was affectionately perched on her outstretched fingertip, preening its plumage. The bird radiated a faint spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary species. Fang Che walked over, his gaze lingering for a moment on the evidently extraordinary spirit bird. Lin Wan noticed and proudly wiggled her finger, causing the spirit bird to jump lightly twice. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? This is a rainbow sparrow. Not only is it beautiful, but it's also particularly intelligent, quite precious indeed. Her tone was casual, as if she were simply talking about a newly purchased hairpin. It truly is enchanting. Fang Che nodded, then recalled his plans for the future, and asked Senior Sister Lin, I would like to try my hand at some cultivation arts. Do you have any skills you've practiced? Or perhaps suggestions? After today's lesson, Fang Che realized that among everyone he was undoubtedly the one lacking resources, most severely being a cultivator with a 5-element spiritual root. If he could master 1 or 2 practical skills, it would greatly benefit him, whether in earning contribution points to exchange for necessary resources or aiding his own cultivation. Cultivation arts. Lin Wan blinked, casually feeding the rainbow sparrow a grain of fragrant spirit grain, which was evidently quite valuable. Well, I suppose I've had some exposure. Seeing Fang Che's inquiring gaze, Lin Wan straightforwardly began to count on her fingers. Alchemy, my father. My family prepared a good alchemy furnace along with a few recipes and materials for foundational pills. I tried refining a couple of batches, but later found it too troublesome with all the smoke and fire, so I might as well just buy them. As for weapon forging, that's even more exhausting. The clanging and hammering would leave my hands numb, and I couldn't manage to shape anything decent, so forget it. Symbol crafting is quieter though. I bought a set of fine Snow Wolf brush pens and cloud ink along with a stack of gold pattern talisman paper. After wasting a dozen or so Qingfeng talismans, I found my eyes hurt and set it aside. As for formations, those formation diagrams make my head spin, calculating this and that. With each word she spoke, Fang Che's brow would subtly twitch. The materials and tools Lin Wan mentioned for her attempts were all high-quality items that beginners in those fields could hardly aspire to even after many years of practice. Her approach was completely unlike ordinary disciples who would carefully budget and start with the cheapest materials. It seemed more like she had top-tier equipment and resources and was merely experiencing the content of the game, easily giving up when something felt unsuitable or troublesome. What about spirit plants? Fang Che inquired. Spirit plants. Lin Wan's eyes curved with delight. I actually have some achievements in that area. I cleared a small patch in my little courtyard for a spirit garden, especially buying some premium spirit soil from the Wanling Garden, and I even buried a simplified spirit gathering array disc underground, regularly watering it with spiritual liquid. I planted some moonlight grass and night fragrance orchids which grew quite well, but once I forgot to tend to them while in closed-door cultivation, and when I emerged they looked a bit wilted. She said, patting a beautifully embroidered storage bag at her waist. Then I realized whatever I need I can just buy with spirit stones. After all, they can be purchased. Fang Che fell silent for a moment, clearly having asked the wrong person. In terms from his past life, Lin Wan was probably what one would call a money player. So senior sister is not currently specializing in any particular skill, Fang Che concluded. Specializing is too exhausting. Lin Wan said nonchalantly. The rainbow sparrow on her fingertip had eaten its fill, rubbed against her finger, and flew to her shoulder, standing obediently. I believe that in cultivation, happiness and ease are most important. These skills are just for fun. If I'm not interested, I'll set them aside. After all, I don't rely on them for a living. Once my cultivation improves, I'll naturally have spirit stones and contribution points to exchange for the resources I need. If ordinary disciples who toiled for contribution points just to obtain a bottle of pills or a talisman heard her words, they would likely feel a mix of emotions. But Lin Wan spoke with such natural ease, showing no intention of boasting, as if this were merely her everyday understanding. Fang Che did not harbor disdain or envy. He clearly understood the differences in starting points and paths among individuals. What you say is true, senior sister. A smooth cultivation journey is fundamental. Fang Che nodded. I wonder what skills junior brother wishes to learn. Alchemy, weapon forging, or perhaps symbol crafting, formations, or spirit plants. Our Xianshui Peak has its own unique aspects in cultivating spirit plants, alchemy, and formations. I haven't decided yet. I plan to first visit the library to consult some texts and gain a better understanding before making a decision. Fang Che answered cautiously, as he had only a vague understanding of these cultivation arts. However, he was well aware of the truth that one cannot be greedy and bite off more than one can chew. He needed to choose based on his spiritual root characteristics, personal inclinations, and practical needs. The library. That works that collects quite a few foundational texts and insights from predecessors. Lin Wan agreed. Do you need me to show you the way? Or would you like me to recommend a few good introductory books? Thank you, senior sister. If you have recommendations, I would be most grateful. Fang Che did not refuse her kindness. As they walked and chatted, Lin Wan enthusiastically introduced the strengths and weaknesses of Xianshui Peak's various skills, while Fang Che listened attentively, silently taking notes. The next day, after completing his morning practice of the sword nourishing technique, and patiently trying once more the nurturing cycle of the spiritual nourishing technique, Fang Che set off towards the library located in the inner door area of Xianshui Peak. The library was a spacious three-story pavilion with flying eaves. Compared to the solemn and majestic Sutra Hall, this place felt much more approachable and open, with disciples coming and going continuously, most of whom were inner disciples. Fang Che's arrival still drew some glances, but compared to the day before in the spiritual nourishing hall, the disciples here seemed more focused on their own tasks, giving a curious glance before returning to their business. He was pleased by the tranquility, and following the library's guide, he headed straight to the section containing introductory texts on various arts and common knowledge of cultivation. Tall bookshelves were neatly lined with paper books and low-tier jade slips categorized and clearly labeled. Fang Che first took a hefty volume titled Overview of Cultivation Arts and found a quiet spot by the window to sit down and begin reading. The book systematically introduced dozens of common cultivation arts, including alchemy, weapon forging, symbol crafting, formations, and spirit plants. It covered origins, basic principles, entry requirements, development prospects, and rough difficulty ratings. The text was straightforward and accompanied by some simple illustrations, making it very friendly for beginners. Alchemy requires practitioners to have an extremely keen perception of fire control and medicinal properties with a significant initial investment. It is more advantageous for those with fire spiritual roots or affinity to fire. Although Fang Che possessed all 5 elemental spiritual roots, he did not have a prominent attribute, and with scarce initial resources, it seemed unsuitable. Weapon forging also involves control over spiritual fire and materials, requiring strong strength and endurance for forging and hammering, more suitable for those with metal or fire spiritual roots, and it also consumes materials. Symbol crafting involves using special ink and talisman paper to carry spiritual power, and the laws of heaven and earth requiring practitioners to output stable and precise spiritual power with an excellent memory and understanding of rune structures. Relatively, it has lower requirements for spiritual root attributes, and initial material consumption is slightly lower than the previous two. Fang Che thought of the slight, yet increasingly refined control of spiritual power he cultivated through the sword-nourishing technique, and his heart stirred. Formations require profound understanding and calculation of the flow of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, as well as the geography of mountains and rivers, making entry extremely difficult. It demands excellent spatial imagination and patience, but once mastered, its applications are limitless and the requirements for formation materials are relatively flexible. Fang Che considered himself to be relatively calm, yet he had no confidence in such fields that required extensive calculations. Spirit plants require familiarity with various spirit plant characteristics, understanding how to regulate the earth's energy and gather spiritual opportunities. The growth cycle is longer but relatively stable, and those with wood, water, or earth spiritual roots benefit more from cultivation. Xianshui Peak has abundant spiritual energy in its soil and water, which indeed provides a certain environmental advantage. As for other skills like beast taming, treasure appraisal, and astrology, they either require special talents or inheritances, or they are far from Fang Che's current level and needs. Closing the overview, Fang Che had a preliminary direction in mind. He then found several texts based on Lin Wan's recommendations and the library's labels, including detailed introduction to basic talismans, common first-level talisman, atlas beginner's manual for spirit plant cultivation, and brief overview of spirit plant characteristics at Xianshui Peak, along with corresponding jade slips. In the following days, Fang Che's life was routine, yet fulfilling, practicing the sword-nourishing technique in the morning, cultivating the spiritual nourishing technique in the afternoon, and then immersing himself in the library or listening in the bamboo pavilion, focused on reading those introductory texts on various arts. He first concentrated on studying symbol crafting, starting with the most basic cleaning talismans, fire-igniting talismans, and lightness talismans, repeatedly simulating the structure of the runes in his mind. Fang Che discovered that this process, which required extreme stability and precise control of spiritual power, bore a striking resemblance to the cultivation of the spiritual nourishing technique, even promoting his practice of controlling his own spiritual power. Since talisman paper and spiritual ink were not inexpensive, Fang Che planned to fully grasp the theory and gain confidence before attempting it, but the theoretical understanding progressed smoothly, boosting his confidence in this skill. At the same time, he also browsed texts related to spirit plants. The climate at Xianshui Peak was humid with active water, spiritual energy suitable for cultivating many spirit herbs and medicines that preferred shade and moisture. The book recorded first-level spirit plants such as dew grass, water pattern flowers, and cold smoke grass, which had relatively simple planting requirements and not too long a growth cycle. If successfully cultivated, they would be a good choice for personal use or trade. Moreover, cultivating these spirit plants only required patient observation and careful care, which suited his temperament. On this day, Fang Che was in a corner of the Museum of Antiquities comparing a recording jade slip while unconsciously tracing shapes in the air with his fingers, feeling the rhythm within. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice sounded beside him. "Are you interested in talisman crafting, junior brother Fang?" Fang Che looked up and saw a familiar senior sister from Xianshui Peak standing beside him, smiling at him. She wore a flowing light blue dress with a gentle demeanor, holding two jade slips related to water-based formations. "Greetings, senior sister." Fang Che stood up to pay his respects. He remembered that this senior sister was named Mu Qing, who had entered the sect earlier and had already reached the foundation establishment stage, maintaining a low profile. "No need for excessive courtesies," Mu Qing said with a warm smile. "I noticed you have been studying talisman scriptures here for several days, quite focused. Are you inclined towards this path?" "I am just beginning to understand it, feeling that this path is quite beneficial for manipulating spiritual energy, and the costs are relatively manageable," Fang Che replied honestly. Mu Qing nodded. "Talisman crafting indeed requires patience and precision. It helps us practitioners hone our control over spiritual energy and deepens our comprehension of the subtle rules of heaven and earth, which is immensely beneficial." She paused for a moment as if recalling something and took out several stacks of talisman paper from her sleeve, handing them to Fang Che. "Here are some basic talisman papers that I had left over from my early practice in talisman crafting. Their quality is ordinary, and they are of no use to me anymore, so it would be a shame to throw them away. If you don't mind, junior brother, feel free to take them for your initial practice." Fang Che was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this not-so-familiar senior sister to voluntarily offer him materials. After a brief hesitation, seeing Mu Qing's sincere gaze, he accepted the papers with both hands and said earnestly, "Thank you very much for your generous gift, senior sister." "No need to be polite among fellow disciples," Mu Qing said with a smile. After speaking, she nodded, slightly turned, and left to continue searching for her required texts. Fang Che held the talisman paper, still carrying a faint fragrance, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. After leaving the Museum of Antiquities, he did not immediately return to Tingzhou Pavilion, but instead took a detour to the market at the foot of Xianshui Peak, purchasing the most ordinary green stone bamboo talisman brush along with several sheets of the lowest grade blank talisman paper and spirit ink. Back at Tingzhou Pavilion, Fang Che calmed his mind, spread out a sheet of talisman paper, moistened the brush, and dipped it in ink. For his first actual drawing, he chose the simplest design, the Cleansed Dust Talisman, requiring the most stable spiritual energy. The Cleansed Dust Talisman is a zero-tier talisman practiced only by newly initiated apprentices. As the brush tip touched the paper, spiritual energy slowly infused it, tracing the rune path that Fang Che had rehearsed countless times in his mind. He concentrated intensely, ensuring that his spirit and the brush tip's flow of spiritual energy synchronized perfectly, without any tremors or delays. Suddenly, Fang Che's spiritual energy wavered slightly, causing the newly formed rune lines on the talisman paper to twist, and the spiritual light dissipated, turning the entire sheet of talisman paper to ashes. Failure. Fang Che remained composed, clearing the ashes and laying out a second sheet. Once again he failed. On the third attempt the rune barely formed, but the spiritual light was dim, clearly a defective talisman. After failing 7 times in a row and using up 7 sheets of talisman paper, a slight sheen of sweat appeared on Fang Che's forehead, and he felt a bit fatigued. However, his gaze remained focused, showing no signs of discouragement. The countless experiences of spiritual energy dissipating while practicing the cultivation of spiritual nurturing had long tempered his patience. Fang Che carefully reflected on the subtle differences in the fluctuations of spiritual energy during each failure, as well as the changes in the brush's tactile feel. On the 8th attempt, Fang Che's brush moved like a dragon and snaked, the output of spiritual energy flowing steadily like a gentle stream. As the last stroke was completed and the brush tip was lifted, the dim vermilion lines on the talisman paper suddenly glowed with a uniform and soft light. Immediately the light receded and the rune was firmly imprinted on the talisman paper, faintly embodying a spiritual aura. The zero-tier inferior Cleansed Dust Talisman was completed. Though it was merely the most basic talisman with the weakest efficacy, and its market value might not even cover the cost of the talisman paper for Fang Che, it marked a significant first step on his path to talisman crafting. Fang Che did not stop there. Fueled by the feeling of success and tactile sensation, he continued to attempt drawing the Cleansed Dust Talisman several more times, and his success rate began to slowly improve, rising from the initial abysmal level to barely achieving a success rate of 20 to 30%. For a beginner, this was already a commendable start. By the time he finished, the moon hung high in the sky, and Fang Che looked at the few successful Cleansed Dust Talismans on the table alongside the multitude of failed talismans and ashes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He carefully stored the successful Cleansed Dust Talismans and cleaned up the ashes and failed talismans, restoring the table to its tidiness. His first attempt consumed almost half a day's time, and the mental fatigue far exceeded the depletion of spiritual energy. Yet a strange sense of satisfaction surged within Fang Che. Fang Che calmed his emotions, formed a hand seal, closed his eyes, and slowly began to operate the upper clarity Qi cultivation method. Perhaps due to the extreme precision he had achieved while crafting talismans earlier, his perception of the quality of spiritual energy flowing within him became clearer as he practiced this relatively grand and stable Qi cultivation method. Fang Che focused his mind, slowly inhaling and exhaling, feeling the rich spiritual energy around Tingzhou Pavilion. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn to him, seeping through his meridians and merging with his inherent spiritual energy, repeatedly circulating along the pathways of the upper clarity Qi cultivation method, refining and enhancing. The process remained slow, but he had long grown accustomed to this painstaking pace, his heart calm and undisturbed. The tension in his brow gradually dissipated during the gentle circulation of spiritual energy, replaced by a sense of clarity. He did not know how many cycles he had completed until faint birdsong drifted in from outside, and the sky turned pale with dawn. Only then did Fang Che slowly conclude his practice, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. After a night of cultivation, the growth of his spiritual energy was almost negligible, still far from reaching the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. He got up to stretch his limbs and walked to the window. In the faint morning light, the dew grass and water-patterned flowers in the spirit garden sparkled with glistening droplets, full of vitality. In the days that followed, Fang Che's daily routine became tighter, yet more regular. He began each morning by practicing this sword nurturing technique in the courtyard to awaken his day with sharp energy. Then he engaged in the nurturing exercises of the cultivation of spiritual nurturing, refining his spiritual foundation in ultimate stillness and slowness. If he had spare time in the morning, Fang Che would return to the Museum of Antiquities to continue researching materials or handle some miscellaneous tasks. In the afternoons, he focused primarily on caring for spiritual plants and practicing talisman crafting. By night, he consistently practiced the upper clarity Qi cultivation method, accumulating spiritual energy and enhancing his fundamental cultivation. The practice of talisman crafting progressed steadily. In addition to the cleanse dust talisman, Fang Che also began to attempt drawing slightly more complex clear wind talismans and pest-repelling talismans. These two kinds of talismans had more complex structures and required higher standards for sustained and stable output of spiritual energy. The failures were even more severe, often resulting in several dozen sheets of talisman paper yielding just one success. However, Fang Che was not anxious. He continued to proceed step by step, treating each attempt as a form of training. The talisman paper gifted by senior sister Mu Qing was quickly used up, and nearly half of what he purchased in the market had been consumed as well. On this day, after successfully crafting a reasonably good clear wind talisman, once again Fang Che did not immediately continue. Instead, he set down his talisman brush and picked up the jade slip documenting the detailed introduction to basic talismans, immersing himself in thought once more. This rereading felt completely different. Many points that were previously only described in words became vivid and concrete due to his numerous personal experiences. So this feeling of turning the brush like a thread and the unbroken flow of spiritual energy refers to this. This part emphasizes that the mind must closely follow the brush tip. It's not an empty saying. If there is any disconnect, the spiritual energy will disperse. In the tranquil room, the young man leaned over the desk, focused and serene, with the occasional flicker of light from the tip of his brush. Time slipped by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Che's life remained simple, yet fulfilling, as the spiritual garden he cultivated in the backyard of Tingzhu Pavilion blossomed under his diligent care, now brimming with vibrant greenery. After harvesting a batch of dew grass, which was worth only a few low-grade spirit stones, it was the fruit of his own labor. The water-patterned flower quietly bloomed, its blue veins shimmering gently in the moonlight, adding a touch of serenity to the small courtyard. His practice in talisman crafting was also progressing steadily, despite failures being the majority. The successful talismans he produced were sufficient to exchange for practice paper. Through such diligent practice, Fang Che's control over spiritual energy became increasingly refined. While drawing talismans, the connection between his mind and the tip of the brush grew ever more adept. Occasionally, in a state of intense focus, he could even vaguely sense a faint resonance between the runes he inscribed and the surrounding heavens and earth. That night was no different from the others. Moonlight poured into the quiet room through the window. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the mat, holding a high-grade spirit stone in his palm, his mind sinking within as he slowly practiced the Shangqing induction technique. Within his dantian, the cloud of spiritual energy that had accumulated to a critical point began to surge violently after an unknown number of cycles. Suddenly, a crackling sound audible only to Fang Che resonated from within his body. Immediately after, an unprecedented feeling of fullness spread from his dantian to his limbs. The speed of the spiritual energy circulation increased by more than 10%, smoothly flowing into the now much wider meridians. After circulating the spiritual energy for several cycles and reaching complete stability, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained clear, yet it seemed to shine even brighter than before. With the third layer of Qi refinement achieved, Fang Che smiled faintly as he gazed into his dantian at the noticeably enlarged spiritual light. After a moment, this smile faded into a soft sigh. He recalled the words of real man Qingyao from months ago. At the time, many disciples dismissed it, believing that cultivators should focus on comprehending the Tao and diligently practicing, while external resources were merely supplementary. Now, having experienced it firsthand, Fang Che truly understood the weight of real man Qingjia's words. If not for the continuous support of spirit stones and medicinal pills over the past few months, he would likely still be struggling at the second layer of Qi refinement. The concept of wealth for cultivators of ordinary talent and scarce resources almost determined the lower limit of their cultivation progress. This was especially true for Fang Che, who possessed 5-element spirit roots. Without such external assistance, relying solely on his own efforts would result in an efficiency disparity of several times. Fang Che let out a soft breath, looking at his palm. The once radiant high-grade spirit stone now appeared dull, with little spiritual energy remaining. Yet he felt no anxiety, for as a core disciple of the Shangqing sect, he never lacked resources for cultivation. The monthly resources allocated by the sect far surpassed external expectations, with the most basic being spirit stones, over 100 high-grade ones. In addition, there was a bottle of specially formulated Huangji Dan from the 100 Refinements Peak, known for its gentle properties and minimal impurities, making it perfect for foundational disciples. Moreover, commonly used pills for qi refinement, like gathering qi pill and cultivating yuan pill, were standard provisions. This demonstrates the foundation and demeanor of a top-tier sect providing core disciples with the best foundational resources, aiming not to delay their path due to a lack of external resources. With such provisions, Fang Che often found himself with more than half of the resources left over after cultivation each month. This was not due to his reluctance to use them. In fact, ever since his cultivation stabilized at the second layer of qi refinement, Fang Che began utilizing spirit stones and medicinal pills to assist his practice. However, the amount of spiritual energy a cultivator can effectively refine each day is limited. If he forcefully absorbed more, not only would the efficiency drop drastically, but the internal energy flow would also become unstable, posing a risk of damaging his meridians. Fang Che's cultivation level was still low, and his efficiency in refining spiritual energy was not high. A single high-grade spirit stone often required him several weeks to fully absorb and transform. The same applied to medicinal pills. Though gathering qi pill was manageable, Huangji Dan had potent effects and required several days for his body to thoroughly digest and absorb before he could take another. If one were greedy for more, the accumulated medicinal potency could become a burden. Fang Che tallied his consumption over the past 6 months. In total, he had used 20 high-grade spirit stones and 60 Huangji Dan, as well as a few cultivating yuan pills and gathering qi pills. Then Fang Che's consciousness delved into his storage bag, where nearly 1,000 radiant high-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked along with hundreds of unopened medicinal bottles from which a faint fragrance wafted. This was merely the result of his passive accumulation in the years since joining the sect, due to his limited refining speed. Moreover, every month, similarly abundant resources, potentially increasing with his cultivation, were continuously provided to Fang Che. Fang Che remained silent for a long time before whispering to himself, "No wonder cultivators in the world yearn for the great sects, striving desperately to become core disciples." This was not merely because the sect offered profound teachings and guidance from esteemed masters. While these were indeed important for the vast majority of cultivators, the most direct and appealing aspect was the stable and abundant resource supply. In the cultivation world, a single medium-grade spirit stone was enough to drive many rogue cultivators and disciples of small sects to take risks and fight over it. A single Huangji Dan might be a treasure that some have spent years accumulating and may never be able to obtain. Yet for core disciples like him, these resources were merely fixed monthly allocations, often in quantities too plentiful to use up. What does this signify? It signifies that Fang Che can avoid the risks of fighting over a single spirit stone. It means he can devote all his time to understanding techniques, honing his spiritual power, and refining his character. It implies that he has an exceptionally stable and resource-rich beginner's protection period, allowing him to lay the most solid foundation without distractions. He need not worry about preemptively exhausting his potential due to resource scarcity, damaging his foundation, or even straying onto the wrong path. Fang Che's mind involuntarily sketched another picture. A boy with the same 5-element spirit roots, perhaps possessing a determination and will no less than has struggled in a place with scant spiritual energy due to his humble origins. To obtain a mere scrap of cultivation resources, the boy had to learn various time-consuming and labor-intensive minor arts, facing frequent conflicts and dangers. Under the same time frame, his cultivation progress might not even reach 1% of what Fang Che had achieved, and the path ahead would be even more arduous and uncertain. Fang Che gazed out at the gradually clarifying silhouette of Xian Shui peak in the morning light, a heavy sense of responsibility surging within him. He understood that these resources were not granted without reason, but were an investment and expectation from the sect. The expectation was that the recipient would grow to become a pillar of the sect's future, guarding and continuing its glory and foundation. While enjoying these resources, he also bore the corresponding responsibilities. Fang Che would never become complacent or arrogant due to the easy availability of resources, nor would he hesitate to use them out of their preciousness. Just as he had chosen to release the spirit fish and opted to cultivate the spirit nurturing technique by the tranquil lake that day. If it is suitable, he will persist. If it is needed, he will use it. Pushing open the door of the quiet room, the morning light completely dispelled the night. The water-patterned flowers in the spiritual garden unfurled their petals, and the dewdrops on the tips of dew grass refracted gleams of light. The spiritual spring continued to flow, seemingly unchanged since ancient times. Fang Che closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, his gaze clear and resolute. He walked to the familiar open space in the courtyard facing the swaying xiangfei bamboo, and slowly assumed the starting posture of the sword nurturing technique, commencing a new day of cultivation. As the sun set, the Yuling Hall was brightly lit with most of the disciples already seated. Fang Che habitually walked towards the back area, finding an inconspicuous corner to sit down. Fang Che turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Sun Huan staring at him with a face full of suspicion. Ever since the assessment at the Tranquil Lake, Sun Huan's attitude towards him had become subtly different, and he began to intentionally distance himself. This distancing lasted for several months, until a change occurred half a month ago. After much effort, Sun Huan finally broke through to the third layer of Qi refinement, a pace that, while not outstanding among his peers, could even be considered somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, he had indeed crossed that threshold. At that time, Fang Che was still at the second layer of Qi refinement. Since then, Sun Huan had resumed talking to Fang Che. When they met on the road, he would take the initiative to greet him with a smile, and occasionally, when they bumped into each other at the museum, he would come over to chat, as if the previous intentional distancing had never existed. At this moment, sensing the fluctuation of Fang Che's aura, Sun Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Junior brother Fang, have you broken through?" In an instant, several gazes turned toward him simultaneously. Some were curious, some were probing, but more were expressions of surprise similar to Sun Huan's. It really is the third layer of Qi refinement. Has the 5 elements root cultivated this quickly? The last time I saw him, he seemed to have just entered the pinnacle of the second layer. Could it be that Elder Yunlan bestowed some miraculous elixir? No, his aura is very stable. It doesn't seem like a forced breakthrough. Soft whispers began to spread quietly. Fang Che's breakthrough, causing a small ripple among the elite disciples gathered here. The fact that he could break through to the third layer of Qi refinement within a year of entering the sect, not falling behind his peers with heavenly roots by much, was indeed unexpected. It should be noted that the 5 elements root has always been slow to progress, and although Fang Che's root quality was top tier, he was still a 5 elements root, yet he managed to catch up to their cultivation pace. Fang Che nodded slightly calmly, stating, "Recently, I was fortunate enough to break through." Sun Huan was extremely frustrated. He possessed a top-tier heavenly root, so how could this guy's cultivation progress be only half a month slower than his? Could it be that his heavenly root was fake? Senior brother Sun, isn't Fang Junior brother's breakthrough a good thing? Why do you look as if the sky is falling? Beside them, Zhu noticed Sun Huan's dejected expression and couldn't help but ask with confusion. Sun Huan was at a loss for words. Should he say it was because he was discouraged by Fang Che? He hesitated for a while before finally saying, "It's a good thing, of course, but it's just a bit sudden." Sun Huan straightened his posture, trying to regain his usual composure, but his gaze couldn't help but dart towards Fang Che. At that moment, the bell rang, and Master Ling Jing entered the hall, causing everyone to quickly gather their thoughts. Sun Huan forced himself to concentrate on the lecture, yet his mind kept drifting to Fang Che beside him. For the next hour of class, he found himself somewhat distracted. When the evening class concluded, Master Ling Jing did not leave, but slowly began to speak. "You have been in the sect for nearly a year, initially grasping spiritual power mastering techniques, and under the protection of the sect you have been able to cultivate steadily, which is commendable." At this point her tone shifted slightly, and though her tone remained unchanged, the content caused many disciples' hearts to tremble. However, the path of cultivation is not always smooth sailing. Simply sitting in a quiet room to cultivate will not lead you directly to the great Tao. As disciples of the Qingjing sect, we provide protection and resources with the hope that you can grow into the backbone of our human race rather than becoming sheltered flowers. The true cultivation world. Master Lingjing paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the still youthful faces. She said solemnly, "Is vast and boundless with opportunities everywhere, yet it is fraught with danger where the weak are prey to the strong. You will fight against others, contend with heaven, and battle with yourselves. Within the sect there are rules to follow and mentors to protect you, and the sparring among peers is only for friendly exchanges. However, outside the sect, there are treacherous hearts, monstrous beasts roaming, and hidden dangers in secret realms. A single spiritual herb, a single spirit stone, or even a mere word can draw the ire of life and death enemies. At such times, magic power, cunning, courage, and even luck can determine life and death. The sect will not forever shelter you under its wings." 10 days later, at the sword-sharpening cliff, the initial trial will commence. Master Lingjing's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. All disciples of this session must participate without excuse. A slight commotion arose in the hall, and many eyes lit up. The trial location consists of 3 initial trial secret realms under the sect's jurisdiction: the Shadow Forest, the Misty Marsh, and the Crimson Flame Valley. Master Lingjing continued, her voice taking on a more serious tone. "Within the secret realms, cooperation is not prohibited, but solo actions are also allowed. This is not a demonstration by the sect, but real combat. The monsters are fierce, the environment treacherous, and there will be competition among peers. Your safety is your own responsibility, and the sect will only provide the minimum of support. Starting tomorrow evening, classes at the Yuling Hall will be temporarily halted, so prepare well." After Master Lingjing left, the Yuling Hall did not erupt into the usual chatter. Instead, it fell into a kind of silence. But this silence was quickly broken as buzzing discussions began to rise again. "Finally, we can stretch our muscles. Sitting and cultivating all day long has made my bones rust. Shadow Forest, Misty Marsh, Crimson Flame Valley. Just hearing their names tells you they are fraught with danger. I wonder how the allocation will be. There should be some safety guarantees, right? It can't be that they will just throw us into some absolute danger. Hard to say. Since it's a trial, some bloodshed is probably unavoidable. We must prepare our talismans and pills well. There were also a few people secretly assessing those around them for them. Since cooperation was not prohibited, choosing the right teammates was more important than any preparation. San Juan clearly thought the same, his gaze sweeping through the hall, before finally locking on his Juju beside him. Juju, possessing a top-grade earth root, had exceptional talent, and his cultivation and combat power ranked among the top 3 of the current disciples. Most importantly, he had a straightforward personality and no hidden agendas, making him an excellent choice for a teammate. San Juan adjusted his robe, putting on a warm smile as he quickly walked over and affectionately patted Juju's broad shoulder, saying, "Junior brother Zhu, would you like to team up with me?" Juju's face was full of excitement, and upon hearing this, he nodded, saying, "Of course." He then looked towards Fang Che and asked, "Junior brother Fang, would you like to join us?" San Juan's smile instantly stiffened, and he felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had invited Juju to team up precisely because of Juju's formidable strength, never intending to include Fang Che. In San Juan's eyes, Fang Che had just recently broken through and was merely a burden. Having one burden in a team was already enough. Before Fang Che could respond, San Juan forced a natural smile and said, "Junior brother Zhu, the trial situation is unclear. While more people indeed means more strength, sometimes we need to be flexible. Why don't we team up, just the 2 of us first? If we happen to encounter Junior brother Fang during the trial, we can assist him then." Juju blinked, seemingly just realizing that San Juan had no intention of inviting Fang Che. Fang Che's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't detected San Juan's implications, and he smiled at Juju, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Zhu. However, I have always been accustomed to going solo, so I will not accompany you too." Juju glanced at San Juan, then at Fang Che, feeling that something was a bit off, but not knowing what to say, he could only nod, saying, "Then be careful, junior brother Fang." "I will," Fang Che responded, and turned to leave. Fang Che could easily tell that San Juan was not welcoming him into the team, but that wasn't the reason he refused Juju's invitation. His reluctance to team up stemmed from a simple reason. He simply found it troublesome. With a few people acting together, just discussing routes, deciding whether to fight or evade when encountering monsters, and how to distribute any gains was enough to give him a headache. Not to mention the need to accommodate each other along the way, constantly compromising. Just the thought of potentially being caught in this kind of trouble for the next 10 days made Fang Che feel a headache coming on. It's much better to be alone if the goal is clear, and I can leave whenever I want, saving the debate and avoiding mental exhaustion. With a decision made in his heart, Fang Che no longer hesitated. He was always a doer, and rejecting the team was to ease his mind, but that did not mean he underestimated the trial. On the contrary, precisely because he chose to act alone, he needed to be even more cautious. Returning to Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che did not rush to cultivate, but instead settled down to carefully plan what preparations he should make over the next 10 days. The most crucial step was to gather information. Fang Che understood that he was about to step into a completely unfamiliar and perilous world. Without sufficient information, no matter how much preparation he made would be in vain. This matter was a matter of life and death, and had the highest priority. He immediately decided to visit the Bo Wu Pavilion the next day to consult the classic texts. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy can one emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Secondly, he needed to consolidate his cultivation. Fang Che had just broken through, and his spiritual power was still somewhat unstable. He must refine it well within these 10 days. In terms of martial techniques, the ones he was most familiar with were the lightness technique and the fireball technique. The former was the foundation of his movement skills, while the latter was a means of attack, both vital for survival. As for the sword cultivation technique, he had now achieved a significant level of mastery, which could serve as a trump card. If it were just sparring with fellow disciples, these methods would be sufficient, but to face the upcoming initial hunting trial, he felt somewhat strained. At this moment, Fang Che suddenly realized that he still had too few skills at his disposal, and after the trial, he must learn several more techniques. However, time was pressing now. The immediate priority was to master a method for stealth and escape. After all, one only has one life. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Lastly, he needed to stock up on more pills and talismans. Pills for recovering energy, healing, detoxifying, and other types were essential, and he needed to prepare them in sufficient quantity for unforeseen circumstances. The more talismans, the better. Although practitioners should not overly rely on these external items, Fang Che was not an old-fashioned person. He understood better than anyone that life was the most important. The next day, Fang Che arrived early at the Bo Wu Pavilion. The collection of texts here was vast, containing not only profound techniques, but also a wealth of geographical records, monster illustrations, and travelogues. When he stepped into the Bo Wu pavilion, his footsteps noticeably paused. The once tranquil and spacious hall now seemed a bit crowded. The long table by the window was almost full and shadows flickered between the bookshelves. This was the first time Fang Che had seen so many people in the Bo Wu pavilion. It seemed that he was not the only one concerned about the initial hunting trial. Following his plan from yesterday, Fang Che first searched for public records concerning the 3 major trial secret realms. After much effort, he finally managed to grab a few relevant texts like geographical records of the Ghost Shadow Forest, markings of the treacherous Mist Swamp, and common monsters illustrated in the Crimson Flame Valley, but found no empty seat to sit and read thoroughly. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Che carried the books to the duty desk. Since he couldn't read them here, he would take them back. He preferred to return to the quiet Tingzhu pavilion rather than stay in this crowded environment. He'll borrow these for 10 days. Fang Che placed the books on the desk. The duty disciple glanced at the pile of books, and then at Fang Che's jade token around his waist. Seeing that he was a direct disciple, he showed a troubled expression and said, "Recently, with the trial approaching, many people are borrowing related texts. According to the rules, you can only borrow them for 1 day at most." 1 day? Fang Che's heart sank slightly. These books were quite thick and filled with complex content. Digesting them in 1 day would be quite challenging. However, he did not show any unusual expression on his face. He merely nodded and said, "Understood." Fang Che understood the duty disciple's difficulties and knew this was the sect's measure to ensure fairness. He just realized he had to hurry. Seeing him agree readily, the duty disciple relaxed slightly and quickly processed the paperwork. Upon returning to Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che immediately began to read. The content recorded in the texts was somewhat summarized, but was sufficient to outline the general situation of the 3 major secret realms. Ghost Shadow Forest, dense wood chi, poisonous miasma, prevalent visibility, extremely poor. Treacherous mist swamp, intricate waterways, dark marshes everywhere, hidden poisonous insects and monster beasts in the mud underwater. Crimson Flame Valley, scorching and dry fire, poison accumulates, spiritual power consumption far exceeds the norm, and in some areas the underground fire is unstable, posing a sudden eruption risk. When he closed the last page, the sky outside was gradually brightening. Fang Che rubbed his throbbing temples and exhaled a long breath. After a day and night of intense reading, although he couldn't grasp all the details, the most deadly dangers and the most likely monsters he could encounter were firmly etched in his mind. In the following days, Fang Che's life became extremely regular. In the morning, he would continue to go to the Bo Wu Pavilion, reading texts, travelogues, and even experiences left by previous disciples related to the trial's secret realms. In the afternoon, he often practiced martial arts in a secluded spot on the back mountain with a focus on the cultivation of the fire serpent technique and the chi concealment technique. The fire serpent technique was a more powerful attack technique than the fireball technique, forming fire into a serpent that could track and devour enemies, presenting a considerable threat. Fang Che practiced repeatedly until his spiritual power was exhausted, barely managing to shoot out a crooked fire serpent several yards. Once his spiritual power recovered, he began to practice the chi concealment technique. This technique was not an attacking method, but rather an auxiliary spell for concealing one's breath and hiding one's sharpness. In the perilous secret realms, knowing how to hide oneself was sometimes more important than a fierce attack. After all, a bright spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Fang Che calmed his mind and adjusted his breathing and spiritual power fluctuations repeatedly. Perhaps it was due to his previous touch with the state of forgetting, but by one afternoon, he had already mastered the chi concealment technique. Fang Che's breath was fully concealed. Even his 3rd senior brother Shen Xingyan, who came to visit, could not see through his depth. "Fang Shidi," Shen Xingyan called out, his voice not loud. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, clarity in his gaze. He dispersed the chi concealment technique, allowing the aura of a 3rd-layer chi refining disciple to naturally emerge. He stood and saluted, saying, "3rd senior brother." Shen Xingyan took a few steps closer, inspecting Fang Che up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Junior brother, you have actually practiced the chi concealment technique to this extent, even I cannot see through it. When did you break through?" "The aura is quite stable. A few days ago I fortuitously broke through, and the chi concealment technique is just starting out. I apologize for making my senior brother laugh." "Just starting out?" Shen Xingyan chuckled and shook his head. "Your standard for just starting out is a bit high. Many foundation establishment disciples might not even reach this level." "You flatter me, senior brother," Fang Che humbly replied. Shen Xingyan sat down on a nearby bamboo chair and said, "I heard that the initial hunting trial is about to begin, so I came to see how prepared you are. Now that you have broken through and your aura is so stable, it seems I need not worry too much. However, you must not be careless because of this." His expression became slightly serious, and he spoke earnestly. "Back when I participated in the initial hunting trial, I was proud and arrogant, relying on my decent strength and having learned a good wind manipulation technique, thinking I could move freely. But not long after entering, due to a moment of carelessness, I was entangled by the corrupt bone fly. Fang Che knew about the corrupt bone fly. Though physically weak, they swarm together, flying almost silently, and their mouthparts carry a paralyzing toxin. Once entangled up close, it is extremely difficult to escape, and their corpses would attract their kind, making them very troublesome. Shen Qingyan recalled the past with a flat tone, but his gaze was slightly focused. Although the toxin of that thing is not fatal, it can cause one's spiritual power to become sluggish, greatly reducing one's strength, and can be incredibly difficult to deal with. In a panic, I accidentally wandered into a fog-filled area and nearly couldn't find my way out. Fang Che silently listened, a chill rising in his heart. He understood that the trial was dangerous, but had not expected it to be so perilous. The trial grounds were indeed fraught with crisis, and one must not be careless. Shen Qingyan looked at Fang Che and said slowly, "In the secret realm, dangers often come from the most unexpected places. You may think you are well prepared, but a moment of carelessness could lead you into a perilous situation. You must remain calm and make sound judgments." Having said this, Shen Qingyan smiled, his tone softening as he continued, "Do not be too anxious. Although the trial is a test, the sect has its considerations and will not truly place its disciples in life or death situations. If you feel that a situation is untenable, do not hesitate. Crush the jade token decisively to withdraw. While the evaluation of the trial is important, it pales in comparison to your life. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I will remember it." Fang Che nodded in response. Shen Qingyan's gaze fell upon Fang Che's graceful profile, admiring his youthful beauty, which carried an otherworldly aura. Yet more than his appearance, what Shen Qingyan appreciated was the maturity and calmness that belied his age. "Junior brother," Shen Qingyan's tone softened further as he asked, "do you find it puzzling why our master has not bestowed upon you any protective treasures to deal with the trial?" Fang Che was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded openly. "To be honest, senior brother, I have had such doubts. This was not out of greed, it was simply that in the novels of his past life, it was almost standard for mentors to bestow treasures upon their disciples when they ventured out for training. Given the profound heritage of the Qingyun sect, it was only logical that Master Yunlan should not remain completely indifferent." Shen Qingyan smiled and said, "It is not surprising that you have such doubts, junior brother. Within the sect there are rules for teaching and sparring among peers, yet the path of cultivation is long and arduous. The true dangers often lie beyond these rules. This trial is your first experience in such a situation. The purpose of establishing the initial hunting trial is to temper the disciples' character and enhance their practical abilities. If any master were to offer excessive help privately, it would contradict the very intent of the trial. The survival jade token provided before the trial serves as the baseline. Beyond that, everything must be faced on your own. Some paths and lessons must be traversed personally to be truly understood." "What you say makes sense, senior brother. External aid may provide temporary protection, but it cannot safeguard one forever. This trial indeed requires one to walk their own path." Fang Che understood the sect's perspective. Ultimately, cultivation is a personal journey, and relying too much on external help could lead to a loss of reverence. The sect provides a platform and resources, but will not spoon-feed its disciples. Shen Qingyan stood up and patted Fang Che on the shoulder, saying, "Little junior brother, prepare well ahead. During the trial, caution is paramount, but there is no need to be overly timid. Sometimes you must dare to seize the opportunities that come your way." In the following days, Fang Che's routine became increasingly tight. He had read through most of the relevant texts in the library, leaving only vague records that held little significance. He decided to focus his energy on two things: first, repeatedly simulating the various scenarios he might encounter in the secret realm; second, further honing his fire serpent technique and chi concealment technique. Now Fang Che had become quite adept at using the fire serpent technique. With a single thought, a streak of crimson flame leapt from his palm, taking on a vivid and fluid form, twisting like a living creature, far surpassing the power of a fireball technique. The chi concealment technique also operated smoothly. Once activated, his aura would become nearly imperceptible, making it difficult to detect unless one's cultivation was significantly higher than his. In terms of pills, he prepared 10 each of recovery, healing, and detoxification pills for emergencies. He selected the two most practical talismans, the Golden Light Talisman and the Divine Movement Talisman. The former could manifest a protective barrier in times of crisis, while the latter was used to temporarily increase speed. Fang Che did not prepare offensive talismans to increase his arsenal. These life-saving items were meant to secure a chance of survival, not to replace the techniques he held. Additionally, he prepared some cleansing talismans. Fang Che had always preferred cleanliness, and considering that there might not be an opportunity to bathe in the secret realm, he brought extra. Just as Fang Che finished all his preparations and settled down for quiet cultivation, a familiar, graceful figure appeared. a long-absent senior sister Lin Wan. Little junior brother, are you setting off tomorrow? Lin Wan approached with a smile, not waiting for Fang Che to respond before placing a stack of glowing blue talisman papers into his hand. You should keep these. Fang Che looked down and was immediately taken aback. Having studied talismans for half a year, his discerning eye had greatly improved. The talisman paper was made of a jade-like material with subtle lightning patterns flowing across its surface. It was clearly the famous third-grade Blue Thunder talisman. Once activated, its power was comparable to a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, making it extremely precious. Senior sister, this item is too valuable. I cannot accept it, and it goes against the original intent of the sex trial. Fang Che immediately declined, insisting he could not accept such an expensive talisman. This is merely a small token of my goodwill. It has nothing to do with the sex trial. Lin Wan raised her delicate brows and feigned a stern expression, saying, Are you looking down on me as your senior sister? If you truly do not want it, just discard it. I never take back what I give away, she said, and with that Lin Wan gracefully leaped onto a crane's back and vanished in the blink of an eye. Fang Che remained silent for a moment, then smiled helplessly, having no choice but to accept the Blue Thunder talisman, feeling a warm current swell in his heart. On the last night before the initial hunting trial, he did not continue practicing the upper Qing Qi guidance technique as he usually did, but instead completely relaxed. Fang Che carefully checked the arrangement of every item in his storage bag, ensuring that he could access them accurately at any moment. After verifying everything, he sat quietly to adjust his breathing, gradually calming his mind that had been tense for several days. The next day before dawn, Fang Che was already dressed and ready. He wore a clean moon-white Dao robe, his long hair simply tied up with a bamboo hairpin, and carried an ancient, elegant Xianyuan sword on his back. Apart from the storage bag and identity token at his waist, he wore no other accessories. Fang Che retracted his aura, his gaze tranquil like a deep pool of water. As he stepped into the courtyard, he lightly whistled. Moments later, a snow-white crane descended gracefully from the clouds, and Mingyue affectionately nuzzled his arm, quietly lowering its body. Fang Che mounted the crane and patted its neck. Let's go to the sword-sharpening cliff. Mingyue let out a clear cry and took off, carrying him through the clouds and mist, flying straight toward the towering cliff that resembled a sword. The crane's shadow swept across the sky, and within a short time, they had reached the air above the sword-sharpening cliff. Below, the platform was crowded with people, who almost all disciples of this session, except for those outside the sect, had gathered here. As the crane landed gracefully on the platform in front of the sword-sharpening cliff, a brief silence fell over the previously clamorous crowd, followed by hushed discussions from the area where the inner disciples were gathered. Another direct disciple has arrived. Which Peak's disciple is this? I don't think I've seen him before. He is a disciple newly accepted by Elder Yunlong last year. I believe his name is Fang Che. Many inner disciples revealed unabashed envy in their eyes. Most of them had to set off early, while direct disciples could leisurely arrive on cranes. A clear disparity. The gazes of the female disciples were more often fixed on the young man atop the crane. He landed lightly, his posture upright as a bamboo. The morning light illuminated his graceful profile, his features clear and refined, and although his hair was simply tied back with no adornments, he exuded an air of extraordinary elegance. Standing among the other direct disciples, his serene and ethereal aura was particularly striking. That senior brother is truly handsome, a younger round-faced female disciple whispered to her companion, her cheeks slightly flushed. Not just handsome, the slightly older senior sister next to her also gazed in that direction with admiration in her eyes. Look at the other direct disciples. Most have imposing auras, some are proud and aloof, but this senior brother Fang is different. Like a clear spring in a mountain stream, he brings calmness to the heart just by looking at him. I heard someone say he is the most outstanding in appearance among this session of direct disciples, not inferior to senior brother Yun Yao at all, another female disciple added quietly. Although practitioners do not emphasize appearance, beautiful things invariably bring joy to the heart. At that moment, the older female cultivator suddenly coughed lightly to regain their attention and whispered, "Should the elders have arrived?" Indeed, above the sword-sharpening cliff, several imposing figures quietly appeared, standing in midair. An invisible pressure instantly silenced the crowd below, including the presence of the Lingjing true person. At the center, presiding over the gathering, was the elderly man in a purple robe with a clear complexion who had stood at the forefront when Fang Che first arrived at the Taiqing Palace. Elder Lu Xuanming, the one in charge of the Taiqing Palace. Elder Lu Xianming wasted no time and directly stated, "The rules for the initial hunting trial are as follows. You will be randomly assigned to one of the 3 beginner secret realms, the Shadowy Forest, the Misty Marsh, or the Crimson Flame Valley, for a duration of 1 month. During this period, you must hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs and materials. After the trial concludes, points will be awarded based on the rank of the demonic beasts hunted and the value of the spiritual items collected. However, Elder Lu's voice suddenly turned cold, and an oppressive aura swiftly silenced any restlessness below. You must remember that while competition is permitted during the trial, harming the lives of fellow disciples is strictly forbidden. Violators will be severely punished according to sect rules. With a wave of his sleeve, thousands of white lights fell accurately in front of everyone like shooting stars. Fang Che reached out to catch one. In his hand was a finely crafted jade token intricately inscribed with complex patterns on one side, while the back bore the ancient characters for shadowy. It seemed he had been assigned to the shadowy forest. The jade token must be worn at all times. If you stray more than 3 zhang away, it will become ineffective. Elder Lu's voice echoed again, resonating through the cliff. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, infuse your spiritual power into the token to activate it, and you will be transported out of the secret realm. However, this act is also considered a failure of the trial, so use it sparingly. As he finished speaking, 3 massive teleportation array diagrams lit up in front of everyone's space, fluctuating violently, with a low rumble, and enormous beams of light shot up into the sky. The shadowy forest, misty marsh, and crimson valley faintly materialized within the light beams, exuding an unsettling aura. The initial hunting trial had officially begun. The moment Fang Che stepped into the beam of light, all sounds from the outside world suddenly vanished. He felt a dizzying spin as if lost, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A blend of decaying leaves, dampness, and the rich scent of vegetation surged into his nostrils. Fang Che stood at the edge of a dimly lit forest where ancient trees had grown for countless years, their canopies blocking out the sky. Though it was clearly daytime, it felt as if night had fallen. Underfoot lay layers of decayed matter accumulated over many years, soft and damp, making no sound as he stepped. The surroundings were utterly silent, with only faint rustling sounds from a distance adding an air of mystery. Is this the shadowy woods? Fang Che remained silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled, his mind racing through the records about this place. The shadowy woods is not an ordinary closed secret realm, but a peculiar spatial node established by the powerful figures of the Qingyun sect through mysterious means. Monsters, spiritual plants, and even certain rare treasures might fall into this eternal dark land due to spatial ripples and fortuitous circumstances. The resources within the shadowy woods are theoretically inexhaustible, with the accumulation over countless years and continuous replenishment, making it a bizarre treasure trove filled with both dangers and opportunities. Due to the special restrictions in the shadowy woods, only Qi refinement cultivators can enter, making it an excellent training ground for low-level cultivators. Fang Che practiced the Qi gathering technique, merging his aura with the gloomy environment around him. At the same time, he cautiously released his divine sense, carefully examining the situation around him. The training from the spirit cultivation and mind-nourishing record over the past 6 months finally began to show its effects. This technique, considered nearly useless by others, unexpectedly suited Fang Che. Thanks to his experiences from 2 lifetimes, his soul was already several times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Under the nourishment of this technique, his divine sense had significantly increased, now able to extend 10 zhang away. It is known that a typical person can only barely separate their divine sense from their body upon reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Although divine sense is primarily for perception and is not as profound as spiritual sense, it is the foundation for a cultivator's future spiritual sense. The extent to which Fang Che's spiritual sense will grow in the future can already be seen from this. After confirming there was no danger nearby, Fang Che did not rush forward. Instead, he first checked his survival jade token, which faintly glimmered with the word shadowy woods subtly resonating with the surrounding environment, and then he inspected his storage bag to ensure all items were intact. The first priority is to familiarize oneself with the environment, confirm his location, and find a safe temporary resting spot. Fang Che established a preliminary plan. Recklessly acting in completely unfamiliar and dangerous territory would be akin to suicide. The ground in the shadowy woods was uneven with tangled roots and hanging vines. A moment of carelessness could lead to a fall. Fang Che moved with grace, each step carefully placed to avoid stepping on decaying leaves and dry branches. After proceeding for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he encountered only a few low-level shadow mice with no other creatures in sight. However, Fang Che's vigilance did not wane in the slightest. This seemingly silent forest often concealed deadlier threats beneath its calm surface. Just as he bypassed a half-decayed massive hollow tree trunk, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A slender black shadow silently shot out from the hanging vines above, moving with incredible speed and carrying a foul scent. Though Fang Che did not see it, his divine sense enveloped the area. At the moment the shadow attacked, he did not panic and turn around, but instead swiftly sidestepped, sliding half a step to the side. Crack! The shadow shot past empty, landing on a nearby tree trunk. It turned out to be a shadow vine snake roughly the thickness of an arm, its body covered in dark green ringed patterns. At this moment, most of its body remained hidden among the vines, its triangular head raised, icy green vertical pupils fixed on Fang Che, while its long tongue flicked in and out, producing a hissing threat. A first-tier monster, the shadow vine snake, adept at camouflage and disguise with potent venom. The description from the text flashed through Fang Che's mind. The venom of this snake could paralyze a mid-stage chi refinement cultivator within a few breaths, and if bitten, even with an antidote, it could be quite troublesome. The shadow vine snake, having missed its strike, coiled its body and attempted to retreat back into the vines to hide again. Fang Che would not give it the chance. He slightly lowered his left shoulder, and the Xianyuan sword behind him slid out, silently glinting with cold light. Clang! The sword light flashed, and then vanished, moving so quickly that only a blurred trail remained. The shadow vine snake was still midair, and a fine line of blood appeared where its head connected with its body. Fang Che did not rush forward immediately, but instead waited quietly for a moment, confirming there were no other lurking dangers before cautiously approaching. He deftly opened the snake's belly, extracting a snake gall roughly the size of a pigeon egg, glimmering with a dark hue, along with 2 fangs and a venom sac. These materials could be exchanged for contribution points, and the snake gall was a primary ingredient for certain pills. After completing all this, he checked thoroughly again, ensuring no scent or traces were left before departing. Having experienced the attack of the shadow vine snake, Fang Che became even more cautious. After advancing for about half an hour, the terrain began to rise and fall slowly. He arrived at a relatively open clearing in the woods where the ancient trees were somewhat sparse, but each was more robust and fierce, their bark black as iron with dark purple moss attached, emitting a faint glow. Upon stepping into this clearing, Fang Che's gaze was immediately caught by several ferocious claw marks on a tree trunk. He crouched down, and just as his fingertips approached the edge of the marks, a surge of scorching and violent energy rushed over, prompting his spiritual energy to automatically circulate and protect his body. Such a strong fire energy. Fang Che's pupils constricted slightly as he quickly assessed the level of this energy. Even the residual energy is so intense. The creature's strength was at least in the late stage of chi refinement, and it might even have reached the 9th level of chi refinement, far beyond what I can contend with now. He felt a chill run down his spine and held his breath, focusing his mind, operating the chi gathering technique to its utmost, quietly blending into a cluster of dense foliage, carefully probing with his divine sense. The scene before him was shocking, and even with Fang Che's resolute mind, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He saw a giant tiger lying in a pool of blood, its red and black fur burnt in many places. Most terrifying of all was a gaping wound the size of a bowl penetrating its abdomen, and at this moment it showed no signs of life, its tiger eyes wide open, as if he could still hear its roar at the moment of its death. Not far away, at the base of an ancient tree that required several people to embrace, lay a large mass of dark purple flesh. The surface of this flesh mass was covered with cracked veins and charred marks, and a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth lay half open, leaking a stinking viscous fluid. Its aura was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, with only a few drooping vines scattered on the ground, devoid of any life. The Crimson Flame Tiger and the Corrupt Heart Vine Demon. 2 names of monsters flashed through Fang Che's mind. The Crimson Flame Tiger was fierce and could unleash raging flames with its claws, while the Corrupt Heart Vine Demon was cunning and treacherous, adept at concealment and ambush, its vines containing corrosive poison. These 2 monsters represented both the sun and the moon, one fierce and the other stealthy, both extremely troublesome foes. Looking at the scene of carnage, it was clear that the 2 had encountered each other and had erupted into a deadly battle, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Fang Che held his breath, his heart racing. Either of these 2 monsters in life could easily take his life. The urgent priority was to leave this place of trouble immediately. Staying any longer would only increase his danger. He suppressed his thoughts about the monster corpses and slowly retreated, preparing to stealthily escape in the direction he came from. Just as he took a few steps back, his gaze swept over the 2 corpses one last time, and a deep, indescribable purple light seemed to catch his eye due to a slight change in angle. Fang Che's body suddenly froze as if pinned in place by an invisible force. He halted, operating the chi gathering technique to its utmost, his divine sense condensed like silk, cautiously probing towards that point of light. A peculiar plant, barely more than half a foot tall, resembling purple jade, was quietly growing in a hidden spot among the interwoven branches. At the top of the plant rested a purple fruit the size of a longan. The surface of the purple fruit shimmered with a profound violet radiance, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, exuding a pure spiritual aura. As soon as his divine sense made contact, Fang Che felt a refreshing wave wash over his soul, causing the spiritual power within him to almost leap for joy. Purple. Purple extreme fruit. A name almost legendary exploded in his mind. The purple extreme fruit, a fourth-tier spirit herb, is the main ingredient for refining the purple extreme pill, which is a top-tier elixir treasured even by nascent soul experts. Its value surpasses that of the Taiching pill in Fang Che's possession. Even without refining it into a pill, consuming it directly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for cultivators. This fruit grows under extremely harsh conditions and is incredibly rare. Each appearance triggers fierce competition among high-level cultivators. He never expected to find one in the shadowy woods. No wonder the scarlet flame tiger and the corrupted heart vine demon fought to the death here. They may not have known the true value of the purple extreme fruit, but their instinctual thirst for life was enough to drive them to madness. Heaven is truly assisting me. A thought flashed through Fang Che's mind, followed by overwhelming joy. With a fourth-tier spirit fruit before him, even his typically calm and steady demeanor couldn't remain unshaken. However, being naturally cautious, he did not let his overwhelming joy cloud his judgment. He suppressed the urge to rush out, focusing his divine sense to carefully scan the two corpses and every inch of the surrounding ground. The scarlet flame tiger was indeed dead, its life force completely extinguished, and its demonic power rapidly dissipating. The corrupted heart vine demon also showed no signs of life. Its remaining demonic energy was exceedingly weak, and the few limp vines showed no response. As time passed, Fang Che patiently waited for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, confirming that there were no further changes. Opportunity must not be missed. Fang Che's eyes narrowed, his left hand quietly grasping a golden light talisman and a movement talisman, his figure darting out like a ghost. His movements were swift and light, landing silently, his sharp gaze sweeping over the corpses of the scarlet flame tiger and the corrupted heart vine demon as he hurried toward the purple extreme fruit. The closer he got, the more enticing the pure aura emitted by the purple extreme fruit became, as if it were silently calling to him. Just as Fang Che's fingers were about to touch the purple jade plant, an unexpected change occurred. A flicker of eerie light suddenly ignited on the seemingly lifeless body of the corrupted heart vine demon, moving with a speed that was heart-stopping, piercing straight at Fang Che's brow. Fang Che had maintained his vigilance, his divine sense covering the entire area, but this attack was too covert and abrupt, carrying an uncanny effect that interfered with perception. It wasn't until the eerie light approached within 3 feet that he suddenly became aware. All the hairs on Fang Che's body stood on end as a chilling aura of death enveloped him completely. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the swordsmanship instinct honed through the cultivation of the sword cultivation technique saved his life. Before his brain could even send a command, his right hand trembled. With a clear sound, the sword rang out, and a blade of sword light as sharp as autumn water sliced forth, carrying a fierce sword energy that struck violently at the eerie light. At the moment the sword edge collided with the eerie light, a chilling force surged forth. Fang Che's tiger mouth split open, blood instantly staining the sword hilt, causing the Xian Yuan sword to slip from his grasp. Even more terrifying was that the eerie light did not dissipate. The corrosive force contained within it surged towards his mind. In this moment of crisis, the jade pendant on Fang Che's chest suddenly became hot, a wave of coolness circulating around him, dispelling the bone-chilling corrosive force. It was indeed the gift from Shun Qingyan. He never expected it to save his life in this moment of peril. In that instant, Fang Che's left hand reached out, firmly grasping the purple extreme fruit. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed up his arm, instantly dispelling the discomfort within. With the purple extreme fruit in hand, Fang Che's spirit lifted, but the crisis was far from over. With the purple extreme fruit taken, the corrupted heart vine demon was utterly enraged. Several previously limp, withered vines sprang back to life, like venomous snakes suddenly lunging forward as black shadows from different angles aimed to strangle him. Fang Che gritted his teeth against the sharp pain in his right arm and the dizziness swirling in his mind, and the 2 talismans he had prepared instantly activated. The golden light talisman burst open, first enveloping him in a layer of solid pale golden radiance. Almost simultaneously, the azure light of the movement talisman infused into his legs, and he forcefully kicked off the ground, darting backward. However, the speed of the vines was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to him. Fang Che's heart sank, but he did not panic. The golden light talisman was a high-quality first-tier talisman, theoretically strong enough to withstand an attack from a fully realized Qi refining stage cultivator, and since this demon was only at the 9th level of Qi refining, as long as he could block this attack, he could escape. However, in the next instant, Fang Che's pupils constricted sharply, and the energy within him felt almost stagnant. The vine tip shooting toward him pierced through the golden light barrier without obstruction, not even lasting half a breath. Fang Che had no time to think. He twisted his waist, and abdomen sharply, nearly folding his body to the right. Puff, puff. Two vine shadows grazed past his left shoulder and right rib, the robe tearing apart with a sound as Fang Che was sent flying several feet away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself up with his right hand, enduring the stabbing pain from the cold poison and the clash of spiritual power within. However, the corrupted heart vine demon did not pursue. Several withered vines began to slowly retract, coiling around the main trunk, with eerie light swirling beneath the vine skin, flickering with a hidden rhythm. It was recovering. Just as this thought emerged, Fang Che's heart sank. At this moment, although the vine demon appeared weak, its imposing aura was terrifying if it were allowed to recover completely. No, he must escape immediately. Wait. However, just as he was about to move, his divine sense detected a strange fluctuation behind the corrupted heart vine demon emanating from the entangled withered vines. Following that, the withered, bumpy nodes on the demon's surface began to pulsate, slightly beating like a heart. With each heartbeat, the surrounding spiritual energy thinned out, and even Fang Che's own blood energy was being drawn away in thin strands. It was actually devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Fang Che's back turned cold. If he did not stop it, he would have no chance of survival. Just as he was about to form a hand seal with his right hand, three primary vines suddenly shot out, and before the shadows of the vines reached him, three tangible waves of corrosive poison surged through the air, hissing as they passed through the eerie light. There was no way to evade. Fire snake technique. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Che's eyes. His left hand urged the golden light talisman, while he shouted his spiritual power, surging as a crimson fire snake roared into existence from his palm, directly confronting the deep green poison. Boom. The crimson and eerie green clashed in midair, eroding each other and exploding into a cloud of murky toxic smoke. The barrier supported by the golden light talisman trembled violently, its surface quickly covered with gray spots, barely keeping the toxic smoke at bay. Fang Che felt a sweetness in his throat, his already tenuous breath disturbed. The power of this corrosive poison far exceeded his expectations. Through the distorted toxic smoke, he could clearly see that his fire snake technique had only managed to wear down about 30% of the poison. The remaining eerie light crashed violently against the barrier. In that instant, Fang Che's left leg pushed off hard, rolling to the side as the poison grazed his ear. Behind him, a tree as thick as a wellhead crashed down. He braced himself with one hand, struggling to stand up. Half of his body was almost numb, relying solely on his left leg and left hand to maintain balance. When he looked up, he found himself facing the central trunk of the vine demon, where a thin crack had opened up, and within the crack, eerie light swirled, revealing a cold and indifferent eye staring silently at him. Fang Che's pupils suddenly constricted. Within that ripple of eerie light, he clearly sensed a trace of pressure belonging to the Foundation establishment stage. The oppressive aura of Foundation establishment descended like an invisible mountain, forcing every blade of grass and tree to bow low, as if the very air itself had become stagnant. Escape was impossible. Fang Che's nerves stretched to their limit. Turning his back to this fiend wielding Foundation establishment techniques was tantamount to sealing his own fate. The few vines that had so easily penetrated the golden talisman surged with a speed far beyond what his heavily wounded state could evade. Yet this oppressive aura, something about it felt amiss. At the brink of life and death, his spiritual sense was pushed to its utmost. Fang Che keenly discerned that the suffocating Foundation establishment pressure did not emanate from the withered body of the vine fiend, but faintly from the withered vine cluster behind it, which had earlier emitted subtle fluctuations. The corrupt heart vine fiend, a plant-type demon, was naturally gifted in concealment, devouring, and corrosion, not in exerting oppressive pressure. Moreover, severely wounded and on the verge of depletion, how could it still emit such a pure Foundation establishment aura? Unless this pressure did not belong to it, or only partially so. Something was concealed behind it. Fang Che's heart skipped a beat as a faint glimmer of hope emerged. At this moment, three main vines laced with corrupt heart poison surged forward, their eerie glow sealing off all retreat. Fire serpent technique. Fang Che's eyes flashed with fierce determination. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, issuing a sharp command. A crimson fire serpent howled forth from his palm, not targeting the incoming poisonous vines, but drawing a cunning arc directly toward the withered vine cluster behind the corrupt heart vine fiend. The blazing serpent's light illuminated the shadows entwined by the withered vines, revealing the faint outline of a rock beneath. The corrupt heart vine fiend emitted a sharp, distorted shriek. The three main vines abruptly twisted midair, and disregarding Fang Che, pursued the fire serpent. As suspected, a surge of brilliance burst in Fang Che's eyes. Whatever lay beneath the withered vines was crucial to the vine fiend, likely the source of its power. The fire serpent collided with the returning vines, exploding with a thunderous roar. The corrupt heart vine fiend, now at its limit, faltered in its movements. This was the moment. Gritting his teeth, Fang Che recalled the Xianyuan sword nearby, infusing the last reserves of his spiritual energy mixed with a mouthful of vital blood onto the blade. The sword hummed, radiating a blood-red aura. Clenching the hilt tightly, he summoned all his strength and swung down sharply upon the protruding rock. Crack! Where the sword struck, the rock shattered with a thunderous blast, shards scattering. A roughly 1-foot square stone cavity was revealed, within which lay a pool of thick, milky, white liquid quietly resting at its bottom. Earth vein spiritual nectar. Fang Che's pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. No wonder this place could nurture the ZG fruit, and why the corrupt heart vine fiend, though grievously wounded, still wielded residual might. It was forcibly sustaining its power with this substance. Pure spiritual energy surged forth instantly, and Fang Che was blasted away by the wave, landing among bushes several yards away. Pain racked his entire body, blood leaked from his mouth and nose, and darkness clouded his vision. He bit his tongue to stave off unconsciousness. The corrupt heart vine fiend suddenly froze before unleashing a scream, tenfold more piercing than before. With the ZG fruit seized and the spiritual nectar exposed, its long-guarded foundation was utterly destroyed. Its withered body trembled violently as all vines and roots wildly expanded, turning pitch black. Their surfaces exuded dense corrupt heart poison, transforming into a ghostly green mist that spread far and wide. The vine fiend had completely lost reason, recklessly consuming its core essence despite imminent exhaustion. A storm of vines laden with the aura of death swept toward Fang Che in an overwhelming deluge. Its speed and strength had multiplied several times over from before. With no retreat or evasion possible, the fetid poisonous mist nearly engulfed him in an instant. In a moment between life and death, he ceased hesitation. His fingers delved into his bosom, drawing forth a talisman between them. The talisman was dark azure, etched with intricate arcane thunder patterns, faint sparks of electricity flickering along the lines. A third-tier talisman, the Qinggang Thunder Talisman. Explode. Fang Che infused the last of his meager spiritual energy into it and hurled it fiercely toward the advancing vine storm. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a pillar of azure lightning erupted from the talisman, dazzling and brilliant, instantly engulfing a creature ahead. Where the thunderlight passed, the vines melted like snow, disintegrating and vanishing. The sickly green poison mist evaporated instantly under the azure glow. The furious power of lightning pierced the corrupt heart vine fiend, melting it away in its desperate screams. The residual shockwave swept across the ground, leaving a scorched trench several yards long. Edges crackled with lingering electric sparks, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning. A full strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator wielded such terrifying power. This is indeed the might of a third-tier talisman, truly extraordinary. Fang Che was pushed back several steps by the close-range shockwave, chest tight, yet inwardly awestruck. Had this talisman been used in a duel among Foundation establishment cultivators, it might have turned the tide of battle. Though it felt wasteful to expend it on a wounded vine fiend, preserving his life was worth the cost. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic aura within, preparing to gather the spiritual nectar, when the ground suddenly trembled violently. Roar! Shriek! Several fierce beast roars erupted simultaneously from different directions. Trees snapped and leaves shattered. The earlier commotion and the dense spiritual energy exposed by the earth vein spiritual nectar shone like a beacon in the darkness, attracting the nearby powerful beasts. Fang Che's expression darkened. At this moment, not only was gathering his spoils impossible, even lingering for 2 or 3 breaths risked being surrounded and slain by the beasts without burial. He had to leave immediately. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the spiritually vibrant stone pit, his heart bleeding. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Fang Che's eyes as he leapt swiftly to the pit's edge, stooping to press his mouth close, and inhaled with all his might. The earth vein spiritual nectar, brimming with overwhelming pure spiritual energy, surged into his throat, instantly transforming into a roaring flood coursing through his limbs and body. However, he only managed to draw in most of it before the thunderous crash of ancient trees collapsing behind him reached his ears, accompanied by a stench-laden wind. Fang Che twisted abruptly, simultaneously activating the Golden Light Talisman and the Divine Movement Talisman. Like an arrow released from a bow, he darted into the dense thorns opposite the direction of the beast roars. Just as he was about to vanish into the thicket, a reedied iron-clawed demon wolf lunged from behind, its sharp claws tearing through the air. Sizzle! His Dao robe tore upon impact, revealing a deep, bone-piercing wound across his back. An immediate wave of searing pain swept through his entire body. Fang Che grunted low, gritting his teeth as if barely feeling the pain, accelerating to his utmost speed and using the momentum to vanish completely into the thorny bushes. The demon wolf's claw swiped empty air as it landed and raised its head in a furious howl poised to give chase. Yet the residual earth vein's spiritual nectar in the pit clung to it like an invisible shackle. At that moment, an ancient tree exploded on the side, and a massive violent mountain bear with rocky armor on its body swung a giant paw carrying a stench-laden wind aiming straight for the demon wolf's head. Almost simultaneously on the other side, the treetop rustled as a magnificent multicolored giant python emerged, its tongue flickering and cold vertical pupils locked firmly on the earth vein's spiritual nectar. Three presences stood opposed, the atmosphere taut with tension and hostility. Fang Che remained completely unaware of the situation behind him, having no time to spare. He gritted his teeth and pushed the speed of the movement talisman to its limit with only the howling wind and his heavy heartbeat left in his ears. The wound on his back bled profusely, and the poison left by the corrupted heart vine demon clawed at him like a festering wound, rapidly eroding his insides and bringing waves of piercing pain. Even more deadly was the massive spiritual energy originating from the earth's veins, crashing through his meridians like a flood that had broken its dam. The earth vein's spiritual milk was a fifth-tier spiritual object, yet Fang Che was merely at the third layer of chi refinement, utterly unable to withstand such a torrent of spiritual power. The spiritual energy within him was like a raging flame, crazily burning through his limbs and bones, with his dantian swelling painfully, ready to burst at any moment. The rampaging spiritual energy intertwined with the spreading poison, causing his blood to rebel, and the scenery before him began to sway and overlap. "I can't fall here." Fang Che's eyes turned crimson, his consciousness on the brink of shattering under the intense pain and the impact of spiritual power. Driven by the instinct to survive, he desperately operated the Shangqing Qi manipulation technique to guide the rampaging spiritual energy within him, while trembling hands reached into his storage bag, grabbing every bottle and jar he could find. Blood-stopping pills, detoxification pills, Qi recovery pills. Even the two Tai Ching pills and the Xianwater spirit nourishing pills he had hidden deep within were thrust into his mouth all at once. As the pills entered his abdomen initially, there was a slight coolness brought by the detoxification and blood-stopping pills. But in the next instant, boom. It was as if a slumbering giant dragon had suddenly awakened. The vast and immense spiritual power of the Tai Ching and Xianwater spirit nourishing pills ruthlessly surged into Fang Che's already crumbling dantian. The Tai Ching and Xianwater spirit nourishing pills were not something that a Qi refinement stage cultivator could easily consume, and for Fang Che, whose spiritual power was surging at this moment, it was akin to a catastrophe. "Oh!" Fang Che let out a roar, his body radiating brilliant spiritual light, countless spiritual energies thrumming beneath his skin, his meridians crying out in unbearable pain, and his dantian quaking violently on the verge of destruction. The violent agitation of spiritual energy within him escalated, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed by darkness, relying solely on a will to hold him together. Just as his vision was about to be completely engulfed, he caught a blurry glimpse of what appeared to be a narrow crevice on the rock wall ahead. Driven by the will to survive, Fang Che staggered into it, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Deep within the rock crevice, Fang Che lay in a coma, his breath faint like a candle flickering in the wind. However, within him a catastrophic collision was unfolding. The pure earth spiritual power of the earth vein's spiritual milk, the vast medicinal power of the Tai Ching pill, and the deep and long-lasting water-attributed spiritual energy of the Xianwater spirit nourishing pill. All three forces were far beyond his cultivation level. At this moment, without the suppression of consciousness, they erupted completely in his shattered meridians and collapsing dantian. They collided and tore at each other, causing tiny blood beads to seep from Fang Che's skin, only to be instantly vaporized. His body alternated between blazing like fire and freezing like ice, with the violent spiritual power visible beneath his skin, moving like a living creature. Fang Che's body emitted faint sounds of unbearable strain, a cruel punishment that heralded his impending annihilation. Just as the last flicker of his life force was about to extinguish and his consciousness faded away, the jade pendant pressed against his heart suddenly trembled lightly, and the patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, flowing with a hazy radiance. The gentle glow enveloped Fang Che's heart pulse, gradually protecting his nearly disintegrating soul. Under the safeguard of this clear light, his consciousness, on the verge of complete dissolution, seemed to clutch onto a lifeline. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Che suddenly arched his body, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood before collapsing to the ground, only able to lean against the cold rock wall and cough violently. His vision gradually cleared, revealing a moss-covered rock wall. He was lying deep within a narrow crevice. Beneath him were rough stones and half-congealed blood. He was still alive, but this feeling of being alive felt more like being nailed to a cliff, enduring torture. The three destructive forces within him continued to clash violently, like countless steel needles piercing through his marrow. This body was already broken beyond repair, and every breath brought excruciating pain ready to collapse at any moment. Fang Che dared not operate the Shangqing Qi manipulation technique. He had a vague feeling that attempting to guide the spiritual power now would only provoke an even more ferocious reaction from the three torrents. It was over. Fang Che tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile, blaming only his own greed. Despair like the darkness within the crevice filled his heart. However, just as he was about to give up the struggle, a nearly insane thought exploded in his mind like thunder. Since he was able to visualize himself as a spiritual fish and merge with nature at the Silent Heart Lake, why couldn't he transform himself into spiritual power? What essential difference was there between spiritual power and spiritual fish? Weren't they all part of the world around him? The heavens and earth coexist with me, and all things are one with me. They were rampaging and surging within him at this moment, and they were the most authentic part of himself. To give up resistance, to abandon guidance, even to forsake consciousness. Imagine himself as a part of them, merging with them, becoming a part of this chaotic torrent, to feel the pure existence of that magnificent spiritual power in its truest form. This idea was nearly insane, appearing utterly fanciful. If other cultivators knew of this thought, they would surely consider him a complete madman, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Fang Che closed his eyes, completely relinquishing control over his body, allowing his consciousness to sink into the endless darkness. I am the heavens and earth, I am all things, I am spiritual power. Pain, weakness, heat. All sensations were forcibly ignored. He was no longer a subject enduring suffering, nor was he trying to control or dominate. His thoughts, like smoke, gently, passively, and unconsciously merged into the three rampaging forces. At the moment his consciousness fully integrated, the standoff of spiritual power within Fang Che quietly shifted. His body was no longer a battlefield, instead it became a fragile furnace. The earth vein spiritual milk served as the base, the Xian water spirit nourishing pill as the medium, and the Taiqing pill as the guide, maintaining a delicate balance amidst the ruins of his shattered meridians and dantian. This balance was as fragile as a thread. Any interference from Fang Chi's will could break it. Thus Fang Chi's consciousness remained in a state of forgetting both self and object, as if completely dissipated between the heavens and earth, yet also as if acutely observing the silent transformation within him. He did not know how long had passed. The terrifying spiritual light surrounding Fang Che gradually receded, and the chaotic spiritual energy beneath his skin began to calm. He remained in a coma, his breath faint and barely detectable, but the originally disintegrating aura began to solidify little by little. A kind of unprecedented rebirth was quietly gestating. When Fang Che opened his eyes, the light from outside the rock crevice had turned into a deep, dark blue. He still lay there, his limbs sprawled lazily, staring vacantly at a small patch of moss on the top of the rock wall, not moving for a long time, like a puddle of mud. After a long while, he finally lifted his hand and placed it before his eyes. The bloodstains on his hand were still there, but the skin beneath was smooth and flawless white as jade, more delicate than most women's hands. I truly picked up a life from the hands of the King of Hell, he thought slowly, curling his fingers, feeling the power surging between them, and pushed himself to sit up slowly. This time it was indeed too greedy. The spiritual power contained in any one of the earth veins spiritual milk Taiqing pill or Xian Shui spiritual essence pill was far beyond what his current cultivation could withstand. The combination of the three was incredibly perilous, akin to a situation with no chance of survival. The corrupted heart vine demon guarded the earth vein spiritual milk, but did not absorb it directly, not only to nourish the purple extreme fruit, but primarily because even with its cultivation it found it difficult to withstand the impact of such overwhelming energy. Who would have thought that Fang Che, a mere cultivator at the third layer of Qi training, would audaciously swallow it all? Had it not been for the jade pendant given to him by his third senior brother protecting a shard of his soul at the moment of life and death, and had he not inadvertently stepped into a state of oblivion, he would probably have exploded by now. Fang Che focused his mind, his consciousness sinking into his body. He intended to check his injuries, but upon doing so the remnants of laziness were instantly swept away. Qi training perfected. He blinked a bit dazed, almost thinking he had left some after effects that disordered his soul. After a moment of silence, he concentrated again, carefully inspecting his body. He saw that the three turbulent flows of spiritual power that had nearly overwhelmed him were now calmed, like water circulating within his body in an unprecedented manner. He cautiously sank his mind into his dantian, and his entire being trembled slightly. The originally sparse mist in his dantian had expanded dozens of times, with spiritual liquid billowing, filling the dantian like a tide. I really have reached Qi training perfection. Fang Che murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Reaching the 9th layer of Qi training requires years of arduous cultivation. Even for extraordinarily talented prodigies, attaining the 9th layer often takes around 10 years. Yet he had soared to perfection in one leap. Even more astonishing was that his breakthrough had left no hidden dangers of a weak foundation. On the contrary, the meridians within him were wide and solid. His dantian was harmonious and flawless, and the spiritual power was dense and abundant, truly perfect. Fang Che could even clearly feel that the invisible barrier separating Qi training from foundation establishment was now as thin as a cicada's wing. Had it not been for the special restrictions in the shadowy forest, he might have been able to attempt foundation establishment right then. Ordinary cultivators, even if they obtained such heavenly materials and treasures, would never dare to swallow them whole like I did, Fang Che pondered. Whether it was the earth vein spiritual milk Taiching pill or Xian Shui spiritual essence pill, they all required additional methods and a gradual process to refine even a small amount for Qi training cultivators, often taking a lengthy time. The fact that he survived was truly a miracle born from a series of almost unrepeatable coincidences. Firstly, in his 2 lifetimes his soul was already several times stronger than that of an ordinary person, and coupled with the cultivation of the spirit nourishing and mind cultivating record, his soul strength among Qi training cultivators was truly unparalleled. Secondly, the jade pendant from his 3rd senior brother protected a fragment of his soul at the brink of life and death. Thirdly, he entered a state of oblivion in a dire situation, inadvertently resonating with the grand Tao of heaven and earth. All 3 were indispensable. Without any one of them, Fang Che would have had no way to survive. Others, even if their cultivation is several realms higher than mine, if they forcibly attempt to imitate, will only explode. The corrupted heart vine demon did not dare to directly absorb the earth vein spiritual milk, which proves that even beasts with bodies far stronger than humans could not do so, let alone ordinary people. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although this time I survived a life and death ordeal, I can consider it a blessing in disguise. Fang Che slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and stretched. As for having such opportunities again, he was non-committal. Such a chance was enough for a lifetime. He was not some protagonist favored by fate. Fang Che stood up, his bones cracking like popping beans. He moved his hands and feet slightly, and an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his limbs and bones. With a slight thought, he lightly tapped the ground, as usual, leaping out of the rock crevice, but his body shot up dozens of feet high, nearly colliding with the ancient tree across from him. The gust of wind, causing the leaves to flutter down. The power has increased dramatically, but my body has not yet adapted, and the control of spiritual power is a bit slow. Fang Che steadied himself, his brow slightly furrowing. At this moment, he felt like a child who suddenly gained the strength of a giant, his every movement appearing somewhat clumsy. Although his current cultivation could be said to easily push through the shadowy forest, he would not dare to be careless. His previous experience made him understand that he could never underestimate any creature within the shadowy forest. He must adapt quickly, and the best way to do that was through combat. He concealed his aura, benefiting from his sudden surge in cultivation. The effectiveness of his aura-concealing technique far exceeded before, like a weightless shadow merging into the darkness of the forest. His divine sense spread out like mercury, covering a range unmatched in the past, and soon he discovered his target. About 100 feet away, 3 phosphor claw lycanthropes were lowering their heads to tear at the remains of a named beast. These beasts were mostly in the mid-stage of the first rank, equivalent to cultivators at the 4th or 5th layers of Qi training, but they were always social, and their claws were venomous, working together seamlessly, making them quite troublesome. Just right, you lot. Fang Che pushed off the ground, his body shooting out like an arrow faster than he anticipated, and he instantly rushed in front of the pack of lycanthropes. The leading lycanthrope was startled, and the foul wind of its claws rushed at him in an instant. Fang Che subconsciously swung his arm to block. Bang! That phosphor claw lycanthrope, as stout as a calf, was actually sent flying by his casual swing, crashing dozens of feet away and breaking a ghost wood as thick as a well's opening, letting out a piercing wail. The other 2 lycanthropes were startled, one on the left and one on the right, charging forward with dark green poisonous mist. Fang Che twisted his body to evade, while simultaneously striking out with both palms. PFF. Like smashing 2 ripe fruits, the heads of the lycanthropes exploded, instantly red and white matter splattering, killing them on the spot. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Fang Che stood in place, staring at the scattered remains on the ground, dumbfounded. Is this what Qi training perfection feels like? If it were before facing these 3 lycanthropes who coordinated so well, although he could win, it would never have been so easy and carefree. At the very least, he would have had to exert considerable effort using the terrain to maneuver and take them down one by one, perhaps even sustaining minor injuries, not to mention now, where a mere wave of his hand ended the battle. Too fast. The power is sufficient, but the control is too rough. Fang Che frowned. That earlier block and those 2 strikes were purely a matter of crushing power and speed, devoid of any skill. While crushing power was certainly intoxicating, it was of no help to him. He needed to harness his soaring cultivation freely. I can't rely solely on brute force to resolve opponents. Fang Che's gaze swept through the depths of the shadowy forest, extending his divine sense, carefully sensing the auras within. Soon he relocked onto a target. Shadow Pattern Leopard, late stage of the first rank, known for its speed and agility, adept at delivering a fatal blow. This is precisely the sparring partner I need. He moved his body toward that aura. Dozens of feet ahead, beside a massive ghost with a shadow shifted slightly. Fang Che halted his steps, standing on a relatively open patch of decayed leaves, faintly revealing an aura of the second layer of chi training. Whoosh! Almost the moment his aura leaked, a blurred black shadow shot out, its speed so fast that it left only an afterimage. Fang Che instinctively dodged, but his body was half a beat slow. Sizzle! Though he avoided the critical spot, his shirt was still torn open by the lightning-fast claw wind. A slight itch on his skin left a shallow white mark. The Shadow Pattern Leopard, having missed its strike, gracefully landed. Its body was sleek and long, its fur a dull dark gray adorned with twisted black patterns that allowed it to blend seamlessly into the darkness. At this moment it slightly crouched down, its amber vertical pupils locking onto Fang Che, filled with the coldness and vigilance of a predator. Such speed, such a stealthy attack. Fang Che's eyes lit up. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Facing the Shadow Pattern Leopard, which transformed back into a shadow and lunged at him again, he reined in most of his power, responding only with his chi training at the 5th layer. Initially, Fang Che found himself quite flustered. The speed and agility of the Shadow Pattern Leopard far exceeded his suppressed reactions, and its attacks were tricky and elusive, often launching strikes from blind spots. Fang Che dodged left and right, his clothes repeatedly torn by the claw wind. Though it had not managed to pierce his currently strong body, the feeling of peril was all too real. No, I can't just rely on my eyes, or I need to integrate my divine sense to sense the airflow and predict its attack signals. My steps are too heavy. The infusion of spiritual power must be even, not just relying on brute force to stomp. My body isn't rotating smoothly enough. The core power from my waist and abdomen is disconnected from my leg strength. As Fang Che dodged, he rapidly summarized in his mind. Each evasion enhanced his control over his body and spiritual power. Gradually, his movements began to change. The initially stiff and clumsy dodges gradually acquired a touch of agility. His body movements were no longer just about rushing forward and bouncing back, but gained a bit of lightness. His use of divine sense also became more refined. It was no longer a broad spread, but focused on sensing the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and airflow around the Shadow Pattern Leopard. From initially being able to awkwardly dodge 3 or 4 out of 10 attacks, he progressed to dodging 6 or 7, and later, he was able to narrowly avoid the majority of the Shadow Pattern Leopard's rapid strikes and clawing. He was no longer passively following the speed of the Shadow Pattern Leopard. He began to attempt to predict its attack patterns. A flicker of human-like annoyance flashed in the amber vertical pupils of the Shadow-striped leopard. The bipedal beast, which had just been clumsy moments ago, now moved with the fluidity of a shadowy serpent, and despite numerous sneak attacks, it couldn't even catch the corner of its clothing. It let out a low growl and lunged again, but Fang Che simply sidestepped gracefully, narrowly avoiding the swipe of its claws. The shadow-striped leopard landed and cast a deep glance at him, its eyes reflecting a hint of misfortune. It then flickered and vanished into the shadows, disappearing deeper into the forest after a few leaps. Gone. Fang Che blinked in surprise. He hadn't practiced enough yet, and the training partner had run off. A strong sense of unfinished business surged in his heart, and he instinctively took half a step towards the direction where the shadow-striped leopard had vanished, wanting to call it back. TSK. Coming back to his senses, Fang Che retracted his steps, scratched his head, and chuckled to himself. He realized he had been a bit obsessed with his training. It was the instinct of beasts to avoid harm and seek benefits. Once they sensed no chance of victory, they would naturally retreat. Could he really expect it to keep training with him? However, he had already gained quite a bit from this battle. Fang Che looked down and saw that his flesh was as white as jade beneath the tattered clothing, and the red marks left by the shadow-striped leopard's claws had completely vanished, revealing a subtle sheen of warmth beneath his skin. My control over power has recovered significantly, my agility has improved greatly, and my use of divine sense has become more refined. But it's still not enough, though I need to adapt further. He tore off his makeshift clothing and changed into a clean Taoist robe. The next day, Fang Che moved to a different area and deliberately provoked a Nightblade cat demon, which was more adept at stealth. On the 3rd day, he attracted a flock of shadow-flitting sparrows, honing his skills against their rapid and cunning attacks. Days passed, and in a clearing in the forest, dozens of shadow-striped leopards weaved their claws into a net, attacking in turn with remarkable cooperation. Yet Fang Che moved like a specter, navigating through their fierce assaults with ease, dodging each attack just in time, often evading the most lethal strikes with minimal movement. In the end, he even closed his eyes, relying solely on his divine sense and perception of the airflow to counter the onslaught. The coordinated attack of the dozens of shadow stripe leopards couldn't even graze the corner of his clothing. After a prolonged siege, he suddenly changed his footwork, creating several faint afterimages, effortlessly escaping the encirclement and landing on a boulder 10 yards away. After days of high-pressure dodging, Fang Che's clothes were tattered and dust-covered, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance, yet his eyes remained clear and bright. That should be enough. Fang Che looked down at his pale knuckles, flexing his fingers lightly, feeling the smooth flow of spiritual power within him. Though his explosive cultivation had not yet fully integrated, he had grasped over 90%. It was time to leave. Fang Che looked down at the group of leopards growling below, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you all for your hard work. He took out an ancient jade bottle from his storage pouch, and the moment the bottle appeared, all the shadow stripe leopards perked up, their amber pupils fixated intently on him. Fang Che poured out the pills, flicking his fingers, and the Peiyuan pills precisely shot into the open mouths of the shadow stripe leopards. The group of leopards squinted their eyes in satisfaction, emitting contented purring sounds. Demonic beasts will never be subservient unless their needs are met. Fang Che suddenly recalled a jest from his past life and couldn't help but smile. He leaped down from the boulder, approaching the first shadow stripe leopard he had met, gently placing his hand atop its head. The shadow stripe leopard froze slightly, then relaxed, even rubbing against his palm. I have to go now, Fang Che said softly, taking out 2 pills of higher quality and offering them to its mouth. Thank you for your companionship these days. The other shadow stripe leopards gathered around, maintaining a distance but quietly looking at him. Those who see will share in the bounty. Fang Che couldn't help but smile again, taking out a few Huangji pills to feed them. Though this group of shadow stripe leopards could not speak, their time spent together had forged a certain mutual understanding. He nodded at the group of leopards no longer lingering and turned to dash into the depths of the shadowy forest. After walking about 100 yards, Fang Che turned back, and the group of shadow stripe leopards still stood in place, silently watching his figure fade away. Awoo! Seeing him turn back, the shadow stripe leopard howled at the sky, and the other leopards followed suit, as if bidding farewell. Only then did the group of leopards turn and vanish into the shadows. Fang Che retracted his gaze, gently exhaling, a slight ripple stirring within his heart, but his resolve was firm, and this ripple quickly calmed. He continued weaving through the forest, silently calculating the days. Ever since he entered the shadowy forest, he had first been unconscious for several days, unaware of the passage of time, and upon waking spent another 7 days consolidating his realm and familiarizing himself with his cultivation. Reflecting on it, there are probably less than 10 days left until the deadline of 1 month. Speaking of which, during this trial, aside from breaking through to the peak of Qi refinement, it seems I haven't gained much else. His divine sense swept through his storage pouch, and aside from the usual pills, talismans, clothing, and spirit stones, there was only an unripe Ziji fruit. To break through to the peak of Qi refinement is already a tremendous opportunity, not to mention having a Ziji fruit in hand. Ooh, I really am a bit greedy. Thinking of this, Fang Che couldn't help but shake his head, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. But he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the dark trees surrounding him. Returning empty-handed seems a bit unreasonable, especially with the title of my master on my shoulders. If she were to learn that he had ended up at the bottom of the rankings in this initial hunting trial, Fang Che felt a slight chill run down his spine. Although Master Yunlan wouldn't punish him severely, she certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Just thinking about her expression that seemed half-smile and her unhurried tone made his scalp tingle. It seems I really can't afford to go out empty-handed. He murmured to himself in a low voice, a glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes, and his figure suddenly quickened, plunging into the dark depths of the forest. Having resolved to achieve something, Fang Che no longer hesitated. His divine sense spread out like an invisible giant net, meticulously probing every inch of land and every blade of grass around him. His divine sense was already more exaggerated than that of ordinary cultivators, and at this moment, fully unleashed, he had complete control over everything within a radius of 300 yards. The first thing Fang Che discovered was a small patch of shadow spirit mushrooms, which were valuable materials for refining several types of pills. Guarding them was a group of decayed wood beetles that were only at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. He chose not to engage them, deftly dodging around the swarm of insects, and with a precise sweep of his sword energy, he collected over 10 high-quality shadow spirit mushrooms. Not long after delving deeper, he encountered an ironback mountain pig. This beast had tough skin and thick meat with immense strength, comparable to a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, especially its pair of tusks that gleamed coldly, charging forward with remarkable ferocity. Fang Che pointed his fingers like a sword, concentrating his spiritual power at a single point, piercing the pig's eye, killing it instantly. He then swiftly removed its tusks and hide, both excellent materials for refining weapons. In the following days, Fang Che moved like an efficient hunter, relying on his formidable divine sense and unparalleled cultivation. Everywhere he went, he scarcely missed any valuable spiritual materials or demonic beasts. He could be said to have harvested everything in sight. It is worth mentioning that Fang Che never encountered other disciples. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the shadowy forest, which indeed seemed as boundless as described in the texts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the final day of the trial. Fang Che was traversing the edge of a mist-laden lake, his consciousness sweeping across every inch of grass, and would like a net, leaving no trace of any spiritual being hidden from view. At that moment, a faint warmth suddenly emanated from his waist. He looked surprised and took out the jade talisman that had been activated before entering the shadowed woods. At this moment, the talisman was glowing with an increasingly bright and gentle light, its surface patterns flowing slightly. It seemed that the time had come. He murmured to himself, realizing this was a signal that the secret realm was about to close, and the talisman would transport all disciples holding it out of the realm. Before he could react, the white light of the talisman suddenly surged, instantly enveloping his entire being, and he felt the surrounding space twist, the dark forest ahead rapidly blurring away. In the next moment, a cacophony of voices surged in his ears like a tidal wave, and the scene before him had drastically changed. He found himself standing on a magnificent square made of blue stones, surrounded by towering jade pillars, with figures appearing one after another beside him, evidently all disciples who had participated in this trial. Fang Che immediately focused his mind, suppressing his aura to maintain a level around the third layer of chi refinement, then raised his eyes to observe his surroundings discreetly. The square was bustling with voices. Besides the returning disciples of this trial, many previous disciples dressed in various attires had gathered to watch, chatting in small groups, and occasionally casting glances at the newly emerged newcomers. Look at that one, his clothes are practically rags. He must have encountered some tough opponents. That sister on the left seems calm, as she must have gained quite a bit. Most of the newly returned disciples appeared quite disheveled. Some had chaotic auras, some were in tattered clothes, and others clearly had not yet calmed their minds after fierce battles. In contrast, although Fang Che's robe was slightly damp with dew and grass, he remained calm, his gaze clear, and his aura stable and restrained, standing out as particularly composed among the crowd. This demeanor naturally attracted some attention. "This brother looks quite tidy," a disciple with crossed arms chuckled softly to his companion. "He must have been hiding in some cave for 30 days, right? Being cautious during the initial hunting trial is fine. Oh, it's impressive enough to return unscathed," another chimed in, his tone laced with teasing. Fang Che frowned slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his mind. He was unfamiliar with these two, so why the inexplicable targeting? At that moment, a clear and cheerful voice rang out from behind him. I wondered who was discussing people's appearances. That turns out to be two esteemed disciples of Master Zile. The crowd parted slightly, revealing the warm-faced youth at the forefront, who was none other than the third senior brother Shin Qingyan, followed closely by the lively and charming junior sister Lin Wan. If the two disciples have any critiques regarding my junior brother's trial approach, feel free to speak directly. Whispering behind his back appears rather petty. Shin Qingyan's lips curled slightly, his tone calm and unhurried. The tall disciple in purple froze for a moment, then coldly snorted. I merely remarked on how this disciple appears composed. Why must Brother Shin take it to heart? Take it to heart. Shin Qingyan chuckled lightly, taking a half step forward. When have my disciples of Xian Shui Peak needed to explain themselves to others? As for you two, he paused, casting a casual glance at the two. I've heard that Master Zile and my master once wagered a Tai Ching pill, joking about which lineage my junior brother would ultimately join. Could it be that your lineage lost the wager and feels dissatisfied, thus seeking a reason to vent on a junior? The expressions of the two changed immediately, as this matter, while mere banter among their elders, was ultimately not very honorable. Moreover, the two had only aimed to privately relieve their master's grievances without any real command, and now being exposed publicly felt quite unpleasant. The tall disciple's face turned red, his neck stiffening as he said, Brother Shin, you are mistaken. The wager was merely elders' banter. We would never take it seriously. We are just discussing the matter at hand. He gestured dismissively at Fang Che, his tone dripping with disdain. This disciple looks pristine calm, and his clothes are tidy, as if he hadn't even entered the secret realm. I ask, in the initial hunting trial, which time wasn't fraught with danger? Even with good luck, one cannot avoid encountering perilous battles. A looking disheveled is inevitable. With his appearance, he hardly resembles a disciple who has faced trials. Rather, it looks like he went out for a leisurely stroll. The slightly shorter companion immediately chimed in, his voice intentionally raised to attract more gazes from the surrounding crowd. Indeed, how dangerous the initial hunting trial is, with beasts lurking and disciples competing. Any true trialist would be tense and fighting for survival. This Brother Fang looks so pristine. Oh, could it be true, as Brother Chen said, that he found a secluded cave and sat in meditation for 30 days? If that were the case, what would be the point of the initial hunting trial? The disciples nurtured by our Qing sect are certainly not delicate flowers. With this statement, many observing disciples began to murmur among themselves, their gazes toward Fang Che now tinged with scrutiny and doubt. After all, compared to most of the other new arrivals who appeared quite disheveled, Fang Che's condition was indeed somewhat striking. "You are talking nonsense." A sharp voice filled with anger rang out. Junior Sister Lin once stepped forward, blocking Fang Che's side, her delicate face filled with indignation. "My junior brother acts with caution and has his own methods. How can you casually speculate about him? His ability to return safely is precisely his skill. Does it mean success must be marked by some being bruised and battered like some others?" Her voice was clear and her words straightforward, causing some disciples who had also returned from fierce battles to feel embarrassed, wanting to refute, but silenced by her status as a direct disciple. Shen Qingyan gently patted Lin Wan on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then turned his attention back to the two purple-robed disciples. His warm smile faded, and his eyes sharpened slightly as a deep, calm aura began to emanate from him, making the two instinctively take a half-step back. "Disciples, if you doubt my Xian Shui peak or my master's judgment in taking in disciples, feel free to express it. I, Shen Qingyan, am always ready to engage in discussion with you." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ever-growing crowd in the square, his voice clearly resonating. "If you think targeting a newly initiated disciple does not showcase your capabilities." Shen Qingyan's lips curled into a smile that was both inviting and mocking. "Perfect timing. The Ascension Conference is approaching, and I would be pleased to have a proper exchange with you then. How does that sound?" At the mention of the Ascension Conference, a low murmur swept through the crowd, with many young disciples revealing expressions of yearning and awe. This was the largest sect competition held once every 10 years by the Qing sect, limited to disciples in the foundation establishment stage, and was considered one of the highest platforms for measuring a disciple's potential and strength. Those who stood out at the Ascension Conference were all exceptional among the younger generation, and they would receive generous rewards and focused training from the sect. The expressions of the two purple-robed disciples turned extremely ugly in an instant, shifting between shades of blue and white. Although they were also at the foundation establishment, level 1 was in the mid-stage while the other had just entered the late stage. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyan had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and rumors even suggested he had touched upon the state of perfection, recognized as a leading talent among the disciples of Xian Shui Peak. He was also a strong contender for the top 10 or even higher rankings at the upcoming Ascension Conference. Battling against him would be tantamount to self-humiliation. The tall disciple's lips moved a few times, wanting to maintain his composure, but ultimately did not dare to make any more threats under Shen Qingyan's calm, yet imposing gaze. The shorter disciple lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. "Brother Shun is joking. We were merely discussing casually, without any ill intent. Since Brother Fang has returned safely, it is indeed a good thing. Farewell." After saying that, they hurriedly turned and squeezed back into the crowd, leaving in a disheveled manner. Watching their retreating figures, Shen Qingyan retracted his aura, returning to his gentle demeanor. He turned to Fang Che with a warm gaze, saying, "Junior brother, you need not pay attention to these idle remarks. It is good that you returned safely." Lin Wan also leaned in, smiling brightly. "Exactly. Junior brother, don't be afraid. With third senior brother and me here, who would dare to bully you?" "But," she blinked her big eyes, lowering her voice curiously, "you weren't really hiding in a cave for 30 days, were you? How come you are so clean?" Several streaks of light darted swiftly from the horizon, and as the light dissipated, several figures appeared standing in midair. The leader was an elder named Lu Xuanming, dressed in a deep purple Taoist robe, who was the host of this trial. To the left stood the gentle and graceful Ling Jing, while to the right stood the solemn elder Zhao Su, who was responsible for overseeing the daily studies of the inner disciples. "Greetings, elders." The three figures exuded profound and deep auras, and as soon as they appeared, the noisy crowd in the square immediately quieted down, with all disciples, both new and old, respectfully bowing in greeting. Lu Xianming scanned the somewhat disheveled crowd below and nodded slightly, saying, "The initial hunting trial lasting 30 days concludes today. Your safe return is already a significant experience. According to tradition, upon returning from the trial, you must present your gains for verification. This is for the sect's record of contributions and also an assessment of your efforts during this trial." At this moment, Zhao Su stepped forward and said solemnly, "All participating disciples, please come forward in turn and present the items you obtained in the secret realm at the verification platform. The verification platform will identify the quality and record the contribution points. Do not harbor any thoughts of deceit. The verification platform is highly sensitive, and with us here, ordinary tricks will not work. Of course, if anyone's gains are minimal, there is no need to feel ashamed. The true purpose of the trial is to undergo experiences while the gains are secondary. Ling Jing added her gaze gentle, which somewhat reassured the anxious disciples. Beginning with the inner disciples, most presented common spiritual herbs or materials from low-level demon beasts. Occasionally those with good fortune brought forth a few rare first-tier spiritual herbs or some bones of mid-stage chi refining demon beasts, attracting envious whispers from the surrounding crowd. Then it was the turn of the direct disciples, and the atmosphere noticeably changed as the crowd held their breath. Lu Qing stepped forward lightly, and with a wave of his hand the verification platform shimmered with light, revealing 3 frost blue orchids and a complete silvermaned lion demon core, eliciting suppressed gasps of admiration from those around. Su Ling followed closely, waving his sleeve to present several purple thunder stones with visible lightning patterns and a shimmering phantom spirit fox for quietly displayed on the platform. After Lu Qing and Su Ling, all eyes in the crowd converged on a figure in the back, the widely acknowledged #1 genius of this generation, Yun Yao. He stepped forward with composure, and with a wave of his hand 3 items appeared in sequence on the verification platform. The first was a flamered spiritual herb, its leaves seemingly flickering with fiery light. Flame herb, a disciple exclaimed softly. This is a top-tier first-grade spiritual herb only found in magma caves, often guarded by fire-toxic lizards, making it extremely difficult to harvest. Next was a pair of massive pincers, perfectly intact with the joints appearing dark golden, undoubtedly from a beast with a hard shell. These are the main pincers of the goldenback ironarm crab. The shell of this beast is as tough as low-grade magical artifacts, and even mid-stage chi refining cultivators find it hard to break through its defenses, let alone remove such valuable pincers intact. Finally, a strange insect was revealed, encased in an ice jade box resembling a cicada, entirely azure, radiating a faint chill even while sealed. Bing Bing, a variant among first-grade spirit insects, flies swiftly and has keen senses, making it extremely difficult to capture. The square erupted with restrained gasps and murmurs. As expected of Yun's family's Qilin child, such spiritual treasures are not something ordinary third-layer chi refining cultivators can hunt. Yun Yao stood with his hands clasped behind him, his chin slightly raised, a faint hint of pride flashing in his eyes, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. On the high platform, the 3 elders also exhibited a trace of appreciation in their eyes, each displaying different expressions, yet all indicated approval. Subsequently, the direct disciples took turns presenting their items. Although they were not as eye-catching as Yun Yao's, they were all commendable. Some presented smooth moonlight stones, while others displayed well-preserved heart-eating mushrooms. The verification platform glimmered as items were revealed, and low murmurs of admiration spread through the crowd. When it was Sun Huan's turn, the atmosphere subtly shifted. At this moment his clothes were torn and his hair was a bit disheveled. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took out a few ordinary-looking glow grass and 2 rough iron blue stones from his storage bag. His harvest was even less impressive than some of the well-prepared inner disciples. He lowered his head and quickly retreated, faint whispers of discussion barely audible in his ears. He had originally planned to team up with Zhu Zhu, but unexpectedly they ended up in different secret realms, leaving him to struggle alone in the realm fighting for survival. Soon it was Fang Che's turn. Little junior brother, it's your turn, don't be nervous. Just take out whatever you have, even if it's not much, it doesn't matter. Lin Wan stuck out her tongue and whispered. Shen Xingyan also spoke softly, go ahead. Fang Che stood before the verification platform, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes. Many had heard the earlier statements from the 2 purple-robed direct disciples. At this moment they were eager to see whether this seemingly different direct disciple truly possessed strength or was merely a facade. Fang Che's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to brush over his storage bag. The first item to appear was a small pile of spirit mushrooms, each plump and glowing, rich in spiritual energy, clearly of excellent quality and perfectly preserved. Next he took out the prepared rare materials one by one. A complete soil ginseng with intact roots, brilliantly colored calming flowers, and even several well-preserved low-grade demon beast teeth and a few sturdy demon vines. Although the types were varied, they were all top quality within their categories, and their quantity was substantial. The verification platform's light flickered steadily, identifying and recording each item, and the contribution points gradually rose. Initially the crowd reacted with indifference, as these were all common items. But as Fang Che leisurely took out one excellent item after another, murmurs of discussion began to arise. So many. Although they are all basic materials, their quality is unusually high. Compared to my calming flower, it's like comparing wild grass by the roadside. On the high platform, Lu Zuanming's expression remained unchanged as he watched calmly. Ling Jing slightly nodded, a hint of approval in her eyes. For low-level disciples, such meticulous gains reflected both their mentality and capability. Elder Zhao Su remained stern, but he scrutinized Fang Che a bit more. Finally, Fang Che stopped his actions, and the light of the verification platform stabilized, revealing a clear number. Contribution value 1,228 points. This number ranked solidly within the top 10 among the verified direct disciples, and even surpassed several peers who had presented rare items. Lin Wan couldn't help but exclaim, her pretty face breaking into a bright smile. Little junior brother, amazing. I knew you were extraordinary. Shen Xingyan also smiled, slightly nodding at Fang Che. When the last disciple finished the verification, Lu Mingxian announced the official conclusion of this initial hunting trial, stating that the contribution points had been recorded and that the distribution of rewards would be arranged by the Hall of Elders later. He encouraged the disciples with a few words before transforming into a streak of light and departing with the other two elders. Once the elders left, the atmosphere in the square relaxed immediately, and discussions grew louder with small groups chatting about the gains and rankings from this trial. On the light curtain beside the verification platform, the rankings had already solidified, with Yun Yao's name prominently at the top, followed by a series of enviable numbers. Fang Che's name, however, quietly sat at the 21st position with a modest score that was neither outstanding nor at the bottom, neatly blending into the upper mid-range, which was precisely the outcome he had aimed for. At this moment, Yun Yao was surrounded by several familiar seniors, receiving congratulatory voices continuously. He wore a humble expression and responded appropriately, yet his gaze casually swept over the crowd, landing on Fang Che a short distance away. In his eyes there was a trace of subtle pride belonging to a victor. Fang Che, sensitive to the spirit, naturally noticed this gaze. He was first taken aback, then shook his head, a hint of amusement crossing his eyes. Little junior brother, what are you smiling about? Lin Wan, noticing the fleeting smile on his face, curiously leaned in to ask. Nothing. Fang Che raised his eyes, his expression returning to its usual calmness, his gaze clear. I just suddenly felt that the wind blowing is quite pleasant. Shen Xingyan, seemingly thoughtful, glanced at Yun Yao before speaking gently. Let's go, little junior brother, it's time to go back and rest well. The voices in the square gradually diminished, the light fading away as the disciples either conversed in pairs or departed alone, their expressions mostly weary. Shen Xingyan and Lin Weiner flanked Fang Che, slowly making their way towards Xian Shui Peak, blending in with the crowd. Lin Weiner seemed to recall the two individuals from earlier, wrinkling her delicate nose as she huffed. Those two disciples of the Purple Thunder uncle, relying on a few years of early entry, looked down upon others. She turned her head to Fang Che, her tone earnest. Little junior brother, don't take it to heart. If I encounter them at the next Ascension Conference, I will definitely teach them a proper lesson for you. This time, let's have senior brother teach them a lesson for you first. Ascension Conference. Fang Che paused for a moment. He had heard this name a few times, but knew little about its details. Beside him, Shen Xingyan took over the conversation, explaining gently, the Ascension Conference is a grand competition established by the sect specifically for young disciples, held once every 10 years. There are no restrictions on bone age for the conference. Only on cultivation-level disciples in the foundation establishment stage can all participate. Those who perform outstandingly at the conference can not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to be prioritized for cultivation by the sect. It can be said to be an important chance for disciples to rise. Calculating this conference will take place in half a year. Half a year. Fang Che's heart stirred. He concealed his emotions, showing only a hint of daze, yet deep down a wave of turmoil surged. Foundation establishment. According to this standard, he seemed to be able to catch up. After all, he could break into foundation establishment at any time. However, it seemed somewhat shocking since he had only been in the sect for a year. He vaguely remembered reading in the sect's miscellaneous records that the youngest foundation establishment cultivator in the history of the Qingyun sect was only 15 years old. Yet he was only 10 this year, a 10-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. If this news were to spread, it was hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Little junior brother, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Weiner saw him in silence and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Fang Che suddenly came back to his senses, the turmoil in his eyes having completely vanished, and he smiled slightly, saying, I was just thinking that the Ascension Conference indeed sounds extraordinary. If you practice diligently, perhaps by then you can go witness it. Even if you don't participate, it would be good to see those talented individuals duel. Lin Weiner patted his shoulder, taking on the guise of an older sister. Don't just call him little junior brother. Shen Xingyan responded, turning to Lin Weiner. Though his lips still held a gentle smile, his tone carried a bit more seriousness. If you don't rein in your playful nature, it's uncertain whether you'll even be able to participate in the next conference. That's not fair. I have been working hard. Lin Weiner immediately retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. Is that so? Shen Xingyan replied calmly, maintaining his warm tone. Then who was it last month that dragged uncle by you to the back mountain to catch spiritual fish and missed evening class? And who was it the month before that? That was just finding a balance between work and rest. Lin Weiner argued confidently. During their conversation, they had already arrived at Xian Shui Peak, bidding farewell to each other. Upon returning to his secluded little courtyard, and closing the door, Fang Che displayed a hint of contemplation on his face. He walked over to the spiritual spring in the yard, the water crystal clear, reflecting his youthful face. It was a face still bearing childlike innocence, with brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling stars, and the moon, illuminated by the water's glow, appearing even more ethereal. Fang Che's fingertips unconsciously grazed the icy spring water, creating a ripple that blurred the reflection in the water, shattering it into a dance of light and shadow. Foundation establishment. Ascension conference. He slowly retracted his fingers, his gaze wavering. When did I become so indecisive, eh? In the end, Fang Che lightly shook his head, chuckling at himself. If it were an ordinary small sect, it might be understandable to conceal such talents. After all, a tree that stands out invites the wind. But this was the Qingyun sect, a sect with a legacy of millions of years, a giant in the realm of immortality dominating the eastern continent. The sect's atmosphere was grand, and it never feared disciples shining too brightly, only feared having no successors. Throughout the history of the Qingyun sect, those young prodigies who gained fame were all nurtured with the sect's full support, rising step by step towards the heavens. Concealing one's talents might be a safe approach, but it could also result in missing the chance to soar. The young man in the water gazed calmly, yet deep within it seemed as if sparks were gradually igniting. Once one enters this door, one must hold on to their original intentions and walk the great Tao. There is no need to hide one's brilliance. Being 10 years old, and at Foundation establishment may stir waves, but above those waves often lies a broader sky. The young man in the water quietly locked eyes with Fang Che, who suddenly chuckled softly, whispering like the wind. One must remember the aspirations of youth. They once promised to be the best in the world. Inside the room, silence reigned and spiritual energy lingered in the air. Fang Che sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to regulate his breath as spiritual energy gathered from all directions into his meridians like streams flowing into the sea. An hour later, he opened his eyes with a thought. Several items he had never revealed in front of others appeared before him. Among them were 3 second-tier spiritual herbs, golden essence, orchid, 5 pieces of refining materials, golden essence stone, as well as the skins of ironback mountain boars and the horns of giant horned rhinoceroses, along with various remains of demonic beasts. The most precious among them was a purple extreme fruit, which, though not yet ripe, contained essences beneficial to ordinary golden core cultivators. He could attempt to refine and absorb it after achieving Foundation establishment. Those well-preserved spirit mushrooms and earth ginseng could either be submitted to the sect for contribution points or spirit stones, or kept partially for personal use. Spirit mushrooms are effective for nourishing the soul, while calm spirit flowers assist in meditation. Both are useful for low-tier cultivators during their daily practice. After counting everything, Fang Che stored the items he obtained from the shadowy forest away. These were the true gains from his trial. Although the resources provided by the sect were already abundant, the road of cultivation is long and resources are never too many. Moreover, one ultimately cannot rely entirely on the sect. One must also accumulate their own resources. Just as he was pondering, a slight sound of air breaking came from outside the courtyard as a transmission talisman passed through the protective array and hovered before him. It was a notice from the Deacon Hall stating that 3 days later, he could use his identity jade talisman to collect the contribution rewards from this trial, along with a simple list of rewards. Fang Che glanced over it. It mostly included spirit stones, elixirs, and one-time talismans or magical tools for exchange privileges, with nothing particularly extraordinary, but even so it was sufficiently generous. He put away the transmission talisman and walked to the window. Outside, twilight was gathering, and Xianshui Peak was bathed in a vast purple glow, the distant mountains layering in silence. Fang Che stood still for a long time, the 2 words, Foundation establishment, reverberating repeatedly in his mind. Since he stepped onto the path of immortality, this state had been like a bright lantern in the long night, deeply engraved in his heart. Although the Qi refinement stage allows one to draw in spiritual energy, differentiating them from mortals, they have yet to transcend the mundane realm. Foundation establishment, however, is to lay the foundation for the great Tao. Once one steps into this realm, they can truly be considered extraordinary and catch glimpses of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Yet Foundation establishment is also the first heavenly moat on the path of immortality, fraught with danger. Insufficient spiritual power can lead to a shattered sea of Qi. A weak Tao heart can invite inner demons, and seeking quick success can harm the fundamentals. A single misstep can result in the loss of all prior efforts. I should visit Master tomorrow, Fang Che murmured to himself. As a nascent soul great cultivator, Yunlan Zenran's guidance would not only greatly enhance his success rate, but also help him avoid straying from the path and damaging his foundation. On a clear morning, as the mountain mist lingered, Fang Che stood in the courtyard, blowing a long and melodious whistle that pierced through the thin fog, echoing in the valley. Before long, clouds surged, and a celestial crane broke through the clouds, stirring up a morning breeze as it folded its wings. It was the long-absent Mingyue. Mingyue affectionately nuzzled Fang Che's shoulder, its dark feathers shimmering in the morning light. Today we shall visit Xianyun residence to pay respects to the master. Fang Che smiled as he stroked its smooth feathers, then lightly leaped onto the crane's back. Mingyue spread its wings, gave a gentle flap, and soared into the sky directly into the clouds. In just a few minutes, Mingyue began to slow its descent, passing through a section of spiritual mist that carried a sense of prohibition, and the outline of Xianyun residence gradually came into view. Fang Che leapt down, fed Mingyue a Huangji Dan, then straightened his robe, and walked along the carefully paved pebble path towards the depths of the bamboo forest where Xianyun residence was located. Disciple Fang Che here to see the master. Come in, a lazy yet slightly cool female voice echoed from within the courtyard. Fang Che pushed the door open and saw the real person Yunlan leaning casually on a rocking chair in the courtyard, a simple set of elegant blue porcelain tea utensils placed on the table in front of her with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. At this moment, she held a jade slip in her hand, seemingly reading some leisurely travel notes poised comfortably. Upon hearing the noise, she set down the jade slip, her lips curling into a slight smile, but her tone feigned resentment. Little 13 finally decided to come. It's been half a year since you disappeared without a trace. I thought you had forgotten about me, your master. Fang Che maintained a steady gaze, respectfully performing a salute. Master, you jest. Over the past 6 months, I have diligently practiced day and night, not daring to slack off, fearing my shallow cultivation might disappoint the sect. You do have some conscience. Yunlan lightly huffed, sitting up straighter in her rocking chair, her azure sleeves brushing over the table as she poured herself a cup of tea. You may proceed. What brings you to me today? Fang Che stepped closer, sitting cross-legged on the cushion in front of the tea table, meeting her smiling gaze. He spoke steadily. Reporting to Master, I have recently reached the completion of Qi refinement, and I seek your guidance on the foundation establishment threshold. Yunlan, just as she lifted her teacup, burst into a laugh. Little 13, in just half a year you've learned to speak nonsense. This is not. Before she could finish, Fang Che retracted his Kai concealment technique, his spiritual energy slowly emanating outward. Her smile froze, her bright eyes gradually widening in disbelief. A mouthful of tea sprayed directly onto Fang Che's face. Are you really at completion? The fragrant scent enveloped him, and before Fang Che could react, Yunlan's lovely face was almost pressed to his own. He quietly took a step back, wiping the tea off his face. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Completion of Qi refinement. Yunlan murmured, repeating the words, still carrying a hint of astonishment. You entered the sect only a year ago. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, her gaze penetrating as if trying to see through Fang Che entirely. How old are you this year? 10 years old. 10 years old. Yunlan fell silent for a moment. As a nascent soul cultivator and a member of the Qingqing sect, she naturally knew the extraordinary nature of this achievement. But to establish a foundation at 10 years old, not to mention the Qingqing sect, even throughout the entire cultivation world, this was unheard of. She herself, with a top-tier water spiritual root, established her foundation at 19, which was already considered remarkable at Xianshui peak. Even her senior sister, who had reached the transformation stage, only stepped into this realm at 17. Was this little disciple going to defy the heavens? Extend your hand. Fang Che obeyed and extended his right wrist. Yunlan lightly placed her fingers on his meridians, a wisp of divine sense probing and exploring the sea of Qi with meticulous care. After a long while she withdrew her hand, her tone complex. The sea of Qi is like a lake. The spiritual power is solid, the meridians are resilient, and there is a hint of jade sheen, which is a sign of a superior foundation. Finishing her words, Yunlan's bright eyes grew even hotter as she carefully scrutinized Fang Che from head to toe, as if admiring a rare treasure. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. The young man before her had a face like a painting with extraordinary features resembling an otherworldly being. Not only was his talent astonishing, but his looks were also exceptionally striking. Suddenly she reached out and pinched Fang Che's cheek, tugging on the left side and pulling on the right. Let your master see. Did some old monster take over your body? Master, that hurts. Fang Che mumbled. Only then did she release him, deliberately tousling his hair, squatting down with a smiling face to meet his gaze, saying, at 10 years old, and at completion of Qi refinement, I fear the old fossils at the main peak will jump out of their coffins when they hear this. Her laughter rang clear, her eyes sparkling, making the world around them seem to dim in comparison. After a moment, she finally suppressed her laughter, leaned back into the rocking chair, and took a sip of the slightly cool tea. Since you have reached completion and seek guidance on the foundation establishment threshold, it is indeed the right time. She looked at Fang Che, her voice softening. Little 13, do you know how the world's Tao foundations are classified? Fang Che straightened his posture, responding earnestly. I have read the initial understanding of Tao foundations, and know there are 4 categories of foundation establishment: mortal Tao, human Tao, earth Tao, and heaven Tao. Correct. Yunlan nodded, slightly revealing approval in her eyes. Mortal Tao foundation establishment relies on the power of foundation establishment pills, which is the most common method, but the Tao foundation has flaws, making the path ahead difficult. Human Tao foundation establishment does not rely on external objects, but rather is forged by oneself, which is the rightful path to the golden core Tao. Earth Tao foundation establishment requires finding a spiritual object that resonates with oneself and refining it into the Tao foundation. This path has a solid foundation and is the basis for forming a high-quality golden core, thus aspiring to nascent soul, but spiritual objects are hard to find, and the refining process is perilous. As for Heaven Tao foundation establishment, her voice paused slightly, her gaze distant. This cannot be forced by human effort. It requires the convergence of heavenly and earthly anomalies to draw in innate Tao rhythms, imprinting one's insights and the laws of heaven and earth onto the Tao foundation. If successful, an immaculate Tao foundation will be established. If one does not die prematurely, one is bound to become a formidable figure. In my Qingxing sect's thousands of years, only a mere handful have been able to establish such a Tao foundation. Saying this, she let out a gentle sigh, a rare trace of worry crossing her brow. With your foundation, ordinary foundation establishment is simply a waste, but currently, I do not have suitable spiritual objects for your foundation establishment. You should return and wait for a few days. Fang Che felt a stir in his heart and respectfully got up to bow. Disciple understands, I trouble master with this matter. Yunlan waved her hand, returning to her leisurely posture, leaning against the rocking chair. In the next few days, there is no need for you to practice diligently. You may read the jade slips on foundation establishment insights in the sect's library. It may inspire you. Yes, Fang Che replied, giving another salute before quietly exiting the small courtyard. Listening to the sound of his little disciple's footsteps fading away, he heard Mingyu's low call and the sound of wings taking off, and Yunlan slowly exhaled. She walked into the courtyard, watching the celestial crane that carried her little disciple turn into a white, disappearing into the clouds, standing still for a long time. Suddenly her shoulders trembled lightly, and then she couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. 10 years old for foundation establishment, what kind of monster have I taken in? After a long while she finally stopped laughing, turned to look in the direction of the main peak, her eyes shining brightly, as if burning with a fierce flame. This major event must be reported to Master Zhou immediately. The 9 heavens Taiqing true water he possesses, along with Master Tianyan's true fire and Master Hudu. Yes, it is all for the future of the sect to cultivate a rare talent. Surely the masters will understand the greater good and generously offer their support. Before her words had finished, her figure flickered and transformed into a wisp of ethereal clouds, swiftly melding into the vast sea of clouds racing towards the Taiqing main peak. The cloud that transformed from the true immortal Yunlan moved as swiftly as flowing light, silently penetrating the layers of restrictions surrounding the outer peaks of the Taiqing mountain, landing directly on the expansive white jade plaza in front of the Qingwei Hall. As the cloud dissipated, she brushed her green robe, lightly walking with grace. The carefree smile she had in the courtyard faded, leaving only a hint of solemnity as she strode straight towards the hall. The 2 golden core disciples stationed at the hall's entrance recognized her and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, Master Yunlan." Yunlan nodded slightly, continuing her pace while asking, "Is the headmaster inside the hall?" "Yes, Master, the headmaster is in the back hall." Before the reply was finished, Yunlan's figure had already floated inside, effortlessly passing through the spacious and solemn front hall, arriving at the back hall. The back hall was arranged in a simple and elegant manner with a low couch by the window. Dao Heng, the current headmaster of the Qingxing sect, was sitting cross-legged on it, holding an ancient jade tablet, with a small table in front of him and fragrant tea wafting in the air. Dao Heng looked to be about 40 years old, with snow-white hair and a lean face. At that moment, he was deeply focused on contemplating the jade tablet. Hearing the footsteps, he lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Yunlan, a hint of warmth and a smile flickered in his eyes. "Oh, it's Yunlan. What brings you to the main peak today?" He chuckled, knowing well that this niece of his was spirited and clever, rarely visiting the main peak without a reason. Yunlan sat down opposite him, without any hesitation, poured herself a cup of tea from the kettle, drank it all in one go, and smacked her lips. "Master, this Su Yuling is still tastes bland as ever, not as good as my Yunwu tea." Dao Heng shook his head with a chuckle. "Just say it straight. What do you want from me?" Yunlan set down her teacup, her expression becoming serious. With bright eyes locked onto him, she said, "Master, my young disciple has recently reached the completion of Qi cultivation and wishes to pursue foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Dao Heng's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he chuckled in disbelief. "Your little disciple? If I remember correctly, he just joined the sect for a year and has a 5-element spiritual root. How could he possibly reach Qi cultivation completion? Don't be absurd, let's talk about serious matters. Yunlin's expression was earnest, her words carrying an undeniable certainty. He indeed has reached the completion of Qi cultivation. A soft crack echoed as Dao Hang's teacup carved from 1,000-year-old warm jade suddenly developed a small crack. The hall fell into an abrupt silence as if the sound of the wind outside and the distant cries of cranes were frozen by an invisible force in that moment. Yunlin, this joke is not amusing at all. Dao Hang's gaze was deep as he looked at Yunlin, his voice low. I have personally investigated this matter, and there is not a shred of exaggeration in your words. 10 years old completion of Qi cultivation. In the history of the Qingsheng sect spanning countless generations, while there have been prodigies who established their foundations before 20, and some astonishing geniuses before 15 or 16, none had ever done so at 10 years old. He set down the cracked teacup, his fingertip brushed over it, and the fine crack instantly restored as if it had never existed. Who else knows about this matter? Dao Hang's voice returned to its usual calm. Apart from me, no one else knows. Yunlin leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice with fervor. Master, a 10-year-old establishing a foundation is unprecedented. This child has limitless potential in the future and cannot be treated with ordinary spiritual materials. The 9 heavens Taiqing true water from our Qingsheng sect is a supreme sacred object of the water element, and it should be bestowed upon such disciples to forge an unparalleled Dao foundation, lest we waste his talent. The 9 heavens, Taiqing true water. Dao Hang repeated softly, a flicker of light appearing in his eyes. This item ranks among the top 10 in the list of 3,000 types of water formed from the convergence of 9 heavens pure Qi and the sources of myriad waters. It is a congenital water treasure passed down only to core disciples with the potential to inherit the Dao lineage. Each drop is invaluable. Yunlin, you must understand that this matter carries great weight. Dao Hang said slowly. While a 10-year-old achieving this is astonishing, the path of cultivation is long, and one's temperament, comprehension, and fortune are all indispensable. Simply relying on cultivation progress is not enough to justify using the Taiqing true water. I understand naturally, but such excellent materials are rarely encountered. Should we adhere to old practices and watch him establish his foundation with inferior spiritual materials, thereby squandering his potential? Yunlin's gaze was burning as she declared, I know the sect's rules are strict and resources are precious, but I Yunlin vow with my Dao heart that if this child receives the sect's full support and training, he will not disappoint the Qingsheng sect in the future. Should there be any mistakes, I am willing to accept all penalties, even be cast into the demon suppression abyss. Upon hearing the words demon suppression abyss, Dao Hang's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at Yunlin for a moment before finally letting out a soft sigh. Yunlin, you speak too heavily. Since you are so certain, so be it. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. After a moment of silence, he said, this child possesses a 5-element spiritual root. Merely having the Taiqing true water is not enough. The path of foundation establishment emphasizes the harmony between spiritual materials and oneself, balancing the yin and yang of the 5 elements. After speaking, Dao Hang's fingertip glowed with a clear light. He flicked his finger and several streaks of spiritual light transformed into small talismans, flashing and vanishing into the void. Before long, sounds of breaking the air could be heard from outside the hall. The first to arrive was a red light, which landed, transforming into a burly old man with red hair and a braided beard surrounded by a faintly scorching aura. He was the master of the Burning Silence Peak. His voice was like a bell. The headmaster has summoned urgently. What is the matter? Oh, Yunlin is here too. Following him, a heavy and solid yellow light descended, revealing a slightly plump figure, the master of the thick earth peak. Finally, a wisp of ethereal breeze arrived, dissipating to reveal a middle-aged scholar in a green robe, holding a book in hand. He was the master of the Qingmu Peak. Headmaster, everyone is here. What is so urgent? The master of the Burning Silence Peak asked, first his temperament the most impatient. Yunlin, please explain the matter regarding Fang Che to your fellow brothers in detail once again. Yunlin then clearly recounted the matter of Fang Che reaching Qi cultivation completion at 10 years old and wanting to pursue foundation establishment. Once her words fell, the hall once again fell into an eerie silence. The master of the Burning Silence Peak gaped, his red hair nearly standing on end, and after a long while he erupted with disbelief. 10 years old. Little Yunlin, are you not hallucinating? The master of the thick earth peak also looked at her in shock. The master of the Qingmu Peak closed the book lightly and pondered the chronicles of the 9 provinces records that 74,000 years ago there was a senior with a Dao body who established his foundation at 13 years and 3 months, already hailed as the greatest in history. 10 years old. Indeed, there is no precedent. Yunlin, can you provide the detailed records of that child since joining the sect, as well as the spiritual sense image you captured during your investigation? Yunlan had prepared for this and took out a jade tablet to hand over. The master of the Qingmu Peak received it, delving his spiritual sense into it, carefully examining it, while the masters of the Burning Silence Peak and the Thick Earth Peak leaned in, each dispatching a wisp of spiritual sense to investigate. The jade tablet recorded not only all the test data from Fang Che's entry into the sect, but also his actions over the past year, as well as the true state of his Qi meridians and spiritual power during Yunlan's investigation. The more they examined, the more astonishing the expressions on the faces of the three peak masters became. The spiritual light is pure without blemish, and the foundation is as solid as one who has cultivated for hundreds of years. He only broke through to the third level of Qi cultivation before the initial trial, and now he is at completion. There may be something unusual here, the master of the Thick Earth Peak pondered. Upon hearing this, the gazes of several true immortals in the hall shifted slightly. Fang Che's rapid advancement in cultivation was indeed the most difficult aspect to explain by common logic, not to mention, he also had a 5-element spiritual root. The master of the Qingmu Peak slowly nodded, looking at Yunlan. This matter does indeed seem a bit strange. There may be crucial points that we have yet to understand, or... Yunlan raised her brow, about to speak, when Dao Heng, who had been quietly standing by the window, gently waved his hand. He turned around, his expression calm and profound. His gaze swept over the people present as he said, "The transformations of heaven and earth are boundless, and the path of cultivation differs from person to person. As for the specific reasons..." He paused, speaking in a neutral tone. "Since there are no signs of demonic deviation nor concerns about damaging the Tao Foundation, there is no need to discuss it further. Cultivators each have their own destinies. As long as their hearts are directed towards the righteous path, they need not be overly strict with common logic, nor must they pursue the root of every matter." Yunlan immediately seized the opportunity, her gaze burning as she looked at the three peak masters, master and senior uncles. If this is the case regarding the Foundation establishment spiritual materials. Upon returning from the Idle Cloud residence, Fang Che directly rode the bright moon towards the Museum of Antiquities. As a long-standing sect of cultivation, the Qingyun sect's research on Foundation establishment is profound and extensive. The recorded texts not only detail the characteristics and refining methods of various spiritual items, but also include numerous insights and experiences from predecessors regarding Foundation establishment. Raising his hand, Fang Che took down several jade slips, found a cushion by the window, and sat down, immersing himself in thought. Information from the jade slips surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In the world of Tao Foundation, there are 4 categories: mortal, human, earth, and heaven. Due to the differences in the grades of spiritual items used for Foundation establishment, they can further be divided into 9 ranks, with the highest being the 9th and the lowest the 1st. Fang Che's heart stirred slightly. He had only known that Foundation establishment had 4 categories, but was unaware of the existence of these 9 ranks. Earthly Tao Foundation is based on earthly spiritual items, which themselves also have grades. Ordinary spiritual items can only establish a 1st to 3rd rank Tao Foundation. Though stronger than human Tao Foundations, their potential is limited. Only innate spiritual items, the source items, can establish a foundation of 6th rank or higher. The jade slips meticulously listed the corresponding grades of various spiritual items. Taking the water system as an example, 300 years of cold pond water can establish a 1st rank water foundation. 1,000-year ice essence can establish a 5th rank, and if one obtains the true water from the 4 seas, they can establish a 7th rank. If they can find the source of the ancient true water, they may even challenge the 8th or even 9th ranks. Fang Che was captivated. It turned out that there was such a detailed classification in earthly Tao Foundations. He continued to browse through other jade slips and saw the Foundation establishment records of past direct disciples of the Qingyun sect. The 7th generation direct disciple Lin Fingyang possessed a superior gold spiritual root, established his foundation with Taibai essence gold, achieving a 6th rank Tao Foundation, and after 400 years he birthed a nascent soul known as the true monarch of Golden Edge. The 12th generation direct disciple Shui Yunxin possessed a supreme water spiritual root, established her foundation with Xianming True Water, achieving a 7th rank Tao Foundation, and after 300 years she birthed a nascent soul, having once sealed a sea area of 3,000 miles single-handedly. The 18th generation direct disciple Zhao Qingmu possessed a supreme wood spiritual root, established his foundation with a piece of Ewood green spirit, achieving a 7th rank Tao Foundation, birthed a golden core at 60 years old. And when the elixir was formed, the plants in the mountains bloomed, and the growth rate of spiritual flora doubled. Looking at these records, Fang Che gradually understood. As long as the qualifications were sufficient, the direct disciples of the Qingyun sect almost all achieved earthly Tao Foundations, which not only reflected personal talent, but also showcased the sect's profound heritage. However, even among those with earthly Tao foundations due to differences in spiritual item grades, the levels of Tao foundations established varied greatly. Among these, a 5th rank is already rare, a 6th rank can be considered a prodigy, while a 7th rank is exceptionally rare. As for those above the 7th rank, the jade slips recorded very little. Fang Che also understood why earthly Tao foundations are so hard to come by. Firstly, suitable earthly spiritual items are extremely difficult to find, often requiring fortuitous encounters or significant support from the sect. Secondly, the process of refining spiritual items into a Tao foundation is fraught with danger, and a slight misstep can lead to a backlash from the spiritual item. Lastly, even if successful, each person's Tao foundation's form and characteristics will differ greatly due to the variability of spiritual items, and the path ahead relies solely on personal exploration. Fang Che picked up a jade slip titled 5 Elements Foundation Establishment Record and gradually immersed himself in it. The slip detailed the foundation establishment experiences of 17 cultivators with 5-element spiritual roots, of which only 9 succeeded, and the highest rank achieved was a 6th rank Tao foundation. The 5 elements promote each other, circulating endlessly. When establishing a foundation, one should refine spiritual items according to the order of mutual generation. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, and water generates wood. Thus, in this cycle, construct a foundation of 5 elements revolving within the sea of Qi. Remember the word balance. The grades of 5-element spiritual items must be equivalent. A slight deviation during refinement can lead to 5-element imbalance, resulting in minor flaws in the Tao foundation, or in severe cases, the backlash of spiritual power destroying the meridians. Fang Che was absorbed in this, and before he knew it, the sun had set. The Museum of Antiquities lit up with soft night pearls. He rubbed his brow, returned the jade slips to their original places, and his understanding of foundation establishment had become much clearer. Returning to the bamboo listening pavilion, Fang Che fed Mingyue several pills, and then sat cross-legged on the green stone in the courtyard, closing his eyes to adjust his breath. Now that he had reached the peak of Qi refinement, continuing to accumulate spiritual power was meaningless. Rather, he needed to settle his mindset and prepare for the final stage of foundation establishment. As for the spiritual items for foundation establishment, Fang Che was not worried. With the Qingyun sect's resources providing him with foundation establishment spiritual items would be no trouble. What he truly needed to consider was how to perfectly refine the spiritual items and forge an unparalleled Tao foundation. In the following days, Fang Che traveled back and forth between the Museum of Antiquities and the Bamboo Listening Pavilion daily, during which he browsed through a great deal of insights on foundation establishment. At the same time, he began to adjust his own state, repeatedly refining the spiritual power in his Qi, to make it more pure. On the 3rd morning, Fang Che was practicing a set of basic sword techniques in the courtyard when he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and looked up. In the sky, a massive cloud was swiftly approaching, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in the courtyard. As the cloud dissipated, the figure of Taoist Yunlan appeared. Today she wore a moon-white Tao robe, her dark hair loosely tied, with a jade hairpin, adding an ethereal grace to her presence. Little 13 Taoist Yunlan landed directly in front of Fang Che, sizing him up from head to toe. How have you been preparing these past few days? Reporting to Master, I have thoroughly studied the insights on foundation establishment, and my state has been adjusted to the best. Fang Che replied respectfully. Very good. Taoist Yunlan nodded in satisfaction, then lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, guess what I have brought for you. With that, she waved her sleeve, and 5 radiant orbs appeared one after another from the void, quietly hovering in midair, their auras intertwining in a mysterious manner. Taoist Yunlan lightly pointed first, directing her finger at the orb containing sharp brilliance. This is a strand of innate gung metal Qi, pure and sharp, beneficial in all ways. The orb was pure white and flawless, yet it subtly emanated a myriad of sharp energies. After Fang Che looked at it for a while, he felt a piercing pain in his soul. She shifted her finger to the orb, radiating vitality, a leaf from the Taitsong divine tree, nourishing all things, controlling decay and growth. Within the green light, a small shadow of a sapling gently swayed, and its aura overflowed, causing the weeds in the courtyard to quietly sprout. The 3rd orb seemed to be water, yet not water, reflecting the birth and death of all things. She spoke softly, 9 heavens Ta Ching, true water, formless and shapeless, nourishing the surrounding heavens. The water light flowed, seemingly reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, rivers, lakes, and seas. Next was the strand of blazing golden flame, vibrant purple within, a strand of true sun fire, burning all things, cleansing all evils. Though the flame was but a strand, it caused the temperature in the courtyard to rise sharply, and the air slightly distorted. Lastly, she pointed to the grain of dark yellow soil that absorbed the essence of the earth. This is a particle of Shi Rang, though just a grain, it can bear all things, unchanging since ancient times. The 5 innate spiritual items of the 5 elements gathered here. Taoist Yunlan looked at Fang Che's shocked expression, her smile deepening as she gently asked, "How is it? Is this gift for Foundation establishment to your liking?" Fang Che stared blankly at the 5 radiant orbs floating before him. Even though he had been prepared, he was still shaken to the core, almost unable to contain himself. The innate Gung Metal Chi Taizong Divine Leaf 9 Heavens Tak Qing True Water True Sunfire and Shi Rang Particles. Each of these is a legendary innate source item. For an ordinary cultivator, encountering even one of these in a lifetime is already a stroke of luck, yet at this moment, all 5 elements gathered solely to establish his Tao foundation. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions within him, and bowed deeply. "Master, this is too precious. These spiritual items are not easily obtainable, and even for Taoist Yunlan's level and status, she must have expended a great deal of effort or even paid a considerable price." "Precious? Not at all." Taoist Yunlan directly reached out, pulling him close with a casual tone. "If left in the treasury, they would gather dust. Wouldn't it be a waste?" She leaned closer, her gaze twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Are you worried you can't refine them?" "I merely feel unworthy to receive them," Fang Che said softly. "Don't overthink it." Taoist Yunlan patted his shoulder, seemingly unconcerned. "These items are not mine. You feel free to use them, and even if they are wasted, it doesn't matter." After saying this, she winked at Fang Che, her smile playful. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback by her attitude. The soft touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder left him momentarily speechless. "Are you dumped?" Taoist Yunlan waved her hand in front of his eyes, explaining, "These are gifts from the sect to you. They are not from my own pockets. I couldn't possibly afford such treasures." "From the sect to?" Fang Che was slightly taken aback. "Indeed, the sect is willing to offer these treasured items because they believe you are worthy. Just cultivate diligently. That will be the best repayment." "Disciple." Fang Che's throat moved, and for a moment he did not know how to respond. Seeing him in this state, Taoist Yunlan said softly, "There's no need to panic or feel excessive pressure." Fang Che's chest rose and fell suddenly. He took a step back, straightened his clothes, faced the main peak, and bowed deeply. "Disciple Fang Che, having received the sect's generous gift, will do my utmost to cultivate diligently. If I achieve success in the future, I will certainly not betray the sect's nurturing and the master's expectations." Each word was clear and resonant. Taoist Yunlan looked at him with a smile as he solemnly swore, her expression filled with satisfaction. After he finished his ritual, she gently ruffled his hair and softly said, "As long as you have this intention." What Fang Che did not know was that at this moment atop the main peak of the Qingyun sect, several figures stood side by side, their gazes penetrating the clouds and mist falling far upon the bamboo listening pavilion. Taoist Daoheng nodded slightly at these words and said softly, "A heart of innocence, very good." Beside him, the master of Qingmu Peak replied warmly, "Not arrogant, not impatient, an excellent disposition. A good seed who knows gratitude." The master of Fengji Peak laughed heartily. "It was worth it for me to bring out that true sun fire from my hidden stash." After Fang Che respectfully finished his salute and stood up, he looked at Taoist Yunlan seriously. "Thank you, master. I will do my utmost not to disappoint your expectations." He understood that even if the sect had high hopes for him, they would never easily bestow such treasures. Behind this, Taoist Yunlan must have put in significant effort. "Now that sounds right." Taoist Yunlan nodded in satisfaction, her expression becoming slightly more serious. "The innate spiritual items of the 5 elements are not trivial. Ordinary refining methods will not be effective on them, and may even provoke a backlash." She pointed her fingers like a sword, and a stream of clear light entered Fang Che's brow. "This is the 5 elements refining true method, a secret transmission of the sect created specifically for refining 5-element spiritual items. You must comprehend it carefully." A vast amount of information flowed within Fang Che's sea of consciousness, revealing profound techniques, complex spiritual power circulation paths, various dangerous obstacles, and their countermeasures, all presented one by one. The profundity of this method far surpassed any records he had seen in the Museum of Antiquities. "This method is profound and mysterious. You must meditate on it quietly and avoid haste. Disciple will heed master's teachings." Fang Che replied solemnly. Taoist Yunlan's gaze fell upon his small face, noticing his serious expression, yet his eyes remained clear and bright, making him exceptionally adorable. Her heart softened, and she couldn't help but reach out to ruffle his hair. "Cultivate well," she said softly. "If there are any uncertainties, you can always come to seek me." As her voice fell, her figure quietly dissipated like clouds and mist, leaving only a faint lingering fragrance. After the departure of Master Yunlan, tranquility returned to the listening bamboo pavilion. 5 groups of innate spiritual objects glimmered in midair, intertwining and flowing, casting a brilliant glow over the small courtyard. In the following days, Fang Che remained secluded, wholly immersed in comprehending the 5 elements, refining true formula imparted by Master Yunlan. This method was indeed profound and intricate, far surpassing ordinary refining techniques. It emphasized using oneself as a guide, establishing a foundation of internal five elements rotation resonating and coalescing with the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. He immersed his mind in the study, repeatedly simulating and analyzing without overlooking any detail. He understood that using such innate spiritual objects for foundation establishment presented unprecedented opportunities, but the dangers were beyond imagination. Only through thorough preparation could he have a sliver of success. Combining the insights gained from his previous readings in the book Pavilion, particularly the experiences of the predecessors, with five-element spiritual roots, he gradually grasped the path. Sitting in silent meditation for 7 days, without sleep or rest, Fang Che completely immersed himself in the comprehension of the formula, conducting countless simulations in his sea of consciousness. Only when he felt he had a thorough understanding of each step and every possible variation, even having devised several strategies for potential emergencies, did he slowly open his eyes. The moonlight poured in through the window like water, bringing a sense of serene coolness. The shadows of the bamboo danced gently, rustling softly, a rhythm of nature's utmost peace. Fang Che stretched his stiff limbs, and at that moment his mind and body unconsciously relaxed. His thoughts drifted far away, recalling the peaceful nights before entering the Immortal Gate, the serene moments with Master Yunlan as they flew above mountains and rivers, and the countless details of his daily cultivation in the listening bamboo pavilion. Unknowingly, his breathing became long, and even the tension in his brow eased, and his consciousness sank into a realm of carefree darkness. In this slumber, he slept exceptionally well, free of dreams and worries. When Fang Che awoke again, the sky outside was already faintly bright, morning light delicate, and the air carried the fresh scent of dew. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and pure like a sky washed clean by rain. The accumulated fatigue of recent days was swept away, and Fang Che felt invigorated, his entire being relaxed, his mind peaceful and tranquil, filled with strength. This was a state hard to describe, as if both body and mind had undergone a thorough cleansing, reaching a certain harmonious peak. Since embarking on the immortal path, especially after entering the midstage of Qi cultivation, meditative breathing had gradually replaced sleep as a means to restore energy. To sleep fully relaxed as an ordinary person was a distant and unfamiliar experience for the current Fang Che. He rose, opened the door, and stepped into the courtyard. The warm sunlight poured down, enveloping him completely. A gentle breeze brushed his face, carrying the fragrance of bamboo leaves. Fang Che stretched, his bones crackling softly, as if shedding some invisible shackles. It was time. A flicker of realization flashed through Fang Che's mind. His spiritual power, mental focus, and comprehension of the five elements refining true formula had all been adjusted to an unprecedented perfect state. If not now for foundation establishment, then when? After a simple grooming, Fang Che sat cross-legged in the quiet room, raising his hands before his chest, fingers blooming like a lotus, forming an ancient and profound hand seal. The quiet room was silent, with only the 5 groups of innate spiritual objects' essence glowing softly, gently rising and falling with Fang Che's steady breathing. His mind was clear, having entered a deep state of forgetting both self and surroundings. As the hand seal took shape, Fang Che's aura suddenly changed. The originally calm ocean of Qi began to boil slowly, like a giant beast awakening from slumber. Pure spiritual power surged forth along specific channels, constructing an invisible framework within the ocean of Qi. This was the first step of the 5 elements refining true formula, using one's own spiritual power as a guide to first establish a foundation within the ocean of Qi that aligned with the principles of 5 elements rotation to receive the incoming innate spiritual objects. Without this internal foundation, directly introducing the violent innate spiritual objects into the ocean of Qi would be akin to lighting oneself on fire. 3 full hours passed, and the sun had already risen to its zenith. As the last hand seal fell from Fang Che's fingertips, his body trembled slightly. Deep within the ocean of Qi, a stable spiritual power foundation containing the essence of the 5 elements was finally established. He took a moment to adjust his breathing until his spiritual power restored to stability before slowly opening his eyes. What lay ahead was the true challenge. In an instant, the surroundings of the listening bamboo pavilion fell silent, and then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in like a raging tide from all directions. Above the listening bamboo pavilion, thick and tangible spiritual energy crazily converged, forming a massive and terrifying spiritual energy storm. This violent and astonishing phenomenon suddenly manifested atop the silent Xian Shui peak like a brilliant fire igniting in the night, instantly shattering the tranquility of the entire mountain range. Almost at the very moment the phenomenon appeared, Master Yunlan, who had been leaning against the edge of the cloud platform, idly watching the flowing clouds in the sky, raised her head, her expression suddenly shifting. Her gaze turned towards the direction of the listening bamboo pavilion, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, quickly replaced by a mix of deep satisfaction and a hint of tension. Has it begun so soon? This little fellow is quite decisive. She murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips, yet her expression turned serious. Without any hesitation, Master Yunlan lightly raised her exquisite wrist, her hand as delicate as jade, and waved towards the direction of the listening bamboo pavilion. Conceal. Above the listening bamboo pavilion, invisible water vapor quietly spread, and the originally imposing spiritual energy vortex was subtly concealed, isolating all external probing and interference. From other locations on Xianshui Peak, the area above the listening bamboo pavilion appeared only slightly more active in terms of spiritual energy flow, no longer displaying the shocking scene of devouring the sea. Hold on, little 13. She murmured to herself, her gaze reflecting the distant misty waters, her usual laziness now completely retracted. She knew that the most critical moment was about to arrive. All she could do was ensure he was not disturbed by anyone. However, the tidal wave of spiritual energy triggered by the initial appearance of the phenomenon, resonating with heaven and earth, was not so easily concealed. Almost simultaneously with Master Yunlan's concealment, several powerful divine senses swept across the listening bamboo pavilion area, filled with varying degrees of astonishment. In a courtyard permeated with the fragrance of herbs at the waist of the peak, an elderly woman with a kind face was trimming spiritual branches. Suddenly her jade scissors paused, and she looked up towards the listening bamboo pavilion, her eyes flashing with insight. Such intense spiritual energy convergence. Someone is attempting to perform high-level foundation establishment. In another secluded courtyard near the waterfall, a lean middle-aged Taoist was playing chess alone at a stone table. His hand holding the piece froze in midair as he listened intently, as if he could hear the roaring sound of the surging spiritual energy. I wonder which sect's disciple this is. Their foundation is quite solid. Inside the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che remained completely unaware of the happenings outside. All of his focus had descended into the ocean of qi, following the guidance of the formula, wielding the tumultuous five-element spiritual power within him with astonishing will. Fang Che closed himself off in the listening bamboo pavilion, wholeheartedly focusing on foundation establishment, already forgetting the disturbances of the outside world. It was the time for the evening lecture, and disciples of the Yunling Hall gradually arrived, each taking their seats on the cushions, waiting for the lecture from Master Lingjing. The bell rang softly, signaling the imminent start of the evening lecture. However, the figure that always sat quietly in the corner had yet to appear. Su Ling looked around, his brow furrowing. In his memory, Fang Che had never missed an evening lecture since joining, yet recently, he had not been seen for several days. Though their interactions were not deep, they were fellow disciples selected in the same generation's Immortal Fate selection, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist standing up, respectfully bowing towards the lectern. Disciple Su Ling has something to report. Master Lingjing raised his gaze, looking at him calmly. Su Ling hurriedly said, reporting to the master, junior brother Fang Che from Xianshui Peak has not yet arrived. I am worried he may have encountered some mishap, as he has never missed an evening lecture before. Many disciples in the hall turned to the empty seat upon hearing this, and whispers of discussion began. Indeed, how could Fang Che not come? It seems like we haven't seen him for several days. Could it be that he encountered an issue in his cultivation? Master Lingjing listened to the murmurs below, her expression showing no surprise as she gently spoke. Fang Che is currently preparing for foundation establishment, so he will no longer need to attend evening lectures. Huh. As her words fell, the entire Yunling Hall fell into an instant silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the disciples were frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Preparing for foundation establishment. These four words struck like thunder in everyone's ears. Fang Che, the one who entered with them, who had been cultivating for less than a year. The one with the 5 elements spiritual root, widely acknowledged as having a difficult cultivation journey, who had progressed the slowest among his peers. He is actually going to establish his foundation. How is that even possible? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. Master uncle. Sun Huan's voice trembled. Are you saying junior brother Fang Che is going to establish his foundation? Indeed. The disciples exchanged glances. Many even instinctively raised their hands to rub their ears, doubting whether they had cultivated too much and were hearing things due to their inner demons. The most outstanding among them had barely touched the edge of the 4th layer of qi refinement, and foundation establishment was still far out of reach. In this dazed silence, a light sound suddenly came from the front row. The jade slip in Yun Yao's hand fell to the ground. He was completely oblivious, staring blankly ahead, his mind a blank. On the high platform, Master Lingjing looked at the dazed faces of the disciples below and recalled her own emotions when she first heard this news. She had always held high hopes for Fang Che, admiring his calmness and determination to achieve great things. But at that moment, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated this young man. No, it was not that she underestimated the boy, rather he had completely exceeded the scope of what was rationally conceivable. Though she did not know how he accomplished it, establishing a foundation at the age of 10. As the evening lecture at Yunling Hall concluded, a breath-stealing piece of news swept through the entire Shangqing sect like a hurricane. Have you heard? That Fang Che with the 5-element spiritual root is going to establish his foundation. Which Fang Che? The one who was taken as a disciple by Master Yunlan last year. Who else could it be? I heard he just completed a year after entering, and he just turned 10. Have you cultivated so much that you're dizzy? You dare to say such nonsense? Initially, no one believed it, and many scoffed. However, as time passed, more and more signs and solid news came from Xian Shui, peak striking everyone like heavy hammers, leaving them dizzy. Fang Che was really going to establish his foundation. In the dining hall, in the martial arts arena, outside the alchemy room, and even along the mountain paths, wherever 2 or 3 disciples gathered, they were discussing this matter. When the news reached the outer disciples area, it caused an even bigger uproar. Many of them had been struggling in the early stages of qi refinement for several years. 10 years old. Establishing a foundation. A weathered outer disciple muttered, holding a half-cold bun with confusion in his eyes. Could it be that he received some kind of miraculous opportunity? Or did Master Yunlan secretly grant him some precious pill? Rumors and speculation spread like wild grass. Some said Fang Che stumbled into an ancient cave and obtained a legacy. Others said Master Lingjing spared no expense to wash his marrow and teach him. Even more claimed he was the reincarnation of some ancestor of the Shangqing sect. Naturally, the news also reached the ears of the various peak masters and elder deacons. When Zile Jinren from Huta Peak and Xianming Jinren from Tianyin Peak heard this news, they were filled with regret. If they had known Fang Che was so extraordinary, they would have done everything to bring him under their wing at that time. On the back mountain of Xian Shui Peak, the lake shimmered, reflecting the moonlight. Lin Wan was squatting on a big rock by the stream with her good friend Zhao Qing, both with their sleeves rolled up, staring intently at the fish swimming in the water. Over here, over here. Lin Wan lowered her voice, her eyes shining as her spiritual energy formed a gentle vortex, slowly guiding a plump silver-scaled fish towards the net she had prepared on the shore. This one is the fattest. Ooh, I'll give it to Junior Brother for soup tomorrow to nourish him. Zhao Qing, helping to block the fish, laughed and teased. You care for him so much. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was your little brother. Of course. Lin Wan raised her chin proudly, but her hands did not stop. I only have this one little brother. If I don't take care of him, who will? The two hurriedly put the flopping silver-scaled fish into the basket. They simply made a fire and grilled one of the smaller fish, enjoying it in the mountain breeze. Lin Wan ate with her mouth full, mumbling, this one is grilled, and that fat one is for Junior Brother tomorrow, just right to provide him with some cultivation resources. Zhao Qing shook her head with a smile, casually taking out her jade slip to see if there were any new updates within the sect. Her gaze swept through the rapidly changing messages, and her smile suddenly froze, her eyes slowly widening. It seems your little brother doesn't need this fish anymore. Zhao Qing's voice was somewhat dreamy as she looked at Lin Wan, whose mouth was smeared with oil. Moi. Lin Wan bit into a piece of tender fish, turning her head in confusion. Zhao Qing raised the jade slip, her tone filled with disbelief as she murmured, your little brother seems to be about to establish his foundation. Cough, cough. Lin Wan was suddenly choked by the fish coughing violently. She snatched the jade slip away, her gaze hurriedly scanning the words. The disciple of Xian Shui Peak Fang Che is about to establish his foundation. Lin Wan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The half piece of grilled fish that had once smelled delicious and made her fingers twitch now seemed to have lost all flavor. The fish did not seem appealing anymore. In the secluded residence of Xian Shui Peak, Shin Qingyan looked at the message in the jade slip, and even his usually gentle and calm demeanor rarely showed a hint of astonishment. He gently set the jade slip down on the table, producing a faint sound. He rose and walked slowly to the window where the moonlight was just right, casting mottled shadows across the courtyard. In his mind, the image of the first time he met Fang Che appeared. A small, thin child dressed in a moon-white robe, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, standing out like a celestial being. His gaze was calm and slightly shy, yet not overly fearful. At that moment, he felt this child's temperament was rare. In terms of cultivation, Fang Che faced difficulties. It was a well-known fact that his 5 elements spiritual root absorbed spiritual energy far less efficiently than his peers. Shin Qingyan had shown concern privately, meticulously sharing his cultivation insights with him, and even helped him sort through his meridians a few times. Fang Che always listened attentively, his dark eyes clear and focused, and then respectfully thanked him. After returning, he diligently applied himself without complaints or discouragement. Shen Qingyan had always believed that this junior brother was diligent and steadfast in his Tao heart. Given time, he could surely achieve something. He just thought it would take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Who would have thought? At 10 years old, after a year of entry, he would establish his foundation. Even Shen Qingyan, with his calm disposition, was extremely shocked at this moment, but after the shock a sense of relief arose. He could almost see Fang Che in the listening bamboo pavilion, shutting out all distractions, wholeheartedly charging towards that threshold that countless people looked up to. That figure may be lonely, but it was undoubtedly straight as a sword, solid as a mountain. A warm smile unknowingly appeared at the corner of Shen Qingyan's mouth. He turned back to the table, picked up the jade slip again, his fingertips shimmering with spiritual light as he typed a message and sent it to a specific contact mark. Junior brother is about to break through. If any idle person is spying on the listening bamboo pavilion, please inform me. After sending, he pondered for a moment before taking out a palm-sized green jade bottle. Inside were 3 pills of heart-calming and soul-preserving pill that he had just obtained. They were meant for his own meditation, beneficial for stabilizing the mind, resisting inner demons, and calming agitated blood energy. He called over his attendant boy, handed over the jade bottle, and gently instructed, "Take this pill to the entrance of the listening bamboo pavilion and place it by the formation gate. No need to knock, do not disturb." The boy received it with both hands, respectfully acknowledged, and quickly left. Usually establishing a foundation was not unusual. Given the background and status of the Shangqing sect, it was common for disciples to establish their foundations. However, Fang Che was so young, and with a 5-element spiritual root, attempting foundation establishment, which made this event the most attention-grabbing topic in the Shangqing sect in nearly 100 years. From outer sect chores to true disciples of various peaks, from deacons to elder heads, no one was not discussing this matter. During tea breaks, in between cultivation sessions, and even during task handovers, people were fervently debating. Most of the focus of the discussion centered on what level of foundation establishment he would achieve. As for the tier of foundation establishment, no one questioned it. After all, given the foundation of the Shangqing sect and Fang Che's status as a direct disciple, achieving an authentic foundation establishment was almost a matter of course. Thus, all curiosity and speculation rested upon the question of his grade. In various tea houses and taverns throughout the sect-related betting games had opened up, numbering in the dozens. If you ask me, although junior brother has a 5-element spiritual root, being able to attempt foundation establishment at this age must indicate something extraordinary. I think at least a 6th grade authentic foundation establishment. After all, his foundation may not be stable due to his insufficient background and young age, so a 4th or 5th grade would be more prudent, right? I heard that Master Zile from Hota Peak almost tried to recruit him back then. Now he regrets it and is slapping his thighs. This indicates Fang Che's potential may far exceed our expectations. I bet on 7th grade. According to the order of the 5 elements, the first is wood, which represents growth and is the beginning of origins. Fang Che first cast his gaze upon the Tai Tsung divine leaf that floated to his left, its lush green color glistening with vitality. Wood represents growth, the beginning of the cycle. He focused his thoughts, forming a spiritual seal with his fingers, and a wisp of pure azure energy flowed from his fingertips, gently covering the divine leaf. The divine leaf trembled slightly, and then transformed into a stream of azure light, merging into Fang Che's brow. Buzz. Fang Che's body quaked lightly as a vast ancient life force surged into his limbs and bones. It was as if the long silent primordial forest had suddenly awakened, and primitive pure life force surged through his meridians, bringing with it a tearing pain. Fang Che let out a muffled groan, his face instantly pale. A congenital spiritual object, even if merely a leaf's essence manifested, was by no means a gentle thing. He maintained his focus, adhering to the teachings of the 5 elements, refining true method, avoiding a direct confrontation with the torrent of life force, instead penetrating it gently, like spring rain nourishing the earth. After an unknown period, the violent life force gradually calmed, transforming into a warm and resilient azure light that slowly sank into his chi. In the void, a point of azure light flickered, revealing a faint silhouette of a small tree swaying gracefully. The wooden foundation was initially established. Although it had returned to its place, a hint of the divine leaf's rebellious essence still lingered. Fang Che dared not be negligent and turned his gaze to the next ball of light, the strand of true solar fire. Wood produces fire. The embryonic form of the azure wood foundation trembled slightly, sending out a wisp of pure wood spirit energy that actively approached the flickering golden purple flames. Hiss! The intense and domineering heat enveloped him as the true solar fire entered his body. Fang Che felt as if his blood was boiling, his bones were melting, and every cell was emitting a painful shriek. This was not merely high temperature, it contained a domineering will that burned all things and swept away everything far more violent than the life force of the tide song divine leaf. Fang Che let out a low growl, blood oozing from his skin, which was instantly dried by the high temperature. He clenched his teeth, nearly biting through his lips, as the fire element text of the 5 elements refining true method shone brightly in his spiritual sea. Within the Chi Sea, the azure wood foundation radiated brilliantly with life force continuously surging forth, actively meeting the raging true solar fire. This process was fraught with danger, teetering on the brink of losing control as the flames rebounded, scorching his meridians. Fang Che's lips bled slightly, but his gaze remained resolute as he continuously adjusted the output of his spiritual power and mental frequency, like walking on a tightrope over a bottomless abyss. Finally, under the continuous nourishment of the wood's spirit energy and Fang Che's resilient mental guidance, the fury of the true solar fire slightly abated, transforming into a scorching and refined golden red light that sank into the Chi Sea. The fire foundation was established. Next was earth being produced by fire. Without hesitation, he drew upon the breath of soil that inhaled and exhaled the essence of the earth. As the soil essence entered his body, there was no violent clash like the previous 2 times, but it brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if mountains were pressing down upon his spirit and meridians. This was the ancient will of the earth that bears all things. Fang Che felt that breathing had become extraordinarily difficult, his body heavy to the point where he could barely maintain his sitting posture. Yet his will was firm, and he struggled to stimulate the freshly formed fire foundation, using the blazing solar flame to refine the heavy earth essence. Under the refining of the flames, the power of the earth gradually transformed into pure earth essence, sinking into the Chi Sea and constructing a dark yellow foundation that seemed capable of bearing everything. The earth foundation was formed. Earth produces metal, the innate essence of the metal, pure and sharp, capable of breaking anything. When that wisp of pure white sharpness entered his body, Fang Che felt countless tiny blades continuously slicing through his meridians, bones, and even his soul. It was the ultimate sharpness and penetration, more direct and painful than the burning of the true solar fire or the heaviness of the soil essence striking at the very essence. Fang Che's body trembled violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, yet he held on tightly, mobilizing the heavy carrying power of the earth foundation to nurture the utmost sharpness with the earth's solidity. The process was slow and torturous. Every struggle of the metal essence made Fang Che feel as if his soul was about to split. But relying on the solid support of the earth foundation and his indomitable will, he forcibly ground away the hostility of this innate sharpness, guiding it into the Chi Sea. Clang! Amidst the clear ringing, the metallic foundation quietly took shape, imbued with sharpness, pure and flawless. The metal foundation was established. Finally, there was the formless and shapeless, reflecting all phenomena, the 9 heavens, Taijing true water. As the true water entered his body, a refreshing and soothing sensation instantly spread, alleviating the pain and heat brought by the previous 4 spiritual objects. Yet Fang Che dared not show any signs of relaxation. The water element, though seemingly gentle, was the most unpredictable. The 9 heavens, Taijing true water, possessed the ability to nurture the cosmos and reflect all phenomena. A moment of carelessness could lead him to be trapped in the illusions of water light. He adhered strictly to the method, using the sharp and murderous aura of the metal foundation as a guide, causing the metal energy to produce water, directing the vast and pure essence of the water element. The true water flowed obediently, nourishing the somewhat fragile meridians that had been impacted by the previous spiritual objects, ultimately merging into the Chi Sea. In the center of the Chi Sea, a clear, transparent base, seemingly able to reflect the sun, moon, and stars, gradually condensed. Thus, the foundations of the 5 elements were all established, each occupying its rightful position. Just as Fang Che was about to solidify his foundation, he felt a sense of awareness. Although these foundations of the 5 elements were in the Chi Sea, they operated independently. Could this truly be called foundation establishment? With all 5 elements complete, mutually generating and restraining each other in an endless cycle, this is the ultimate realm of earthly foundation establishment. Yet the essence of the 5 elements lies in transformation and rotation. Life, aging, illness, death, withering, flourishing, the changing of seasons, all are contained within. Fang Che's spirit gradually immersed in an indescribable rhythm, forgetting the passage of time. The vitality of wood, the boiling of fire, the bearing of earth, the sharpness of metal, the nurturing of water. The cycle of the 5 elements foundation continually interacted, forming a flawless and eternal circle. Within Fang Che's Chi Sea, the 5-colored light rotated and stirred. Between life and death, an unprecedented Tao platform was slowly being nurtured into shape. Above the listening bamboo pavilion, an unusual phenomenon erupted. The clouds within 1,000 miles churned and retreated, revealing the vast sky. The stars, as if awakening from ancient slumber, shimmered and poured down a cold, yet magnificent radiance. The vast and desolate cosmic Tao rhythm poured down like the Milky Way, leaving patterns in the void, revealing mysterious trajectories. This phenomenon far exceeded the usual spirals of spiritual energy during earthly foundation establishment. It was the manifestation of the laws the Taoists favor. Within the Qingqing sect, ancient divine thoughts awakened, gazing in shock at the sky. The Tao favors the laws manifest. This is the Tao foundation establishment. An elder with white hair, not knowing how many years he had lived, staggered out of his cave dwelling, looking up at the sky, his murky old eyes filled with disbelief. It has been countless years, and the 11th Tao foundation establishment of our Qingqing sect is born today. Dao Hengzhenren stood outside the hall, his robes fluttering, gazing at the stellar phenomenon, murmuring, Tao foundation establishment. This kid is going against heaven. The Lord of Burning Silence Peak was dumbfounded, not even noticing the wine cup slipping from his hand. The Lord of Qingmu Peak sighed, his eyes filled with shock and relief. To reverse the cycle with the 5 elements, such a Tao heart, is unprecedented in millennia. The disciples from various peaks and halls erupted in chatter. What on earth is that? The bottleneck within me has surprisingly loosened. It's from the direction of Listening Bamboo Pavilion. What is Fang Che doing to create such a commotion? Can the foundation establishment cause such a stir? I didn't have such an exaggeration when I broke through to Golden Core. A young disciple looked around in confusion. Senior brother, what is Tao foundation establishment? Is it impressive? A slightly older disciple took a deep breath, speaking in a tone almost reverent. Impressive. The sect's historical records state that our Qingqing sect has been established for nearly 70 million years, yet there have only been 10 who achieved Tao foundation establishment. The young disciple's mouth fell open in shock, unable to utter another word. Yunlan Jinren had long arrived outside the Listening Bamboo Pavilion, surrounded by a faint mist, resisting the invisible pressure brought by the overwhelming Tao rhythm. She gazed towards the quiet room, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of pride, shock, and deep concern. Inside the Listening Bamboo Pavilion, initially everything seemed normal. The moonlight flowed like water, and the bamboo shadows danced gently. But gradually the color of the bamboo leaves seemed to deepen, and the wildflowers in the corner unfolded their petals, silently blooming to their fullest, as if summer had suddenly arrived. Then on the edges of the lush bamboo leaves, a hint of imperceptible withering yellow appeared. Wildflowers, withered grass tips curled, and a gust of desolate wind swept through, stirring up a few fallen leaves. In the blink of an eye, the entire yard of green bamboo was adorned in golden attire, with a soft layer of bamboo leaves covering the ground. The withering yellow did not last long. The bamboo branches became bare, the rocks grew colder, and the ground was left with only dark brown soil and scattered remnants. The desolation of winter enveloped the small courtyard. A point of pure white fell silently from the void. Then came the second third. In an instant the snow fell silently, covering the withered branches, stone steps, and the ground. The small courtyard of the Listening Bamboo Pavilion was wrapped in silver, utterly silent, with only the snowflakes quietly falling, burying the previous greenery, blooming, withering, and desolation, returning to the final silence. The seasons rotated, the grass and trees flourished and withered quietly, evolving within this courtyard. Inside the quiet room, Fang Che exhaled a long breath of turbid air, the breath crisp and slightly cool like the first snow. His eyes sparkled with divine light, fleeting yet calming, but deep within their depths it seemed to reflect the flow of time. Creak! The wooden door opened. A rush of pure, crisp, cold air mixed with the unique freshness of the first snow came rushing towards him. Fang Che paused at the doorway. He stood frozen, gazing at the completely unfamiliar courtyard before him. All he could see was a blanket of white snow with bamboo branches weighed down by thick snow, bending gracefully. The stone table and stone bench became adorable snow stools, the ground smooth like a soft white velvet carpet, not a trace of withered leaves or dust in sight. Only the snowflakes continued to fall silently, landing on his shoulders and turning his long hair white. How long had it been since his breakthrough? Yesterday, during the meditation, it was clearly an ordinary spring night scene. How did he break through to foundation establishment and open the door to a winter wonderland? Fang Che instinctively looked up at the sky. The gray clouds were drifting with snow, making it impossible to discern the time. Just as he was lost in thought, a snowflake landed precisely in his palm, the coldness fleeting, leaving a hint of moisture. In the corner under the eaves there leaned silently an oil paper umbrella made from green bamboo. A thin layer of new snow lay on the umbrella's surface. Pat! The umbrella was open, the pure white surface carving out a tranquil space amidst the snowy curtain. Fang Che held the umbrella, stepped down the stone steps, and entered the courtyard. The snow crunched softly beneath his feet, echoing sharply in the profound silence. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping over every scene reshaped by the snow, feeling the faint remnants of the cyclical rhythm lingering in the cold air. Arriving beneath the largest snow bamboo in the courtyard, he stopped, extending his hand to gently brush away a soft mound of snow from the bamboo branch. The branch sprang back, shaking off more snowflakes, revealing the still green bamboo joints beneath. Beneath the winter snow, vitality lay hidden. Fang Che stood under the umbrella, gazing at the tranquil, snow-covered courtyard, and in a moment of daze he seemed to see the lush grass and trees blooming flowers, as well as the yellow leaves fluttering in the desolation of all things. Ultimately, everything returned to the pure white and silence before his eyes. The seasons rotated and time flowed silently. The foundation establishment was accomplished, far exceeding expectations. Fang Che closed the bamboo umbrella, allowing the snowflakes to once again settle on his shoulders and hair tips. He took a deep breath of the crisp, cold air, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. In the distance, within the shadow, the figure of Master Yunlan quietly emerged. She had been protecting this place for some time, witnessing the extraordinary scene of the 4 seasons changing in the courtyard. The meaning of reincarnation. Master Yunlan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a unique light as she murmured to herself, with the 5 elements in harmony, time flows naturally. Such foundation establishment transcends the earthly realm, truly embodying the heavenly Tao. She gazed at Fang Che, who stood silently in the courtyard, seemingly still contemplating his own transformations. The young man stood tall, his aura harmonizing with the surrounding environment, as if he were a part of this cycle of 4 seasons. Master Yunlan's lips curled into a proud smile. She did not reveal herself or interrupt, allowing her figure to vanish quietly. Fang Che sensed something, looking toward the shadow where Master Yunlan had just stood. Then he withdrew his gaze. He understood in his heart that his master had always been there to protect him. Warmth spread through his heart as he deeply bowed in the direction where Master Yunlan had departed. With his foundation establishment complete, he should formally report to his master, select a cultivation method, and begin his true path of practice. However, Fang Che did not rush to Master Yunlan's residence. Instead, he stood quietly in the snow, closing his eyes to concentrate, deeply feeling the myriad subtle changes after his foundation establishment. At this moment, within his chi-si, a realm of its own formed, with the true sun transformed from the essence of the sun's fire, suspended in the center, radiating pure light and heat. Below it was a clear and tranquil lake, its gentle waves shimmering, reflecting the brilliance of the great sun, the essence of the 9 heavens, true water. By the lake's edge lay a substantial piece of land, silently bearing the weight of the world, rich in the profound earth energy. In the center of the land, a vigorous young seedling rooted and grew, its branches and leaves flowing with the verdant meaning of the Taitsong divine leaf, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this realm, the energy of gung metal occasionally darted like lightning. This was the Tao foundation that Fang Che had established by reversing the 5 elements and touching upon the laws of the heavenly Tao. This was not the form of Tao foundation recorded in any ancient texts, but rather the embryonic shape of a newly born world. The essence of reincarnation was not only rooted in the understanding of the 4 seasons withering and flourishing, but was also deeply embedded in the foundation of the 5 element cycles of birth and death. His spiritual power flowed ceaselessly within this realm of heaven and earth. What surprised him even more was that this breakthrough was not at the initial stage of foundation establishment, but rather he had directly stepped into the midstage. It is due to the spiritual milk of the earth veins, as well as the residual spiritual energy from the Taikling pill and Xian water spirit pill. Fang Che instantly understood. He had previously hastily swallowed these heavenly materials, absorbing only a portion, which helped him reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. Yet a significant amount of residual energy lay dormant within him, like a potential dragon lying in wait. After successfully establishing his foundation, Fang Che's chi-si had expanded more than tenfold compared to his time in chi refinement. The Tao foundation, containing the highest essence of reincarnation, acted like a magnet, naturally awakening all the spiritual energy that had slumbered within his limbs and bones. Thus, it was no surprise that he had broken through to the midstage of foundation establishment. With a slight shift in thought, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, no longer exhibiting a single hue, but instead swirling with faint 5-colored brilliance. The Tao foundation of reincarnation. He murmured, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. This foundation not only encompassed the profound principles of the 5 elements, mutual generation and restraint, but also imprinted a shallow understanding of the flow of time and the birth and death of all things. This was certainly not comparable to an ordinary earthly Tao foundation, and was very likely a legendary heavenly Tao foundation. At that moment, a light footstep accompanied by a familiar, delicate fragrance approached, and Master Yunlan's figure appeared at the door. She wore a simple sky-blue robe, her long hair loosely tied up, accentuating her jade-like complexion and bright eyes. In her right hand, she held a food box, and in her left a small jar of sealed wine. "Little 13, she said with a smile as she walked in, her gaze sweeping over Fang Che, the warmth in her eyes deepening. "Congratulations on completing the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. You are far stronger than I was back in the day." Fang Che hurriedly bowed, saying, "Disciple greets Master, and I thank you for your concern." Enough of the formalities. Master Yunlan placed the food box on the stone table and shook the jar of wine in her hand. "The success of your foundation establishment is a joyous occasion. Today I've taken some leisure time to prepare a few good dishes. Let us indulge in a few cups together as a way to celebrate your achievement." Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, then warmth filled his heart. He had initially thought that Master would test his cultivation and guide him on techniques, but he did not expect such a homely and warm way of congratulating him. He quickly stepped forward to assist, brushing off the thin frost on the stone bench. Opening the food box revealed several exquisite spirit food dishes, vibrant with spiritual energy, clearly made with care. Master Yunlan opened the seal on the wine jar, and a rich and pure aroma of wine immediately wafted out, stirring Fang Che's true essence slightly. "This is Qingzhu brew made from the spiritual spring in the back mountain, in the heart of a 100-year-old jade bamboo shoot. It is mild and rich, perfect for nourishing your meridians and suitable for stabilizing your realm." As Master Yunlan spoke, she poured a small cup for Fang Che and filled her own cup as well. The master and disciple sat facing each other, enjoying a drink in the clear, snowy morning. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo branches covered in snow, casting mottled shadows. The air was crisp, and the aroma of wine was mildly intoxicating. After a few cups, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Master Yunlan did not inquire about the details of his foundation establishment, but instead began to share some trivial anecdotes from the sect or her travel experiences. Fang Che listened quietly, occasionally responding, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation and peace. It was only after several rounds of wine, and with the food box nearly empty, that Master Yunlan set down her cup and looked at Fang Che with gentle eyes. "All right, we've chatted enough." With a light wave of her sleeve, the cups and food box on the stone table vanished silently. Foundation establishment is the true beginning of the path. Since you have established an extraordinary foundation, I will gift you 3 items as a token of the occasion. She extended her jade white hand palm, facing up. A flicker of spiritual light flashed, and 3 items appeared out of thin air, hovering in the air. The first was a black long sword, its blade as calm as the abyss, its brilliance subdued, but the hilt was adorned with dark golden patterns that resembled the hidden scales of a dragon, exuding a restrained sharpness within its antiquity. This sword is named Muyuan, forged from biming abyss iron and the blood of a black dragon. It is a 4th-tier spirit weapon. Not only is it unmatched in sharpness, but it also possesses the ability to grow. As your cultivation improves, it will advance with you. Since you have refined innate gung metal energy, ordinary spirit weapons may struggle to bear its might. This sword is perfectly suited for you. The second item was a black Dao robe, dark as an abyss, resembling ancient jade that shone with light. The fabric was as fluid as water and clouds, with dark golden flowing patterns on the edges of the sleeves, and hem looking both luxurious and serene. This is the Xian Yuan Dao robe, also a 4th-tier spirit weapon. This robe does not gather dust, adjusts to temperature, and can withstand the might of nascent soul cultivators. But the most important thing is, she paused slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "My little 13 will look exceptionally good in it." The third item was a ring, neither gold nor jade, with an ancient design. This spatial ring contains about 100 acres of space and can be opened with divine sense. Although not particularly rare, it is an essential item for traveling. Its material includes a bit of Kongming stone, making it more stable than ordinary storage bags, and it is less prone to damage or being spied upon. In the cultivation world, spirit weapons are divided into 9 tiers, with the 4th tier being treasures that only nascent soul cultivators are qualified to wield. Many nascent soul loose cultivators might spend their entire lives without ever possessing a single 4th-tier spirit weapon. Yet before Fang Che lay 2 4th-tier spirit weapons along with another spatial ring worth 100 acres, which was equally invaluable. Fang Che gazed at the hovering spiritual light. Warmth surged in his chest. He understood that what his master bestowed was not merely treasures, but also expectations and protection. He did not offer empty words of refusal, but engraved this generous gift in his heart, silently resolving to repay it 100-fold in the future. Disciple thanks Master for your generous gift, and will diligently cultivate, without fail, living up to your expectations. Fang Che deeply bowed in gratitude. Enough, why are you still being so formal with me? Master Yunlan chuckled, waving her hand. With a flick of her sleeve, the 3 spirit weapons transformed into flowing light and vanished into the storage bag at his waist. Afterward, she began to share valuable insights about the cultivation keys and matters to pay attention to during the foundation establishment stage. Fang Che listened attentively. These were precious experiences from a nascent soul cultivator. Once everything was explained, just as Master Yunlan was about to turn to leave, she suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned back. She took out a small blue jade bottle from her sleeve and gently raised her hand, sending the jade bottle floating steadily before Fang Che. I almost forgot this. She smiled, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. This is the Qing Xin Xuan pill that your third senior brother entrusted the attendant to secretly place at your door. It will greatly aid you in stabilizing your realm. He indeed has confidence in you. Fang Che reached out to catch the slightly cool jade bottle, feeling its warmth in his hand, the bottle still retaining a trace of the clear aura belonging to Xian Water Peak. Warmth filled his heart. During the most challenging times at the beginning of his cultivation, it was this senior brother who patiently explained insights to him, sorted out his meridians, and never once looked down on him, only offering encouragement and care. Third senior brother. Fang Che spoke softly, his heart filled with gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Master Yunlan observed him, her smile deepening among fellow disciples. We should support each other. Her tone was gentle, imbued with the kindness of an elder, and she felt gratified to see such harmony among the disciples. All right, focus on solidifying your realm and familiarize yourself with the changes in power during the foundation establishment stage. As for the cultivation methods, I will discuss them with you once your realm is thoroughly stabilized. Master Yunlan spoke no more. Her figure swayed slightly, dissolving like a wisp of light blue smoke, quietly merging into the morning mist and snow that had yet to dissipate from the courtyard, leaving no trace behind. Fang Che stood alone in the courtyard, bowing solemnly once again in the direction his master had departed. After bidding farewell to Master Yunlan, Fang Che returned to the quiet room and took out several spiritual artifacts bestowed upon him. Next, he focused his gaze on the ancient ring, immersing his divine sense within it, effortlessly marking it with his own imprint at its core. A faint humming sound resonated in his sea of consciousness, and suddenly a vast space unfolded within his mind. It measured about 100 zhang in both length and width, with a height of several tens of zhang, truly encompassing nearly 100 mu. With this item, future outings for practice will be much more convenient, Fang Che thought joyfully. Ordinary storage bags had limited space, but this ring was undoubtedly the most suitable storage treasure for him at this stage. With a thought, the storage bag at his waist flew up on its own, and all the items within were transferred into the ring, followed by the storage bag itself being absorbed. He slipped the ring onto his left index finger. It felt cool to the touch and fit perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made for him. Then he took out the Xian Yuan robe, which unfurled like flowing water in his hands. The dark robe shimmered with subtle golden patterns that exuded a restrained radiance, the fabric feeling delicate and slightly cool to the touch, yet imbued with warmth, seemingly possessing a spirit of its own. To refine the spiritual artifact, one must use their own essence blood to communicate with the spirit of the item and leave an imprint. Fang Che forced out a drop of essence blood and gently dripped it onto the dark patterns. The moment the essence blood was absorbed, the robe stirred without wind, the dark light flourishing as the golden patterns came alive, swirling like a dragon across the surface of the robe. A wave of nascent spiritual awareness emanated from the robe, indicating that it had clearly nurtured a budding spirit. Gently, he probed his divine sense to connect with it. The nascent spirit, akin to a child, felt a sense of closeness and attachment to his aura. In just a short incense stick's time, the Xian Yuan robe was completely refined. With a thought, his disciple robes automatically shed from his body and were stored in the ring. The Xian Yuan robe transformed into a stream of dark light, enveloping his entire body, adhering seamlessly to his form. Instantly, a warm and peaceful power surrounded him, isolating him from the external chill. The robe itself was as light as a feather, yet it imparted an indestructible feeling, with the dark golden patterns flowing at the cuffs and hem, adding a touch of elegance and solemnity. Indeed, it is a fine treasure. Fang Che felt the robe's defensive power contained within, ready to activate automatically upon encountering an attack, which was quite reassuring. Finally, his gaze fell upon the ink-black sword. Suspended in front of him, still sheathed, it emanated a dense, profound sharpness that caused cracks to appear on the surrounding walls. Fang Che's expression grew serious. The sword was a weapon of slaughter, and especially this ink abyss sword forged from the blood of black dragons would likely be even more difficult to tame. He forced out another drop of essence blood and slowly pointed it towards the hilt. With a clear sound, the moment his fingertip touched the hilt, a melodious sword cry abruptly resonated, piercing through the soul, while the ink abyss sword trembled slightly, ripples reminiscent of dark water appearing on its sheath. A cold, prideful, yet sorrowful and majestic dragon aura erupted alongside the soaring sword intent. Fang Che's body trembled as he seemed to see an endless black dragon roaring in his sea of consciousness, its golden vertical pupils coldly gazing down at him. Under the impact of the black dragon's pride and majesty, his divine sense felt like a lone boat violently shaking. Fang Che did not retreat. Instead, he fully immersed his mind deep into the sea of consciousness. Having practiced the sword cultivation technique to this day, he had long understood that a sword is not an external object, but a reflection of one's heart. The sword is the edge of life. Fang Che silently spoke to himself, calmly facing the dragon's gaze. Two sword intents soared into the sky, the sword Chi crisscrossing between heaven and earth. In the quiet room, the air suddenly became incredibly sharp, centered around Fang Che. The table walls and floor silently revealed numerous sharp cuts, as if thousands of invisible blades were weaving and dancing through the air. The dark golden patterns on the Xian Yuan robe automatically lit up a gentle aura protecting his body, while confining much of the dissipating sword Qi within, preventing the quiet room from collapsing. In the sea of consciousness, the clash of thoughts continued relentlessly. The black dragon's phantom still coiled there, but in its cold, vertical pupils a hint of unusual color finally flickered beyond its pride. Fang Che raised his hand, grasping the sword hilt. With a clang, the sound of the sword echoed like a dragon's roar, seemingly piercing through the protective array, subtly resonating outside the listening bamboo pavilion. The ink abyss sword emerged 3 inches from its sheath, revealing its dark abyss-like blade, with dark golden dragon patterns slowly moving upon it, exuding a chilling sharpness. The sword intent in the quiet room surged several times, and the protective array flickered violently, emitting a humming sound under the strain. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. He tightened his fingers, firmly holding the sword hilt. In that moment, the quiet room trembled violently, the dark sword intent erupting with a chilling dragon's might, as if it sought to tear apart space. The walls and floor were instantly filled with deep scars, the air sliced open with a piercing shriek. Fang Che coughed softly, a drop of blood seeping from the corner of his lips, but his grip on the sword remained unyielding, even tightening further. The sword is the edge of life. It is also a mirror of the heart. It is not I who tames you, but we who together witness this path. A surge of pure and ultimate sword intent suddenly erupted from within him, like a startled dragon soaring into the sky. This was the sword intent nurtured over a year of hard practice, now released without reservation, exuding a piercing force that seemed capable of breaking through the clouds. The ink abyss sword trembled violently, its eerie glow radiating forth as it instinctively resisted this external sharpness. Fang Che's gaze was as sharp as a sword. The strand of innate metal energy that had been refined into his body was triggered, merging fully into the sword intent, making it even sharper and purer. 2 fierce sword intents clashed in midair, the quiet room seemingly filled with thousands of invisible blades intertwining and tearing at each other. The stalemate lasted only a moment. The innate metal energy born from the innate aura of slaughter was the primordial treasure of the metal element. Its nature was extremely sharp, and its might unmatched. With a hum, the ink abyss sword emitted a long, clear cry, its eerie glow retracting, and the violent aura receded like a tide, returning entirely to the sword. Fang Che felt a weight in his hand. He had completely gripped the long sword. The sword Qi that had rampaged in the quiet room dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, the sharpness in his eyes flickering away. With a light clank, the ink abyss sword was slowly drawn from its sheath. Fang Che turned his wrist lightly and casually swung the sword, without using spiritual power, only the weak airflow naturally created by the sword itself. With a swoosh, the wall several zhang ahead was cut open smoothly, like tofu, the edges as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of debris. It should be noted that this wall was reinforced by an array. Even a full-strength strike from a foundation establishment cultivator would leave no trace. However, before the ink abyss sword, the array crumbled like thin paper upon contact, showing no resistance, demonstrating the might of the ink abyss. Such power, it must surely be among the finest of 4th-tier spiritual artifacts. Fang Che lightly brushed his finger along the spine of the sword. A piercing sword intent that seemed capable of cutting through the soul flowed through his fingertips, and he felt a sting even before touching the blade. Of course, this sword was different from the Xian Yuan robe. To fully unleash its power, he would likely have to wait until he reached the nascent soul realm. After putting away the ink abyss, Fang Che finally had the leisure to lift his gaze to survey his surroundings. It seems this time the commotion was a bit too much, he sighed, shaking his head at the chaotic scene before him. The walls were crisscrossed with sword marks, the floor's stone tiles shattered in multiple places, and even the protective array dimmed, clearly suffering significant damage. Had it not been for the Xian Yuan robe's spontaneous confinement of most sword Qi, this quiet room would have likely been reduced to ruins. However, the listening bamboo pavilion, as the residence of a personal disciple, was built upon a continuous spirit-gathering array. As long as the core of the array was not destroyed by injecting spiritual power to activate it, the array could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and slowly self-repair. Although the earlier commotion was great, it did not harm the core of the array, so there was no need for excessive worry. Fang Che extended his fingers like a sword, a hint of spiritual light appearing at his fingertips as he pointed in midair. The dim array patterns gradually began to glow anew. Although the cracks could not be restored instantly, the spiritual light was flowing again, autonomously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly repair itself. As dawn approached, and the first rays of light pierced through the clouds, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of divine light shone in his gaze, clear and pure. My realm has stabilized, my spiritual power flows without hindrance, and my divine sense is growing steadily. Fang Che silently assessed his state. Next, it's time to refine myself slowly. He stood up, stretching his limbs as a light sound echoed from his body. Pushing the door open, he saw the fresh snow glistening, the bamboo forest lightly swaying, and the refreshing spiritual energy permeating the air, with the morning breeze invigorating his spirit. With a slight movement of his mind, his divine sense spread outward like a tide, enveloping the entire Tingzhu pavilion. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower and leaf, even the faint life fluctuations of insects hidden beneath the soil, were vividly reflected within his divine sense. This level of insight and control was far beyond what he could compare to during the Qi refining period. Fang Che extended his divine sense further, eager to see the limits of his current perception. Back when he achieved perfection in Qi refinement in the shadowy forest, his divine sense could cover 100 feet. Now, having broken through to foundation establishment, his divine sense could encompass a radius of 100 miles. In just a breath, he captured the figure of Mingyue by a lake about 50 miles away. Mingyue stood quietly in the shallows, her wings as white as snow, her long neck lowered, seemingly trying to catch spiritual fish in the water. Sensing the familiar aura, Mingyue suddenly raised her head, letting out a clear cry. She then spread her wings, transforming into a radiant beam of light, breaking through the mist and gracefully flying towards the Tingzhu pavilion. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Fang Che's lips as he stood still at the steps waiting. In a moment, the breeze swept down the bamboo branches, and Mingyue landed lightly in the courtyard, affectionately nudging his robe sleeve with her beak. "Let's go to the Xianjing Hall," Fang Che said softly, patting her neck before mounting. The white crane spread its wings, the air currents surged, lifting him gracefully into the sky as they soared over the lush green mountains towards the Xianjing Hall. The Xianjing Hall was the sacred ground of the Xianshui peak, housing countless volumes of martial arts texts. It was common for disciples to come and go, and today was no exception. The spacious square, paved with white jade, was bustling with students. Suddenly, a clear crane call echoed down from the clouds. A majestic white crane spread its wings and slowly descended in front of the hall. On its back sat a young man with an ethereal presence, his features like a painting exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Soon a sharp-eyed disciple recognized him, and hushed whispers rippled through the crowd. "It's Fang Che, the one who established his foundation at the age of 10. It really is him. He truly is as young as the rumors say." Both inner and direct disciples couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their gazes fixated on the calm young man who gracefully leaped down from the crane. At just 10 years old, he stepped into foundation establishment, rumored to be a Dao talent. Such innate ability was not only rare in the present, but also unprecedented in the long history of the Shanqing sect. Fang Che's portrait had long spread across all peaks. Nowadays, there might still be people in the Shanqing sect who had not seen him, but surely no one had not heard his name. Especially on Xianshui Peak, as the promising young talent of this lineage, many disciples felt honored and secretly admired him. Fang Che remained seemingly oblivious to the gazes and discussions around him, his expression as calm as water. He gently stroked Mingyu's feathers, signaling her to wait by the side of the square while he walked towards the towering Xianjing Hall. As he passed the disciples in front, instinctively stepped aside, bowing in respect. "Greetings, Senior Brother Fang. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment, Senior Brother Fang. Congratulations, Senior Brother Fang." Fang Che glanced at the excited crowd, nodding slightly, and said warmly, "There's no need for such formalities, everyone." Yet his footsteps did not halt, striding directly towards the inner sanctum of the Xianjing Hall. The respectful greetings continued to sound in his ears, and though he maintained a tranquil expression, he couldn't help but feel a touch of discomfort within. Being surrounded by so many people was somewhat unfamiliar to him. He had always preferred solitude, accustomed to being alone or discussing and practicing with his seniors, so being under the gaze of the crowd made him feel somewhat uneasy. As his thoughts turned, Fang Che involuntarily quickened his pace, his robes fluttering, as he soon reached the grand threshold of the Xianjing Hall. After verifying his identity, just as Fang Che was about to head to the second floor, he noticed several gazes quietly following him. Turning his head, he saw a few young female disciples gathered not far away, their eyes occasionally glancing in his direction. One girl in a pale yellow dress seemed to muster her courage, taking half a step forward. In a soft voice, she said, "Senior Brother Fang, congratulations on your foundation establishment. Her companion, dressed in a watery green shirt, subtly tugged at her sleeve, her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly added, "Are you here to choose techniques, senior brother? We often come to this floor if you need help." Fang Che was slightly taken aback. He typically focused on solitary cultivation, spending his time either with Mingwei or discussing and debating with his mentors, and had never encountered such a situation. He maintained a calm expression, nodding slightly in their direction, and replied in a gentle but distant tone, "Thank you, sisters, but I can find my way myself." After saying this, he did not linger, turning to ascend to the second floor. The young female disciples stood stunned in place. The girl in the pale yellow dress blinked, watching him disappear in the distance, and after a moment, she came back to her senses, her face even redder, unsure whether it was from shyness or embarrassment. One of her companions tugged at her hand and whispered with a laugh, "I've heard that senior brother Fang is quiet by nature. It seems he really only has cultivation in his eyes and heart." As he ascended the stairs, the faint sounds of chatter faded behind him. At the entrance of the second floor, an elder in gray robes sat quietly on a mat, his aura deeply restrained. As Fang Che passed, he couldn't help but focus his mind. Although he couldn't discern the elder's exact realm, he understood that this was a venerable figure guarding this place. He slowed his pace and silently bowed in respect. The elder did not open his eyes, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The number of disciples on the second floor was noticeably fewer, and most had condensed their aura, all at least at the foundation establishment stage, each immersed in selection or comprehension. Occasionally there were low murmurs, but they quickly returned to silence. No one was noisy. Fang Che's arrival did not stir the same commotion as below. A few nearby disciples noticed the movement, glanced up to see him, and a trace of surprise flickered in their eyes. Then they merely nodded slightly in greeting and continued to focus on their tasks. This calm and focused atmosphere made Fang Che's slight discomfort gradually dissipate. He slowed his steps, his gaze sweeping over the hanging classification signs along the shelves: essentials of escape techniques, protective divine powers, martial techniques, alchemical notes. All categorized and orderly. Fang Che's goal was clear. He walked directly towards the area marked for offensive techniques. His experiences in the shadowy forest made him acutely aware that the methods he currently possessed were far too singular. If he encountered danger again, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Standing quietly before the shelves, Fang Che slightly expanded his divine sense, carefully sensing the jade slips displayed. Names of various techniques, such as Flame Dragon Spell, Mystic Ice Spike, Decapitation Sword Technique, Earth Binding Technique, and Palm Thunder, entered his perception. The foundation establishment stage differs from the Qi refining stage. Qi refining cultivators draw Qi into their bodies, and the spiritual power accumulated in their dantian is thin and scattered. The techniques they wield, like the fireball technique, are merely using their meager spiritual power as a guide to gather a ball of ordinary fire. The power is ultimately limited and has not transcended human capabilities. However, upon reaching the first level of foundation establishment, spiritual power transforms into liquid. The dantian becomes a lake, divine sense surges, and the level of life has already undergone a transition. The biggest difference lies in the mastery of the forces of heaven and earth. Taking the fireball technique as an example, when a foundation establishment cultivator thinks their divine sense can connect to the flowing and fiery spiritual energy in the world using their pure liquid spiritual power as a pivot, in an instant a spark can turn into a raging inferno. Those truly powerful offensive techniques are all built upon this foundation, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, pursuing stars and moons with overwhelming might. Fang Che stood quietly before the shelves, his gaze sweeping through the various techniques associated with the 5 elements. Having once comprehended the 5 elements and touched upon the true meaning of reincarnation, he understood the importance of having balanced elements for future cultivation. Thus, he planned to choose one representative technique from each of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As a sword cultivator, offensive sword techniques were naturally essential. He had fully comprehended the sword nurturing technique, which emphasizes cultivating sword intent rather than killing techniques. His gaze finally landed on the scroll of sword control technique, controlling the sword for 1,000 miles with the sword moving as his heart desires. This was the true sword cultivating method in his heart. This sword control technique was perfectly suited for him. Fang Che picked up several selected jade slips, glancing at the prices marked below. Although he had an estimate in his heart, he still couldn't help but silently click his tongue. This is too expensive, especially the scroll of sword control technique, whose price is astonishingly high, ranking as the most expensive in the second floor collection. However, he could understand the path of sword cultivation is renowned for its killing prowess, often surpassing others of the same level in battle strength. But the path is also the most arduous, requiring great willpower and opportunity to succeed. Sword control technique, as one of the core inheritances of sword cultivators, is by no means an ordinary method of controlling a sword. Mastering this technique can lead to a qualitative change in a cultivator's combat power. Therefore, even if its price is astounding, it is not difficult to understand. Yet if not for his status as a direct disciple, relying solely on his own accumulated efforts to exchange for these techniques would require years of arduous labor. Fang Che couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The saying, being backed by a great tree provides shade, truly applies here. On the path of cultivation, while talent and character are essential resources and opportunities are also indispensable cornerstones. After completing the registration, Fang Che rode on Mingyue, leisurely returning to the Tingzhu Pavilion. Returning to the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che first arranged the 5 jade slips that recorded the 5 elemental techniques on the table in the quiet room. His current realm had long surpassed the past, combined with his possession of the 5 elemental spiritual roots, granting him a natural advantage in perceiving and manipulating the 5 elemental spiritual energy of the world. In less than half an hour, the operational routes of the 5 techniques and the methods of connecting spiritual energy were already clear in his mind. Then he stood up and went to the open space at the back of the mountain, beginning to practice them one by one. With a slight movement of his mind, the divine sense connected, and the fire elemental spiritual energy around him suddenly became active. Fang Che formed a seal with one hand, drawing in the air as red lines flowed at his fingertips, causing the surrounding air to subtly twist. A scorching aura surged from his dantian, rushing along his meridians, ultimately converging between his finger seals. Flame Dragon Technique. His gaze reflected the fire, and with a low shout, red light erupted before him. Boom! A blazing dragon-shaped flame surged forth in response, with the dragon's head raised high, its whiskers and claws spread wide, every scale forged from pure fire, elemental spiritual energy, illuminating the sky in a vivid red. Wherever the flame dragon passed, heat waves surged through the air, causing the bamboo leaves to curl before even touching them, the edges scorched and shriveled. Then the dragon's body spun rapidly, crashing violently against a massive rock ahead. In an instant, flames exploded like a whirlwind, with a scorching wind howling, causing his robes to flutter wildly. Immediately, Fang Che changed his finger technique, and the water vapor in the air suddenly condensed, giving rise to countless ice shards that shot out with a chilling sound like thousands of arrows being released. Before the ice shards arrived, the cold air had already swept through, turning the water vapor into frost, and the grass and trees turned pale. In the next moment, the ice shards deeply pierced into the rock, exploding into a spiderweb-like pattern of frost. The cold air spread wildly, instantly covering the entire rock face in a deep blue ice river, with frost surging for miles around, freezing all in its path. Fang Che looked at the scene of the ice-locked rock, cracks, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago the fire serpent technique he had exerted with all his strength could only leave a few scorch marks on the bluestone. Yet now, with a mere gesture, he could invoke a fragment of the might of heaven and earth. In just 2 short months, his strength had transformed to this level, and even he himself felt somewhat dazed when recalling it. Next, Fang Che practiced the other 3 techniques one by one, and after spending half a day, he had completely mastered these techniques. After a brief adjustment, Fang Che's expression became serious. He took out the jade slip that recorded the sword control technique. The sword master is one who slays, and the art of sword control is the ultimate manifestation of this sharpness. The flying sword traverses freely, and wherever the mind directs, the cold light can cross mountains and rivers, taking the enemy's life in an instant. The sword control technique encompasses all, not merely a single method, but a complete system. It contains not only the most basic methods of controlling the sword with chi and spirit, but also includes guides for advanced applications such as sword light differentiation, sword energy, thunder sound, and the initial understanding of sword formations. It can be said that it is indeed the highest contribution point technique in the 2nd floor of the Mystic Scripture Hall, and it truly lives up to its reputation. Fang Che closed his eyes in quiet meditation, repeatedly pondering all the content from the jade slip, especially how to balance spiritual power and divine sense in the intertwining operation of the flying sword, and how to use the flying sword as a medium to invoke the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, more fiercely transforming it into an indestructible sword light and sword energy. Various key points and subtle balances all replayed in his mind. Mo Yuan. Fang Che opened his eyes, a sharp intent flickering within as he moved his mind. Mo Yuan let out a clear and melodious sound, unsheathing itself. The sword body, as black as night, flowed with a ghostly light, quietly hovering about a foot in front of him, the sword tip slightly trembling as if in response. He formed his fingers into a sword and gently pointed forward. Pure spiritual power flowed from his fingertip, transforming into invisible threads that softly wrapped around the sword hilt. The sword body trembled slightly, and following Fang Che's fingertip movement, it began to slowly move in the air. Initially, Mo Yuan's flight path was a bit sluggish, but in less than half a cup of tea's time the flying sword moved smoothly, circling around him, tracing cold arcs. Go! Fang Che's mind stirred. The Mo Yuan sword transformed into a streak of light difficult to catch, with the eye swiftly passing over a bamboo leaf that was gently falling 3 miles away. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and vanished. The bamboo leaf silently split into two. In the next moment, Mo Yuan had quietly hovered in front of him, and Fang Che gazed at the jet-black long sword deep in thought. This sword control technique is about condensing ultimate sharpness and speed into a single point, pursuing an unparalleled lethality that can pierce through anything. Then his expression became serious, pouring all his divine sense into the sword body. The Mo Yuan sword suddenly withdrew its dark light. The sword body sank slightly, then stabilized as it hovered about an inch from his feet. Fang Che took a deep breath, stepping forward firmly, standing on the sword body that was only 3 fingers wide. With a thought, Mo Yuan let out a long sword cry, lifting him slowly into the air. At first it was a bit shaky, requiring him to concentrate fully to maintain balance and stabilize the flow of spiritual power. But within a few breaths, Fang Che was already able to stand steadily on the sword. Rise! With a low shout, the Mo Yuan sword transformed into a dark rainbow, carrying Fang Che through layers of bamboo treetops directly into the blue sky. In an instant, the gale rushed at him. Clouds billowed, his robes danced wildly, and looking down, the mountains and rivers shrank. The world opened wide. A feeling of unprecedented exhilaration surged in his heart. Though his speed was far from that of the Mingyue, soaring high, and his altitude was limited by his cultivation, the feeling of treading the sword to ascend the heavens had already stirred Fang Che's emotions. Mingyue was also stirred, letting out a clear cry as it flapped its wings and flew alongside him. After circling in the air for a few rounds and familiarizing himself with the basic controls of sword flight, Fang Che slowly descended back into the listening bamboo pavilion. From then on, his attacks had the unpredictable transformations of the 5 elemental techniques, while his sword control was dominated by the Mo Yuan sword's agile movements. With the essence of the Cycle Dao Foundation, Fang Che finally filled the gaps in his abilities. Fang Che sheathed the sword, his heart gradually calming down. The exhilaration of flying with the sword was intoxicating, yet he understood better that all leisure ultimately rooted in cultivation. Returning to the quiet room, he sat cross-legged on the cushion, holding his breath and focusing his mind, preparing to begin his first formal cultivation after foundation establishment. As soon as he entered a meditative state, he sensed a world distinctly different from the Qi refining period. During the Qi refining period, he sensed the spiritual energy as if viewing a scene through a curtain, hazy and indistinct, needing to guide it with his mind, slowly drawing it into his meridians, refining it before it could be used. At this moment, his divine sense sank into his body, and upon internal observation, the small world formed by the Cycle Dao Foundation within the Dantian emitted a gentle yet irresistible pulling force. There was no need for him to guide it deliberately. Within the quiet room and the surrounding world of the listening bamboo pavilion, the 5 elemental spiritual energies spontaneously surged towards him as if responding to a royal summons. Fang Che understood in his heart that this was one of the essential differences between foundation establishment and Qi refining. Qi refining was about seeking, demanding from heaven and earth, while foundation establishment was about responding a small achievement in one's own foundation, beginning to gain some recognition and response from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Danshan's Dao Foundation generated its own pulling force, transforming cultivation from an active extraction into a semi-passive absorption, naturally leading to a vast difference in efficiency. However, what astonished him even more was that when he operated the already familiar Supreme Clarity Qi drawing technique, in a circular motion, the technique proceeded smoothly, without any hindrance. This was truly against logic. The Supreme Clarity Qi drawing technique was clearly a foundational technique of the Qi refining stage. Logically, once a cultivator reached foundation establishment, the old Qi refining methods would struggle to match the new cultivation realm, often requiring the transition to higher-level foundation establishment techniques to continue advancing. Yet at this moment, the familiar operational route flowed freely within the spiritual meridians after foundation establishment, and due to the Dao Foundation forming its own cycle, the efficiency was even greater than before. It was as if this technique was not merely designed for Qi refining, but subtly aligned with the cultivation form after foundation establishment. Fang Che slowly retracted his cultivation, a thoughtful expression crossing his eyes. Although the cultivation proceeded smoothly, the anomaly of the Supreme Clarity Qi drawing technique was ultimately not to be taken lightly. On the path of cultivation, every step is a barrier. The most feared is a flaw in the foundation. Such illogical occurrences could not be simply categorized as fortune or misfortune. He knew his own understanding was still shallow and did not dare to draw conclusions based solely on his own perspective. It seemed that he could only seek guidance from his master. The next day, Fang Che donned his Xianyuan Dao robe, the dark-colored attire calm as an abyss, accentuating his fair complexion with the dark golden flowing patterns on the hem and sleeves appearing luminous with movement. He summoned the Mo Yuan sword, stepping onto the sword, transforming into a dark long rainbow as he soared towards the residence of the Cloud Wave real person. As the sword light settled, Fang Che had just stood outside the courtyard door when the tightly closed door swung open. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw the sturdy, ancient pine tree under which the Cloud Wave real person was leisurely leaning against a stone table, savoring a spiritual fruit. As Fang Che was about to pay his respects, the Cloud Wave real person had already stood up, her bright eyes sparkling as she walked around him, making sounds of admiration. Not bad, really not bad. Her brows were raised in a smile, stepping closer with admiration in her eyes. My little 13 is just born well. He stands out in anything he wears. That cool demeanor, TSK. She said, reaching out to pinch Fang Che's cheek. Master, Fang Che said, helplessly, carrying the unique brightness of youth. All right, I won't tease you. The Cloud Wave real person retracted her hand, smiling and asking, did you come early because you encountered problems in your cultivation? Fang Che nodded, stating seriously, Disciple discovered that when operating the Supreme Clarity Chi drawing technique yesterday, it still flowed smoothly after foundation establishment, even more efficiently, which seems contrary to logic, so I came to ask Master. The Cloud Wave real person did not answer directly, but returned to the stone table and gestured for Fang Che to sit as well. She picked up a cup of clear tea, slowly asking, Little 13, what do you think is the essence of cultivation? Fang Che was taken aback, pondering for a moment before cautiously replying, Disciple believes the essence of cultivation lies in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Correct. The Cloud Wave real person raised her teacup, taking a sip. The essence of cultivation is how to safely draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself. Little 13, where do you think the techniques and scriptures of this world come from? Fang Che thought for a moment before answering. Naturally, they are created by the predecessors and sages passed down to future generations. Correct. The Cloud Wave real person nodded. Whether the founding masters of sects or the wandering cultivators who stumbled upon opportunities, those who can leave behind inherited techniques are all extraordinary individuals. They observed the operation of the world, examined their own uniqueness, and after experiencing countless trials, they transformed their understanding of the Tao into specific energy routes and methods of circulating Qi. However, each individual has their own uniqueness, and everyone's spiritual roots, physiques, temperaments, and fortunes differ. The methods of others ultimately stem from others' paths, fitting others' bodies. When you practice someone else's method initially, it may have considerable power and rapid progress. But as your cultivation deepens and your binding to that technique strengthens, the subtle mismatches will gradually magnify, becoming obstacles to your further advancement and even lead you to the danger of going astray. She looked at Fang Che, her eyes filled with anticipation. The highest level of cultivation is in essence a process of conversing alone with heaven and earth. After the golden core and nascent soul stages, while the methods of predecessors may seem like a smooth path, they can also become shackles that limit your view of a broader world. At that time, you will either be trapped in place or break free from these shackles to forge your own path. Does Master mean that all cultivators ultimately need to create their own techniques? Not just ultimately, the Cloud Wave real person corrected, but the sooner you understand this principle and start preparing, the further you can go on your path. When your cultivation is still shallow, techniques are like boats for crossing rivers, indispensable. After foundation establishment, it is like stepping ashore. At this time, you need to contemplate whether to continue walking down the old path paved by predecessors or to explore a path that belongs to you. She smiled slightly, continuing, In the world, even the most basic Qi refining method can be cultivated to profound realms. The reason why few achieve this is simply that they do not know how to discern and overcome the barriers along the way. It is like walking blind in the long night, naturally difficult to advance. The Supreme Clarity Chi drawing technique is the purest method of refining spiritual energy. What you need to do is build on this foundation, referencing the paths of others, carefully observing the principles of the operation of heaven and earth, and comprehending the subtle changes in spiritual power. In this way, you will naturally discover the cultivation path that is most aligned with your own Tao. This is also the reason why I did not impart the foundation establishment cultivation techniques to you. Upon hearing this, Fang Che felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Fang Che stepped onto his sword, soaring through the clouds, his mind still echoing with the words of the real Master Yunlan. With the swordsmanship just taking shape, he rode the wind and soared, the world unfolding beneath his feet. Naturally, the youthful heart of a young man would give rise to a sense of elation, causing previous thoughts to gradually dissipate with the breeze. The Mo Yuan sword shimmered with a dark glow, carrying him past the towering emerald peaks with the secluded valley of Tingzhuxian ahead. At that moment, a wave of subtle fragrant wind unexpectedly brushed against his face, intertwining with an enticing sweetness. The aroma was not that of natural flowers. As soon as it entered his nose, it stirred Fang Che's internal energy slightly. Following this, 3 beams of light suddenly emerged from the mist ahead. 3 cloud-like magical artifacts tinged with a faint rosy hue appeared before him, each adorned with a female figure. The leading one wore a cherry-red flowing skirt, its hem fluttering in the clouds like blooming peach blossoms. Her hair was elegantly styled, her features stunningly beautiful, especially her peach blossom eyes, which seemed to hold spring water, radiating charm as they sparkled. The 2 women behind her were also striking, one in pale yellow and the other in water green, both smiling softly as they gazed at Fang Che. "Oh, I thought a little fairy was riding in on a sword, but it turns out to be a distinguished disciple of the Qingyun sect," the woman in red said, her voice sweet and soft, as if mixed with honey. As she spoke, the peculiar fragrance grew stronger. Fang Che frowned slightly, and the Mo Yuan sword let out a soft hum, hovering in midair. Having practiced in the Qingyun sect for a year, he could naturally tell that the 3 before him were not disciples of the sect. Their auras were distinctly different, carrying a natural allure. "I am Fang Che. May I ask which sect you friends belong to, and what brings you here?" He cupped his hands in greeting, his tone cool. The woman in red covered her lips with her sleeve, letting out a series of light bell-like laughs. "The little friend is quite young, yet speaks with such maturity. We hail from the Yin Yang Holy Sect. We were invited to witness the ascension ceremony of your esteemed sect. My name is Su Ying, and these 2 are my junior sisters." Upon hearing this, Fang Che's heart tightened slightly. The Yin Yang Holy Sect was the foremost cultivation holy land in Yunzhou, with a long-standing tradition rivaling that of the Qingyun sect. It was primarily comprised of female cultivators renowned for their enchanting dual cultivation techniques, and their style of conduct has always been unorthodox, establishing a unique presence in the cultivation world. He looked up to see Su Ying standing there with a smile radiating beauty. Fang Che's thoughts shifted, recalling that the ascension event was imminent. Given the Qingyun sect's transcendent status, it was not surprising for the Yin Yang Holy Sect to attend. "So it's the friends from the Yin Yang Holy Sect. My apologies." His expression remained unchanged. "I still have cultivation tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave first." As he said this, Fang Che focused his thoughts, causing the Mo Yuan sword to lightly shift, preparing to bypass them from the side. "Hey little friend, why the rush to leave?" Su Ying's cloud-like garment seemed to sense something gently swaying to block his path again. Her gaze swept over Fang Che, pausing momentarily on his ethereal features and tall figure. The smile in her eyes deepened. "I have long heard that the sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect are exceptional. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. For someone as young as yourself to ride the sword through the air, your foundation is indeed impressive." Her admiration was unmistakable, even tinged with flirtation. The girl in the yellow robe also smiled lightly. "Senior sister is right. This little friend is imbued with spiritual brilliance and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, truly rare." The girl in green then chimed in softly. "Little friend, your swordsmanship seems newly acquired. Do be cautious. The winds up here in the clouds can be quite fierce, and you don't want to get hurt. How about letting the elder sisters escort you a bit?" As she spoke, she even reached out to support Fang Che. "Thank you, Su Daoist and the 2 fairies, for your kindness," he replied calmly, a hint of sharpness in his tone. Fang Che had long heard of the peculiar nature of the Yin Yang Holy Sect's techniques. At this moment, their seemingly playful words and actions were subtly laced with allure. Had it not been for his significant rise in cultivation and his divine sense far exceeding that of his peers, he might have already revealed his embarrassment. "My cultivation is still shallow, and I wouldn't want to trouble esteemed guests. Our sect has rules. Guests are to be received and guided by the service hall. If you wish to tour the mountain scenery, you may head to the guest house in the front mountain, where senior brothers and sisters will make arrangements for you." Su Ying's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, quickly transforming into a deeper interest. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were slightly more powerful than her, would often lose composure under her deliberate seduction. Yet this young man before her maintained a clear and calm gaze, seemingly unaffected. "Such strong composure for a little friend," Su Ying said, her smile unwavering, her voice soft and gentle. "The Qingyun sect truly deserves its reputation as the foremost righteous sect in the world, nurturing such a pure Tao heart from the very beginning of foundation establishment." However, she paused slightly, her gaze seeming to draw Fang Che in. "The path of cultivation is long. Doesn't sitting in silent meditation risk losing the joy of it all? The 100 Charms sect has countless wondrous techniques and understands how to appreciate all the beauty in the world. If you remain overly aloof, you might miss out on many joys. Why not let the elder sisters teach you to engage in some interesting activities?" Her words became increasingly explicit, almost brazenly flirtatious. "If little brother wishes for us sisters to join you, that is also acceptable." The two women beside her giggled in agreement, their eyes fixed on him intensely. Fang Che felt a growing impatience in his heart, accompanied by a hint of wariness. He chose not to say more, letting his spiritual energy flow slightly to isolate the pervasive, strange fragrance. The Mo Yuan sword beneath him surged with a dark light, letting out a clear and distant sword cry, its fierce intent radiating outward. "Please conduct yourselves with respect, three friends." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the sweet and sticky fragrance. "I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than the Mo Yuan sword suddenly accelerated, transforming into a dark rainbow, charging straight ahead. As the sword light passed, the lingering fragrance and intangible allure were swept away by the chilling sword energy, forcibly creating a path. Su Ying and the others clearly did not expect him to leave so abruptly and decisively, the overflow of sword intent causing the cloud-like artifacts beneath them to sway. By the time they steadied themselves, the dark rainbow had already disappeared into the higher cloud, leaving only a trace of cold sword energy that quickly dissipated in the wind. What pure sword intent! The girl in green put away her playful demeanor, her expression becoming more serious. Su Ying stood atop the cloud-like fabric, watching the direction in which Fang Che had vanished. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her enchanting eyes, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. "This generation of the Qingyun sect has produced such an interesting young man. It seems this ascension ceremony will not be boring after all." She turned her sleeves, waving lightly. "Let's go, we need to meet the elders. There's plenty of time ahead." Three strands of cloud-like fabric carrying a lingering fragrance gracefully headed towards the front mountain of the Qingyun sect. Outside, Tingzhu Xian Fang Che suppressed the sword light and landed in the courtyard. A gentle breeze blew through the bamboo forest, rustling softly, cleansing the lingering sweetness that had just clung to him. Recalling the earlier events, Fang Che shook his head and turned toward the quiet room. With the ascension ceremony approaching, it was likely that the Qingyun sect would not enjoy much peace for a while. A month had passed since the chance encounter with a disciple of the Yinyang holy sect. The atmosphere of the Qingyun sect was visibly becoming more lively. The Ascension Conference, held once every 10 years, was not only a grand event within the Qingyun sect, but also a spectacle that captured the attention of the entire cultivation world. As an ancient, immortal sect at the forefront of the righteous path, the standards of the younger generation of disciples from the Qingyun sect also hinted at the future trends of the cultivation realm. The entire sect was already bustling with activity. In the skies, the number of flying lights had increased several times compared to usual. The disciples of the affairs hall were darting between the peaks and halls, setting up venues, dispatching supplies, and arranging reception matters. The foundation establishment disciples from each peak had become the focal point of attention. Whether they were the already renowned true disciples or the quietly cultivating inner disciples awaiting their chance to shine, all were making their final preparations, and the air was thick with a growing fervor. Inside the Tingzhu pavilion, however, the usual tranquility remained undisturbed. Only the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind brought distant sounds of commotion, reminding Fang Che of the fervor outside. He was seated cross-legged on the meditation mat with the Moyun sword laid across his knees. The Shangqing Qi induction technique was operating smoothly, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowing into his body, refined through the cycle of the Tao foundation, part of it sinking into his dantian, nourishing the nascent world form. Another part was nurturing his meridians and physical body, making his cultivation increasingly solid. His understanding of the sword control technique had grown deeper, and a faint trace of sword intent circulated around him. Fang Che opened his eyes and reached out to stroke the sword's body, his handsome face reflected on the deep abyss-like blade, its cold light sharp, as if ready to bloom. The Ascension Conference was a grand event held by the Qingyun sect once every 10 years, where not only the disciples of the sect would compete against each other, but major sects from the 9 provinces would also be invited to witness. At that time, the young talents from the 9 provinces would gather, promising a fierce contest. Even though Fang Chi's temperament was calm, he couldn't help but feel a surge of youthful ambition. The Moyun sword seemed to sense its master's emotions, trembling slightly and emitting a low hum. At that moment, a familiar aura came from outside the courtyard. Junior brother. Fang Che opened the door to see his third senior brother standing outside the courtyard, dressed in a simple green Taoist robe, making him appear like warm jade. Unlike before, Fang Che could now vaguely sense the harmonious aura emanating from his third senior brother, indicating his successful foundation establishment. That was clearly a sign of perfecting foundation establishment with spiritual power refined to the utmost, and he was only a step away from forming a golden core. Third senior brother. Fang Che cupped his hands in greeting. Shen Xingyan stepped into the courtyard, his gaze lingering on Fang Che, and he praised, Junior brother, I knew you would successfully establish your foundation. At this point he paused, his tone filled with unreserved admiration. Moreover, it's the rumored Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Senior brother, you overpraise me. It was merely luck. How about you, senior brother? Fang Che smiled lightly. The day you form your golden core must be near, right? Shen Xingyan shook his head with a smile. The golden core realm seems just a step away, but there are countless obstacles. If the opportunity has not arrived, one cannot force it. He then shifted the topic, concern threading his words. Junior brother, how do you feel about encountering such a grand event right after entering Foundation establishment? Just do my best, Fang Che replied honestly. Although he had achieved Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, every disciple participating in the Ascension Conference was a person of extraordinary talent. Fang Che was aware of this. He would neither belittle himself nor be arrogant. He knew better than anyone that his time in cultivation was still short, and compared to those seasoned Foundation establishment disciples, his foundation was ultimately still shallow. This Ascension Conference was far beyond previous ones. Not only would major sects from the 9 provinces be present, but even some hidden ancient clans would send representatives to observe. He looked at Fang Che with concern in his eyes. Junior brother, with your Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment making its mark, you will undoubtedly attract attention from all sides. In the competition, if you encounter defeat, it is no matter. After all, you have just entered Foundation establishment, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The essence of this conference lies in the experience, and there is no need to overly concern yourself with victory or defeat. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Fang Che smiled. He understood well that the path of cultivation was never about immediate gains of victories and defeats, were as natural as the ebb and flow of tides. For him, this gathering of elites at the Ascension Conference was more like a mirror reflecting his shortcomings and validating his learning. The insights gained were far beyond what a mere victory or defeat could measure. As long as you have such a mindset, it's good. Shen Xingyan stood up, gently patting Fang Che's shoulder. Prepare well, but do not be too tense. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance between tension and relaxation. By the way, I haven't seen senior sister Lin lately. Fang Che asked, seemingly recalling something. Lin Weiner used to often come to Tingzhu Pavilion to find Fang Che, but since his foundation establishment, he had not seen her. Junior sister has been a bit affected, Shen Xingyan said with a hint of amusement in his tone, shaking his head. Ever since she learned about your intention to establish your foundation, she seems to have become a different person. Although she was diligent on ordinary days, she was still somewhat playful and mischievous. Now she has locked herself in the meditation room, claiming that she won't come out to see anyone until she breaks through foundation establishment. Hearing this, Fang Che couldn't help but smile, and the image of her puffing up like a pufferfish appeared before his eyes. The two continued to discuss their insights on foundation establishment cultivation, with Shen Xingyan mostly sharing his experiences, while Fang Che listened attentively. After bidding farewell to Shen Xingyan, Fang Che stood alone beneath the bamboo shadows, lost in thought for a long while. The Moyuan sword behind him emitted a soft, clear sound. Fang Che gently stroked the sword hilt, feeling the eager sword intent, within a flicker of a smile passing through his eyes. Let this Ascension Conference be the first test stone for sharpening the sword's edge. That day, Fang Che sat on the meditation mat, as usual, slowly inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Dong, a deep and resonant sound, as if a bell ringing from the end of ancient times echoed through heaven and earth. Fang Che opened his eyes, his gaze clear and calm as a flicker of spiritual light flashed by. The Ascension Conference had begun. Opening the door, the world outside was no longer the usual scene. Countless brilliant rays of light rose from all directions, piercing the sky, converging into a dazzling torrent toward the Wendatai. Fang Che lightly stepped forward, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light, quickly merging into the grand river of light. The Wendatai, located on Taixing Peak, was a vast floating square made of white jade surrounded by layers of cloud platforms. At that moment, these platforms were already filled with cultivators from all sides, their voices blending into a distant tide. In the high altitude where the clouds swirled, several figures could be faintly seen seated high above, their auras as profound as the ocean. In the center sat a person in a simple Taoist robe with a gaunt face who was none other than the current master of the Qingyun sect, Daohong. On either side of him were the peak masters and elders of each peak, seated in order, with further away being esteemed guests from other sects who had come to observe. Suddenly Fang Che felt something, and his gaze shifted slightly. On a viewing platform closer to the east side, he caught sight of several familiar figures, the disciples of the Yinyang holy sect with whom he had met a month ago. Suing seemed to sense it as well, her eyes drifting toward him. Fang Che calmly shifted his gaze away. At that moment, the Wendatai was bustling with figures, with disciples from each peak standing in order. Silence. A voice imbued with supreme authority rang out clearly, suppressing all the noise, reaching the hearts of everyone present. In an instant, all was silent. On the cloud seat high above Master Dao Hung slowly rose, his robe moving without wind. His gaze swept over the densely packed crowd below. Whether they were disciples of his sect or visiting guests, everyone felt a vast will sweeping over them. The Tao is boundless and the quest is never-ending. Master Dao Hung began, his voice echoing through heaven and earth. Our Qingyun sect has been established for 57 million years, transmitting the Tao to the world and protecting life with the law. Today's Ascension Conference is not about comparing heights in a single day or arguing about who is superior. It is to temper the Tao heart, validate what has been learned, observe the vastness of heaven and earth, and recognize one's own deficiencies. I hope you all adhere to your true hearts, not arrogant in victory nor disheartened in defeat, to exemplify the grandeur of our Qingyun sect's righteousness. The Ascension Conference begins now. A surge of fiery and intense battle intent erupted among the tens of thousands of Foundation establishment disciples below, soaring into the sky. Fang Che took a slow breath, his fingers brushing over the icy blade of the Moyuan sword. In his calm gaze, a hint of flickering flame ignited. As Dao Hung Zenrin's voice fell, a gigantic golden formation diagram emerged at the center of the Wendatai, slowly rotating and radiating dazzling brilliance. At the edge of the formation, 108 ancient runes illuminated, corresponding to the 108 martial platforms in the center of the Wendatai. At the same time, the jade tokens previously received by all Foundation establishment disciples participating in the conference glimmered faintly at their waists. Fang Che looked down and saw a number appearing on his token, 555. The Ascension Conference will use the jade token numbers as a basis for pairing. A senior elder's voice boomed, overpowering the subtle stirrings in the crowd. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so on. The victors will advance while the losers will be eliminated. Now those holding the corresponding jade tokens, please take the stage. In an instant, over 200 figures soared into the air from the crowd, transforming into streams of light as they descended onto their respective martial platforms. Fang Che was fortunate to be appearing in the third round. He scanned the throng of people and after a moment of orientation headed towards the area where the disciples from Xianshui Peak were gathered. Senior brother Fang has arrived. As Fang Che walked over, the area of Xianshui Peak erupted with delighted voices, and soon fiery gazes were all directed at him. Within Xianshui Peak today, Fang Che's reputation had undoubtedly surpassed that of many older, more experienced disciples following his attainment of the Tao Heart Foundation establishment. In response, the older disciples who had been surpassed appeared quite amiable, showing no signs of jealousy. Mastering the Tao Heart Foundation establishment at the age of 10. Such ability made them genuinely respect him. Junior brother, what number did you draw? Shen Qingyan, clad in a green robe, wore his usual gentle smile. Number 555 appearing in the third round, Fang Che replied. It's fine to watch the battles first, Shen Qingyan said, standing beside him, his gaze fixed on the martial platforms. The first 2 rounds are mixed with various abilities, but you can still learn a lot. Observing more will be beneficial to you. Yes, senior brother, Fang Che nodded. Although he had experienced life and death battles during the initial trials, competing against other people was still a first for him, making this a perfect opportunity for observation and learning. Just then, several powerful auras approached quickly, and Fang Che sensed the newcomers and turned to look. He saw fourth senior brother Zhao Gang striding towards him, looking even more robust and impressive than a year ago, his skin faintly glowing with a bronze hue, clearly indicating further progress in his physical cultivation. Junior brother, you really surprised us all with your foundation establishment at the age of 10. And the Tao Heart Foundation establishment. Zhao Gang clapped a hand on Fang Che's shoulder, a hearty smile on his face. It was just a stroke of luck, nothing remarkable, Fang Che laughed. Fifth senior sister Su Qingro, donning a simple, elegant long dress, looked at Fang Che with surprise in her beautiful eyes, slightly parting her lips as she said, luck? If that's luck, what about all the hardships we've endured over the years? Shen Qingyan smiled and explained, Junior brother possesses extraordinary talent, with both temperament and comprehension being top-notch. Such achievements, while astonishing, are not without their traces. Third senior brother is right. Su Qingru regained some composure, her gaze toward Fang Che, filled with encouragement, as she softly said, Junior brother, your cultivation has been short. This conference is primarily about participation and experience, so don't feel too much pressure. Here, take this. Zhou Mo pulled out 2 small jade bottles from his pocket and handed them to Fang Che. These are my personally refined recovery pills. The quality is decent. Junior brother, keep them just in case. Don't be too reckless during the competition, as safety comes first. Feeling the sincere concern from his seniors, Fang Che's heart warmed slightly as he solemnly accepted the pills, saying, Thank you, senior brother. Fang Che, you secretly established your foundation, but just wait, you'll be establishing mine soon, and then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lin Wan, who hadn't been seen for months, puffed her cheeks and glared at Fang Che in annoyance. Seeing her like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually stoic Lun Qianfeng's lips seemed to soften. Fang Che smiled back, saying, "Then he'll be waiting, senior sister." After a simple exchange of pleasantries, everyone's attention was quickly drawn back to the intense battles taking place on the stage. Shen Qingyan quietly explained to Fang Che, "Look over there, Lu Suifeng from Ruijin Peak has already mastered his sword techniques. His speed with the sword is outstanding among the younger generation. However, his sword techniques pursue extreme speed, too much, making them somewhat singular. If he encounters opponents skilled in defense or with strange movements, he might face some trouble." Fang Che looked in the direction Shen Qingyan pointed, seeing a young man with a long sword on his back, standing on the platform, his opponent being a female disciple from Fenji Peak, wielding a fiery long whip, the whip's shadow swirling like a dragon, flames blazing, enveloping half of the ring. Lu Sufeng's expression was grim. Only when the myriad whip shadows approached did he draw his long sword with a clang. A bright sword light suddenly emerged, merely a simple straight stab, yet it was faster than one could imagine, precisely striking the weak point of the long whip. As the sword light passed, the spiritual energy shattered. The female disciple from Fenji Peak let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps, almost losing her grip on the long whip. What a fast sword! Surrounding disciples gasped in awe. Fang Che watched intently. A Lu Sufeng's single strike, though seemingly simple, required exceptional timing, vision, sword speed, and the concentration of spiritual energy. And this was precisely the practical combat experience he currently lacked. Although his sword control technique was already quite accomplished in terms of flexibility and adaptability, he still had some distance to cover compared to these disciples who had immersed themselves in swordsmanship for many years. The first round of battles continued for nearly an hour before the dust finally settled. 108 victors were determined, among whom only a few, including Lu Suifeng, won, effortlessly showcasing strength far beyond others, attracting considerable attention. The second round of battles quickly began. Fang Che noticed that the jade token at Su Qingru's waist glimmered, revealing the number 343. "Fifth sister, it's your turn," Fang Che said softly. Su Qingru nodded slightly, still wearing her gentle demeanor. She smiled faintly at everyone before turning to walk toward her corresponding martial platform. "Let's go cheer for junior sister Su." Zhao Gang laughed heartily, his sturdy figure leading the way. The martial platform where Su Qingru stood was located on the western side of the Wendatai, and her opponent was a male disciple from Hotu Peak. That disciple was robust with dark skin, wielding a wide black measuring tool that exuded a heavy and steady aura, clearly indicating formidable strength. "Hotu Peak Shirley, please advise senior sister." The sturdy disciple cupped his fists in greeting, his voice deep and resonant. "Xianshui Peak Su Qingru, please teach me junior brother." Su Qingru returned the greeting gracefully. Shirley was the first to attack. He let out a loud shout, and the yellow earth's spiritual light around him surged, stepping forward, causing the ground of the martial platform to tremble slightly. He did not rush to attack, but instead positioned the wide measuring tool defensively in front of himself, staring intently at Su Qingru. The disciples from Hotu Peak were known for their incredible defense and long-lasting spiritual energy. Clearly, he intended to control the initiative through stillness, first testing Su Qingru's strengths and weaknesses. Su Qingru remained calm and unhurried, her delicate hand raised slightly as she formed a seal with her fingers. In an instant, a light blue watery glow enveloped her, and moisture in the air condensed into a crystal-clear water curtain that surrounded her. "That's the water curtain, heavenly illumination. Senior sister Su has refined this protective technique to such a profound level," a disciple from Xianshui Peak whispered in admiration. Seeing this, Shirley's brows furrowed slightly. Observing the failure of his tactic, he suddenly charged forward, wielding the measuring tool with the might of mountain splitting and stone shattering, sweeping it across the earthy spiritual energy, tumbling like roaring waves, rushing towards Su Qingru with tremendous momentum. Boom! The measuring tool struck the water curtain, producing a deafening explosion. The water curtain rippled violently, successfully blocking that swift assault. Seeing that his first strike was ineffective, Shirley's expression darkened. He shifted from a chop to a sweep, sending out a massive wave of solid yellow energy from the measuring tool, like angry waves crashing against the shore, covering a vast area. Su Qingru did not dodge or evade. She allowed Shirley's attacks to strike the water curtain, heavenly illumination lightly waving her sleeve, causing a few barely perceptible beams of light to quietly embed themselves at specific locations on the martial platform beneath her. "She's setting up a formation." Shirley's heart sank. Although he was not proficient in formations, he knew he must not allow a formation master to complete their setup. He stomped his foot hard, infusing his earth element spiritual energy into the ground. Earth vein quake. The white jade ground of the martial platform trembled violently with distorted ripples spreading as he tried to disrupt the foundation hidden beneath. Su Qingru seemed to have anticipated this. Her right hand moved fluidly, as if plucking the strings of a zither. Strands of spiritual energy extended from her fingertips, connecting with the beams of light she had previously shot out. Her movements flowed elegantly and swiftly, and even under the interference from her opponent and the gaze of the entire audience, the formation setup process carried a unique grace. Junior sister Su's mastery of the binding spirit formation has reached such a level. Shun Xingyan observed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as he explained to Fang Che, this formation is based on the water element supplemented by the 4 elemental flags of metal, wood, earth, and fire, requiring extremely high setup standards. Fang Che felt his spirit shaken. He had mostly encountered direct spells before, but now witnessing 5th senior sister utilize formations so skillfully felt like opening a new door. Shirley sensed the surrounding spiritual energy flow becoming sluggish. An invisible binding force was forming, causing him to grow anxious. Mountain quake. He shouted fiercely, channeling all his spiritual energy into the measuring tool, which suddenly glowed with yellow light, faintly coalescing into the phantom of a small mountain, descending towards Su Qingru with the might to suppress everything. This strike represented Shirley's utmost strength, aiming to break the deadlock in one blow. Su Qingru's expression remained calm, her hands forming a complex seal in front of her. Binding spirit locking formation. With a hum, all the flags she had previously set lit up simultaneously, intertwining blue, gold, green, yellow, and red spiritual lights, instantly forming a complex light array that covered the entire martial platform. The light array swirled, generating a powerful dissipating force, and Shirley's mighty attack was instantly dismantled. The phantom of the mountain on the measuring tool dissipating as well. Water chain lock bind. The formation's spiritual light surged, and several blue chains composed of pure water spiritual energy shot out from the light array, coiling around Shirley, binding him and the measuring tool tightly. Shirley struggled with all his might, unleashing his earthy spiritual energy to shatter several water chains, but more chains continuously formed from the formation, entangling him again. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the tighter the bindings became, while the spiritual energy within him was hindered by the formation, making it difficult to circulate smoothly. After a moment, he could no longer move, and the measuring tool clattered to the ground. Shirley's face turned ashen as he dejectedly said, "Senior sister's formation skills are extraordinary. Your junior brother admires your prowess." Su Qingru waved her hand gently, and the myriad water chains and the light array on the ground vanished simultaneously, while the small flags that formed the foundation of the array transformed into streams of light, flying back into her sleeve. "Shirley's cultivation is profound. I have learned a lot," she said softly. The elder in charge looked deeply at Su Qingru and announced loudly, "Su Qingru of Xianshui Peak wins." The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more enthusiastic gasps and discussions than before. The disciples of Xianshui Peak were especially proud, cheering continuously. The first 2 rounds of battles featured unique characteristics filled with excitement. There were fierce clashes of equal strength, upsets of the weak defeating the strong, and overwhelming displays of absolute power. High above in the clouds, the great powers were also evaluating the matches. On the eastern observation platform, Su Ying of the Yin-Yang Holy Sect glanced over at Fang Che in the crowd, noticing he was fully immersed in the atmosphere of watching the battles, occasionally exchanging a few words with the seniors beside him, his interest clearly growing. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of fierce battles, the first 2 rounds were entirely concluded. The elder in charge's voice rang out again. "The first 2 rounds of battles are over. The 3rd round will now begin." Fang Che lowered his head. The jade token at his waist flickered with faint light, clearly indicating it was his turn to take the stage. He took a deep breath, his eyes calm and unwavering, with only a hint of sword intent subtly flowing. Nodding slightly to the seniors beside him, Fang Che lightly stepped forward, transforming into a stream of light as he darted towards his designated martial platform. As Fang Che dashed toward the martial platform, a boiling uproar swiftly spread, and countless gazes converged upon him in an instant. Although Fang Che had only been in the sect for a year, the various deeds he had accomplished during this time had already made him a focal point of attention, and every move he made now drew the eyes of the entire audience. Having stood quietly and observed in the previous 2 rounds, he had left many people itching with impatience. Now that he finally appeared, everyone was eager to witness the rumored unparalleled genius and to see how much true talent he possessed. The moment Fang Che landed on the martial platform, a figure across from him almost simultaneously touched down. It was a lean young man dressed in a fiery red outfit, his brows raised and his pupils flickering with unrestrained arrogance, clearly a disciple of the Burning Silence Peak. "Senior Brother Chun, let him experience the true fire of our Burning Silence Peak." Let's temper this genius arrogance. The area where the Burning Silence Peak disciples gathered erupted with excited shouts. The Xianshui Peak and Burning Silence Peak had always had a rivalry due to the conflicting attributes of their techniques, leading to subtle conflicts among their disciples. Although Fang Che's name had recently become well-known, Chen Feng, being a seasoned inner disciple, was already at the late stage of foundation establishment, and they clearly had considerable confidence in him. If he could defeat this recently rising young prodigy, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement to suppress the pride of Xianshui Peak. Burning Silence Peak, Chen Feng. The young man clasped his fists in salute, quickly scanning Fang Che with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Junior brother. Oh, is it junior brother Fang? I have heard much about you. Foundation establishment at the age of 10 is impressive. You do take it easy on me later. Although his words were polite, his demeanor was relaxed, clearly not taking Fang Che seriously. Xianshui Peak. Fang Che, please enlighten me, senior brother Chen. Fang Che replied calmly, adhering to etiquette. Go for it, senior brother Fang. The nearby disciples of Xianshui Peak also shouted with some enthusiasm. Shun Qingyan Zhao Gang and others focused their attention here, while Lin Wan clenched her small fists, fixing her gaze on the stage. On the martial platform, the two figures stood opposed, and in their intertwined gazes sparks seemed to flicker. On the eastern viewing platform in the area where the Yin-Yang sacred sect was located, Su Ying's beautiful eyes were fixed on Fang Che's back, a playful smile curling her lips as she whispered to the middle-aged woman beside her, whose aura was profound. Master Mo, this is the Qingyun sect disciple I mentioned to you a month ago. I heard he successfully established his foundation not long ago, and it's rumored to be the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The middle-aged woman, known as Master Mo, had deep, thoughtful eyes and nodded slowly. This child is indeed remarkable, but there is one thing you have misrepresented, Yinger. He is not merely at the early foundation establishment stage, but has already entered the mid-foundation establishment stage. At the age of 10, mid-foundation establishment, and still of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the Qingyun sect has indeed produced a formidable prodigy this time. Fang Che's cultivation might have been hidden from others, but it could not escape the eyes of this transformation stage cultivator from the Yin-Yang sacred sect. She looked toward Dao Heng, who was seated on the cloud platform with an inscrutable expression. Su Ying's eyes widened in shock. On the high sky seat where the upper echelons of the Qingyun sect sat, Dao Heng and the 9 peak masters had also long since turned their gazes toward Fang Che, and naturally Fang Che's cultivation could not escape their notice. Damn it, this kid must have started cultivating in the womb. The master of Burning Silence Peak exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he couldn't help but let out a curse. Beside him, the master of Qingmu Peak stroked his beard and smiled gently. This child's Tao foundation is solid, and his vitality long-lasting. It does have a bit of the essence of our Qingmu lineage, which gives life to all things. The cold moon-like eyes of the master of Xianshui Peak also revealed a hint of ripples. The other peak masters did not speak directly, but their expressions all bore signs of shock. On the martial platform, an invisible barrier isolated the noise of the outside world. Chen Feng's light smile had yet to fade as he charged toward Fang Che. Junior brother Fang, be careful. Flames erupted from his fist, warping the air as a scorching wave rushed toward Fang Che. Before the punch even arrived, the condensed fiery force had already sealed off Fang Che's entire space, like a venomous snake. As soon as Chen Feng made his move, he displayed impressive strength. This level of attack far surpassed that of most disciples before. Fang Che did not dodge. Brilliant yellow light surged from within him, forming a phantom image of towering mountains in front of him. In the next moment, Chen Feng's heavy fist, infused with explosive fiery energy, struck fiercely against this layer of yellow light. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Feng felt as if he had not struck a person, but a mountain. The intense recoil from the punch surged through his fist, causing his fingers to tingle, and the crimson flames flickering at the edge of his fist suddenly dimmed. Earth-based protective technique. A flash of surprise crossed Chen Feng's eyes. Xianshui Peak was known for its water techniques, yet Fang Che had unleashed such a pure and robust earth-based defensive spell. However, his rich battle experience allowed his surprise to vanish in an instant. Since one punch was ineffective, he would throw 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Break for me. Chen Feng shouted in anger, his figure spinning like a whirlwind as his fists transformed into crimson afterimages, launching a searing barrage from all directions toward Fang Che. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless fist struck like a torrential storm. The entire martial platform seemed to turn into a furnace, with even the air distorting from the intense heat. The series of muffled sounds erupted continuously. The seemingly thin phantom of the mountains rippled violently, but remained unyielding, absorbing all the force of the attacks. The observing disciples below were left dumbfounded. Chen Feng's tempestuous assault could have left most cultivators of the same rank in disarray, yet upon Fang Che it had no effect whatsoever. Is Fang Che's protective spell too monstrous? The great immovable mountain seal truly lives up to its reputation, though Fang Che has managed to cultivate it to such a level. Look at Qin Feng's face. The more Qin Feng attacked, the more alarmed and frustrated he became. He felt as if he were punching at an endless expanse of earth, no matter how fierce the flames were, he could not shake it even a little. What was even more terrifying was that he could distinctly feel a small portion of the fire spirit energy he released being absorbed by that yellow light, seemingly solidifying the mountain phantom even further. In just a few breaths, Qin Feng had pushed the burning heaven storm to its limits, his spiritual energy, surging beads of sweat forming on his forehead and his breathing becoming heavy. Yet he hadn't even managed to scratch the edge of Fang Che's clothing. The frustration of exerting all his effort against nothingness made his heart burn with anger and shock, nearly causing him to explode. I am at the late stage of Foundation establishment. How could I be toyed with by a mere child who has just entered Foundation establishment? Impossible. Qin Feng's eyes turned crimson as he could no longer contain himself, roaring in anger as he slammed his fists together in front of his chest. Roar! With a low growl, the surging flames around him rapidly condensed, forming a towering crimson flame tiger behind him. The tiger roared skyward, the scorching waves rolling violently, and even the distant formation barrier emitted a series of violent roars. Crimson Flame Tiger Strike. Senior Brother Chun has even used this move. A disciple from Burning Silence Peak exclaimed in shock. This was Qin Feng's trump card, using all his fire elemental spiritual energy to condense a fierce killing intent of a tiger possessing immense power, but also placing a heavy burden on himself rarely used. Before the tiger had even made a move, the heat it radiated spread outwards, causing the air to boil violently, as if it were about to catch fire. The surrounding disciples watching from the platform quickly stepped back a distance, their expressions grave as they observed this scene. This level of might certainly looks intimidating. Zhao Gang scoffed. Xin Qingyan shook her head, saying, after all, Qin Feng is a seasoned inner disciple and naturally has some depth. He paused, then turned his gaze back to the young man on the stage, quietly saying, however, the strength that junior brother has shown today is truly unexpected. The Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Is it really this terrifying? Su Qingru looked at Fang Che, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her shock, her lips slightly parted, clearly astonished. Lung Qianfeng, with his long sword on his back, cast a glance at Fang Che, his eyes flashing with a hint of eager battle intent. Only Lin Wan bit her lip tightly, her small face filled with anxiety. Fang Che's gaze reflected the flames, his clothes fluttering in the hot wind. He remained expressionless, forming a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread out of nowhere. From where he stood, a layer of crystalline frost rapidly spread, colliding violently with the intense heat radiating from the crimson flame tiger, producing a hissing sound as white steam billowed. On the martial platform, one half was a scorching hell brought by the crimson flame tiger, while the other half seemed to have fallen into an icebound world with cold and heat fiercely clashing in the arena. Congeal. Fang Che whispered a word, his hand seals shifting. The swirling cold mist and frost seemed to follow his command, frantically converging in front of him. The air was filled with the crisp sound of ice crystals forming, akin to the first cry of a phoenix. In just a breath, a completely transparent ice phoenix composed entirely of profound ice took shape. It had a wingspan of about 10 feet, not as large as the crimson flame tiger, but its entire body radiated a deep blue cold light, with every feather distinctly visible, exuding extreme coldness and an indescribable nobility. The ice phoenix hovered in front of Fang Che, slightly flapping its wings, as the surrounding swirling steam was instantly frozen into tiny ice particles falling down like snowflakes. Ice-based transformation technique. Qin Feng's pupils constricted as he felt a tidal wave of shock surge within him. The purity and control of the ice technique displayed by Fang Che far exceeded his understanding of early Foundation establishment cultivators, and in that instant the overwhelming coldness made him feel as though he was facing the pressure of a golden core. Is this guy truly just at the early Foundation establishment stage? Crimson Flame Tiger Strike. Qin Feng shouted in anger, suppressing his fear as he poured all his spiritual energy into the phantom of the tiger behind him. The crimson flame tiger roared with brilliance, leaping forth, its four paws blazing with fire, enveloping everything in a fearsome might as it pounced toward Fang Che, scorching the ground beneath and warping the air. Go! Facing this violent strike, Fang Che merely pointed forward with his fingers like a sword. The ice crystal phoenix released a clear cry, its wings beating as it transformed into a stream of azure light, colliding heat-in with the crimson flame tiger. Ice and fire, elegance and ferocity crashed together in the center of the martial platform under the gaze of countless astonished eyes. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted, intertwining red and blue lights, annihilating each other. The extreme heat and extreme cold collided, generating terrifying energy turbulence with a powerful shockwave crashing against the protective barrier of the martial platform, creating ripples. Disciples who were slightly closer were gripped by this overwhelming force, their faces pale, continuously retreating. The clash of ice and fire did not last too long. The Crimson Flame Tiger appeared fierce, but Chun Feng's strength had been significantly depleted during his earlier onslaught of the great immovable mountain seal, compounded by the fact that the Ice Phoenix was its natural counter. The Ice Phoenix's sharp beak and icy wings pierced through the layers of fiery attacks, and suddenly the Crimson Flame Tiger emitted a series of intense creaking sounds, massive cracks spreading rapidly across its body. In the next moment, amidst countless astonished gazes, the imposing Crimson Flame Tiger phantom shattered, explosively turning into a mass of flowing flames, which were then completely extinguished by the surging cold air. Chun Feng's face turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath suddenly weakening. He was mentally linked with the tiger, and now that the tiger was injured, he suffered a backlash. Although the Ice Phoenix's form had also dimmed significantly, its momentum remained, carrying a chilling wind as it instantly surged towards Chun Feng. Just as the Ice Phoenix was about to reach Chun Feng's chest, it suddenly scattered, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes. Silence enveloped the arena. In just a few breaths, a seasoned inner disciple at the late stage of Foundation establishment had suffered a crushing defeat, and it was such a complete rout that he had nearly no chance to retaliate. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar erupted like a tsunami. The area where the disciples of Xian Shui Peak were located exploded with earth-shattering cheers after a moment of stunned silence. Thunderous cheers rolled across the square, with countless gazes directed more fervently than any moment before towards the figure standing quietly at the center of the martial stage. Fang Che stood silently, the remnants of icy cold energy rapidly dissipating around him. He looked exceedingly young, appearing no more than 10 years old, with skin as pale as jade, a tall and slender figure reminiscent of a fresh bamboo, brows and eyes as inked paintings, and his clear and pure gaze showcased an extraordinarily youthful face. The fierce Ice Phoenix that had just broken through the fire stood in stark contrast to the serene and youthful appearance before everyone, leaving many in a daze. Is he really only 10 years old? A disciple murmured, almost forgetting to cheer, lost in admiration for the extraordinarily handsome and youthful face on the stage. It dawned on them that this rumored genius, beneath his dazzling talent and formidable strength, was still a boy with a face like jade, not yet fully grown. Fang Che looked at the somewhat disheveled Chun Feng opposite him, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. "Senior brother Chun, thank you for the match." Chun Feng met those clear eyes, their brightness reflecting the light of the martial stage, making it hard for him to look away, and he felt that Fang Chi's smile was so captivating it left him flustered. He opened his mouth, but his tongue felt tied, and his heart inexplicably raced. "Fang junior brother, you flatter me." Chun Feng's voice was somewhat tense, his gaze darting away from Fang Che, almost clumsily turning to leave the stage, his ears flushed for a long while. Someone in the audience couldn't hold back a laugh, quickly stifling it afterward. The area of the disciples from the Burning Silence Peak fell into silence, their expressions somewhat peculiar as they observed their senior brother's blood-red ears and his awkward departure. On the side of the Xian Shui Peak, everyone was initially taken aback, then erupted into even more fervent cheers mixed with good-natured laughter. Chun Feng's face is so red. Lin Wan blinked, whispering to the nearby Shin Qingyan, "Junior brother, you're really good-looking." Shin Qingyan smiled, shaking his head. "Indeed, junior brother has striking looks." Su Qingris' beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Zhao Gang couldn't help but laugh outright. Fang Che, observing their reactions, was somewhat taken aback, wondering why they were blushing. The hint of a smile on his face faded, returning to his usual calm demeanor as he quietly adjusted the cuffs of his robe. The wind tousled a few strands of hair on Fang Chi's forehead, and his youthful, yet otherworldly profile appeared exceptionally clean under the sunlight. On the eastern platform, Su Ying had already put away her playful smile, her gaze complexly fixed on the figure below, her red lips parted, yet momentarily speechless. Beside her, Master Mo's eyes flickered with surprise, which eventually turned into a barely audible sigh. Such innate talent, such temperament combined with such looks and demeanor, how could heaven not favor him? On the high platform of the Shangqing sect, the leaders of the peaks also looked on with appreciation. The master of Burning Silence Peak smacked his lips and said after a long pause, "This kid's looks are not inferior to his abilities." Next to him, the slightly plump master of Solid Earth laughed heartily, reminiscing, "This child has a level similar to what I had back in my youth." Senior brother must be losing his mind, starting to talk nonsense. The master of Xianling chuckled, mocking. Dao Hengzhenren sat at the center, stroking his beard and smiling, though he said nothing, anyone could see the satisfaction in his eyes. The atmosphere among the gathered elders of the Shangqing sect was subtly charged. Yunlan Zenrin's slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of her chair, her crescent-shaped eyes curving in delight, a smile at the corner of her mouth that was hard to suppress, almost breaking into a tune. Junior brother Qixiao, my disciple, just entered Foundation establishment and is still unfamiliar with his strength. He didn't hold back properly. He'll talk to him later. Qixiao Zhenren sighed. Sister Yunlan, you jest. A Chun Feng's lack of skill is not the fault of others. Sitting diagonally opposite her, Zilei Zenrin's square face was dark, and upon hearing this, he snorted heavily, a faint electric arc flickering in his nose. Yunlan, tone it down, your smile is almost reaching your ears. He had initially wanted to take Fang Che as his disciple, but was taken aback by the cunning of that despicable woman Yunlan. Remembering this made Zilei Zhenren feel a wave of frustration. On the other side, Xianming Zhenren, with a thin face and refined demeanor, couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly, filled with regret. A pearl cast into darkness, a treasure covered in dust. He sighed softly, his voice light, but everyone present, being highly skilled, heard him clearly. Yunlan Zhenren was not angry, but instead she shook her head proudly, saying, whether he's a treasure or not, he's still my disciple. You two senior brothers ought to pay more attention to your own disciples. Zilei Zenrin's forehead twitched with veins, subtle rumblings of thunder surrounding him, while Xianming Zhenren closed his eyes, silently reciting the calming incantation. As the head judge announced the results, Fang Che moved, then soared back to this area under the fiery gazes of the disciples from Xianshui Peak. As soon as Fang Che landed, Shen Qingyan approached with a smile, gently patting his shoulder, and said warmly, Junior brother, you won beautifully. Senior brother, you flatter me. Fang Che replied, his expression devoid of arrogance, his gaze still clear. Zhao Gang grinned widely, his large hand nearly slapping Fang Che into the ground. I didn't expect junior brother to be so terrifyingly strong. Su Qingru handed over a clean handkerchief, softly saying, Junior brother, wipe your sweat. Fang Che was slightly taken aback. He hadn't actually sweated, but seeing the caring expression of his senior sister, he accepted it with thanks. Lin Wan squeezed next to Fang Che, looking up with sparkling eyes. Junior brother, when did you get so amazing at cultivating the Xian Yuan ice condensation technique? You'll have to teach me once I establish my foundation. If senior sister wants to learn, then of course, Fang Che smiled. As they chatted, the other martial stages began to announce their results. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Shangqing sect were either exceptionally strong or had remarkable backgrounds, and few were unworthy. The subsequent rounds of battles grew increasingly intense, with various intricate spells, magical artifacts, and talismans emerging, eliciting continuous gasps and praises from the audience. Fang Chi's three senior brothers also took turns to compete. Shen Qingyan's opponent was a sword cultivator from the Sharp Gold Peak, whose sword light was sharp and swift, attacking like a tide. Yet he remained calm and collected, lightly waving a folding fan, soft pale blue winds swirling around him, effortlessly neutralizing his opponent's fierce sword strikes. Ultimately, the sword cultivator, unable to break through, exhausted his spiritual power and was swept off the martial stage by a suddenly strengthened whirlwind, conceding defeat with respect. Zhao Gang's match was even more visually striking. His opponent was a disciple from the Solid Earth Peak known for defense, who used the immovable rock technique, covered in thick rock armor, appearing immensely defensive. Zhao Gang, however, disregarded everything, laughing wildly as his bronze-like body shone brightly, muscles bulging, and he faced off with his bare fists, shattering the seemingly indestructible rock armor with sheer strength. His opponent was left gasping, unable to rise, while Zhao Gang's fists were merely slightly reddened, his breath still robust. Lung Qianfeng's match concluded the fastest. As soon as the battle began, everyone felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed by, followed by a clear sword cry, and his sword had already stopped firmly at his opponent's throat. As for senior brother Zhou Mo, he was absorbed in the path of alchemy, and his cultivation had stagnated as a result. Thus, he could not participate in this Ascension Conference. As the sunset cast a warm golden-red hue over the white jade stage, the head judge's deep and resonant voice once again echoed throughout the square, announcing the results of the first day of the conference. Let's go, junior brother. Shen Qingyan smiled and called, there are no more matches today. Let's head back to the peak to rest. Zhao Gang, still reluctant, stretched his neck, producing a slight cracking sound. It was a thrilling fight. I hope to be matched with an even tougher opponent tomorrow. Surrounded by his senior brothers and sisters, Fang Che walked out with the crowd. He appeared somewhat slender among the throng, yet his distinguished aura made many instinctively part ways for him. The group from Xianshui Peak returned on clouds under the evening glow. As the sun sank in the west, discussions about the daytime matches swept through the Shangqing sect like a gentle evening breeze. At Burning Silence Peak in Qishui residence, a few disciples familiar with Chen Feng sat together. Senior brother Chen, don't take it too hard. Fang Che is simply a prodigy. One round-faced disciple attempted to console him, his tone unable to hide his astonishment. He's only 10 and has already established his foundation, and it's the heaven's foundation. How can you compare? Another tall and thin disciple stroked his chin, his gaze somewhat distant. But speaking of it, that junior brother Fang does have. His temperament is indeed extraordinary. When I was down there, his final smile towards senior brother Chun was something else. Several junior sisters almost dropped their recording jade slips. Hearing this, Chin Feng's face turned even more unnatural, and he muttered, "No more of this. Losing is losing. It is my lack of skill." As he spoke, that pair of clear eyes flashed through his mind again, causing his heart to race inexplicably. He quickly grabbed a cup of wine and drank deeply to cover his embarrassment. The round-faced disciple stifled a laugh, exchanging a knowing glance with the tall disciple. At Xianling Peak in Qixia Courtyard, candlelight illuminated the graceful figures of the young girls. Did you see? That junior brother Fang from Xianshui Peak. A girl in a pale yellow dress rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. My goodness, how can he be so good-looking? His skin is even more translucent than my spirit jade bracelet. It's not just his looks. A blue-clad senior sister trying to maintain her composure spoke with excitement. The key is his strength as well. When the ice phoenix appeared, all the hairs on my body stood on end. What a pity he's so young. Another voice said with a hint of regret. The younger the better. If he's this impressive at 10, imagine how amazing he will be in a few years. The girl in the pale yellow dress immediately retorted, then lowered her voice, giggling. Do you think he has a fiancée set already? Or a particularly close senior sister? At the corner of the dining hall in Solid Earth Peak, a few sturdy disciples were enjoying their meal, and their conversation naturally turned to today's competition. That Zhao Gang, his strength is getting more and more monstrous, like a humanoid beast, one disciple complained, rubbing his sore arms. Zhao Gang is a strength freak, while that Fang Che is an all-around prodigy, another disciple said with a mouthful of spirit grain rice, his words a bit muddled. He looks like a deity, yet his strength is so terrifying. Hey, to be honest, his face is quite intimidating, a younger disciple chuckled. I heard many senior sisters are inquiring about him. I reckon even if he weren't that strong with that face, he could still walk through the sect with ease. Fool. An older senior brother smacked him, saying, without strength, even the best looks can lead to trouble, but if one is both, then it's truly like heaven is feeding you. Even among the outer disciples, and those in the more remote servant quarters, related news was circulating. Did you hear? A divine-like little master uncle from the main peak, only 10 years old, incredibly powerful, and looks extraordinary. Is that true? 10 years old. Absolutely true. I have a brother on duty at Xianshui Peak, and he said that little master uncle looks like he walked out of a painting, and his abilities are remarkable. Now every peak is talking about it. As the moonlight flowed over the mountains, many young cultivators that night might unconsciously recall the breathtaking figure encircled by ice and snow on the martial stage at noon. The next day, the early morning mist had not yet fully dissipated under the rising sun, and the Dao Inquiry platform was already bustling with voices, the atmosphere even more intense than the previous day. A nearly tangible heat permeated the air. Countless gazes were fixed on the striking figure of Qing Ju, who had already become the focus of the crowd. Fang Che was dressed in a moon-white Dao robe, quietly standing between his senior brothers and sisters. It seemed he was unaffected by the fervent gazes around him and the almost palpable waves of discussion. With his eyelids slightly lowered, his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his fair skin, and his calm and tranquil aura formed a strange contrast to the surrounding clamor. Senior sister looked quickly. His eyelashes are so long, his nose is straight, and his lips they're just too exquisite. In the crowd, a young female cultivator tugged at her senior sister's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't you think he has a refined aura, a kind of purity untouched by the dust of the world? A female cultivator stared intently at Fang Che. I heard many senior sisters went back yesterday to inquire about Fang Che, his preferences. Sure. What did you find out? Where does he usually cultivate? What spirit fruits does he like to eat? The excited whispers of the female cultivators surged like a tide, all gazes fervently focused on one person, as if the place he stood was the only source of light. Not far away, on a stone platform with excellent visibility, several prominent disciples observed the scene. Boring. Fu Lingyun, dressed in a dark black outfit, frowned slightly, uttering those two words. Beside him, a man in a blue Dao robe whose temperament was as gentle as jade chuckled lightly and said, It's natural for the youth to admire beauty, especially since this Fang Che truly possesses remarkable looks. No matter how good-looking, in 100 years he will be nothing but bones. The path of cultivation relies on strength, not on these superficial things. The young man in black, known as Brother Fu, spoke with a cold and dismissive tone. He was recognized as the strongest among the Foundation establishment disciples of the Sharp Gold Peak. Brother Fu, your words are somewhat biased, a clear and melodious female voice chimed in. They turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman exuding a fierce and heroic spirit walking gracefully towards them. The abilities of Fang Che cannot be summed up merely by his looks. Ask yourselves how many of you had his accomplishments at the age of 10. The man in the blue robe Qin Yue showed a flash of surprise in his eyes and laughed. Sister, Zhuang, you have a good point. If that's the case, this Fang Che truly embodies both talent and beauty. Even our ice spirit fairy of the Xianling Peak holds him in high regard. It's not admiration, but merely stating facts, Zhuang Qinghan replied calmly. The emergence of such a genius in our sect is a sign of great prosperity. Our discussions here only seem frivolous. On the side of Xianshui Peak, Zhao Gang surveyed the predatory gazes around him, grinning as he lowered his voice to Shen Qingyan, saying, Tisk, I truly admire the composure of our little shitty. Shen Qingyan gently closed his folding fan, a smile in his eyes, and said softly, If the heart is as clear as ice, one is unperturbed even when the sky falls. Little Shurtist's steadiness of heart is far beyond that of ordinary people. However, his gaze swept over several female disciples nearby who were secretly recording with jade slips, and his smile deepened. After today, I fear that even this nature will become a topic of conversation for others. Faced with the intense gazes from all directions, Fang Che could only feel helpless. Wasn't it said that cultivators are often clear-minded and detached from desires? Why did this scene seem so different from what was described in the books? Just as he was pondering, a bright light suddenly appeared from the jade token at his waist, displaying the number 26, indicating that it was his turn to take the stage. Fang Che lifted his gaze, about to step forward, when he heard Shen Qingyan beside him whisper with a smile, Little shitty, take it easy. Look over there. Following his gaze, he saw a female cultivator with a high ponytail in the area where the disciples of the Sharp Gold Peak were gathered, twisting the ear of a male cultivator about to go on stage. Luo, Hung, listen to me. When you go on stage, don't be careless. If you hurt Fang Shitty, even a hair, you'll see how I discipline you when we get back. Luo Hung's dark, rugged face turned beet red as he argued in a low voice, Sister, this is the Ascension Conference. How could it be a child's play? What's wrong with the Ascension Conference? A kindly-looking female cultivator patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. How old is Fang Shitty? And how old are you? Remember to stop at the right point. Many junior sisters are watching. Another girl with a baby face leaned in and smiled. Brother Luo, about the flowing crystal stone you borrowed last time. Keep it for yourself? Can I keep it? Luo Hung quickly begged for mercy, a bitter smile on his face. He and Chen Feng were nearly evenly matched, but yesterday Chen Feng had been completely overwhelmed by Fang Shitty. He felt he was not even worth looking at compared to him. Fang Che remained silent, looking at his senior brothers and sisters, but saw Shen Qingyan covering his face with a fan, his shoulders shaking slightly. Zhao Gang grinned widely, waving his hand nonchalantly. Little shitty, your charm is truly immense. Even Su Qingru had a gentle smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. The most excessive was Lin Wan, who was grinning with her eyes narrowed and playfully giving Fang Che a thumbs up, looking like she was enjoying the spectacle. He felt helpless inside, could only observe, and walked steadily towards the stage. Opposite him, Luo Hung finally broke free from the nagging of his fellow junior sisters and leaped onto the stage. He was robust in stature, landing with a heavy thud, exuding a powerful aura. However, he instinctively stole a glance at his own senior sister before turning around to clasp his fists, his voice booming, yet laced with complexity. Fang Shitty, please guide me. Fang Che returned the salute with seriousness. Brother Luo, please. At the moment of their exchange, Luo Hong's gaze suddenly sharpened. He knew very well that his cultivation was slightly inferior to Chen Feng's, and that he could never match Fang Che, yet he had no luxury to hold back. His body sank, and the ground beneath him trembled slightly. He surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, wrapped in a sharp aura, charging directly at Fang Che. His fist broke through the air, and a fierce golden spiritual power erupted, instantly coalescing into a menacing tiger's head. The roar of the tiger shook the heavens. Fang Che stood still, his moon-white robe flaring in the violent wind of the punch. Only when the solidified tiger head was less than a yard away did he raise his right hand, his fingertips not glowing with azure water light, but instead igniting with a sudden blaze of red. Flame Dragon Technique. Fang Che softly uttered the 3 words, and the flickering red light burst forth, transforming into a surging blaze. Roar. In an instant, a fire dragon formed from crimson flames roared into existence, exuding a dominating might, distorting the air as it passed by, the heat waves searing. The red and gold spiritual lights flashed the scalding air waves, and sharp golden radiance splattered everywhere, emitting sizzling sounds. The flame dragon and the tiger's head both collapsed in a thunderous roar, but the dissipating flames condensed once again into a small flame dragon, swift as an arrow darting straight towards Luo Hong's face. Luo Hong's expression changed slightly, his body retreating violently as he clapped his palms together, unleashing golden palm imprints to disperse the incoming residual flames. However, a corner of his sleeve was still scorched, emitting a faint, burnt smell. Flame Dragon Technique. Didn't he use the Xian Yuan ice condensation technique yesterday? The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Golden Lock, Binding Spirit. Before anyone could react, Luo Hong had steadied himself, his hands forming seals at an increased speed. Golden light burst forth around him, instantly transforming into dozens of thick golden chains that swept towards Fang Che with a whistling sound imbued with the weight of binding spiritual power. Before the chains could reach him, a heavy sensation of binding spiritual power enveloped Fang Che's space. His expression remained unchanged as his left hand pointed like a sword, streams of frosty air flowing from his fingertips. Ice Phoenix. In an instant, the temperature plummeted around him. Moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless icy crystals, and a clear, melodious phoenix cry resounded as a crystal-clear ice phoenix took shape behind him. The biting cold wind swept across the entire arena, rapidly forming white frost beneath Fang Che's feet. The golden chains were covered in solid ice and soon broke apart inch by inch in the cold wind, scattering into golden light and ice shards. Luo Hong's chest heaved violently, the cold air stabbing at his lungs as he looked at Fang Che, whose breath remained unperturbed, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness rose within him. He took a deep breath, preparing for one last desperate attempt. However, Fang Che moved first, his right hand already forming seals with agile fingers, of blue talisman instantly taking form, and with a light tap of his fingertip, he declared, 8 directions binding wood. Suddenly, the ground around Luo Hong trembled, a surge of vitality erupting as countless resilient vines glimmering with emerald spiritual light burst forth from the earth. In the blink of an eye, a massive green wooden cage formed from the vines shot up from the ground, trapping him tightly inside. Luo Hong was taken aback, striking fiercely with his fists and feet, instantly breaking several vines. However, where the vines broke, green light flickered and new vines surged forth even faster to fill the gaps, endlessly wrapping tighter and tighter. Within moments, layers of vines brimming with suffocating vitality enveloped him. At this moment, Fang Che stepped forward slowly, standing across from the vine cage, bowing respectfully to the slightly disheveled Luo Hong once more. Brother Luo, I appreciate your guidance. Luo Hong ceased his futile struggles, looking at the vibrant cage of vines, and then at the calm-faced youth outside it. He sighed deeply, dissipating his spiritual power, and clasped his fists, saying, Fang Che, your magical powers are profound. I am truly convinced. The elder referee took a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment in his eyes, and announced loudly, Xian Shui peaks, Fang Che wins. This time there was no immediate eruption of noise from the audience, but rather an eerie silence fell over everyone. All eyes were fixed on the moon-white figure in the arena, watching as he casually waved his hand, causing the green cage that trapped Luo Hong to vanish like time reversing, dispersing into dots of green light. It was as if the impressive display of the 3 system spells just moments ago had been merely a dream. Adding yesterday's immovable mountain seal 4 systems. He has at least displayed 4 systems of spells, and each one has been cultivated to an extremely profound level. A disciple murmured, his voice hoarse. How on earth has he cultivated to this level? In the area of Xian Shui Peak, Zhao Gang gaped in shock for quite a while before suddenly drawing a sharp breath, tightly grasping Shen Qingjian's arm. Old Shen, when did our little shitty cultivate such profound spells? Shen Qingyan allowed him to grip his arm, his usually composed face filled with astonishment. He slowly exhaled a breath and sighed. It seems we have greatly underestimated our little shitty. Beside them, Lin Wan, who was usually lively and spirited, was surprisingly quiet at this moment. She stared blankly at the moon-white figure on the stage, her fingertips unconsciously curling into her palm. The little shitty who once needed her care had unknowingly surpassed her by a wide margin. Fang Che returned to his senior brothers and sisters. Facing their intense gazes, he simply smiled as usual, as if the stunning match just now was merely a trivial matter. Only within the depths of his lowered eyes was there a hint of contemplation. The transition between Flame Dragon and Ice Phoenix was still a bit slow, and the strength of 8 directions binding wood was just right for dealing with latest foundation establishment. If perfected, I fear it wouldn't be able to hold for 3 breaths. In the earlier battle, he had likely used around 50% of his strength. In this great competition, fame and fortune were not what he sought. His true purpose was to sharpen himself and make up for his deficiencies. Ever since stepping onto the path of immortality, Fang Che had always lacked experience in battling against others. Knowledge gained from books feels shallow. Only on this stage of true combat, facing different opponents and styles, can he transform his vibrant spiritual power and numerous spells into his own. In the following days, the competition at the Ascension Conference grew increasingly intense, and Fang Che's name frequently became the focal point of discussion among the crowd. In these matches, Fang Che faced opponents who were stronger than the last, their magical powers more refined, their methods increasingly cunning, and their magical artifacts and talismans ever more varied. What left all spectators breathless was that no matter how fierce the opponent's assaults were, Fang Che was always able to find a flaw at the most critical moment, ultimately securing a narrow victory, leaving everyone baffled as to where his limits truly lay. Only Fang Che himself understood that these matches were less about winning or losing and more like a meticulously arranged training session for himself. He deliberately concealed his brilliance, validating what he had learned during the confrontations, continually honing his skills. Meanwhile, the journeys of several others from the Xianshui Peak were equally noteworthy. Shen Qinyan remained graceful as ever, and with each flick of his folding fan, his wind techniques and sound attacks left opponents utterly defenseless often before they could grasp the true nature of the battle. They had already been defeated. His path to advancement was also the most relaxed, as if he were strolling leisurely in a garden. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, adhered to his usual aggressive style. His iron fists shook the arena, and regardless of the myriad of spells and transformations, he shattered them all with sheer strength. Although he encountered a few tricky opponents and sustained some minor injuries, he ultimately relied on his solid foundation and fierce fighting spirit, achieving consecutive victories and advancing to the subsequent rounds. Su Qing's matches showcased a different style of absolute dominance. Her formations might not have been particularly flashy, yet they were executed with precise calm, leaving no flaw unnoticed under her gentle gaze, often determining the outcome within 100 moves. Only Lung Qianfeng had poor luck encountering a popular contender of this year's Ascension Conference early on, thus halting his progress. Nevertheless, Xianshui Peak still had 4 members remaining in the conference, a rare scene in previous Ascension conferences, making the Yunlan lineage prominent and the center of attention in this year's event. On this day, Fang Che had just finished a match against a disciple from Bailian Peak, where he narrowly managed to dismantle his opponent's mechanical puppet formation using exquisite wooden confinement techniques combined with a sudden ice cone attack. After the elder judge announced the result, he calmly descended the martial stage under countless gazes. Junior brother Fang, your 8 directions confining wood technique is becoming increasingly proficient, and your timing is quite exquisite. An observant disciple praised. Indeed, every time it seems he is pushed to the limit, he manages to come up with something new to resolve it. Another joined in, a hint of helplessness in their tone. On the cloud platform, an elder with a sharp eye remarked, "Did you all notice that this youth uses different spells and displays various attributes each time he faces an enemy? It appears as though he is being led by his opponents, yet in reality, he is actively honing himself." Yunlin's smile, which had already been uplifted, now blossomed even more. Brother Bi's, your words are simply that of a child. He merely understands some rudimentary skills and knows to seize the opportunity to practice more. Such praise is unwarranted. Though her words seemed humble, the pride in her eyes was almost overflowing. Zilei Jinren, who was already holding back his anger from a previous incident, saw Yunlin's demeanor and heard her tone of feigned modesty, causing a vein to throb on his forehead. He snorted in annoyance, his voice like muffled thunder. "Bi's, just because you have a big mouth doesn't mean you have to speak. Do you think you're capable? And Yunlan, stop showing off here. A good disciple is a good disciple, but with you as a master." Humph. Yunlan, however, showed no signs of anger. Instead, her smile brightened even more as she said to Zilei Jinren with a tone full of emotion, "Speaking of which, I must thank Brother Zilei for showing such grace back then. Your kindness has always been remembered by me." "You..." Zilei Jinren was choked by her words, nearly unable to catch his breath, his square face flushed red. All right. The nearby Xianming Jinren interjected, seeing the situation deteriorate, and quickly smiled to mediate. "Junior sister Yunlan, let's not say too much. Junior nephew Fang's talent is extraordinary, and he is indeed a blessing to our Qingyun sect." However, not everyone's attention was focused on Fang Che's elusive strength. A group of young female cultivators gathered under the Yulan tree, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the direction of the Xianshui Peak disciples, specifically towards the faint blue figure sitting quietly beside Shen Qinyan. Junior brother Fang looked so cool when he sidestepped the sword light, just now his robe fluttering. "Luckily, I captured the moment." One female disciple from Taiching Peak tightly held the jade slip containing the recording, her cheeks slightly flushed as she whispered to her companions. His fingers forming the seals just now were so beautiful, defined, and long like jade, a sister from Xianling Peak said in a wistful tone. "Did you all notice? No matter how powerful the opponents are, junior brother Fang's expression remains calm and composed. This level of temperament is truly rare." The older sister, appearing to offer commentary, kept her gaze fixed. "You all should stop fussing. He's only 10 years old, likely only thinking about cultivation. How could he care about you beauties?" Some tried to be realistic, but their eyes still couldn't help but glance over there. What's wrong with being 10? He can establish a foundation at 10 and in a few years. The female cultivators exchanged glances, letting out rich laughter. Not far away, a group of male disciples sat together, the atmosphere slightly subtle. There was envy, astonishment, but also mixed with some other emotions. He's just a pretty face, a disciple from Ruijin Peak remarked with a cold gaze, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Every time he manages to take advantage of a dire situation, it merely shows his weak foundation. A winning like this looks ugly. Be cautious with your words, someone nearby quickly interrupted, glancing around warily. Junior brother Fang's strength is evident to all. That's true, another disciple from Taiching Peak muttered, having lost to Zhao Gang the previous day. He now felt awkward even looking at Xianshui Peak. But don't you find it suspicious? Winning by the skin of his teeth every time. It's too convenient. It feels like he's deliberately toying with his opponents. I see he's not that young, but rather quite cunning. What brother said is absolutely correct. The previously cold disciple from Ruijin Peak glanced disdainfully at the female disciples cheering for Fang Che, his tone dripping with contempt. Cultivators should be as calm as still water, aiming for the heights of the heavens. Being so eager for hollow fame, leading fellow disciples to be restless, is already a sign of falling behind. The ancestral teachings state that the path is simple. Only the refined and sincere can be true. Relying on such tricks to attract attention will ultimately lead to ephemeral flourishes unable to last long. This obviously jealous discussion, though deliberately suppressed, could not escape the keen ears of the cultivators. On the Xianshui Peak side, Zhao Gang's expression darkened, his aura subtly agitated, while Shun Qingjian's gaze turned cold, spiritual light flickering at his fingertips as the two shifted their energy, ready to take action. Brother, hold on. It was Fang Che who had quietly opened his eyes at some point, his clear gaze calm and unwavering. He merely glanced left and right, then gently shook his head. Barking dogs do not bite, and the gentle wind sweeps away the dust. It's just a few meaningless barks. Why disturb the tranquility? On another side, Su Qingris' eyes turned cold like frost and snow, while Lin Wan could hardly contain herself, her delicate face slightly flushed with anger as she shot daggers at the direction of Raging Peak. Had Fang Che not stopped her, she would have surely voiced her rebuttal. However, someone could no longer tolerate it. Enough! A cold shout suddenly erupted, interrupting all whispers. Chun Feng abruptly stood up, striding towards that group with commanding presence, his stance radiating an intimidating aura as his gaze sliced through them like a blade. Do you think you are worthy to speculate on junior brother Fang's strength? I sparred with him, and even after exhausting myself, I could not force out even a tenth of his strength. At just 10 years old, he possesses such accomplishments. Having such a person emerge from our Qingyun sect is a blessing from the heavens and a fortune for the sect. And you, as seniors with shallow cultivation and narrow minds hiding in the shadows to gossip, isn't it a disgrace to our Qingyun sect? The group of male disciples were scolded face-to-face by Chun Feng, especially since his own strength was considerable and held considerable prestige among the Foundation establishment disciples. They suddenly felt embarrassed, their faces flushed, unable to speak. Some wanted to refute, but under Chun Feng's fierce gaze and the undeniable logic of his words, they ultimately did not dare to speak further. The surrounding disciples cast side glances, their expressions toward Chun Feng filled with newfound respect. They never expected this hot-headed senior from Fang Peak would show such a noble side. Especially the disciples from Fang Peak, their expressions were the most interesting. They were all too familiar with Chun Feng. He was a typical cultivation fanatic, often indifferent to unrelated people and matters. Seeing him defend Fang Che now was more surprising than seeing the sun rise from the west. Among the crowd, Li Hao, one of Chun Feng's few friends at Fang Peak, widened his eyes, staring at Chun Feng's upright figure, his heart surging. When did this guy change his nature? After speaking, Chun Feng did not look back at those people, turning his gaze towards Xianshui Peak just in time to meet Fang Che's gaze. Fang Che was also surprised that Chun Feng stood up for him, considering they had little interaction. He gently nodded to him, acknowledging his gesture. A jolt ran through Chun Feng as that familiar feeling of inexplicable panic returned. He tried to maintain a serious face and nodded back at Fang Che before quickly returning to his area, only to realize his palms were slightly sweaty. Shin Xingyan smiled slightly and whispered to Lin Wan, "This Chun disciple is quite a person of character." Lin Wan huffed, "At least he has some insight." Not far away on a high vantage point, Fu Lingyun observed the entire dispute. He remained in his black combat gear, arms crossed, exuding an aura that discouraged others from approaching. Listening to the whispers around him about Fang Che's appearance and demeanor, and watching the figure surrounded by eager gazes, the annoyance and disdain in his sharp brow became increasingly evident. Superficial and hollow, he coldly uttered four words, his voice not loud but clear enough for nearby disciples to hear. To treat the Ascension Conference as a stage for showboating is simply absurd. What Brother Fu said is absolutely correct. Immediately a disciple echoed, "Cultivators should prove their path with strength, pursuing the might of a single strike. His antics are merely clever tricks. Even if he wins temporarily, it is not the right path." Should he encounter a strong enemy, these flashy tactics would crumble under pressure. The proceedings of the Ascension Conference progressed steadily under the focus of countless eyes. The martial platform, filled with shifting light and shadow spells, roaring with the audience alternating between gasps of amazement and sighs of regret. In the area of Xianshui Peak, the atmosphere was relatively calm. Fang Che sat cross-legged, not far from Shun Qingyan, his eyes slightly closed as he reflected on the gains and losses of yesterday's battle. Suddenly, the milky white jade token hanging from his waist, representing his status as a participating disciple, trembled lightly, without warning, then emitted a soft glow. "Junior brother, it's your turn." Shun Qingyan also noticed the jade token's movement and gently reminded him. Zhao Gang patted his sturdy chest, grinning. "Junior brother, just go all out and fight." Fang Che rose with composure, adjusting his unwrinkled robe. He nodded slightly to his senior brothers and sisters, then turned and walked steadily towards the martial platform. His figure passed through the crowd, naturally attracting many gazes. "It's junior brother Fang." His jade token lit up. "He's going to compete. I wonder who his opponent will be." The remaining contestants are all quite strong. Amidst the murmurs, Fang Che lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure gracefully soaring up onto the martial platform. The hem of his moon-white robe fluttered in the morning breeze, tracing a graceful arc, his demeanor calm and free-spirited, drawing the attention of many below. Almost at the same moment he stood on the martial platform, a figure cloaked in black descended sharply from above, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind. The newcomer wore a pitch-black robe, standing tall like a solitary pine. He slowly raised his chin, revealing a sharply defined and cold face. The entire arena fell silent. Then an uproar erupted, stronger than any previous one. Fang Che was to face Fu Lingyun. The youngest Foundation Establishment disciple was set to battle the strongest disciple of Raging Peak. This was undoubtedly one of the most intriguing and suspenseful confrontations since the beginning of this year's Ascension Conference. Within the Foundation Establishment realm of Ruijin Peak, Fu Lingyun was undeniably the number one. His cultivation had long reached the peak of Foundation Establishment, and there were even rumors that had it not been for this year's Ascension Conference, he would have already broken into the Golden Core stage. Such a person was undoubtedly the hottest contender for the title in this year's conference. Similarly, while Fang Che's qualifications were not as extensive as Fu Lingyun's, his recent accomplishments had overshadowed his identity as a newcomer. Even though he only had the cultivation of an early Foundation Establishment, his actual displayed strength was enough for anyone to not dare to underestimate him. Fu Lingyun. My heavens, Fang Che against Fu Lingyun. This is going to be a spectacle. Can Fang Che create another miracle, or will Fu Lingyun prove to be superior? Surprise, excitement, concern, anticipation. A myriad of emotions spread through the crowd. On the cloud platform, the gaze of the high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect was also firmly drawn, and Yunlin's smile faded slightly, her expression becoming more focused. In the area of Xianshui Peak, Zhao Gang gasped. How could it be him? Shen Qingyan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with rare gravitas. Junior brother is truly facing trouble this time. Even I wouldn't dare say I can win against Fu Lingyun. In the observation area of Raging Peak, several disciples stared anxiously at the arena. One couldn't help but ask softly, "Do you think Brother Fu can win?" The person beside him remained silent for a moment before replying with 3 words. "He will win." On the Grand Martial Arts stage, 2 figures stood facing each other. Fu Lingyun gazed at Fang Che with a calm expression, saying, "Fang Che, you are fortunate. I originally thought you wouldn't make it this far." The morning light fell, illuminating Fang Che's exquisite profile. Facing the unreserved brilliance of this genius from the sharp gold peak, he remained composed. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I should not be stopped here. That is not up to you." Fu Lingyun chuckled lightly, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes as he took a step forward. Boom! A aura far more majestic than any opponent Fang Che had faced before surged from Fu Lingyun like a flood breaking through a dam. The oppressive force of complete Foundation Establishment was unleashed without reservation, causing the air to suddenly feel several times heavier. The nearby disciples turned pale and instinctively stepped back. Is this Fu Shixiang's true strength? It's terrifying. Just the aura makes it hard to breathe. Fu Lingyun's gaze was sharp as a blade. He coldly remarked, "Today let me see just how much weight this so-called genius carries." The moment his voice fell, Fu Lingyun's figure suddenly vanished from sight, leaving behind only a dark shadow. Without warning, he appeared directly before Fang Che, throwing a punch. "So fast," someone exclaimed from the audience. The fierce wind rushed towards Fang Che, causing his long hair to fly backward. Fang Che lightly tapped the ground with his toes and floated backward while quickly forming seals. A heavy illusion of a mountain instantly materialized, blocking the space between him and Fu Lingyun. Fu Lingyun let out a cold snort. His fist did not diminish in power as he brutally struck the mountain image. Boom! The sound echoed as the mountain image violently shook, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. With just one blow, it nearly shattered the grand immovable mountain seal. Fang Che's pupils constricted slightly, and he changed his hand seal. 8 directions, binding wood. The ground of the martial arts stage trembled violently as countless thick green vines burst forth from the earth, wrapping around Fu Lingyun like living creatures, instantly submerging him in a sea of vines. A chorus of gasps arose from the audience. This vine technique is several times more powerful than before. Could he have been hiding his strength all along? However, in the next instant, a cold snort came from within the center of the vines. These trivial tricks should be spared. Swish, swish, swish. Countless golden blade energies shot out from the cage of vines, shredding the vines to pieces as they passed. Fu Lingyun's figure reappeared, holding a long knife that he seemed to have acquired at some point, its body swirling with dark golden patterns, exuding a chilling sharpness. With the long knife angled downwards, Fu Lingyun stepped forward slowly. With each step, he took his aura, rose the oppressive knife, intent spreading, causing the onlookers below to feel a momentary pang of breathlessness. With a heavy step, Fu Lingyun's figure tore through the air like a black lightning bolt, the blade aimed directly at Fang Che's throat. Fang Che formed seals with both hands, his eyes swirling with ice and fire. Dragon soaring and phoenix dancing. His voice was calm, yet like a command. Roar! Ong! The cries of dragons and phoenixes echoed through the skies. The fiery dragon and the icy phoenix responded, swelling in size, to instantly reach 3 zhang. The dragon's body rolled with flames warping the air around it, while the phoenix's wings scattered ice crystals, leaving a trail of blue frost in the air. One hot, one cold. These two extreme forces did not cancel each other out. Instead, they entwined in the air, forming a vortex of destruction interwoven in red and blue. In the center of the vortex, the temperature fluctuated oddly, sometimes melting gold and corroding iron, sometimes freezing all things, even light being consumed and distorted, creating chaos. Fu Lingyun's pupils constricted sharply. The might of this strike had already made him feel threatened. Very well, he shouted fiercely, crossing the knife over his chest. A dark golden light shimmered from the blade, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling wildly, all pouring into the blade. Above the martial arts stage, the clouds swirled, lightning flashed, as if in divine wrath. A terrifying aura several times stronger than before engulfed the entire question stage. Before the knife was drawn, the might was already present. Thunderclap slash. Fu Lingyun roared, the Mo Lin knife rising fiercely, a black knife, chi entwined, with thick purple lightning shooting into the sky, like a thunder dragon emerging from the depths, ruthlessly cleaving into the red-blue vortex. Boom. An unprecedented deafening sound erupted on the question stage, blinding red and blue lights clashing with violent purple-black thunder. At the center of the explosion, a small mushroom cloud mixed with flames, ice crystals, and electric serpents surged into the air. The raging shockwave mixed with extreme heat and cold swept outward, causing the protective array of the martial arts stage to flicker wildly, creaking ominously. Amidst the chaos, a dark figure suddenly charged out, the long knife aimed straight at Fang Che's throat. So fast. Too fast. The audience held their breath, nearly convinced that the outcome was already decided. Fang Che's eyes reflected the resolute blade light, and he softly uttered 2 words, Mo Yuan. His voice was light, yet clearly pierced through the chaotic energy waves resonating in the air above the martial arts stage. Buzz. The sound of the sword rang clear like a dragon's roar soaring through the heavens. A tranquil yet unmatched sharpness of sword intent erupted explosively from Fang Che. Fang Che had somehow acquired a sword in his hand. The sword body was still as a deep pool, its brilliance concealed with only the hilt swirling with dark golden patterns. The moment this sword appeared, the space on the martial arts stage seemed to freeze for an instant. Fu Lingyun's blade hovered in midair, only 3 inches from Fang Che's throat, yet it could advance no further. This was not because Fang Che had blocked with his sword, nor due to any defensive technique he had employed. It was because of the sword intent. The pure and refined sword intent, like an invisible wall, forcibly blocked Fu Lingyun's blade force from advancing. This is... Fu Lingyun's pupils constricted sharply. All the disciples below who understood swordsmanship, including the elders on the high platform, held their breaths. Sword intent solidified. It is truly solidified sword intent. Master Qingxiao suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Solidified sword intent, that is the realm countless sword cultivators aspire to. It is not simply the projection of sword chi, nor a flashy display of sword techniques, but rather the crystallization of one's understanding and will towards the sword path into a tangible domain. Within this domain, the sword represents the rules, the sword embodies the laws. Fang Che slowly raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting Fu Lingyun's shocked expression. The sword's name is Mo Yuan. Please give me guidance. His voice was calm, and the sword tip was slightly raised. Fu Lingyun's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly retreated, creating a distance of 10 zhang in an instant. Good, good, good. Fu Lingyun exclaimed 3 times, his eyes burning with fighting spirit like flames. It seems I underestimated you. No longer holding back, he gripped the knife with both hands, pouring his spiritual power into the Mo Lin knife with wild abandon. The dark golden patterns on the blade shone to their utmost brilliance, and the clouds above the martial arts stage swirled even faster, lightning flashing ominously in the vortex's center. Heaven-shocking slash. Fu Lingyun roared, slashing down with the knife. A black knife chi entwined with purple lightning cleaved down from the sky, and wherever it passed the air was ionized, crackling with explosive sounds, enveloping the entire martial arts stage in a terrifying pressure. This strike possessed the might of a golden core. The disciples with lower cultivation levels turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even the inner disciples in the foundation establishment stage felt breathless, their spiritual power stagnating. Yet Fang Che remained calm, lightly spinning the Mo Yuan sword in his hand. In an instant, a torrent of sword intent surged into the sky. The sky above the question stage darkened abruptly. The vast sword intent consumed all the surrounding light, forming a black domain centered on Fang Che. That domain, spanning only 3 zhang, seemed to form its own world. Fu Lingyun's slashing blade, light packed with the force of thunder, fiercely struck into that black sword domain. Then everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. That blade, capable of splitting mountains and severing peaks, was instantaneously torn to shreds upon entering the sword domain. On the martial arts stage, Fang Che moved. He stepped forward. The step was light and steady, as if strolling leisurely. The Mo Yuan sword was raised slowly, devoid of any flashy techniques, merely a thrust. The purple lightning dissipated the black blade, light shattered into countless light points, scattering in the air like fireflies. Fu Lingyun's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. His hand gripping the knife trembled violently, his palm split open, blood flowing down his arm, staining the hilt of the Mo Lin knife. Yet the most terrifying aspect was not his injury, but rather the knife intent. That intent, capable of severing all things, was thoroughly suppressed by Fang Che. It was as if a subject faced a king, as if a mortal confronted a divine being. It was an absolute suppression on a different level. Sword domain. Fu Lingyun stared intently at Fang Che, his voice hoarse. You have already touched the sword domain. The audience erupted into an uproar. Sword domain? Isn't that a realm accessible only to a handful of nascent soul sword cultivators? Fang Che is only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. A monster. Absolutely a monster. In the Xianshui Peak area, Shen Qingyan stood in shock, her usually gentle eyes filled with astonishment. Zhao Gang's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Meanwhile, the disciples of Sharp Gold Peak turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief. Fang Che slowly sheathed his sword, and the black sword domain retracted, the sky regaining its brightness. He looked at Fu Lingyun and calmly said, Fu Shixiang's heaven-slaying knife has already touched the threshold of the knife path. Given time, you will surely comprehend the true meaning of the knife path. This was not a consolation, but an earnest acknowledgement. Fu Lingyun's knife was indeed very strong. Had he not carved out his own path in swordsmanship, he might very well have been the one defeated today. Fu Lingyun remained silent for a long time before suddenly smiling. I lost. He sheathed the Mo Lin knife and bowed deeply to Fang Che. I accept defeat with all my heart. In this battle, Fang Che triumphs. The elder judge soared onto the stage, taking a deep breath and using his spiritual energy to project his voice throughout the entire venue. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted like a tsunami. Everyone knew they were witnessing the birth of a legend, the dawn of a myth. At the initial stage of foundation establishment, the Tao of Heaven was established, and the sword domain took its form. Such an achievement, let alone in the Shangqing sect, was unparalleled in the entire Jiuzhou cultivation world. Fang Che sheathed his sword and slowly walked down the martial platform under the watchful eyes of thousands. His figure remained slender, clad in a moon-white Taoist robe that fluttered in the wind, yet every gaze directed at him was now utterly transformed. If previously people regarded him merely as a prodigious talent, now as he stood there, the lingering sword intent around him felt as heavy as a mountain, lending his ethereal white garments an air of gravitas. He was no longer just a genius, but one who had condensed the sword domain at the early stage of foundation establishment, directly defeating a peak genius at the perfected foundation establishment. Silence fell over the crowd, with countless gazes burning with a mix of heat and complexity. On the high heavenly cloud seat, Master Dao Heng rose, his voice booming like a great bell that resonated throughout the entire Dao inquiry platform. Fang Che, disciple of Xianshui Peak, possesses extraordinary talent and profound understanding of the sword path, overwhelming the crowd at the Ascension Conference with his consecutive victories. Today he has showcased the nascent form of the sword domain, grasping the true essence of the sword path, indeed, a ancient millennium sword talent. I hereby grant Fang Che the sword tomb, order bestow upon him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, and permit him to comprehend the Zhou Tian star constellation sword canon. As his words fell, the crowd was once again in an uproar. The sword tomb, order 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, the Zhou Tian star constellation formation. Each reward was enough to drive anyone mad, yet Fang Che alone received them all. What an honor this was, what great importance was placed upon him. Fang Che paused, turning to the high platform and bowing deeply, saying, "Disciple Fang Che, thank you, sect master, for your generous bestowal." His voice was calm, neither servile nor overbearing, as if these rewards that could make anyone envious were nothing but trivial in his eyes. This demeanor further impressed the crowd. What an unexpected outcome. "Oh, I never thought Fu Lingyun would actually lose," Qin Yu remarked, her eyes filled with astonishment as she gazed at the slender figure. Being defeated by Fang Che, Fu Lingyun has no shame in his loss. If given 2 more years, he would undoubtedly become the indisputable number 1 among the younger generation, Zhuang Qinghan commented. Chu Han stood beside her, his gaze towards Fang Che entirely transformed. Previously, while he thought Fang Che had decent talent, he had considered him merely a potential junior. However, after this battle, Fang Che's status in his mind had elevated to that of a peer who deserved equal treatment. Fang Che moved amidst the fervent and admiring gazes of those around him, dashing back towards the Xianshui Peak area. "Junior brother." Zhao Gang was the first to rush forward, his hefty palm landing heavily on Fang Che's shoulder as he laughed. "Well done. You won beautifully." Shen Qingyan also hurried over, his eyes filled with pride and relief as he carefully examined Fang Che, confirming he had no serious injuries aside from excessive spiritual energy consumption, before letting out a sigh of relief. "Junior brother, your performance today will surely shake the entire sect." Beside them, Lung Qianfeng nodded, his gaze towards Fang Che, filled with undeniable admiration. Fang Che smiled slightly, saying, "Senior brother, you flatter me. It was merely luck." "Luck?" A gentle voice interjected as Su Qingro, dressed in white, walked over, her gaze landing on Fang Che with a complex expression. "To condense the nascent sword domain with early foundation establishment cultivation, if that's luck, then all sword cultivators in the world should feel ashamed." Fang Che paused, slightly feeling as if he had heard this phrase before. As the group conversed, the gaze of the various peak masters in the high heavenly cloud seat remained fixed on Fang Che. "Master, this child's talent is truly unprecedented in a millennium," remarked the master of Ruijin Peak, dressed in a dark green Taoist robe, stroking his beard with a sigh. "The nascent sword domain. In my day, I could barely touch the threshold of the domain in the late nascent soul stage." The master of Qingmu Peak nodded slightly, his gaze profound. "This child not only possesses exceptional talent, but also a calm temperament truly rare." However, the stern-faced master of Bailian Peak spoke up. "When what stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. After today, Fang Che's name will undoubtedly spread throughout Jiuzhou, and it will likely attract much attention, bringing forth calamity." A glint of sharpness flashed in Dao Heng's eyes. Within Shangqing's sect, no one can lay a finger on him. As for outside the sect, young eagles must weather storms to soar through the skies. Send the order down. As of today, Fang Che shall be a true disciple of Shangqing's sect, enjoying preferential access to core resources. Additionally, 2 transformation god elders will be dispatched to secretly protect him, only to act in the case of life and death emergencies. "Understood," the peak masters replied in unison. True disciples are different from personal disciples. Shangqing's sect has thousands of disciples each generation, yet only a handful can attain the status of true disciple, all of whom are expected to achieve transformation and wield power in the future. Though this news was not publicly announced, it had already spread among the higher-ups, ensuring Fang Che's status within the sect would be vastly different. Meanwhile, Fang Che was encircled by his fellow brothers and sisters from Xianshui Peak, their congratulatory voices ringing in his ears. "Junior brother Fang, you have truly brought glory to our Xianshui Peak today." An older brother laughed. "Let's see who dares to say our Xianshui Peak is only good at alchemy and formations, but not skilled in combat." "Exactly. Fu Lingyun is the number 1 foundation establishment cultivator from Ruijin Peak, and even he was defeated under junior brother Fang's sword. Let's see how those from Ruijin Peak can still be arrogant." Fang Che humbly responded to the congratulations of the crowd, yet his heart was clear. While his display of the sword domain, coupled with the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment, would undoubtedly bring him countless resources and attention, it would also place him squarely in the eye of the storm. The path of cultivation ahead might not be too calm. But so what? Fang Che's gaze pierced through the cheering crowd, looking towards the distant peaks shrouded in mist. "Sword tomb." Fang Che silently pondered, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "Junior brother, what are you thinking?" Shen Qingyan noticed Fang Che's distraction and gently inquired. Fang Che came to his senses and smiled, saying, I was thinking about the sword tomb. Senior brother, do you know anything about it? Shen Xingyan pondered for a moment and replied, the sword tomb is one of our sect's forbidden grounds, said to be a secret realm formed from the fall of an ancient sword path holy land. The sword tomb opens once every 100 years with only 5 people allowed to enter each time. Within it lie not only countless renowned swords, but also the sword intent imprints left by generations of sword cultivators, and there are even rumors of a sword immortal's legacy. He paused, his expression grave. However, the sword tomb is fraught with dangers, the sword chi is rampant, and the sword intent chaotic. Without sufficient sword path cultivation, recklessly delving in could lead to injuries from the sword chi, or even a loss of one's mind. Upon hearing this, Fang Che's eyes sparkled even brighter. Danger and opportunity coexisted, which was precisely what he desired. At that moment, a transmission talisman broke through the air, hovering before Fang Che, transforming into glimmering words. The sword tomb will open in 3 days. Present the sword tomb order at the back mountain sword pavilion, and an elder will guide you into the sword tomb. The signature read Jianshun. Elder Jianshun, a transformation god cultivator in charge of the sword tomb and sword pavilion, held a prestigious position within the sect, second only to the sect master and several peak masters. Fang Che pocketed the transmission talisman and said to Shen Xingyan and the others, Senior sister, senior brother, I will return to rest now. I need to adjust my state to its best for entering the sword tomb in 3 days. The others nodded in understanding, parting ways to clear a path. Fang Che walked alone towards the direction of Xianshui Peak, and along the way, regardless of whether the disciples knew him or not, they all greeted him with respect. He returned each greeting calmly. Once he arrived at Tingzhu Xian and activated the restrictions, Fang Che finally let out a long breath and sat cross-legged. Though today's battle seemed effortless, it had actually consumed a great deal of energy. Particularly, the final activation of the nascent sword domain had nearly drained more than half of his spiritual energy. Had he not been at the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment, with a foundation far exceeding others of the same level, he likely would have faltered long ago. The sword domain. Fang Che closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, settling deep into his dantian. Within his dantian, a small black sword formed of sword intent quietly floated, surrounded by a faint halo of black light, which was the core of the nascent sword domain. This sword domain was forged from the combination of his previous lives' concepts and his current understanding of the sword path. Today's battle was merely a small test of its capabilities. Not enough. Fang Che opened his eyes, his gaze intense. The range of the sword domain is too small, and its duration too brief. There remains a long road ahead to truly achieve the realm of the sword path. Fang Che did not dwell on this further. He took several spirit recovery pills and began to adjust his state. Meanwhile, discussions regarding Fang Che throughout Shangqing sect were only just beginning to stir. In the various main peaks, true disciples gathered in their caves, many discussing today's battle. At Ruijin Peak, within a cave filled with spiritual energy, a young man in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing towards Xianshui Peak, his eyes brimming with battle intent. The nascent sword domain. How interesting, Fang Che, I hope you do not disappoint me. At Funji Peak, a woman in purple put down the intelligence jade slip in her hand, letting out a soft sigh. It seems that the top spot in this Ascension Conference may no longer be in doubt. Meanwhile, deep within Ruijin Peak, Fu Lingyun sat cross-legged in his training chamber, surrounded by surging blade qi. The sword domain. The true essence of the sword path. Fu Lingyun murmured to himself, his eyes devoid of any discouragement, instead burning with a fiercer fighting spirit. Fang Che, for today's defeat, I will repay 100-fold. Once I comprehend the true essence of the blade path, I shall battle you again. This night, Shangqing sect was destined to be sleepless. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, discussions about the battle between Fang Che and Fu Lingyun not only did not subside, but instead intensified. Even though Fang Che had not appeared again in these 3 days, he remained the hottest topic within the entire Shangqing sect. Meanwhile, the Ascension Conference continued. However, with the absence of the most dazzling prodigy, the subsequent matches, though still exciting, felt as if something vital was missing. Many disciples, while watching the matches, would involuntarily recall that earth-shattering battle, that dark longsword, that realm of swords that seemed to create its own world. In the viewing area of Xianshui Peak, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Lin Wan glanced at the ongoing matches on the martial platform and couldn't help but murmur, without the junior brother, it feels somewhat lacking in interest. Junior brother has gone to the sword tomb. This is his opportunity. Moreover, given the strength he has displayed, it truly makes little sense for him to continue participating in the Ascension Conference. What senior brother Shin says is true. A disciple nearby chimed in, his tone filled with pride. Now each peak is saying that senior brother Fang is the true champion of this Ascension Conference. The Sword Tomb Decree, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, the Zhou Tian Star, Sword Classic. Which of these is not more valuable than the rewards of the conference? Indeed, and senior brother Fang has achieved so much at only 10 years old, his future path is boundless. As the crowd discussed, another victory was determined on the martial platform. The victor rejoiced while the vanquished felt dejected, yet everyone understood that the most dazzling star of this Ascension Conference had already departed for a higher stage. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of Taiching Peak, the area was shrouded in mist with spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Strange peaks rose high, ancient trees towered, and occasionally celestial cranes would soar by emitting melodious cries. Fang Che, clad in a Xianyuan Dao robe, ascended the stone steps slowly. Hanging from his waist was the sword tomb decree, which swayed lightly with his movements, radiating a faint aura of sword energy. The higher he climbed, the more intense the sword intent in the air became. Initially, it was just a faint sharpness, like a gentle breeze brushing against his face. But as he ascended further, this sensation gradually became clearer, as if he were surrounded by countless sharp swords. By the time he reached halfway up the mountain, the air around him had solidified like a sword, with each gust of wind carrying a razor-sharp edge. A faint layer of dark sword intent naturally emerged around Fang Che, isolating him from the external pressure. "I've arrived." Ahead, the mist parted to reveal an ancient stone hall, its doors tightly shut, with two powerful characters engraved above, "Sword Pavilion." The moment he stepped onto the square in front of the hall, 4 gazes almost simultaneously landed on him. They were 4 young cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman, standing at each corner of the square, all with extraordinary presence and an aura of sword intent swirling around them. They wore various colored outfits of true disciples with golden thread embroidered star patterns on their cuffs, indicating their distinguished status within the sect. For true disciples at the golden core stage, no less. A subtle coldness was evident in their expressions. Fang Che's thoughts shifted slightly, and he instantly understood. The sword tomb opens once every 100 years, allowing only 5 individuals to enter each time. Since these 4 were present, they must be the most exceptional sword talent of this generation in the sect, having awaited this opportunity for quite some time. His sudden appearance undoubtedly took away a precious spot that originally belonged to one of their companions or another individual in their close circle. Thus, this subtle aloofness was not difficult to understand. "You are Fang Che." A cold voice spoke up, belonging to the only female cultivator among the 4. Dressed in purple, she had a graceful figure, a beautiful face, yet carried an air of detachment. She wore a slender sword at her waist with a light purple scabbard that faintly shimmered with lightning. "Xianshui Peak Fang Che, greetings to all senior brothers and sisters." Lu Tingfeng, true disciple of Taiching Peak. The young man in the green shirt smiled slightly, his demeanor warm, yet his eyes concealed sharpness. "I've long heard that Xianshui Peak has produced an extraordinary prodigy. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable." Another young man in black robes crossed his arms and snorted coldly, his tone unfriendly. "Kid, the sword tomb opens once every 100 years and the spots are extremely precious. Your achievement of foundation establishment at 10 is indeed rare, but to boast about it is somewhat hasty. With your qualifications, you are still not worthy to enter. Why not wait until 100 years later? That might be more prudent for you." Before he finished speaking, a sharp and overwhelming sword intent surged from his body, pressing down towards Fang Che. Lu Tingfeng frowned slightly, but did not speak to stop it. He simply watched quietly. The purple-clad female cultivator's gaze was icy, remaining equally silent. Another burly true disciple with a large sword on his back also crossed his arms, his eyes filled with scrutiny. They had indeed heard rumors about Fang Che comprehending the sword domain, but how profound was the sword domain? Even among these golden core true disciples who have immersed themselves in the sword path for decades, or even centuries, no one had ever touched it. For a 10-year-old foundation establishment boy, no matter how gifted, this was simply too far-fetched. Thus, they all wanted to see whether the rumors were true, as hearing is but a mere illusion, while seeing is believing. Facing the overwhelming golden core sword intent pressing down upon him, Fang Che's expression remained unchanged. He merely stirred his thoughts slightly. Buzz. A faint sound of a sword ringing seemed to come from beyond the 9 heavens. Centered around him, the atmosphere within a 3-foot radius changed abruptly, with sword energy surging in all directions. The purple-clad female cultivator's eyes flickered with surprise, while Lu Tingfeng's previously warm smile turned solemn. The burly true disciple who had been crossing his arms unconsciously lowered his hands. The young man in black robes furrowed his brow tightly, sensing that the sword intent he had released lost all contact as it reached the 3-foot boundary around Fang Che. His gaze sharpened, and the sword intent suddenly became extremely sharp and violent, transforming into countless invisible sword energies that fiercely stabbed towards Fang Che. However, an extraordinary change occurred. The moment his sharper sword intent touched the 3-foot boundary, hiss! The young man in black robes felt a chill on his face, followed by a slight sting. Instinctively, he raised a hand to touch it only to find his fingertips stained with a touch of crimson. A shallow blood mark about an inch long had suddenly appeared on his cheek, as if it had been brushed by the sharpest sword edge. What made him even more alarmed was that he had not sensed any external sword energy attack at all. This wound seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The square fell into dead silence. Lu Tingfeng's smile completely vanished, his expression turning extremely serious. The purple-clad female cultivator's pupils constricted and her fingers resting on the sword hilt at her waist unconsciously tightened. The burly true disciple's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This could not be explained merely by the depth of sword intent. Only a domain or realm that operates by its own laws could so effortlessly deflect and counter the probing sword intent of a cultivator from an entire realm above. The young man in black robes stood frozen in place, his fingers still lingering beside the blood mark on his cheek, the arrogance and scrutiny in his eyes completely replaced by shock and a hint of fear. He stared intently at the seemingly empty 3-foot space around Fang Che's throat dry. Now, Fang Che's calm voice broke the frozen atmosphere. He swept his gaze across the floor, finally resting on the young man in black, his tone still even, but imbued with an undeniable weight. Am I qualified now? At that moment, the ancient sword pavilion gate emitted a deep and prolonged creaking sound, slowly opening a crack. Inside was deep and dark, with only pure and ancient sword intent flooding forth like a tide. The young man in the black robe slowly retracted his sword intent, and the heavy atmosphere in the square dissipated. In the world of sword practitioners, it ultimately comes down to the sword itself. The swordsmanship displayed by Fang Che had already earned their respect. The sword intent is inherent, defining the domain. The young man in black gradually spoke, his voice still deep, but lacking the previous hardness. The rumors are not unfounded. Lu Tingfeng's face once again revealed a gentle smile as he nodded to Fang Che, saying, Indeed, junior brother Fang possesses extraordinary talent. This embryonic form of sword domain the sword tomb has rightfully bestowed upon you. The woman in purple also gently nodded, her cold voice carrying a hint of approval. You indeed have the qualifications. The burly true disciple laughed heartily, clasping his fists. Ho tu peak Nalan, Jie, good lad, impressive. The previously invisible barriers quietly melted away in the face of this silent clash of sword intents and the 3-foot sword domain. Fang Che's faint ink-colored sword intent quietly dissipated as if it had never existed. He cupped his hands again, speaking calmly. You all praise me too highly. At that moment, the ancient sword intent that flooded from within the door suddenly surged, as if a slumbering beast from ancient times had awakened. An overwhelming will accompanied by an unmatched sharp aura erupted forth. The 5 individuals in the square had their robes fluttering without wind, rustling loudly, while their swords trembled uncontrollably, emitting a low, resonant sword chant. Even the ink-colored sword pellet nurtured in Fang Che's dantian transmitted a strong sense of agitation and longing. The dim halo behind the stone door suddenly became clearer, revealing an illusion of desolate and barren land. Countless remnants of swords of various forms thrust into it, an ancient and vast will surged toward them. A figure stepped out from the depths where the halo and sword intent intertwined. It was an old man dressed in a simple gray robe with white hair and beard, an ancient face and eyes as murky as a dry well. However, when his gaze swept over them, an indescribable, awe-inspiring sword intent subtly spread, causing all 5 present, including Fang Che, to feel a chill on their skin and a slight difficulty in breathing. The old man's gaze eventually fell upon Fang Che, his hoarse voice resembling iron scraping against stone. The time is nigh, the sword tomb will open. I am the gravekeeper of the sword tomb. Since you hold the decree, you should know the rules of the sword tomb. He paused, and a flash of sword light seemed to flicker in his murky eyes. Within the sword tomb, it is all based on chance. Life and death are your own responsibility. You may obtain swords, but you may also be chosen by swords, and it is even possible to be devoured by the swords. If no one withdraws, then let us proceed. The decree at Fang Che's waist suddenly became hot, emitting a gentle, clear light that resonated faintly with the sword intent pouring from within the door. He no longer hesitated, stepped forward, and walked directly toward the dark entrance. The hem of his Xian Yuan Dao robe fluttered without wind, and the invisible 3-foot sword domain around him gently circulated, quietly dispelling the ancient sword intent that could greatly disturb ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners. Just as he was about to step into the darkness, Lu Tingfeng's warm, yet serious voice came from behind. Junior brother Fang, within the sword tomb, forms a world of its own. Chance and danger coexist. The sword intents left by the predecessors throughout the ages contain remnants. Some even have the ability to manifest and choose their masters, so you must be extremely cautious. Fang Che's footsteps slightly paused, but without turning back, he just nodded lightly. Thank you, senior brother Lu, for your advice. As his words fell, he took a step into the darkness, instantly being engulfed by the pure blackness. Seeing this, the woman in purple moved, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, following closely into the door. The burly true disciple let out a low roar, a heavy yellow sword light rising around him as he took large strides forward. Lu Tingfeng and the young man in black exchanged glances before also transforming into rainbow lights as they entered the door. Buzz, as the last person entered, the ancient sword tomb door emitted a heavy muffled sound and slowly closed. Stepping into the darkness, Fang Che felt as if he had crossed some invisible boundary. What lay before him was not an eternal night. After a brief moment of blindness, the scene suddenly became clear. This was a realm that could not be precisely described in words. The sky was dim and oppressive, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, with only the intersecting streams of light appearing and disappearing. Each stream of light emitted a distinctly different, yet equally sharp sword, intent, some blazing like the sun, some cold as a prison, some ethereal like the wind, and some solid like a mountain. They collided across the gray sky, like living entities, occasionally resonating with the sound of clashing metal. The ground was dark red, hard as iron, covered with countless crisscrossed ravines and holes. Upon closer inspection, those ravines and holes were all sword scars. In sight, the most shocking aspect was this vast land, densely populated with swords, some standing upright, some fallen, some intact, and some broken. Countless swords. They varied in shape and material, some shining brightly, their sharpness undiminished despite the passage of time. Some were rusted, nearly blending into the dark red earth. Others were left with only half a blade, yet still stood defiantly, exuding an indomitable will. This was the grave of swords, also the eternal battlefield of swords, forming the sword tomb that served as the final resting place for countless sword practitioners. Fang Che stood on a protruding rock at the entrance, feeling the omnipresent pressure of the sword intent. Even with his own sword domain protecting him, he could clearly sense the heavy pressure akin to a mountain. Here it seemed that every gust of wind and every speck of dust contained a sharp will. Ordinary practitioners who entered would likely find even breathing difficult, let alone seeking opportunities. Behind him, 4 figures gradually appeared. The woman in purple, Nalan, Jia Lu Tingfeng, and the young man in black, upon appearing, also had their expressions stiffened, quickly channeling their own sword intent to resist the omnipresent pressure while cautiously scanning this legendary realm. Every time the sword tomb opens, the terrain changes. Where opportunities hide relies solely on personal fortune. Lu Tingfeng's voice sounded somewhat ethereal amidst the vast sword intent. Let us split up here. What we can ultimately gain and how deeply we can delve depend on our respective fortunes. The woman in purple remained silent, closing her eyes as if sensing something. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, gazing towards a region in the southeast where the sword energy was particularly violent, her figure transforming into a flash of lightning as she rushed forward without hesitation. The burly true disciple took a deep breath, seemingly attracted by a heavy sword intent coming from the northwest, grinning broadly as he took large strides in that direction. The young man in black chose a direction opposite to that of the woman in purple, vanishing into black light. Lu Tingfeng looked at Fang Che and said warmly, "Junior brother Fang, within the sword tomb the passage of time differs from the outside. One can stay for a maximum of 1 month. But be sure not to delve too deeply into the core areas. The residual sword intent there may even belong to ancient powers which are beyond our golden core cultivation to touch." "Thank you, senior brother." Fang Che cupped his hands. Lu Tingfeng nodded, no longer delaying, selecting a direction where the sword energy was relatively calm, yet exceptionally pure, and floated away. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Che remained at the entrance. Fang Che stood alone atop the dark red rock platform, the Xianyuan robe fluttering slightly in the chaotic currents of sword intent. He did not rush to act, but remained still, closing his eyes and quietly spreading his perception like mercury flowing down. The sword domain was not merely for offense at this moment, it also served as his sensory antenna. In this pure realm of swords, his perception became exceptionally sharp. Countless chaotic sword intents surged against the boundaries of his perception like disordered meteors in the night sky. Most of these sword intents were incomplete, yet Fang Che could still feel their former sharpness. Some were as fierce as lightning, some heavy as mountains, some agile as the wind, and some blazing as fire. However, none of these sword intents resonated with his sword domain. It was not that these sword intents were weak, but rather that the paths were different. Fang Chi's sword path was one of pure sword truth, unrelated to the 5 elements, untouched by yin and yang, seeking only to break all laws with a single strike. The sword intents here were mostly limited to a specific attribute or quality. With a slight shift in thought, he directed his perception deeper and further. Within his dantian, the ink-colored sword pellet, nurtured for a long time, trembled gently at an unprecedented frequency, emitting a deep, yearning hum. A faint yet exceptionally clear tremor emanated from the ink-colored sword pellet. This tremor did not point towards a specific direction, but resembled a resonance coming from the deepest part of the dark red earth beneath his feet. At the same time, a sound of sword chant exploded in his mind. That chant was extremely ancient, imbued with a profound loneliness and fatigue, as if a solitary watcher long abandoned in an abyss of darkness had finally awaited a familiar presence. Fang Che suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of sword light seemed to flicker in his dark gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked towards that place. Along the way, the flowing light and shadow of the swords in the sky grew increasingly sparse, and the light became dimmer. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, with only the rustling sound of his footsteps on the ground. The swords embedded around him mostly retained only their outlines, covered in thick, dark red rust devoid of spirit, resembling scrap iron. Fang Che paused before a broken sword. This was a very ordinary iron sword, its blade shattered in the middle, covered in rust, nearly unrecognizable in its original form. However, the sword intended emitted was quite special. It did not possess a daunting sharpness or heavy pressure, but rather a guardian will that had not faded despite the passage of time. What was it guarding? Fang Che's heart stirred slightly as he gently touched the cold, broken blade with his fingers. In an instant, fragmented images flooded his mind: a swordsman in a blue robe soaked in blood, holding this once complete long sword, standing alone before an ordinary city. Ahead, a tide of dark, menacing beasts surged forward, their murderous aura rising to the heavens. Behind him were the terrified gazes of the people. This body may fall, but this city must be defended. The swordsman's voice was calm, yet resolute, as the intertwining sword lights formed a pale blue curtain, firmly blocking the tide of beasts. One sword, 10 swords, 100 swords. The sword's shattered arms, broken blood staining his clothing, yet his figure holding the sword did not retreat a single step. In the end, the tide of beasts collapsed and retreated before the endless sword light, preserving the city. As the sun rose, the swordsman leaned on the already broken long sword, gazing at the retreating tide of beasts, a hint of a smile gracing his lips before his breath ceased, and he died, yet his body remained standing. The image shattered. Fang Che withdrew his finger and stood still for a moment. Though this was not the sword path he pursued, the unwavering will that persisted even in death was commendable. The sword of guardianship. He murmured softly, offering a slight bow to the broken sword before continuing on. On the cracked and dark red ground, Fang Che's footsteps dragged out a long, shallow mark, and wisps of dust rose, as if even the dust here bore no trace of life. With his mid-foundation establishment, Cultivation, he felt incredibly small in this ancient sword tomb, which had buried countless heroic souls of the sword path. If it were not for the 3-foot sword domain revolving around him at all times, laboriously dispelling the omnipresent sword intent, he would have been torn to shreds by the unowned sharpness long ago. Even so, maintaining the sword domain, without sleep for 7 consecutive days, was nearly draining the last ounce of power from his soul. His complexion was as pale as paper, with deep-set eyes. Only those eyes remained dark and calm, burning with an almost stubborn light. Within his dantian, the trembling of the ink-colored sword pellet had not ceased, but rather, as he grew weaker, that yearning hum became increasingly clear, as if what it longed for was just ahead, within reach at any moment. Yet the specific location remained elusive, like flowers in the fog. Whenever Fang Che concentrated the little remaining mental strength to trace the source of that tremor, the end of his perception would always be an emptiness. At this moment, he leaned against a slightly protruding rock edge, his chest rising and falling slightly each breath, carrying the taste of rust and dust. The sword domain was also dimmer than before, flickering uncertainly like a candle in the wind. He raised his head, looking ahead. Here the light had nearly vanished, with only the rock layers themselves emitting an extremely faint dark red sheen, illuminating the vague outlines of countless swords. The swords here were mostly indistinguishable in shape, completely merging with the dark red rock, their spirits extinguished, truly becoming part of this land. Ahead appeared a massive chasm, like a grotesque wound in the earth. That calling tremor seemed to originate from the deepest darkness within. Is it here? Fang Che's voice was hoarse and dry, barely audible. He attempted to gather his perception again, but a stabbing pain shot through his mind. His mental strength was nearly exhausted. The brilliance of the sword domain flickered violently a few times, almost collapsing. He could not stop. To do so would mean losing all his efforts and possibly forever losing this opportunity. Fang Che took a deep breath, no longer forcing his perception to expand, but firmly locking onto the faint resonance from the sword pellet. In his dantian, guided by intuition, he stepped cautiously into the darkness ahead. A light crack echoed underfoot, unsure if he had crushed a withered bone or a completely weathered sword. Fang Che remained oblivious, continuing to move forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The darkness was thick as ink, silence pressing against his eardrums. Even the chaotic sword intents seemed to have vanished, replaced by an absolute void. as if this place was a realm where even sword intent could not linger. Just as Fang Che's will began to waver from overexertion. Buzz. The ink-colored sword pellet in his dantian erupted with an unprecedented tremor, and the previously vague guidance suddenly became extraordinarily clear, pointing straight ahead. Right ahead, Fang Che's spirit surged, forcing himself to muster the last of his strength, his steps stumbling forward. Fang Che stopped in his tracks, standing at the very edge of the abyss. Looking down, there was pure darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light, with only the rock walls occasionally reflecting a dim red glow outlining a fearsome silhouette. The feeling of summons emanated from the deepest part of this bottomless abyss, clear and distinct like a heartbeat. The dark sword pellet within his dantian was no longer simply trembling, it was in a state of near boiling. If he hadn't forcibly suppressed it with his will, it would have almost broken free from his body. Fang Che slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Without any hesitation, he leaped down. His body plummeted rapidly, the sound of whistling wind in his ears carrying a desolate sword intent that made his skin ache. The further he went down, the denser the darkness became, and the feeling of summons intensified, as if something was slowly awakening. Fang Che had no idea how long he had been falling, or it could have been just a moment or an eternity. His toes touched solid ground. The expected hardness did not come. It felt as though a thick layer of gravel had been laid beneath him, like the accumulation of countless years of dust. He steadied himself and stood firm. This was not complete darkness. The smooth rock walls emitted faint traces of sword intent. With the help of this weak light, Fang Che could see his surroundings clearly. This was an incredibly vast underground cavern, the dome fading into deep darkness with no visible end. Below his feet lay boundless gray-white dust covering the entire space. Before him was a sea of swords. Countless long swords densely packed, some embedded in the dust, others leaning against the rock walls, silent like a forest. Fang Che felt the overwhelming torrent of sword intent, his heart shaken. This was the true sword tomb. Yet immediately after, a hint of doubt arose in his mind. Such overwhelming sword intent, crashing and clashing, should have been filled with aggression, yet apart from the initial sense of pressure, he felt no substantial harm. Fang Che could sense that the Mo Yuan sword in his storage bag was trembling violently, the sword sheath barely able to contain it. This tremor was not out of fear, but rather a kind of excited reverence. "Go ahead," Fang Che pressed down his doubts and spoke softly. With a clang, the Mo Yuan sword automatically unsheathed, transforming into a stream of dark light, flying into the depths of the sword tomb, suspended among the thousands of long swords, as if a wanderer returning home. Fang Che sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and focusing his mind. He cautiously released his sword intent, making contact with the ubiquitous sword intent around him. A strand of thunder sword intent brushed against him, carrying a breath of fury and destruction. Fang Che's sword intent lightly touched it, and then retreated. Another strand of water sword intent flowed past, its softness hiding danger. He similarly only sensed it briefly before allowing it to flow away. Thus, in repetition, he contacted hundreds of different sword intents. Some resonated with him, deepening his understanding of the sword path, while others were in complete opposition, clarifying his own direction. Fang Che sat in stillness for 3 days. 3 days seemed long, but in this deep level of comprehension it felt like a fleeting moment. On the first day, Fang Che remained seated, using sword intent as his eyes observing the myriad sword intents. On the second day, he began to sense deeper, entering the abyss of sword intent, closely experiencing the powerful sword intent imprints. By the third day, he had descended 100 fathoms into the abyss, where the sword intent was even older and more dangerous. Fang Che could even sense that several powerful sword intents were watching him. The owners of those sword intents had at least been sword cultivators at the transformation stage in life. Even in death, the sword intent imprints they left behind still possessed incredible power. Among them, one strand of sword intent was particularly striking. It was not the strongest, but was the purest, representing a pursuit of ultimate speed so swift that it seemed to transcend the bounds of time. Within the sword intent, a vague figure could be seen holding a long sword, the sword moving without shadow, leaving no trace. Fang Che's sword intent gently touched this swift sword intent. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. It was a vast expanse of heaven and earth, where a swordsman clad in green stood atop a mountain, facing the rumbling thunder. He did not cast any spells, but simply drew his sword. One sword faster than lightning. The thunderclouds were cleaved apart by a single strike. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the indifferent face of the swordsman. The image shattered, and Fang Che returned to his senses with newfound understanding in his heart. "The sword of speed seeks a glimmer of life, a fleeting beauty," he murmured. "But my sword does not seek the fastest nor the strongest, it only seeks the truest." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark sword pellet in his dantian burst forth with brilliant light. The surrounding sword intents began to tremble violently, countless sword intent imprints being stirred, transforming into streams of light, converging towards Fang Che. Yet these sword intents did not attack him, rather they circled around him slowly, as if paying homage to a king. The dark sword domain around Fang Che automatically expanded, gradually extending from 3 zhang to 5 zhang, and then 10 zhang. Within the sword domain, the influx of sword intent imprints began to be decomposed, becoming part of his own sword path foundation. Outside the sword pavilion, the ancient stone door remained tightly shut. For figures stood silently in the square. They were Lu Tingfeng, the woman in purple, Nailan Jie, and the young man in black, who had come out of the sword tomb earlier. The expressions of the four varied, yet their gazes occasionally turned towards the tightly shut stone door, clearly waiting for something. It's been nearly 20 days. Nailan Jie could not help but speak, his voice like a tolling bell. That kid wouldn't have run into trouble, would he? Lu Tingfeng, upon hearing this, frowned slightly, looking at the closed stone door. His usually warm voice carried a hint of gravity. Within the sword tomb, the sword intent is as deep as the sea omnipresent. The pressure on the mind will increase exponentially with time. With my late golden core cultivation, along with the clarity of sword heart, I could only last 12 days before I had to follow the token's guidance to exit. The young man in black, named Mo Xin, also spoke solemnly, his tone complex. Relying on the sharpness of my sharp gold sword intent, I only managed to hold out for 10 days. As he spoke, his gaze turned once more towards the stone door. Even though the sword domain is profound, Fang Che is merely at foundation establishment level, with a soul strength and spiritual energy foundation vastly different from ours. No matter how strong the nascent sword domain, it still requires one's own strength to support it. 20 days. Unless he has been lingering in the outermost area all this time, but the sword intent in that region is sparse and chaotic, of little benefit to us, he certainly could not have been sitting there in stillness. Nailan Jie scratched his head, his straightforward nature causing him to blurt out, could it be that he has truly been trapped by some fierce residual sword intent? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the square grew a bit heavy. The opportunity in the sword tomb was great, but the dangers were equally unpredictable. Not everyone who entered could return unscathed. Lu Tingfeng slowly shook his head. Fang Che carries the sword domain with a steadfast will and pure sword heart, rare in this world. Ordinary sword intents are unlikely to trap him, but what we fear is. His words trailed off, but all understood his meaning. What they feared was that Fang Che, relying on the profundity of the sword domain, was unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth, and had ventured into the core of danger that even they as golden core true disciples feared. Within the sword tomb, Fang Che was completely immersed in profound comprehension. He drew upon the essence of his sword path as a guide, using the sword domain as a furnace to refine and absorb all the sword intent. The sword domain around him had expanded to a radius of 30 zhang, with dark-colored sword qi swirling endlessly. The Mo Yuan sword had returned to his side, hovering 3 feet above his head, its dark golden patterns shimmering with light. Suddenly, deep within the abyss, a sword intent that had been silent for countless years slowly awakened. This sword intent was ancient, vast, and profound, as if it originated from the very beginning of creation. Upon its emergence, all sword intents within the sword tomb trembled as if subjects before their sovereign. Fang Che abruptly opened his eyes. He saw at the bottom of the abyss a pure extreme blackness. It was not a color but the essence of existence itself, the most primal form of the concept of a sword, the source of all sword paths. Innate sword intent. Fang Che's heart trembled. According to legend, when the heavens and earth first opened, a strand of innate energy transformed into a sword known as the innate sword intent. This was the origin of all sword paths, the supreme opportunity that every sword cultivator yearned for. The strand of innate sword intent slowly ascended, coming before Fang Che. It had no form, no will, merely a pure concept. Yet the aura it radiated caused Fang Che's sword domain to tremble, not out of fear, but from a primal sense of reverence. Fang Che took a deep breath, letting go of all defenses and fully opening his heart and mind. The strand of innate sword intent gently entered his brow. In an instant, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind. What is a sword? A sword is a tool, a law, a path. A tool has form, a law has limits, but a path is formless. To wield a sword as a tool is mundane. To wield a sword as a law is cultivation. To wield a sword as a path is the truth. The true essence of the sword path lies not in the sword, nor in the law, but in oneself. I am the sword and the sword is me. My intention is the sword intent, my heart is the sword heart. Fang Che's sword intent erupted violently, and the dark sword domain rapidly expanded to 50 zhang, 100 zhang, 300 zhang. Within the sword tomb, strange phenomena abruptly appeared. Countless dormant ancient swords began to tremble violently, emitting sounds of sword cries, some clear and some deep. Initially, the sword cries were disjointed, but gradually they coalesced into a magnificent harmony, as if thousands of voices were reciting ancient sword scriptures in unison. On the walls of the abyss, those long swords embedded in the rock layers withdrew, transforming into streaks of flowing light that converged towards Fang Che. All around the sword tomb, the slumbering sword spirits awakened. In an instant, sword light shimmered like countless stars, and sword chi surged like a winding river. Fang Che stood in the center of the abyss, his 300 zhang, sword domain, operating autonomously. Within his sword domain, it was no longer simply dark, but revealed countless scenes: mountains, rivers, the sun and moon, stars, plants, insects, and fish. Every aspect of existence contained an extreme sword intent. The first to arrive was an ancient bronze sword, its blade weathered, but carrying the air of bloodshed from battlefields. It lingered at the edge of the sword domain before diving straight into the mountains and rivers, transforming into a solitary peak embodying sword intent. Next, a long sword as white as bone entered the river, immediately filling the waters with a chilling sword chi. A vibrant long sword fell into the foliage, causing the branches and leaves to become as sharp as blades. All ancient swords harboring sword intent within the sword tomb, regardless of their completeness or the level of their previous owners, surged into Fang Che's sword domain like pilgrims. The integration of each sword added a new law to this newly formed world. The Mo Yuan sword above Fang Che's head emitted a long sword cry, and its dark golden patterns glowed brightly. Fang Che's eyes were slightly closed, his mind sinking into a realm of profound mystery. He could clearly sense the origins of each ancient sword, the sword path comprehensions of their former masters, and the stories and obsessions contained within the swords. Countless ancient swords and endless sword intent flowed into his sword domain like rivers converging into the sea. The innate sword intent transformed into an invisible vortex within his sea of consciousness, refining and purifying these sword intents, ultimately turning them into the most fundamental nutrients of the sword path, continuously nourishing his sword heart. The range of the sword domain continued to expand: 350 zhang, 400 zhang, 500 zhang. The scenes within the sword domain grew increasingly clear and real as those mountains and rivers began to evolve on their own, with the sun rising and moon setting in a regular rhythm, and the growth and decay of plants mirroring the rise and fall of sword intent. As Fang Che underwent this earth-shattering transformation, a month had already passed since he entered the sword tomb. Time passed slowly, the sun gradually setting in the west, casting long shadows of the four people waiting at the entrance of the sword tomb. The stone door remained silent. The initial curiosity of Lu Tingfeng and the others had gradually been replaced by growing concern. No matter what, Fang Che was an unparalleled talent that the Shangqing sect had not seen in 10,000 years. If he were to truly perish within the sword tomb, it would be an immeasurable loss for the entire sect. As disciples of the Shangqing sect, they naturally did not wish to see such a scene. At this moment, that anxiety was not only enveloping the four in front of the sword tomb. As twilight settled in, it painted the thousands of peaks and valleys outside the Xinqing Hall in ink. Inside the hall, the star map dome silently rotated, casting a cool glow upon the several figures within. The sect leader Dao Heng sat calmly on the cloud platform, his gaze steady. Below him, several peak masters sat, in order, their breaths profound. What on earth is that little rascal Fang Che up to? It's been a whole month, and he still hasn't come out. The master of Fenji Peak said, his voice like muffled thunder breaking the silence. First, in the past, disciples entering would have made some movement within 3 days at the shortest and a month at the longest. The master of Ruijin Peak frowned tightly. Fang Che possesses unparalleled talent. Could it be that he has triggered some unknown restriction within the sword tomb? The master of Qingmu Peak pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. His innate gifts are extraordinary. Perhaps he has touched upon some profound inheritance, and it is possible that it takes more time. How much do you truly believe your own words? A clear and cold voice rang out, and Yunlan's face had long lost its smile. The master of Ho Tu Peak sighed softly. Yunlan, don't be anxious, calm down a bit. How can I remain calm? Yunlan raised her voice slightly. He is my disciple. She paused, taking a deep breath as if to calm her emotions, then waved her hand to reveal a water mirror. The mirror reflected a soul lamp, its flame dim and weak as if it could extinguish at any moment. This scene caused all present to fix their gaze. The master of Tianshu Peak pondered, with the soul lamp looking like this, Fang Che is in grave danger. Perhaps we should intervene. Not advisable. The master of Ruijin Peak rejected. At this moment, rashly intervening with external forces in the sword tomb, aside from the backlash of the laws, will also disrupt Fang Che's heart and mind, which might truly cost him his life. Dao Heng looked at the flickering soul lamp in the water mirror, slowly speaking. Fang Che's safety concerns the future of the sect. Let us set a limit of 3 days. If he does not come out within 3 days, no matter the cost, we must act to ensure the future pillar of our Shangqing sect. One day, at most wait for one more day. Yunlan's hand clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly stood up, looking at Dao Hong with determination in her clear eyes. If the situation remains the same after 1 day, please allow me to enter the sword tomb. Dao Hong gazed at her for a moment before gently nodding. All right. On the training ground, Li Yun was sparring with his junior sister Su Wan. Junior sister, your swordsmanship has made remarkable progress in this tournament. You have completely mastered this technique. One leaf lifts the flower. Li Yun sheathed his sword and smiled as he commented. Brother, you flatter me. Just as Su Wan was about to humbly respond, her palms suddenly trembled, and the second-tier magical tool in her hand began to vibrate incessantly, emitting a low hum as if in fear or excitement. Not just her, but throughout the training ground, beneath the trees, and even within distant houses, countless swords began to hum in unison, forming an increasingly resounding chorus of sword cries. Boom! A terrifying tremor seemingly originating from ancient times erupted from the depths of the sword tomb, sweeping through the entire Shangqing sect like an invisible tsunami. Immediately after, the sword intent tore through the sky, coloring the world. In the night sky, countless stars appeared, with a pitch-black star hanging prominently, casting an ethereal glow. The two felt their forms sway, overwhelmed by the immense pressure descending from above, finding it hard to even move their fingertips. Clang! Su Wan's sword emitted an unprecedented long cry, slipping from her grasp and transforming into a streak of light shooting into the heavens. My sword! Su Wan reached out to grab it, but only brushed against a lingering warmth of sword chi. She abruptly looked up, her body trembling, forgetting even to breathe. It was not just her sword. In the training ground, thousands of long swords soared into the sky simultaneously. From the direction of the Sutra Pavilion, an especially ancient and grand sword light tore through the long window, shooting straight into the clouds. In the sword forging pool, numerous red-hot sword molds broke free from the furnace, merging into the torrent. Further away, the artifact hall radiated with light, and tens of thousands of swords all flew towards the same direction, the sword tomb. Like a rain of swords flowing against the current, thousands of swords hovered above, their blades lowered, as if bowing to a sovereign. Senior brother. Su Wan's voice trembled, her face pale, nearly collapsing under the overwhelming pressure enveloping the heavens. Li Yun supported her, his heart equally turbulent. He gazed at the myriad swords bowing in the sky, staring at the pitch-black star. A term that he had only seen in ancient texts surfaced in his mind, but he dared not speak it. Atop the Sutra Pavilion, the world-shaking bell, which had not tolled for 1,000,000 years, rang out on its own, resonating for 100 miles. Countless jade slips fell from the shelves, and the elder guarding the pavilion suddenly opened, his eyes filled with shock. This is the Tao Law emerging into the world. On by Lian Peak, hundreds of alchemy furnaces exploded with a thunderous crash, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Ignoring the backlash injuries, the elders rushed out, only to see that the sky had been stirred into a massive chaotic vortex by the omnipresent sword chi, with countless swords hovering in reverent silence. At this moment, within the Shangqing sect, regardless of elders or disciples, regardless of where they were or what they were doing, all had stopped everything, gazing up at this earth-shattering phenomenon. In the closed-off areas, several auras that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years awakened simultaneously. Powerful divine senses swept across the entire sect, ultimately fixing upon the direction of the sword tomb, transmitting an incredible wave. The innate sword intent has chosen its master. Is our Shangqing sect about to have another Tao master? At the center of it all, within the depths of the sword tomb, Fang Che floated in the void, seemingly unaware of the tremendous turmoil outside. Fang Che's aura surged wildly, his cultivation rising at an alarming rate from the later stage of foundation establishment to full foundation establishment, then breaking into the golden core stage, reaching the initial phase of golden core. In just a few breaths, he had broken through from the mid-foundation establishment stage to stabilize at the late golden core stage. Yet his true gains were far more than just his cultivation. The world in Fang Che's eyes had changed. Through the sword domain formed by the gathering of myriad swords, and through the seedling of the sword path rooted in his sea of consciousness, he saw the ripples created by the world-shaking bell, the astonished expressions frozen on the faces of everyone, and the subtle tremors of every suspended sword. He even faintly sensed the attention of several ancient divine senses deep within the forbidden ground. At this moment, the entire Shangqing sect was reflected within his sword heart. It was not that he could truly glimpse the entire sect, but rather that the resonance of the sword path caused by the convergence of myriad swords allowed everything related to the sword to be vividly perceived in his awareness. At that moment, at the bottom of the abyss, a phantom gradually coalesced. He gazed at the scene of myriad swords returning to their source, the sword domain forming a realm, and genuine waves finally surfaced in his ancient eyes. The weight of 35,129,600 years. The old man sighed lightly, his voice clearly reaching Fang Che's heart. I never expected that I would truly wait for a Shangqing disciple recognized by the innate sword intent. He floated up, standing opposite Fang Che. Though merely a remnant phantom, he still radiated an awe-inspiring sword path majesty. Young man of the later generation, listen well. The innate sword intent has chosen its master, and myriad swords return to their source. This is a sign of the flourishing sword path, but also the beginning of a great calamity. What you have gained today is an opportunity, but also a consequence. The 81,400 swords within the sword tomb are all entwined with the karma of their original owners. By accepting their sword intent, you take on their blessings and grievances. As you move through the world, these karmas will inevitably seek you out. However, the old man's tone shifted, a fierce sword light shooting from his eyes. Having received the innate recognition, you are the sole master of the sword path in this world. What does it matter if you are bound by karma? With the sword in your hand, simply cut it off. As his voice fell, the old man's phantom suddenly scattered, transforming into countless glowing points that merged into Fang Che's sword domain. The last ancient sword intent in the sword tomb, also the sword intent of the initial guardian of the sword tomb, returned to its place. Boom. The sword domain was completely stabilized. Fang Che's aura retracted, all phenomena returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear as it had ever been, with sword intent swirling within, as if containing a world. He extended his hand, and the Mo Yuan sword fell into his palm. The dark golden patterns on the blade had fully activated, transforming into a complete dragon pattern that extended from the hilt to the tip. He glanced at the humming Mo Yuan sword in his hand, and softly said, "Let's go." He stepped out of the abyss. At this moment, outside the sword tomb, a crowd had gathered. The sect leader, various peak masters, elders, true disciples, and even several grand elders who had hurried from the forbidden ground had all assembled at the entrance of the sword tomb. When they saw Fang Che emerging slowly with the Mo Yuan sword in hand, the entire world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone held their breath as the young man stood quietly, seemingly gathering the majesty of heaven and earth unto himself. An ancient and pure aura silently radiated from him. Everyone felt their knees weaken, nearly bowing in reverence to this voiceless majesty. The moment Fang Che stepped out of the sword tomb, the vast sword intent permeating the heavens and the earth surged like a tide, merging into his body. The myriad swords suspended in midair emitted a long, clear ringing sound, as if completing an ancient ritual before transforming into a shower of starlight, each returning to its original place. An elder who had awakened from the forbidden ground trembled with disbelief, uttering only 2 words innate. Before being unable to continue, his eyes filled with incredulous shock. Dao Hengzhenren took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and stepped forward first. He did not inquire or investigate, but merely cast a deep glance at Fang Che, saying, "If all is well, then let's talk in the Xianqing Hall." With that, he flicked his sleeve, and a clear light enveloped Fang Che along with several peak masters and the awakened elders, instantly vanishing from the spot. The many elders and disciples gathered before the sword tomb seemed to awaken from a dream, and an uproar ensued. What exactly did Fang Che obtain in the sword tomb? A month from foundation establishment stage to golden core stage. This. Am I going to lose my mind? Not just his cultivation, don't you feel it? When he walked out just now, my sword intent was trembling. Shen Qingyan supported the weak-legged Lin Wan, gazing at the direction where everyone had just vanished, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of shock, envy, and a deep, indescribable fighting spirit. "Junior sister, we must work harder." He whispered, his palm clenched tightly without him realizing it. This once dependent junior brother had now far surpassed him. Lin Wan nodded dazedly, her mind still echoing with the magnificent scene of myriad swords suspended in air, illuminated by the dark stars. The clear light dispersed within the Xianqing Hall. Fang Che landed firmly, noticing that in addition to the sect leader and the peak masters, there were 3 elders with profound auras standing in the hall. They stood silently within the hall, seemingly one with it, being the supreme elders of the Shangqing sect, who had been sleeping in the Forbidden Land. At this moment, all eyes were on him, filled with inquiry, relief, shock, and an unmistakable concern and worry like that of Yunlan Jinren. Dao Hengzhenren was about to ask about the sword tomb when the elder in the starry Dao robe suddenly stepped forward, his gaze electric, locking onto Fang Che, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "The aura of the Dao Master. Is it really the aura of the Dao Master?" "The Dao Master. The master of the burning silence peak," exclaimed in shock, while the master of the sharp gold peak unconsciously gathered a strand of sharp golden energy in his hand, and the other peak masters all had their pupils dilate. Even the usually calm Dao Hengzhenren and the other 2 supreme elders suddenly changed their expressions, their gazes becoming incredibly sharp. "Brother Xuanqing, are you saying The elder with a pale complexion asked, looking to the elder in the starry Tao robe, as if seeking confirmation. Zhuang Xingzi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, yet his gaze never left Fang Che, slowly speaking. Indeed, it is the Tao Master. You all know that cultivators practice against the heavens for their lives. To reach the stage of tribulation transcendence, one must endure the heavenly tribulation to shed their mortal coil and condense celestial essence. However, the key to becoming an immortal lies not merely in the accumulation of magical power, but in mastering the principles of Tao. The universe has principles, and all things are orderly. This principle and order are the laws of heaven and earth. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the cycles of time, life, and death, the creation and destruction. Even swords, blades, pills, and formations all have their corresponding laws, which are the fundamental paths that compose this world. Transcending tribulation to become an immortal is essentially a process in which one's own path is recognized by heaven and earth and imprinted upon the sea of laws in the void. To successfully imprint, one must master a principle. Zhuang Xingzi's tone grew heavier. It is not merely understanding, but ruling. Only one person can master a single principle, and that person is the master of that principle. With the law at one side, the forces of heaven and earth align, and the law follows one's words. This is the true meaning of an immortal, transcending the mundane lifespan, existing in harmony with the Tao. A suppressed gasp filled the hall, who all present were top-tier powers of the age. Though they had long heard of the notion of principles, they had only grasped it partially due to their limited realm. Until this moment, a corner of the ancient mist was suddenly cleared, revealing a truth that was both crystal clear and brutally harsh. It turned out that the path to immortality was not a vague legend, but a real road to the heavens. Yet this path was so narrow that it allowed only one person to walk it alone, and throughout the ages countless extraordinary talents had been trapped beneath it. Zhuang Xingzi looked again at Fang Che, his eyes filled with a complex mix of relief, emotion, and profound reverence. Just now, as myriad swords bowed to the sect, the celestial signs signaled, a phenomenon not of the ordinary, but a sign that the Sword Tao laws had chosen their master, and heaven and earth responded. The Sword Tao laws have been without a master since their inception, wandering between heaven and earth, evolving into countless branches of the Sword Tao. And now, it has chosen this young lad. He has become the only master of the Sword Tao in the present world. The master of the Sword Tao. The master of the sharp gold peak muttered, repeating the words, looking at Fang Che with a complex gaze. He had devoted his life to swordsmanship and understood deeply what the title master of the Sword Tao meant. It was the ultimate goal in the philosophy of all sword cultivators, the source of all sword intent, the only supreme throne at the end of the sword path. Now this throne had a master, and it was a mere 10-year-old disciple of the Shangqing sect. With the law at one side, the forces of heaven and earth align. Dao Heng Jinren slowly repeated these 8 words, and when he looked at Fang Che again, his gaze had changed. The young man before him was no longer just an exceptionally talented junior, a disciple needing the protection and cultivation of the sect, but a future giant who had already taken hold of the authority of heaven and earth, tied to the rise and fall of a principle. Though he was still very weak, now the status of the Tao Master had already been established, and his growth was almost unstoppable. No wonder the myriad swords bowed. That was the might of the law, the awe of myriad swords to the source's master. The master of the Qingmu Peak suddenly realized. Yet Zhuang Xingzi turned his tone grave, adding, however, fortune and misfortune coexist. The position of the Tao Master, while the highest authority, is also a target for many. A principle allows only one master. Fang Che occupying the Sword Tao principle means that from now on, all sword cultivators, regardless of their cultivation level or talent, will find their paths, and beneath him. They may achieve the title of Sword Immortal, but they will never be able to become the master of the Sword Tao, never reach the ultimate realm of the sword. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting back on Fang Che's calm face. Such animosity towards the obstruction of the Tao is greater than killing one's parents. Once this news leaks, Fang Che will become the public enemy of all sword cultivators. Those who have reached the brink of tribulation transcendence, yearning to transcend and become immortals, will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him before he truly grows, thus seizing the foundation of the Tao. Thank you, Elder Taishang, for your guidance. Oh, I understand now. Fang Che bowed slightly in response to Zhuang Xingzi's all-seeing gaze. He raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute. Having gained this opportunity, I shall bear this heavy responsibility. Since I have embarked on the path of sword cultivation, I shall not fear the entanglements of karma or the trials that come my way. This is my path, my tribulation, and also my opportunity. Fang Che's voice was not loud, yet each word was clear. His aura subtly shifted, and a strand of pure sharpness flickered past, causing the pupils of several elders to constrict. Zhuang Xingzi looked at him, admiration deepening in his eyes as he nodded slowly. Well said. The competition for the position of the Tao Master is indeed brutally fierce, and it is commendable that you have this awareness. The sect will surely do its utmost to protect you and assist in your growth, but how far you can go and whether you can hold on to this authority ultimately depends on yourself. Dao Hengzhenren turned his gaze towards Fang Che, speaking gravely. Fang Che, your identity is now entirely different. From this moment on, you must understand that your safety is tied to the rise and fall of the sect. In the future, you must act with extreme caution. But there is no need to be overly cautious. Another elder slowly spoke. You may have forgotten our Qingqing sect has stood for tens of millions of years based on what? Zhuang Xingzi was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened slightly. Are you saying? The hidden one nodded faintly, turning to Fang Che, his tone carrying a sense of composure. The rules of the sword path choose their master. This is a great fortune for the world and also a significant opportunity for our Qingqing sect. As for external threats, he paused, speaking harshly. Since the founding of our sect by the first ancestor, we have had 7 Tao masters. Though they no longer concern themselves with worldly affairs, would they simply stand by and do nothing? Zhuang Xingzi, now completely calm, took the conversation forward, his tone proud. Though many covet the rules of the sword path, in the past tens of millions of years none have dared to brazenly cause trouble at our Qingqing sect. As for those who act in the shadows, our sect has its means to deal with them. Regarding those ancient monsters who have been in seclusion for many years, a cold, sharp light flickered in his eyes. If they dare to reach out, they must weigh whether they can withstand the wrath of our Qingqing sect. The words of Zhuang Xingzi and the Hidden One served as a stabilizing force, calming the emotions of those present in the hall. The existence of those 7 living Tao masters was the foundation upon which the Qingqing sect stood firm for tens of millions of years. Dao Hengzhenren, finally at ease, spoke in a deep voice. What the 2 elders have said is indeed correct. Since Fang Che is a disciple of our Qingqing sect, the sect will be his most solid backing. What is said in this hall today shall be treated as the highest secret of the sect, strictly prohibiting any disclosure. Dao Hengzhenren's voice was solemn, carrying an unchallengeable command. Fang Che's identity as the master of the sword path must never be known to outsiders. Outwardly, we shall explain the anomaly of the sword tomb as Fang Che, having received the complete inheritance of the ancient peerless sword Immortal, consolidating a rare sword domain. He looked at Fang Che, his gaze gentle. Fang Che, you need not be anxious or fearful. You only need to remember to devote yourself to cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. The sect will do its utmost to guide you and pave the way for you. When you can truly grasp the rules and manifest the powers of the Tao Master, it will be the day when all sword cultivators in the world honor you, and no one will dare to harbor any ill thoughts. Fang Che met the gazes of the sect leader and the various peak masters, feeling the initial shock in his heart gradually settle, transforming into a heavy sense of responsibility. He bowed deeply, his voice clear. Disciple understands and will not fail the sect's cultivation. Zhuang Xingzi looked at him, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes as he nodded slightly. Your temperament is steady like raw jade waiting to be carved. Just remember, the path of the Tao Master is fraught with danger at every step. At present, your realm is still low. Though the rules of the sword path acknowledge you as their master, you are far from being able to truly wield them. The urgent task is for you to elevate your cultivation as quickly as possible to a level sufficient to initially utilize the authority of the Tao Master, at least to the nascent soul stage. From now on, you may freely use all resources within the sect. Disciple obeys. Fang Che bowed once more. Little one. The Hidden One's gaze fell gently on Fang Che, speaking softly. The Tao Masters within the sect are already aware of your existence. He paused slightly, as if light flowed in his eyes. Later, I will guide you to the Yuqing realm to meet the Tao Masters. Fang Che felt a slight chill in his heart and respectfully replied, Disciple obeys. All right, there is no time to waste. Zhuang Xingzi spoke, looking at the Hidden One, and the 2 slightly nodded. Zhuang Xingzi waved his sleeve, and a gentle yet undeniable light enveloped Fang Che. Let us head to the Yuqing realm. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the 3 vanished like fleeting shadows from the Shankong hall, causing no spatial fluctuation whatsoever, as if they had never existed here. In the hall remained Dao Hengzhenren and several peak masters, along with another elder who had remained silent, yet whose aura was as deep as ancient mountains and seas. The hall fell silent once more, yet the air felt 100 times heavier than before. The master of the sword path has actually emerged from our Qingqing sect. The peak master of thick earth sighed deeply, his tone complex. I do not know whether this is a tremendous blessing for the sect or the beginning of a storm that will sweep through the world. As the clear light flowed, the universe turned upside down. Fang Che felt the scenery before him change in an instant, and when the clear light dissipated, he found himself in a completely different realm. The ground beneath his feet was not solid, but rather a void shimmering with faint starlight. Above him, there were neither sun nor moon, only the vast starry sea hanging in the sky. 7 main stars hung high in the center, their brilliance akin to the sun and moon, shining so brightly that it was blinding. Surrounding them, countless stars flickered and flowed like ministers guarding their sovereign, collectively forming a grand and ancient star map. These 7 main stars rotated endlessly at the center of the star. See their majestic Tao rhythm intertwining light and darkness. Each alternation caused myriad stars to tremble in response, resonating throughout the void. The air was filled with a vast and ancient aura. The spiritual energy here was no ordinary substance, but rather a mist condensed from the essence of the great Tao. With each breath, it felt as though fragments of the Tao flowed within. Zhuang Xingzi and the Hidden One stood on either side of Fang Che, their auras naturally restraining themselves in this place, showing immense respect for the Tao Master. The Yuqing realm is where the Tao Masters and elders of our Qingqing sect have meditated and sought understanding through the ages. Zhuang Xingzi spoke softly to Fang Che, his voice seeming somewhat ethereal. In this peculiar space, the stars you see before you are the projection of the Tao Master's Tao realms. As soon as he finished speaking, in the most brilliant area of stars ahead, 7 points of starlight suddenly lit up simultaneously, their glow warm and not blinding, as if becoming the center of this realm. Immediately, 7 illusory yet solid figures slowly emerged from the starlight. They varied in appearance. Some were elderly with the demeanor of celestial beings, others were middle-aged with blurred faces, some were cold and elegant women, and others were carefree and unrestrained youths. Their clothing also differed greatly, from ancient Tao robes to ornate garments adorned with stars to simple cloth attire. Yet collectively, the aura surrounding them was as profound as the ancient starry sky, vast as the boundless sea. Fang Che merely glanced at them, and his mind felt as if it had been drawn into an endless vortex of Tao rhythm, unable to extricate itself. 7 figures stood silently among the starlight, not intentionally exuding pressure, yet the ancient aura that resonated with the Tao made Fang Che's soul tremble slightly, causing him to hold his breath involuntarily. He bowed respectfully, about to pay his respects, when a clear and cheerful voice came from the young Taoist master, who resembled an ordinary scholar. Young friend, there is no need for excessive formality. We should actually address you as Sword Sovereign. Sword Sovereign. Fang Che was slightly taken aback, raising his head to look at the smiling Taoist master, his eyes filled with some confusion. Although he had learned about the Tao from Zhuang Xingzi and the hidden Taoist, he had no knowledge of such a title. Noticing his confusion, another Taoist master in plain clothing resembling a neighborly old man slowly spoke. The 3,000 great avenues of heavenly change have their order. The top 10 among them are the masters of their respective Tao, and only they are qualified to be called sovereign. The sword Tao rules you possess are the foremost in killing and attacking, ranking within the top 10. Since you have gained their recognition, although your cultivation is still shallow, the title of Sword Sovereign is undoubtedly yours to claim. The old Taoist master's voice was calm and unhurried, as if stating an utterly commonplace fact, yet it caused Fang Che and the 3 others to be shaken once more. Top 10. The young Taoist master who had spoken first laughed heartily. He observed Fang Che with great interest, his eyes shimmering with starlight, as if he could see through everything. Little guy, relax a bit. Calling you Sword Sovereign is meant in jest, but it also shows our attitude. In the presence of the great Tao, the accomplished take precedence. Since the rules have recognized you as their master, you are the only master of this Tao in this world, and you are also our fellow practitioner. Your cultivation level will eventually catch up. There is no need to be overly restrained. His words were spoken casually, yet they caused a chill to run through Zhuang Xingzi and the hidden Taoist beside him. The fact that the Taoist master referred to Fang Che as a fellow practitioner was an unparalleled recognition and expectation for him. The Sword Tao rules have been silent for ages, and today they have chosen a master. There must be profound meaning behind this, and hidden tribulations are also opportunities. At this moment, the Taoist master, with a cool demeanor among the 7, spoke softly, her voice clear and enchanting. Before she finished speaking, she lightly raised her delicate hand, and a droplet of water, as cool as moonlight, slowly floated towards Fang Che. This is a small water droplet. In times of crisis, if you crush this droplet, it can instantly manifest a law body embodying 30% of my Tao rhythm, lasting for 3 breaths. Although this law body is not my direct presence, it is sufficient to protect you. Moreover, no matter how far apart we are, I can clearly sense your location and situation through this droplet. Upon hearing this, Fang Che couldn't help but be stunned. This was no ordinary gift. Possessing it meant he could summon a powerful being at the peak of the cultivation world for assistance at any time, akin to acquiring a life-saving talisman. He quickly accepted it with both hands. The water droplet felt icy, as if a galaxy was swirling within. Before Fang Che could express his gratitude, the young Taoist master spoke with a smile. Sister Qingxian is indeed generous, so I cannot be stingy either. With a casual flick of his finger, a token that was neither gold nor jade landed in Fang Che's hand. Dust micro token A. It isn't of much use, but if you crush it, I can project a phantom to help you maintain appearances or shield you during your escape. He spoke lightly, but the effect of maintaining appearances and shielding was likely enough to intimidate an entire realm. Disciple Dust Micro remains as mischievous as ever, bestowing treasures so casually. The old Taoist master in plain clothing shook his head with a smile, but then pointed a finger, causing a drop of vitality as vast as the ocean to merge directly into Fang Che's forehead. This is the essence of eternal life, which can nourish the physical body and soul, replenish the source, detoxify, poisons, revive vitality, and has the ability to revive the dead. Immediately after, the middle-aged Taoist master, who seemed to blend into the void at any moment, pointed a hand, and a nearly transparent talisman appeared before Fang Che. Void Escape Talisman contains a trace of spatial essence. Once activated, it can allow you to escape into the void. The burly Taoist master among the seven punched the air, and a heavy earthy light ring encircled Fang Che's wrist, vanishing instantly. His voice was like a bell. The undisturbed halo can manifest when you endure attacks beyond your limits, helping you avert disasters. If the halo shatters, I will come to assist you myself. Finally, the Taoist master, who had been smiling all along with an air of nobility and grace, presented a jade plate, which flew before Fang Che. This has no offensive or protective abilities. The ever-smiling Taoist master spoke slowly, as if narrating the profound truths of heaven and earth. It can conceal your form, hide your spirit, and obscure your schemes. It will distort your existence's traces. Ordinary cultivators' divine sense probing will only sweep through a void, and those adept at celestial calculations will find their techniques rendered completely ineffective against this talisman. The seven spiritual items, each different, were all of the utmost preciousness. This was not merely a welcoming gift, it was the collective protection and recognition bestowed upon Fang Che, the future sword sovereign, by the seven Taoist masters. Fang Che fell into a brief silence, then bowed to the seven Taoist masters, saying, "I know my qualifications are shallow and my cultivation lowly. To receive such kindness from you seniors, I can only forge ahead with my sword in hand, and my Tao in heart, striving not to disappoint your kindness today, nor the glory of my Qingyan sect." After the bow, he straightened up, his gaze clear, staring directly at the figures among the starlight ahead. At that moment, the dormant imprint of the sword Tao within him unexpectedly flickered slightly. Although it was just for an instant, an indescribably pure sword intent naturally emanated from him. This sword intent, though weak, was of an extremely lofty essence, like a fledgling phoenix's first song, clear and proud. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered in the eyes of the seven Taoist masters almost simultaneously. This child's degree of resonance with the Tao was nearly instinctual, truly extraordinary. Good. The central Taoist master nodded slowly, a warm smile on his face, not proud or impatient, knowing gratitude and bearing responsibility. Haha, this little guy is quite interesting. Taoist Chunwei clapped and chuckled. With the treasures given by us old folks, there is nowhere in this vast world you cannot go. Fang Che, upon hearing this, replied earnestly, replying to the Taoist master, "I would not dare to think so. Although the treasures are sharp, they are ultimately external objects. Cultivation and realm are the true fundamentals. This vast world I yearn to explore, yet I must measure the path I can take with the sword in my hand rather than acting recklessly, relying on treasures." His words were sincere and clear-headed. The several Taoist masters nodded internally, recognizing that this child was indeed capable and had not been blinded by the sudden, overwhelming opportunity. The Taoist master in plain clothing looked at Fang Che, who was shrouded in faint light from the spiritual items, with an even more comforting expression in his eyes. "The seven of us have entrusted you with these tokens not to make you rely on external objects, but to indicate that the sect stands with you. However, the path of the great Tao ultimately requires self-cultivation. The nascent soul realm is the beginning of communicating with the rules. I hope you will cultivate diligently, without ceasing. Go now." Upon finishing, he lightly waved his sleeve, and a beam of clear light enveloped Fang Che, Xuanxingzi, and the hidden Taoist. In an instant, the three had returned to the Xianqing Hall. The hidden Taoist looked at Fang Che, stroking his beard with a smile. "Little guy, do not disappoint the kindness of the Taoist masters. The disciple would never dare to forget." Fang Che replied solemnly. The power comes with responsibility, and the gifts are tied to causality. He understood this principle. When Fang Che returned to Tingzhu Pavilion, the moon was already high in the sky. The shadows of the bamboo danced gently, casting reflections on the bluestone path. The night wind brushed past, bringing a soft rustling sound that blended with the faint sound of a distant waterfall, rendering this secluded courtyard particularly tranquil. He pushed open the courtyard door and sat down at the familiar stone table, not immediately engaging in cultivation, but quietly gazing at the swaying bamboo forest in the night, organizing the dreamlike experiences of the past month. The late phase of the golden core. It truly feels somewhat unreal, Fang Che muttered to himself. From a mundane youth with no cultivation to achieving the golden core in just a little over a year. Such speed, not to mention others, even he himself felt disoriented. If he were to speak of it, others would likely think he was mad. He introspected, observing the golden core slowly rotating within his dantian, its size evidently several times larger than that of an ordinary late-phase golden core cultivator, more solid and restrained, emanating an indescribable sheen, with a hint of sharp sword intent contained within. The imprint of the sword law coiled deep within the core of the golden core, radiating a pure ancient supreme aura closely connected to his spirit. While he was pondering, a refreshing fragrance quietly approached. Isn't this our esteemed golden core cultivator staying up late to lament under the moon? A clear and pleasant voice rang out, tinged with a hint of teasing. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure had unknowingly leaned against the green bamboo at the edge of the courtyard. She wore a white dress, her dark hair loosely tied, with a simple white jade hairpin, a few strands cascading down her cheeks, further accentuating her jade-like skin and picturesque features. At this moment, she was looking at Fang Che with a smile that was neither fully smiling nor fully serious. Fang Che did not need to turn around to know who it was. He quickly stood up, turned, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." "No need for formalities, no need for formalities." Master Yunlan waved her hand, her figure swaying, as she sat on the stone bench across from Fang Che, resting her chin on one hand, while scrutinizing her disciple with curiosity. "How long has it been?" Let me calculate. From your entry into the sect until now, it has only been a year and 9 months, right?" She tilted her head. Late phase of the golden core. Even the flight of a sword wouldn't be this quick, would it? When I transitioned from the mid to late phase of the golden core, I diligently closed myself off for over a decade. Fang Che helplessly smiled. "Master is joking, it was merely a stroke of luck. Luck to gain the recognition of the sword law. Luck to be summoned by 7 Dao lords. Luck to ascend to the late phase of the golden core." Master Yunlan interrupted him, looking displeased. She suddenly reached out, pinching Fang Che's cheek. "How can you be this lucky? Don't think that just because you're a golden core cultivator, I won't dare to discipline you." As she spoke, her tone slightly paused and a rare hint of melancholy appeared on her face, but it quickly vanished, returning to her smiling demeanor. "Alas, it seems I need to work harder, otherwise if one day I am surpassed by my little disciple, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" The late phase of the nascent soul. It is time to ponder the matter of transformation into the divine. Fang Che said earnestly, "Master's Dao techniques are profound, and your solid foundation will surely make the breakthrough to transformation into the divine a matter of course. The disciple is merely relying on the legacy of predecessors to move a bit faster, but the path is long, and in the future I will still need Master to guide me constantly." "You have quite the sweet tongue." Master Yunlan rolled her eyes at him, then suddenly thought of something, took out an object from her sleeve, which turned out to be a jade pendant, and handed it to Fang Che. "I am poor and have nothing of value, but this Luyun pendant has accompanied me for hundreds of years. I usually wear it for looks that can nourish the spirit, so don't you dare look down on it." "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift." Fang Che quickly accepted it with both hands. The jade pendant felt warm and smooth in his hands, seemingly still retaining Master Yunlan's body warmth and a faint fragrance. This jade pendant may not be worth as much as the treasures bestowed by the Dao Lords, but it was clearly an item she had kept close, making this sentiment particularly precious. Master Yunlan waved her hand, stood up, stretched lazily, her graceful figure fully visible under the moonlight. "All right, put your things away and get some rest early." She walked to the courtyard entrance, turned back to glance at Fang Che, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on her face. "Little 13. Disciple is here. No matter what, Tingzhu Pavilion will always be your home, and Master will always be your master." After saying this, without waiting for Fang Che to respond, her figure rippled like water, blending into the moonlit bamboo forest, disappearing from sight. Fang Che held the still warm jade pendant, gazing in the direction where his master had vanished, warmth surging in his heart. The night wind rustled through the bamboo, and the waves of emotion stirred by the astonishing encounter within him finally calmed at this moment. Fang Che no longer delayed, rising to enter the quiet room, beginning his first cultivation since ascending to the golden core. He focused his thoughts, embracing the unity of essence, and operated the Shangqing Qi-inducing technique that he had long since mastered. As he initiated the technique, Fang Che immediately sensed the difference. If the experience of absorbing spiritual energy during the foundation establishment was likened to a stream trickling through the mountains, then at this moment, as the heart method operated, the pores and acupoints across his body naturally opened, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him like rivers returning to the sea. The efficiency of cultivation compared to before was multiplied. In the past, he needed to transport spiritual power over several cycles to convert the accumulated energy, but now almost in the instant the spiritual energy entered his body, it was efficiently refined and absorbed by the golden core for his use. Throughout this process, the golden core itself seemed to become a vortex with infinite suction, continuously converting the external spiritual energy into the purest golden core mana. Is this the true state of cultivation for a golden core cultivator? Foundation establishment cultivators still need to painstakingly transport spiritual energy, while golden core cultivators themselves are a powerful energy core, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth and refining the quintessence. The efficiency is simply incomparable. No wonder the divide between the golden core and foundation establishment is viewed as a massive watershed. Moreover, Fang Che also discovered that when his mind sank deep into the golden core and touched that imprint of sword law, certain forces and intents related to the sword in the surrounding world seemed to be drawn and gathering in strands, allowing him to enhance his understanding of the sword even during basic cultivation. Truly the sword law, Fang Che sighed inwardly. Indeed profound and extraordinary, constantly resonating with the sword principles of heaven and earth. As the night deepened and the moon shone brighter within Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che sat quietly like a pine tree, the exchange of his aura with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth forming a harmonious rhythm. The bamboo shadows brushed across him, the rustling sound intertwined with the distant sound of water, while within him the mana rose and fell like the tide, each cycle strengthening his foundation. As the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, Fang Che's aura suddenly retracted to its utmost, and the next moment an essence of seamless perfection naturally radiated. He opened his eyes, a flicker of sword shadow flashing by, then quickly returning to clarity. Fang Che let out a long sigh, a satisfied expression on his face. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, pushed open the door of the quiet room, and the fresh mist lingered in the bamboo forest, the distant sound of the waterfall appearing particularly clear in the morning. He walked into the courtyard, beginning as usual to practice the most basic sword moves, not using a hint of mana, each move slow and focused. The morning light broke through, casting a faint golden edge to the mist in the bamboo forest. Fang Che's sword technique flowed like water as bamboo leaves swirled gently in the breeze created by his sword. Just as he finished a move, lightly tapping the ground with the sword tip, he keenly sensed a familiar aura coming from the path in the bamboo grove. Fang Che smiled inwardly, but remained composed, softly calling out "Senior Sister." A moment of silence lingered behind the bamboo thicket before a figure slowly emerged. Fang Jr. Brother Lin Wan's voice was as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, her eyes cast downward, afraid to meet Fang Che's gaze. Fang Che understood, taking measured steps closer and stopping a few paces away from her, his tone as gentle as ever. "Did you come to find me for something today?" "No, nothing." Lin Wan quickly shook her head, her voice growing fainter. "I was just passing by, heard the sound of sword practice, and came to take a look." She stole a glance at Fang Che before quickly lowering her head again. The person before her stood tall and poised, exuding a depth like a tranquil sea. Though his face remained as handsome as ever and his eyes gentle, an intangible aura of a high-level cultivator emanated from him, creating an unprecedented distance in her heart. A year ago, he was still the little junior brother who needed her guidance through the sect, who would quietly seek her help when facing difficulties in his cultivation. Back then, she would pat his shoulder and say in a mature tone, "From now on, Senior Sister will take care of you." But now, he had already become a golden core real person. While she was still at the 8th level of chi refinement, a sense of indescribable inferiority flooded her heart. She even felt that standing before him now required immense courage. I see. Fang Che seemed oblivious to her awkwardness, naturally picking up the teapot from the stone table and pouring 2 cups of clear dew tea. "Senior Sister, your timing is perfect. I just finished practicing my sword and was about to rest. This clear dew tea is still the one you recommended back then." He gently pushed 1 cup of tea across the stone table. Lin Wan looked at the steaming cup of tea, and the taut string in her heart loosened slightly. She moved to the edge of the stone bench, but did not sit down, instead staring at the floating green tea leaves in the cup, mumbling softly, You are already a golden core real person." She paused, her voice barely audible. "With my meager cultivation, how can I possibly deserve to call you Senior Sister?" As the words escaped her lips, that sense of inferiority, which had lingered since learning of Fang Che's astonishing progress, almost materialized as mist blurring her vision. She bit her lip hard, trying to suppress the moisture threatening to spill. Fang Che quietly watched her slightly trembling shoulders and the top of her head, a light sigh escaping his heart. He set down his teacup, his voice softer than the morning mist. "Senior Sister." This call was crystal clear. "Cultivation may vary, but our bond remains unchanged. Fang Che's eyes were clear. When I first entered the sect confused and lost, it was you, Senior Sister, who guided me, helped me identify herbs, and accompanied me during my bottleneck moments, distracting me with sparring. I have never forgotten these little moments. He paused, a helpless smile appearing. Are you saying that just because my cultivation has fortuitously improved a bit, you will erase those pasts and refuse to acknowledge me as your junior brother? Then I must go find the master to seek justice. She suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly red, hastily rebutting. Who would not want you? I just... The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat, but the clear sadness in her lively almond eyes at that moment was unmistakable to Fang Che. Fang Che stood up and walked to her, bending slightly to bring his gaze level with hers. Senior sister, the path of cultivation is long. You possess innate talent and a solid foundation. Your future achievements are boundless. I have merely taken a few steps ahead. Lin Wan stared blankly into his clear eyes, which held no lofty pity, no distance of cultivation disparity, only the same clarity and purity as before. Therefore Fang Che straightened up, his smile brightening like the morning light breaking through the mist. Senior sister will always be my senior sister. Lin Wan gazed at his bright smile, and the heavy wall in her heart crumbled. She sniffed, suddenly feeling like a fool for how she had acted moments ago. She deliberately pouted, masking the lingering embarrassment, plopping down on the stone bench, picking up the cup of tea, and taking a large gulp. Setting down the cup, she widened her almond eyes and tried to glare fiercely at Fang Che. From now on, when you see this senior sister, you must be respectful and courteous, and no hiding of any cultivation insights is allowed. And you must not laugh at my low cultivation. Fang Che stepped back, cupping his hands in respect, and bowing, proclaiming loudly, yes, junior brother will diligently follow senior sister's teachings. Just as the atmosphere began to warm, a clear and gentle laugh suddenly rang out from deep within the bamboo grove. See, I told you the little junior brother is not that kind of person. As the voice fell, a figure in a blue robe emerged from behind a thicker cluster of phoenix tail bamboo. The newcomer appeared to be around 27 or 28, with an elegant visage, smiling eyes, and a demeanor as warm as jade. None other than the third senior brother, Shen Qingyan. Third senior brother, when did you hide there? Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. Shen Qingyan approached, placing a food box on the stone table, first nodding with a smile to Fang Che, his gaze filled with unreserved appreciation and approval. Then he turned to Lin Wan, his tone teasing. I arrived even earlier than you did. I wanted to see how little junior brother would differ after achieving the golden core, but instead I witnessed a good show. Third senior brother. Lin Wan's face turned even redder as she pretended to hit him. Shen Qingyan chuckled, slightly sidestepping, and opened the food box, revealing several exquisite pastries infused with spiritual energy, clearly made with care. He looked at Fang Che with a sincere smile. Little junior brother, congratulations on your rapid cultivation progress. His demeanor was naturally calm, devoid of any forced flattery or stiffness, remaining the warm and reliable brother he always was. Fang Che gave a slight bow, smiling. It's just a matter of good luck. Shen Qingyan shook his head with a smile, picking up a piece of cloud cake and handing it to the still pouting Lin Wan. Try this. It's made with freshly harvested mist peak tea powder. Junior brother, your current realm is different. These pastries have limited benefits for you, but they are worth tasting for their flavor. Lin Wan accepted the pastry, taking small bites. The sweet, glutinous taste melted in her mouth. She looked at the still warm and gentle third senior brother and the cleary junior brother, and the awkwardness stemming from their cultivation disparity quietly dissipated in this familiar and warm atmosphere. Shen Qingyan took a sip of tea, his warm gaze on the two, speaking softly. The path of cultivation is a solitary journey, yet we must support one another as fellow disciples. Little junior brother moves swiftly. It is due to his karma. As for you, Wan, you need not be anxious. Take your time, solidify your foundation. The future is long. He smiled slightly, his tone resolute. We will always be a family. The morning light grew ever brighter, bathing the three in warmth, the clear tea wafting the pastries sweet, and the bamboo forest rustling gently. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since Fang Che returned from the Sword Tomb, yet the heated discussions within the Qingyun sect showed no signs of abating. People continued to engage tirelessly in various topics concerning him, and the fervor clearly remained far from dissipating. On this day, several familiar elders gathered on the cloud platform to enjoy tea and discuss the Tao, and the topic unwittingly shifted to Fang Che. Junior sister Yunlan truly has taken a good disciple, one elder remarked. An elder with a thin face stroked his beard, sighing with genuine emotion. In the late stages of Golden Core, it took me nearly 200 years to reach this point in my time. Before his words fell, the real person, Xian Cheng, sitting on the left, set down his teacup and took over the conversation. It took me 237 years to break into the late stages of Golden Core, but that boy, only a year and a half. The reply came from real person Ming Su of the Law Enforcement Hall, who was usually taciturn but spoke unexpectedly at this moment. In just a year and a half since entering the sect, he went from having no cultivation to reaching the late stages of Golden Core. He accomplished it in merely a year and a half. The air fell silent for a moment. It should be noted that for ordinary cultivators transitioning from Qi refinement to Golden Core, typically takes at least 1 or 200 years, with some taking 4 or 500 years, and many spending their entire lives without even touching the threshold of golden core. Yet Fang Che managed to do it in just a year and a half, causing the elders around the table to suddenly fall silent. Real person Xian Cheng glanced to the side and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, didn't senior brother Zile also take an interest in this boy back then? Real person Zilius Teacup paused in midair. Real person Xian Cheng lowered his head to pour tea, suppressing a smile. In truth, senior brother need not take it to heart. Taking on disciples is a matter of fate. You and that boy are simply not fated to be together. Who says I care? Real person Zilius' voice was steady. He is just a good seedling. My sect is not lacking in outstanding disciples. Indeed, real person Xian Cheng nodded repeatedly. Your disciples are indeed numerous and talented. Although the discussions were fervent, there would eventually be a time when the tide recedes. A month passed, and the various heated discussions and speculations about Fang Che gradually began to fade with the passage of time, allowing Fang Che to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was not that people no longer marveled. Rather, after the initial shock, life ultimately had to return to reality. In such a large sect as the Qingyun sect, new events occurred daily. No matter how legendary Fang Che's experiences were, they ultimately remained someone else's story to the vast majority. After the initial astonishment, discussions continued for a while, and as the novelty wore off, life resumed its usual course. Fang Che naturally noticed this subtle change. In the first few days, even while in the listening bamboo pavilion, he could faintly sense many unfamiliar auras lingering near the bamboo forest path. It was only in recent days that the feeling of being constantly watched began to fade. The bamboo forest returned to its previous tranquility, with the occasional chirping of birds and rustling of leaves no longer disturbed by human voices. Fang Che's subsequent days became as leisurely as before. Notably, he added a new task to his daily cultivation, comprehending the Zhou Tian Star Sword Classic. When Fang Che first encountered this sword classic, he was deeply shocked. It was far from an ordinary sword technique, but rather an immensely grand path of sword formations. Its core principle is to use one's own sword heart as a guide, the power as a thread connecting with the rhythm of the stars in the heavens, transforming the power of the stars into an unparalleled sword formation. At the highest levels of cultivation, one could even summon real stars using the myriad stars as swords to set up an unparalleled sword formation that envelopes the universe. In the early stages of cultivation, one must use flying swords as a foundation to simulate the movements of the stars. Most astonishingly, the Zhou Tian Star Sword Classic has no theoretical limit to the number of flying swords one can control. In other words, as long as the cultivator has the ability, they can wield an infinite number of flying swords. For ordinary cultivators obtaining this sword classic, it would likely be a mix of joy and worry, the joy being its boundless power and the worry being its staggering resource consumption. The resources required to forge such a number of flying swords could easily bankrupt any sect or family. However, for Fang Che, this sword classic seemed tailor-made for him. He focused his mind, expanding his sword domain, where countless uncountable swords floated, precisely the 81,000 ancient swords he had absorbed and contained in the sword tomb, guided by the principles of swordsmanship. These swords at this moment were silent within the sword domain, but were closely connected to his soul, as if they were an extension of his body. As long as he directed his thoughts, he could easily summon these swords to his command. 81,000. This is a number that would leave anyone who understood the mysteries of the Zhou Tian Star Sword Classic utterly astonished. How terrifying would the power be with 81,000 swords unleashed? The Zhou Tian Star Sword Classic and Fang Che were practically a perfect match. In the initial days, Fang Che did not utilize the swords in the sword domain, but practiced the basic changes of the sword formation in the open space behind the listening bamboo pavilion, using his fingers to represent the sword or casually breaking bamboo branches, repeatedly simulating the corresponding relationship between the positions of the stars and the trajectories of the flying swords in his mind. His insights into the principles of the stars seemed particularly sharp due to the existence of swordsmanship principles, allowing for rapid progress. 7 days later, on a night when the moon was bright and stars sparse, Fang Che stood quietly in the center of the open space, closing his eyes in concentration. He sank his mind into the sword domain and did not greedily summon too many swords, merely drawing out 36 ancient swords from within. Buzz! A clear sound of sword ringing echoed. Around him, 36 ancient swords of slightly different shapes, each about 3 feet long, appeared out of thin air, their blades shimmering with hazy starlight, quietly hovering around his body, their tips slightly drooping as if bowing to him. Fang Che opened his eyes, a flicker of sword light passing through his gaze. With a slight movement of his thoughts, an ancient sword silently lunged forward 3 inches before swiftly retracting. Very good, controlling them is even smoother than expected, Fang Che concluded in his heart. The ancient swords in this sword domain were highly attuned to his soul, nearly as if they were an extension of his will. Next was the key part. Star tracks as the guide sword light, as the stars array formation. The 36 hovering ancient swords trembled gently at the same time and transformed into 36 streaks of flowing light shooting towards their designated positions. They followed some ancient and mysterious trajectory, continuously weaving within a radius of several meters around Fang Che's head and body. In just 3 breaths, a preliminary form of a sword formation composed of 36 cold stars remarkably took shape. In the heavens above, a corresponding region of sparse stars seemed to flicker slightly, and a faint, imperceptible cold star power infused into the sword formation. In an instant, the sword lights of the 36 ancient swords surged simultaneously, their auras connecting with one another in a cycle. The air within the entire sword formation suddenly became stagnant, and a fierce, murderous aura mixed with the vast starry energy radiated outward. Standing at the center of the sword formation, Fang Che felt the immense power flowing through the formation, as well as the profound connection among the 36 ancient swords, each functioning like stars, while also being a cohesive whole, stirring an indescribable thrill within his heart. This was merely the most rudimentary introductory sword formation, utilizing only 36 swords, and the star power drawn was negligible. However, the potential and might it displayed already far surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary golden core cultivator. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting his sword finger. The 36 flying swords retracted their brilliance, transforming into 36 streaks of flowing light that swiftly vanished into his body. Fang Che raised his head to gaze at the vast starry sky, his eyes reflecting the light of countless stars, as if glimpsing the magnificent scene of the future where the stars of Zhoutian would be wielded as swords, laying out an unparalleled sword formation. Within the silent chamber, a massive spirit-gathering array was slowly operating, drawing spiritual energy from all directions to converge here, its overwhelming power layering upon itself, creating an illusion of distorted and blurred space. At the heart of the array, a young figure sat in meditation. Fang Che closed his eyes, breathing steadily as spiritual energy continuously surged from all directions, swirling around him before sinking into his chi-si. Within him, the golden core resembled a bottomless abyss, devouring all the vast spiritual power drawn by the spirit-gathering array. The chi surged like rivers converging into the sea. However, the golden core was like a glutton, consuming massive amounts of spiritual power without causing even a ripple, let alone a splash. Not even a single ripple could be seen. The spirit-gathering array continued to operate, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the room reached an extreme level, nearly condensing into fog. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, and a wisp of spiritual light quietly receded from his gaze. The golden core is complete. He softly uttered these 4 words, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and a touch of sentiment. Clearly, he was just a step away from success, yet that step seemed impossible to take. Fang Che looked down at his flawless white hands and suddenly smiled. In just a year from the late stage of the golden core to about to break through to perfection, a journey that would typically take ordinary golden core cultivators 70 to 80 years, he accomplished in merely 1 year. What was there to be dissatisfied about? However, he also understood that if it were not for the sect's strong support relying solely on himself, even with another 10 years, he might not have touched the threshold of perfection. During this year, he had improved not only his cultivation. He had already gone through more than half of the sect's various classics regarding the golden core realm. Although the sword path could break through myriad laws, Fang Che understood that sometimes knowing a bit more could prevent him from being constrained by others. He had delved into various fields, from elemental arts, restrictive formations, alchemy symbols, to the forbidden arts of soul confinement. It's not good to keep cultivating endlessly. Oh, I should go out for a breath of fresh air. Fang Che stretched lazily and walked out of the quiet chamber slowly, making his way along the bamboo forest path. This was the first time he had stepped out of Tingzhu Pavilion since the discussions in the sect had calmed down. As Fang Che walked, he felt something was off. At this hour in the past, there would always be groups of cultivators coming and going on the mountain path, yet on this journey, he only encountered 2 outer disciples tidying up. At the end of the path, an old banyan tree leaned out with its branches shading half of the stone steps. Under the tree, 2 people were engaged in a game of chess. Fang Che recognized one of them as Elder Zhou from the rear mountain herb garden, a mid-nascent soul cultivator who had been stationed here for over 40 years. The other was a young female cultivator he did not recognize, with a delicate appearance, likely someone who had just returned to the sect. He intended to quietly pass by, but Elder Zhou glanced up the chess piece, settling down, and casually said, "Little Fang Che, you're going out." Fang Che nodded and replied, "Just taking a stroll." Elder Zhou did not inquire further and looked back at the chessboard, but the young female cultivator could not help but glance swiftly at him, her eyes revealing an undisguised curiosity. As Fang Che walked past, he stopped, looked around, and casually asked, "Elder Zhou, why are there so few people today?" "They've all gone to the front peak." Front peak. The Tsangming Sword sect has sent people claiming to come for a sect exchange. Fang Che knew of this sect, which was second only to the Qingyun sect among the many cultivation sects in the eastern continent, and was quite formidable. Fang Che nodded, not asking further. He had initially intended to head to the scripture pavilion, but his feet halted, and he turned towards the front peak instead. Behind him, the low voice of the female cultivator floated in, barely audible, "That's him. He looks so young." The front peak, located in front of the 9 peaks of the Qingyun sect, is specifically used to receive visitors from various factions. Generally, Qingyun sect disciples seldom come here. However, whenever such sect exchanges occurred, many would come to watch the excitement. When Fang Che arrived, the area was already surrounded by layers of spectators, mostly direct disciples, many of whom he recognized, along with several deacons standing on the periphery, their expressions focused, not a single sound uttered. He found a spot at the edge to stand, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on the platform. Among the 2 people in the arena, one was surprisingly Fu Lingyun, whom Fang Che had faced a year ago at the Ascension Conference, narrowly winning by a single move. The other was a young stranger dressed in tight sleeves, his robe adorned with the tied pattern of the Tsangming Sword sect, his expression indifferent, with a long sword pointing diagonally to the ground, a drop of blood suspended at the tip. Fragments of discussion floated into Fang Che's ears. "That's Gu Changqing. Am I not mistaken? Isn't that right? He was at the Foundation establishment late stage when I joined. Now he's probably half a step into the Golden Core, isn't he? Senior brother Fu has just reached Golden Core perfection. How can this be a fair contest? The ranks don't even match up. They say it's a sect exchange, but sending an older disciple seems to be a bit obvious. Most of the direct senior brothers and sisters left the sect for training a while ago, and they just happened to choose this time for the exchange." Fu Lingyun's blade was horizontally positioned in front of him, vibrating incessantly, a long, narrow sword wound across his shoulder, blood seeping out in a patch. He gritted his teeth, wanting to swing his sword again. "That's enough." A calm voice came from below the stage. Everyone turned to look, and at the side seat of the observation platform sat Elder Qing Xiao of the Ruijin Peak. "Lingyun, you have already lost. Go down and heal your wounds." Fu Lingyun's hand gripping the sword had veins popping, yet he ultimately did not defy the order, sheathing his sword and descending from the stage in silence. The young man from the Tsangming Sword sect sheathed his sword, turned, and approached his side seat, bowing. Disciple did not disgrace the mission. Seated at the center of the table was an elderly man in gray robes with a fair complexion and a short beard. He was Elder Gu, the leader of the Tsangming Sword sect delegation. He slightly nodded, his gaze passing over his disciple to settle on Elder Qing Xiao. "Dao friend Qing Xiao, your sect's disciples indeed have solid foundations and commendable strength. However, it seems that there is a lack of a certain ferocity in this sword intent." The crowd below stirred slightly. Upon hearing this, Elder Qing Xiao not only did not get angry, but instead broke into a smile. "Dao friend Gu, the swords of your Tsangming Sword sect are indeed ruthless. With a single strike, one either dies or is injured, each move aimed at vital points. This level of ferocity my Qingyun sect cannot compare. However, if my disciple Fang Che had been merciless with that last strike, your esteemed disciple would not be standing here, sheathing his sword, but rather lying down waiting for someone to carry him away. Ultimately, it's just a friendly exchange. My Qingyun sect does not teach its disciples to hold back during life and death encounters, nor does it teach them to use lethal force during exchanges. If your sect wishes to witness true ferocity, perhaps we could arrange a life and death duel another day. I would personally accompany Dao friend Gu for a few rounds." Elder Gus' expression changed slightly, yet he did not respond. Elder Qing Xiao did not look at him again, stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his robe, and seemed ready to leave the seat directly. He took 2 steps before suddenly stopping, turning to look at the young man from the Tsangming Sword sect. "What is your name?" The young man was taken aback, then cupped his hands and replied, "Junior is Gu Changqing." "Not bad at all. However, young man, remember this ferocity is something that when used against those weaker than oneself is called bullying. When used against those stronger, it is called striving for progress." He paused, his gaze drifting vaguely over the edges of the crowd. "You had good luck today." After his words, he said nothing more, turned away, hands behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, exuding a sense of ease. The crowd fell silent for a moment before low murmurs began to rise. After the departure of the Qing Xiao Jinren, the subtle silence beneath the martial arts stage lasted only a few breaths before being replaced by a flurry of whispers. On the stage, a disciple of the Tsangming Sword sect named Gu Changqing had a slightly pale face, as the imposing aura of victory he had earlier had leaked away considerably. "Boring," someone murmured nearby. "Qing Xiao Shibua is too straightforward, at least give them some face." "What face?" someone immediately retorted. "Did you see the injury on senior brother Fu's shoulder? Is this called sparring?" Every strike from that Gu is laced with malice. If it weren't for senior brother Fuss' solid foundation and quick reflexes, that sword would have pierced his heart instead of merely injuring his shoulder. Exactly, Qingxiao Shibois is right. If you want to see some real ruthlessness, the life and death arena is where true skills are displayed. Sparring is not the place for such brutality. The discussions buzzed around, and Elder Gu clearly heard these remarks, his expression darkening a few shades. He slowly stood up and looked towards another elder from the Shangqing sect who was responsible for presiding over this sect initiation. Luyun Dayo, Elder Gus' voice was not loud, yet it carried the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, easily overpowering the noise below. The younger generation is inexperienced and lost their composure. I will surely discipline them severely upon returning. But I wonder if your sect has any disciples willing to step down and offer some guidance to my unworthy disciple. I would also like to witness the true elegance of your sect's younger generation, lest others say my Songming sword sect won unfairly. Luyun Jinren, with hair and beard as white as snow and a warm demeanor, smiled gently, while stroking his beard, responding leisurely. Elder Gu, you overstate the matter. Sparring among the younger generation is common, with victories and defeats as part of the process. There is no need to be overly concerned. His gaze wandered over the crowd below. Though my sect's disciples may be dull, they still. At that moment, Gu Changqing suddenly stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, Junior dares to speak boldly. Oh, I have long heard of your sect's Fang Che's name. At the Ascension Conference a year ago, Fang Che, with his foundation establishment, early-stage cultivation, triumphed over many experts and gained fame throughout the Eastern continent. I admire him greatly and wonder if today I might have the honor of inviting Fang Che to the stage to teach me a few moves. As soon as the name Fang Che was mentioned, the place fell silent. The disciples of the Shangqing sect stood quietly below, no one responding. However, many expressions on their faces became somewhat subtle, and after exchanging glances, a burst of mocking laughter erupted, all staring at Gu Changqing with a look of derision, as if they had heard something laughable. Fang Che? Which Fang Che? Is it the one I'm thinking of? Who else could it be? The person next to him had a twisted expression, desperately stifling laughter, his shoulders shaking slightly. Has Gu Changqing gone mad? Another person shook his head, his tone revealing unreserved sympathy. This is not sparring. This is seeking humiliation. This doesn't even count as seeking humiliation. It's simply. An older disciple smacked his lips, his expression indescribable, and whispered to his companion. He did not continue, but those around understood the unspoken words. Fu Lingyun stood at the forefront of the crowd, the injury on his shoulder still faintly aching. At this moment, a rare and extremely complex expression appeared on his usually expressionless face. Gu Changqing did not immediately notice the strange shift in the atmosphere below. He only saw the sudden change in the faces of the Shangqing sect disciples after he called out Fang Che's name, thinking he had successfully pointed out an important figure from the other side, causing a stir, and felt a slight sense of pride. He puffed out his chest, raised his voice further, and swept his gaze across the crowd below with an imposing sharpness. Fang Che, do you dare to come to the stage and fight me, Gu? Luyun Jinren was clearly taken aback, his hand stopping in midair as he stroked his beard, chuckling and shaking his head. Fang Che is currently in closed-door cultivation and likely cannot make it this time. Upon hearing this, Gu Changqing's brow furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed, still sporting an appropriate smile. Oh, he is in closed-door cultivation. That is indeed unfortunate. He paused, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the subtly expressioned disciples of the Shangqing sect. I have heard that Fang She's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and I have come here to seek guidance. May I ask how long Fang She will be in closed-door cultivation? Perhaps I could wait a few days, eh? Elder Gu timely interjected, his tone nonchalant. Changqing, since he is in closed-door cultivation, let's find another opponent. The Shangqing sect is filled with talent. Surely there must be at least one young disciple willing to step down. His gaze slowly moved away from Luyun Zinren's face and scanned the group of Shangqing sect disciples below, adding lightly. Or do you mean to say that among the younger generation of your sect, apart from the one in closed-door cultivation, Fang Che, there is no one else worthy of my attention? You. A disciple from the Shangqing sect stepped forward, his face turning red, but was tightly held back by his senior brother beside him. That senior brother maintained a serious expression and lowered his voice. Don't be impulsive. Gu Changqing is a false Dan cultivator. You are not his match. But what he said is outrageous. The disciple gritted his teeth. He is clearly insulting our Shangqing sect. Not just him, the faces of dozens of disciples around were also looking extremely grim. Though everyone was furious, they felt helpless. Even Fu Lingyun could only fight to a standstill with him. At this moment, who could stop Gu Changqing's arrogance? Elder Gu raised the teacup, blew away the foam, and wore a seemingly smiling expression. Luyun Jinren still had a warm expression, as if unaffected. He merely sighed lightly, about to speak. Buzz. A deep pitch-black sword light, as if breaking through from the abyss, instantly tore through the light above the martial arts arena. The sword was too fast, everyone felt as if a shadow flickered before their eyes. At the moment the sword appeared, Gu Changqing's pupils suddenly constricted. A sense of dread from the depths of his soul surged up. He didn't even have time to react. He felt a terrifying pressure looming overhead, as if the entire sky was collapsing, about to grind him into powder. Boom! A dull thud shook the entire martial arts stage slightly. A long sword dark as the abyss and with an ancient design stood straight in the center of the martial arts stage, just 3 steps away from Gu Changqing. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a low, continuous humming sound, with visible black ripples spreading from the sword's body, making the air thick and cold, bringing an oppressive feeling that was suffocating. Gu Changqing felt a vast and boundless sword intent pressing down on him like a mountain or an ocean, not sharp, not murderous, and not carrying any hostility. That sword intent existed purely, making him weak in the knees, almost involuntarily wanting to kneel down. He forcibly steadied himself, his chest rising and falling heavily, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly, barely able to withstand the sword intent that threatened to crush him. What kind of sword is this? The pressure emanating from the sword itself is already horrifying. Silence was broken. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the martial arts arena erupted. "Oh my, that is..." A disciple from the Shangqing sect exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling with excitement. "Mo Yuan, it is Senior Brother Fang's Mo Yuan's sword." Another disciple shouted excitedly, his eyes bursting with fervent light. The expressions of the Shangqing sect disciples cleared of their earlier gloom, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. On the side of the Tsangming sword sect, there was an uproar, everyone's face filled with shock and confusion. They looked at the awe-inspiring black sword, at Gu Changqing, who was being forced back by its pressure, and then listened to the excited cries of the Shangqing sect disciples, feeling somewhat at a loss. Could this sword be Fang Che's sword? How is that possible? Isn't Fang Che at the early stage of foundation establishment? The sound of the sword still echoes as Mo Yuan stands quietly at the center of the arena. The circle of black ripples has gradually settled, and the sword no longer trembles, merely standing silently in place. Gu Changqing stood rooted to the spot, his feet not moving an inch. It was not that he did not want to move, but the invisible pressure emanating from the sword held him firmly in place. The battle intent that had surged in his chest moments ago was now scattered, leaving only a near instinctive sense of dread. The commotion below continued while above, Elder Gus' hand holding the teacup had frozen in midair, the tea gently swaying, splattering a few drops. The calm smile on his face had long since vanished, replaced by an unmistakable gravity. "Such sword intent," he muttered softly, his gaze fixed on the black sword. "The master of this sword is certainly not a foundation establishment cultivator." Realizing the situation, Master Lu Yun looked at Mo Yuan in the arena, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. This child, he gently shook his head, still couldn't help but make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, tap, a very light footstep sounded from the edge of the arena. The sound was not loud, but at this moment it was exceptionally clear, as if stepping on everyone's hearts. The crowd instinctively turned to look, only to find that a path had opened up around the outskirts of the throng. A handsome young man was walking toward them. He appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, tall and upright like bamboo, with features as delicate as ink paintings and a pair of clear, bright eyes. His expression was as calm as an ancient pool in the mountains, as if he were merely strolling leisurely. Yet with each step he took, the sword intent that enveloped the entire arena grew increasingly solid. "Senior Brother Fang," someone called out first. Immediately the disciples of the Qingyun sect bowed in unison, their expressions filled with excitement. "We greet Senior Brother Fang." The voices converged like a mountain roar or a tsunami. Gu Changqing's heart sank heavily. He fixed his gaze on the young man who had stepped onto the arena, feeling his throat dry. "This is Fang Che." The young man walked up to Mo Yuan and casually extended his hand to grip the sword's hilt. Buzz. The black sword trembled lightly, and the pervasive sword intent in the arena instantly receded, like rivers returning to the sea, all merging into the sword body. That suffocating sense of oppression suddenly vanished. Gu Changqing felt his entire body relax, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. His feet involuntarily swayed, nearly losing his balance. In that moment he felt a sense of having survived a catastrophe. Fang Che looked at him, his expression calm, neither aggressive nor condescending. "Are you looking for me?" Gu Changqing's expression changed several times as he forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves within his heart, cupping his hands in respect. "I am Gu Changqing of the Tsangming sword sect. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today I specifically came to seek guidance." He spoke courteously, but the cold sweat that had yet to dry on his forehead revealed his inner unrest. "Seeking guidance is fine." Fang Che nodded lightly, glancing at the complex expression of Fu Lingyun beneath the stage. But before that, he slightly turned the Mo yuan in his hand, and at that moment it felt as if the air had been neatly sliced. A wisp of sword energy fleetingly vanished. Gu Changqing's hair stood on end, blood seeping from his brow. He clearly sensed that if that wisp of sword energy advanced even a fraction, his protective artifact, and even his body would be easily crushed like paper. If the other party intended to take his life, he would already be a corpse at this moment without even a chance to draw his sword. Fang Che's voice remained calm. This sparring is about sword techniques, not about life and death. Your previous strike crossed the line. The sword energy quivered lightly, then dissipated into nothingness. Yet Gu Changqing seemed to be drained of all strength. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly bowed deeply. I have learned much. This bow was one of genuine respect. Senior brother Fang is mighty. After a brief pause, a deafening wave of cheers erupted. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were flushed with excitement, all previous frustrations and grievances swept away in an instant. Meanwhile, the members of the Tsangming sword sect exhibited varied expressions. Some were shocked, some unwilling, and others filled with reverence. Fang Che first bowed slightly to Master Lu Yun, then let his gaze sweep across the still excited fellow disciples below, finally resting on Fu Lingyun, giving a gentle nod as a gesture of acknowledgement. Then he turned and walked back in the direction he came from at a leisurely pace. The crowd automatically parted to create a wider path, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect watching him leave with fervent expressions until the slender and upright figure disappeared into the depths of the pine shade. In the arena, thousands stood in silence for a long time. After an unknown period, Master Lu Yun lightly cleared his throat. Friend Gu, he smiled, while stroking his beard, his tone still warm. Where were we just now? Elder Gu did not respond. He looked down at the now cold tea in his cup, the bottom holding a few unfurled leaves. After a long pause, he placed the teacup back on the table, letting out a long sigh. The Qingyun sect has produced an extraordinary young talent. Master Lu Yun merely smiled and remained silent, his eyes betraying hints of satisfaction. Elder Gu bowed respectfully to Master Lu Yun. I apologize for the disturbance today. I thank your sect for the guidance. In this sparring, our Tsangming sword sect concedes defeat. If there is another opportunity next year, we will definitely come to pay our respects again. Master Lu Yun returned the gesture with a smile. Elder Gu, you are too courteous. It is a good thing for young people to spar and validate each other. Young Changqing's sword intent is vibrant, showing the demeanor of a great master. Given time, he will surely achieve great things. Elder Gu said no more, slightly nodded to Master Lu Yun, then, with a flick of his sleeve, he descended from the high platform. He approached his own disciples, scanning the group with varying expressions, and said softly, let's go. The members of the Tsangming sword sect had arrived with great momentum, but left like stray dogs, their backs pitiful in the midst of thunderous cheers and jeers quickly disappearing from the crowd's sight. In the crowd, Fu Lingyun gazed at the retreating figures of the Tsangming sword sect, then turned to look in the direction Fang Che had vanished, his expression complex and inscrutable. There was shock, fervor, and a hint of indescribable bitterness. He instinctively clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm. He once believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he would eventually catch up to Fang Che. Yet only today did he realize that Fang Che had already embarked on a path he could not aspire to. Damn it, I can't even see his back anymore. Beside Fu Lingyun, an older cultivator gently patted his shoulder, his voice deep and warm. Fu Shidi, there is no need to be so hard on yourself. A being like Fang Che cannot be measured by common standards. Rather than calling him a genius, it is more fitting to call him a monster. We walk our own paths while he walks his. There are countless roads in this world. Why must one chase after a fleeting shadow that cannot even be seen? Your path lies beneath your own feet, not behind his. Fu Lingyun did not respond, merely managing a bitter smile. Indeed, what he was chasing was perhaps never a single person, but a meteor streaking across the sky. No matter how dazzling the light, it ultimately was something he could never catch up to. After leaving the peak, Fang Che did not deliberately choose a direction, but strolled down the winding mountain path, with sunlight filtering through the pine branches, scattering like fragments on the flagstone. Along the way, the sound of insects occasionally echoed from the grass, a long chirp, followed by a short one responding sporadically to his footsteps. When he reached halfway up the mountain, Fang Che heard someone talking ahead. Turning the corner, he saw two young disciples sitting on a stone by the road, a teapot in front of them, casually chatting over tea. The tea was crude, and the pot was old. Upon hearing his footsteps, both of them looked up in unison. Senior brother Fang. One of them stood up abruptly, while the other got up a beat later, a hint of awkwardness on their faces. Fang Che waved his hand slightly, signaling them not to be overly polite. The one who stood first scratched his head. We were on duty just now, so we took a little break. Senior brother, you are taking a walk. The two exchanged glances, seemingly surprised, but did not dare to ask further. Fang Che stood by the road for a moment, his gaze falling on their pot of tea, which had turned pale, the tea leaves settling at the bottom, tasting rather bland. "You've worked hard on your duty," he casually remarked, continuing to walk aimlessly. After taking a few steps, he faintly heard their hushed conversation behind him. "Did Senior Brother Fang just speak to me? To you?" Clearly it was directed at me. That comment about hard duty, he was looking at me. "That's probably because your face is a bit larger, so you stand out more. You." Upon returning to Tingzhu Xian, Fang Che unusually did not practice as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting scattered flickering light spots in the courtyard. A sense of tranquility and harmony spread around him, giving him a lazy feeling. He sat on an old bamboo chair under the eaves, holding a book titled Miscellaneous Talks on Herbs. Its pages yellowed, recording the peculiar characteristics of various herbs from distant lands. He did not practice swordplay, meditate, or study formations and talismans, but simply read. Occasionally he would look up to see the wild grass in the courtyard gently swaying in the breeze, watching as the bright moon swiftly flew by, folding its wings to land by the spring, tilting its head to examine the reflection in the water before quickly taking off again. From the direction of the law lecture pavilion, a few long sounds of bells could be faintly heard, signaling that an elder was giving a lecture. Further away, the sound of disciples flying by on magical tools echoed, filled with the unique vigor of youth. Everything carried the unique tranquility of Xianshui Peak, with abundant and gentle spiritual energy. The mountain breeze, refreshing, even the sunlight seemed filtered of its harshness, leaving only warmth. Fang Che turned a page, his gaze falling on the entry about the hazy vine, which described its fragrance as capable of causing low-level cultivators to become dazed, experiencing pleasant illusions. He read carefully, as if studying some profound treasure, but in truth he was not thinking about anything at all. There were no deliberations on sword techniques, no ponderings on talisman paths, no reflections on cultivation, nor any memories of the past. His divine sense spread out like soft clouds basking in the warm sun, floating lightly through every corner of the courtyard, perceiving the subtle sounds of bamboo, leaves unfurling, the faint tremors of earthworms in the soil, the ripples of spring water blown by the wind, and the natural flow of spiritual energy in the air. This was a state close to emptiness, not a deliberate meditation, but a natural relaxation of both body and mind, completely merging with the serene atmosphere. It was as if he himself was a part of this courtyard, this gentle breeze, and this sunlight. Since joining the Shangqing sect, Fang Che had diligently practiced, never daring to slack off, yet at this moment, he found it rare to feel a tinge of laziness. He even somewhat enjoyed this feeling, free from vigilance, free from competition, and free from contemplating the future and its causes and effects. Simply existing at peace within the tranquil gifts bestowed by this world. His fingertips grazed the coarse pages, his nose filled with a mix of ink, fragrance, bamboo scent, and earthy aroma, while his ears caught the sounds of the wind, the leaves, the birds, and the distant, indistinct voices. The Tao scripture states, "To reach the utmost emptiness, to maintain steadfast tranquility, all things are in harmony, and I observe the return." Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps an hour, or maybe just the time for a cup of tea. Fang Che's action of turning the page suddenly paused, as if the wind in the courtyard had stopped. All sounds, all breaths, all flows of light and shadow became infinitely slow and infinitely clear in his perception. He heard the roar of his blood flowing through his veins, saw the most subtle movements of every thread of spiritual power within him, and felt the thin, yet ever-present invisible barrier between his soul and golden core. Within the Danshan's Qi, the continuously circulating round golden core suddenly burst forth with brilliance. The originally restrained and blended five-colored divine radiance erupted from deep within the core, dazzling like the dawn, resembling the aurora, descending, illuminating the entire Qi with clarity. With the golden core reaching perfection, everything fell into place. No earth-shattering phenomena occurred. Everything transpired in absolute tranquility and harmony, as if this was the most natural occurrence. Fang Che blinked, closed the miscellaneous talks on herbs in his hand, and placed it on the bamboo table beside him. He looked down at his palm, the patterns clear with a faint jade-like glow circulating beneath his skin, soon fading away. Relaxation has its limits, and the Tao follows its nature. A thought flashed through Fang Che's mind as he stood up, walked into the courtyard, and stood with his hands behind his back. On the path of cultivation, hard work is the foundation. However, there also exists the notion of opportunity in the world, which is profound yet enigmatic. Sometimes enlightenment may suddenly dawn, and the insights gained can often equal the efforts of 10 years of diligent practice. Fang Che's aura remained restrained, even more inscrutable than before. Yet if a nascent soul master were present at this moment, they would faintly perceive that within 3 feet of this young man the space seemed to slightly distort as an invisible domain quietly emerged, achieving a wondrous resonance with the interaction of the world's spiritual energy. Almost simultaneously within the Yuqing realm, the meditating Zhuang Xingzi suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze, his face revealing undisguised satisfaction and admiration. Good lad, unexpectedly stepping forth in silence during such an ordinary time. He smiled while stroking his beard, his divine sense reaching out to sense the harmonious and flawless aura within Tingzhu Xian. With the golden core reaching perfection, the foundation can be said to be unparalleled, and the path to nascent soul is already before him. This lad is remarkable. The voice of the hidden Taoist resonated directly in Zhuang Xingzi's heart. I have seen many exceptional talents, some causing celestial phenomena during their breakthrough, while others soaring into the sky, but rare is it to see someone like this lad so calm and unperturbed. This is not due to innate talent, it is truly a matter of his heart having reached a transformative state. It seems that soon after my arrival at Shangqing sect, there will be another master among us. Hearing this, Zhuang Xingzi's smile deepened, his gaze still gazing towards that small courtyard, as if he could see the figure standing there with hands behind his back. After successfully completing the golden core breakthrough, Fang Che's life remained largely unchanged. He still rose at dawn to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard, where the sword aura stirred the morning glow and dew, dancing harmoniously with the gentle breeze and bamboo shadows. In the afternoon, he immersed himself in studying ancient texts covering a broad range of topics, including formations, talismans, medicine, and artifacts, finding endless joy in his scholarly pursuits. At dusk, he would meditate to regulate his breath, cultivating the 9 heavens mystic art under the moonlight and starlight. Sometimes he would simply sit quietly beneath the eaves, listening to the wind rustling through the bamboo and watching the clouds drift by. One morning, just after finishing his sword practice, Fang Che was about to turn back into his room when a sudden ripple emanated from the protective formation at the courtyard gate. A calm voice came through the formation. Fang Che's heart stirred slightly. The voice was familiar. It belonged to Master Dao Heng, the sect leader. He promptly smoothed his pristine robe, hurried to the gate, waved his hand to dispel the formation, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciple Fang Che pays respects to Master." "No need for formalities, Master." Dao Heng smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over Fang Che with a barely perceptible hint of admiration. "Your mind is harmonious and your golden core flawless. Excellent." "It was merely fortunate," Fang Che replied, modestly stepping aside to allow the master to enter. "Please come in and speak freely." Dao Heng nodded and entered the Tingzhu pavilion. His eyes passed over the swaying wild grasses and the clear spring water before finally resting on the few worn bamboo chairs beneath the eaves. "This place is excellent, quiet and natural. No wonder you have cultivated such a temperament." They sat upon the bamboo chairs as Fang Che poured a cup of bamboo leaf tea brewed from clear spring water for the master. Dao Heng accepted the tea and took a light sip, not immediately addressing his purpose, but instead casually asking, "Have you encountered any doubts in your recent cultivation?" Fang Che pondered briefly before candidly sharing his recent insights following the golden core completion, detailing subtle changes in his control over spiritual energy and his resonance with heaven and earth. He also sought guidance on questions about breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Master Dao Heng patiently answered each query with concise and profound explanations, directly addressing the essence, which greatly enlightened Fang Che. After the QA, Dao Heng set down his teacup and shifted to the main topic with a composed expression. "Your golden core is perfected, your foundation establishment stable, and now Yunlan is at a critical stage of secluded cultivation to achieve divine transformation. Allow me to explain. According to the long-standing customs of the Shangqing sect, disciples who have established their foundation must venture into the secular world to temper their minds. You have advanced swiftly in cultivation and have yet to leave the Shangqing sect. Your experience in the mundane world is still blank. I have a task for you to prepare your heart for future trials amid the mortal realm." Upon hearing this, Fang Che remained composed without surprise. He nodded slightly and said, "Disciple understands." In truth, he had known of this trial since his initial entry into the sect, having read in the sect's annals that every generation of disciples undergoes this rite. The so-called tempering of the heart in the mortal world requires cultivators to walk among the common folk, to observe, listen, feel, and experience. Cultivators often believe that tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs constitute the true path. Yet the human heart is like a mirror. If unpolished by the mundane world, it cannot discern clarity. The vast mortal realm is both the forge for the heart and the mirror reflecting it. The path of cultivation is not merely accumulation of power or realm breakthroughs. If one wields great strength without a matching state of mind, it is like a child brandishing a sword, ineffective against foes and prone to self-harm. An unstable foundation breeds inner demons. Countless cultivators throughout history have perished here. Dao Heng nodded, then withdrew a cloud-patterned scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Fang Che. Recently, several strange cases of ordinary people falling into deep comas have been reported in Kangwoo County, about 30,000 li southeast of our sect. Initially, the mundane disciples thought these were ordinary illnesses, but after investigation, even one of our disciples has fallen into a coma and is yet to awaken with faint signs of his spiritual sense dissipating. This matter is suspicious and likely not caused by a common epidemic. The local garrison has reported the situation and requested assistance from the sect. He paused, then continued, "Your mission is to investigate and resolve this issue." Fang Che took the scroll with both hands and scanned it with his spiritual sense. It contained detailed records of all events in Kangwoo County. Disciple accepts the mission. He solemnly agreed. "This is an excellent opportunity for trial," Dao Hung slowly said. "Remember 3 points. First, the matter is suspicious. Exercise utmost caution and always verify before making judgments. Second, while in the mundane world, abide by its rules. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your cultivation techniques or disturb the common folk. Third, if you encounter dangers far beyond your abilities, prioritize self-preservation and promptly contact the sect. Do not recklessly force matters." Fang Che committed these 3 precepts to heart and bowed again. "Disciple will heed master's teachings." "Very well." Dao Hung swept his sleeve and rose. "Prepare yourself, departure in 3 days." "Farewell, master," Fang Che replied respectfully. Holding the cloud-patterned scroll still faintly warm, Fang Che gazed toward the southeastern horizon. Rather than anxiety, a trace of anticipation stirred within him. Returning beneath the eaves, he took up the cloud-patterned scroll again and studied its contents meticulously several times until he fully understood the geography of Kangwoo County, the process of the reported incidents, the symptoms of the comatose, and even local customs before tucking the scroll away and entering his quiet chamber. Over the next 2 days, Fang Che continued his cultivation as usual. However, during afternoon study sessions, he deliberately consulted several ancient texts concerning abnormalities of the spiritual sense, nightmare arts, and strange records of the eastern continent. On the 3rd morning, as the sky faintly brightened, Fang Che donned his Xinyuan Dao robe. His long hair was simply tied with a bamboo stick. He cast one last glance at the serene Tingzhu pavilion, shrouded in morning mist, where bamboo leaves were laden with dew and spring water trickled softly. He gently closed the courtyard gate, waved his hand to activate the protective formation, and with a subtle movement arrived before the sect's teleportation array. The teleportation array was guarded by 9 rugged stone pillars inscribed with ancient twisted runes. As he approached, the runes seemed to sense his presence, gradually illuminating with a faint azure glow. The elder steward, whose hair and beard were pure white, nodded slightly upon seeing Fang Che's arrival, but asked no questions, only saying, "Present your sect token." Fang Che handed over the cloud-patterned scroll. The elder took it and held it before a bronze mirror-like artifact beside the array's base. The cloud pattern on the scroll shimmered with a faint golden light before returning to normal. Kangwoo County, southeast direction, 30,000 li. The elder returned the scroll and pressed a few spots on the array's base. The illuminated runes flared brightly and intertwined in the air, forming a complex magical formation hologram. "Step inside." Fang Che entered the array as instructed, feeling the space around him subtly distort and an invisible force enveloping his body. The elder said softly, "Travel safely," then performed hand seals and intoned, "Activate." The scene before him suddenly twisted into countless streaks of light and shadow. The wind howled in his ears, yet it felt as if separated by a thick watery veil, everything blurred and unreal. Fang Che steadied his mind, sensing that this form of spatial traversal was vastly different from his usual sword flight. It was as if his entire being was fragmented into countless pieces and then reassembled elsewhere. After roughly the time of a teacup, his feet trembled as the distortion abruptly vanished. Before him lay an entirely different realm.